Chapter 151 Three Darlings 2. The three little guys were wearing big red flowers, big eyebrows, two big red rouges on their faces, a pair of fiery red lips that almost stretched to their ears, and wearing bright red and green clothes. The second prince, who was not afraid of thunder and lightning, and the chaos of monsters, couldn't help but tremble 3 times. The little fat ball, who was originally lying in Yuan's arms, was so scared when he saw the three little guys that he fell down with a smack. It's too blinding. Yuan didn't expect that her mother would rush to harm the three little guys just because she didn't watch for a while. Shouldn't she be grateful that her mother didn't laugh like a pig with the little guys because there were guests? Inside the house, Jiang opened her mouth. Yuan, mother. Jiang shut up angrily. Yuan took the little guy who couldn't bear to look at him to the backyard to wash his face. The washed little guy revealed his original appearance, with impeccable facial features and an indescribably beautiful face. This is simply. A name popped up in Yan Huijing's mind. He shuddered. Age, appearance, triplets, all matched. No one would believe that they were not Yan Jiuchao's children. But why did his children appear in Miss Yu's home? Could it be that the two of them had already? Mr. Su. Yuan interrupted his thoughts. I changed the prescription. Continue to apply the ointment. You don't need to take the medicine, but you need to take a medicinal bath once a day. Yan Huijing took the prescription written by Yuan and looked at the beautiful handwriting on the rough paper. It was hard to believe that it came from the hands of a village girl. The person brought a nanny at the time. She was dressed extraordinary. She must be a respectable girl. Who did you learn calligraphy from? Yan Huijing asked. Yuan had never practiced calligraphy seriously. They were all from the original owner. But she didn't remember who the original owner learned from. The only thing she could be sure of was that the original owner was illiterate before she disappeared. Why? Is my handwriting not good enough? Yuan cleverly avoided his question. Yan Huijing heard her evasion and tactfully didn't ask any more questions. Yuan lowered her head and went to pick up the little fat ball on the ground. Yan Huijing's eyes fell on the top of her head. After she stood up, he put down the prescription and walked towards her. As soon as Yuan picked up the little fat ball, she felt a darkening above her head. A tall and majestic figure enveloped her, and a faint fragrance similar to ambergris lingered at the tip of her nose. Yan Huijing stretched out his hand and gently reached out to Yuan. Just as he was about to touch her, 3 little kids suddenly rushed in, blocked Yuan behind them, raised their heads, and looked at him eagerly. Yan Huijing's hand paused. What's wrong? Yuan asked, looking at his hand frozen in the air. Yan Huijing opened his mouth. You have a leaf on your head. Yuan raised her hand and touched it. And indeed, she touched a tender green leaf on her bun. The little kids all walked to the door in unison, and pushed the door open with all their might. The eldest one pushed the door with his little butt. Yan Huijing was startled. And just as he was about to speak, the second and third kids ran past him. The second kid stood on tiptoe, touched the recipe on the table, and stuffed it into his left hand without hesitation. Yan Huijing was startled again. The third kid grabbed the little fat ball's tail again, lifted the little fat ball upside down, and stuffed it into his right hand with great decisiveness. The chasing squad looked at him with disgust. Okay, you can go now, Yan Huijing. When Yan Huijing carried the little fat ball back to the carriage, Jun Chang'an couldn't help but ask with a smile, so soon? Pretending not to see that the extremely noble second prince was driven out by a few little guys who had not been weaned. Jun Chang'an gloated. Does the second prince also make people dislike him? Yan Huijing's face became darker. Didn't you say you didn't see it? The little fat ball looked at Yan Huijing with resentment, as if blaming him for not being able to rub his chest. The little fat ball bit the small iron cage and got in without looking back. Sir, can we go now? The driver asked. Let's go, Yan Huijing said. The driver waved the whip, and the wheels of the carriage slowly turned. Yan Huijing looked through the gap in the curtains at the big and small children in the hall. Yuan leaned over and said something to them. The 3 little guys lowered their heads shyly, looking guilty and scared. But the cunning in their eyes could not be hidden. Yuan looked at them seriously. Don't do this next time. Understand? The 3 little guys nodded. So good. Yuan rubbed their little heads, and the 3 of them threw themselves into Yuan's arms and hugged. This scene makes people feel warm and happy no matter how you look at it. That woman. Yan Huijing's mind flashed again, the scene of a woman kneeling down to look at him in the heavy rain with a big belly. If her child is born, It should be this big. Chang'an. What does your highness want? Go find an experienced nanny. What kind of experience? Jun Chang'an asked. Human affairs. Yin Huijing said. When the prince reaches a certain age, he will be assigned a maid to teach human affairs. Concubine Su Xian also sent one to Yin Huijing's bedroom. But Yin Huijing refused on the grounds of mourning. Has the second prince finally figured it out and wants to end his virginity? Your highness, it would be better to let the maid do this. Madam is old. Don't you think your taste is too strong? Jun Chang'an asked. Yin Huijing glanced at him coldly and gritted his teeth and said, You can tell whether a woman has given birth to a child. Jun Chang'an, oh, you still want to have a child with Madam Yin Huijing. After Yin Huijing left, the Yu family finally had no distinguished guests. The workshop had been running for many days, and the villagers were exhausted. Yuan gave them 2 days off. Will it affect the business? The village head asked worriedly. He was not working in the workshop, but the whole village had no land and relied on the Yu family's workshop to make a living. He was more concerned about the business of the workshop than the Yu family. Yuan smiled and said, Business is very good. Don't worry, village head. The current focus is still the competition. The rigid supply agreement will be signed after the competition. At that time, I am afraid that I can't rest more. Hearing that the business is good, the village head was relieved. It's just right. I also want to take the villagers to see how to make some land. We still have to plant something next year, whether it's vegetables or rice. After all, they are country people, and the fields can't be left idle all the time. Actually, Yuan paused. You say, the village head now values Yuan very much, and every word of Yuan will make him feel concerned. Yuan thought for a moment and said, I've been to the mountains and found that the topography of the mountains has changed after the earthquake. But it has not changed for the worse, but for the better. Village head, should we consider reclaiming the land? There is a stream in the back mountain, which can be used as a natural fish pond. The soil in the back mountain is fertile and many crops can be grown. Walnuts, persimmons, pears, wild vegetables, grapes. Yuan's mind popped up more than a dozen varieties, all of which were planted by her aunt when she was a child. If her aunt can plant, she and the villagers can also plant. This, if it were in the past, the village head would never have set his sights on the mountains. But now the situation is special. He has to make more plans for the village. With just our few people? Is it enough to reclaim the land? It was considered an approval of Yuan's proposal. Yuan said, We can hire someone. Ah? The village head was surprised. Yuan curled her lips. The head of the village forgot that we are still doing business. When we make money, we can invite people to come back to open up the wasteland. Invite people to open up the wasteland? Such a bold thing. The head of the village has never thought of it. In the head of the village, they have always been the only ones to do hard labor for others. Yuan did not say it casually on a whim. She had seriously considered it. In the eyes of outsiders, Lianhua village is the most remote and uninhabited village. But in Yuan's view, they are surrounded by mountains and rivers, and they are simply living in a treasure pot. If they don't develop it, it will be a waste of natural resources. Moreover, this does not conflict with the tofu business. On the contrary, it can diversify and make their business chain bigger and bigger. Yuan looked at the endless mountains and said, Head of the village, I want our village to become the first village in Lianhua town. The head of the village almost dropped his jaw. Positive. Positive number? It is already in the reverse number. The village head was so upset by Yuan's words. Their fertile land was destroyed, and they were almost hungry. But all one told him that they wanted to become the richest village in Lianhua town. Is this really possible? The Yu family already knew that the 3 little guys were separated from their family. Last night, Jiang took the little guys to eat in the old house. Xiao Tai-dan, the little girl, and the 3 little guys sat at the same table, eating brown sugar steamed cakes with big mouthfuls. Breakfast was made by the aunt. She was not as particular about cooking as the uncle, but she also put a lot of effort into this meal. The brown sugar steamed cake was sprinkled with sesame seeds and embedded with a few pitted red dates. The 3 little guys sat on the small stools and ate heartily, and Yuan fed them a mouthful of porridge from time to time. Yuan looked at them eating and felt more satisfied than she did. Little Tai-dan, sister, you don't feed me. Yuan, how old are you? Little Tai-dan was desperate. You don't love me anymore. Yuan. After dinner, Yuan told her family about going to Beijing to treat her leg. The Yu family had no objection. The competition was temporarily put on hold, and the workshop was suspended. Instead of staying idle at home, it was better to go to Beijing to try their luck. The old doctor last time was a military doctor. He is very good at treating trauma. Yuan remembered the doctor from Beozatang, and the doctor's words were quite confident. Go, said the aunt. The uncle was hesitant to speak. Yuan understood what he was worried about. After being disappointed again and again, she no longer dared to have any hope. But Yuan didn't want to give up. If it wasn't for Uncle, she would be the one with a limp now. She wasn't treating Uncle's injury, but her own. Then, let's go, Uncle said. Yu Song went to Xuanzi's house and drove the ox cart over. Yuan helped Uncle up. The three little kids saw her get on the cart and climbed on the ox cart. Yuan said with pain, okay, if I meet your father, I will send you back. The confused little kids. Is it too late to jump off the cart now? They changed a carriage in the town. Yu Song drove the ox cart back. Yuan and Yu Feng accompanied Uncle and little kids to Beozatang in the capital by carriage. After a month, Beozatang's business is better. You guys sit in the carriage. I'll go to the queue, Yu Feng said. And after queuing up in a long queue, it looked like it would be their turn at least in the afternoon. Yuan touched her waist and said, I left the food prepared by my aunt on the ox cart. What do you want to eat later? Uncle? I'll go buy it. I'm not hungry. Uncle had no appetite. The driver said, There's a shop selling mutton soup steamed buns in the alley over there. And it tastes good? Slurp, the three little kids drooled. Uncle smiled. Then let's have mutton soup steamed buns. They don't need a few bowls of mutton soup steamed buns now. And even if they do, they can't let the children suffer. Yuan jumped off the carriage and carried the three little kids off the carriage. She held the eldest child in one hand. The eldest child held the second child in the other hand, and the third child in the other hand, and walked towards Yu Feng. Brother, I'm going to buy mutton soup steamed buns. Yu Feng said with a pained heart, I just need steamed buns. I knew you would say that. But I bought it. Can you not eat it? Yuan lowered her eyes to hide the mischief that flashed across her eyes, and led the three little guys to the alley pointed by the driver. Although she was dressed simply, she was naturally beautiful. She also led three identical, cute steamed buns, and walked along the way, attracting countless passers-by's attention. Mutton soup steamed buns are sold on the street stall, and the stall is set up by a family of four, an old couple and their son and daughter-in-law. The stall is clean, the mutton is fresh, and the soup exudes a faint smell of mutton, but also the fragrance of sauce and chopped green onions. 5 bowls should be enough. Yuan came to the stall. How much is the mutton soup? The old couple was busy cutting mutton, and the young couple was making soup and collecting money. The young couple was shocked when they saw the big and small ones. The young woman said, a small bowl is 25 cents. A large bowl is 30 cents. And a steamed bun is 3 cents. The price is much more expensive than in the town. Yuan, who was always extravagant, felt the pain in her heart. The three little kids raised their heads in unison. Acting cute. Acting cute. Acting cute. Oh! The young woman's heart was about to melt. I'll give you 2 cents off on the mutton soup, and 2 steamed buns for free. Successfully help Yuan earn 16 cents. Yuan paid the copper coins, and was about to take the first bowl to her uncle. But unexpectedly a carriage drove over and blocked her way. Miss, look! Isn't that the young master? It was Lizzie's voice. The young master was missing, and everyone in the Yin family went out to look for him. Even Yin Ryu sat in a carriage and searched for him all night. She thought there was little hope, but she found him without any effort. She met him miraculously on the way to the young master's house to confess and ask for help. This is really great. Yin Ryu put on a veil to cover her haggard face and got off the carriage with a cold look. She had already asked Mrs. Yin for clues. The person who attacked Mrs. Yin was a woman. Although Mrs. Yin didn't see her face clearly, she heard her disdainful snort. That voice was very young. It seems that it was that young woman who attacked her mother and took away the 3 children. I want to see who is so bold as to dare to mess with the general's mansion. Yin Ryu hurried forward, took a closer look, and was stunned for a moment. It's you? Yin Ryu? Yuan was also a little dumbfounded. Is she and the Yin family destined to be incompatible? How could they meet like this? The 3 little kids grabbed Yuan's hand. Yin Ryu's eyes turned cold. Come to mother. The three little kids shrank back behind Yuan in fear. Mother? Is this daughter the mother of the triplets? But no matter how I look at it, I feel that the girl is more like the real mother. The little woman at the mutton stall couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Don't you listen to your mother? Come here. Yin Ryu was embarrassed by the resistance of the three people. She suppressed her anger and said, Don't you listen to your mother? Come here. Yuan looked at her coldly. Don't be mean to them. What does it have to do with you, if I discipline my son? Yin Ryu said, and reached out rudely to grab the child next to Yuan. Aren't you afraid of hurting the child by being so mean? Yuan grabbed her wrist. Yin Ryu struggled twice, but failed to break free. She glared at Yuan in anger and shame. You are so bold. You deserve to die 100 times for what you did. I haven't settled the score with you yet. But you are getting even more arrogant. Yuan angrily said, What did I do? It's obviously you who can't take care of the children. But in the end you take your anger out on them. Is there any mother like you? Are they your own children? Yin Ryu was hit in the sore spot and became even more furious. What a sharp-tongued wild girl. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know your place. Come on. Slap me in the face. Chapter 152 The ninth brother is here. The guards of the Yin mansion surrounded them. There were at least 7 or 8 of them, all of whom were taller than the guards of ordinary mansions. They instantly blocked the alley, which was not very spacious to begin with. All the guests, who were eating mutton soup, were scared away. The old couple and the young couple were reluctant to leave the stall and the mutton they had not bought. So they stayed tremblingly. Yuan protected the 3 children behind her. Yin Ryu was really crazy. She was going to fight with the children here. She was not afraid of scaring such a young child. The guards were afraid to hurt the young master. After exchanging glances, they decided to separate Yuan from the young master first, and then teach this woman a lesson. Yuan's idea coincided with theirs. No matter what, she must not hurt the children by mistake. Perhaps they sensed Yuan's intention to throw them away. The 3 little guys held Yuan tightly and refused to let go. Yin Ryu gradually lost her patience. Hurry up! The guards walked towards the 3 little guys and Yuan, stretched out their strong arms, and were about to touch them. Suddenly, a gray-blue figure flew over, kicked the guards, who surrounded them one by one, to the ground with a few kicks in the air. Everything happened in a flash. Before Yin Ryu could figure out what happened, the guards who were sent out fell in the alley one after another, and none of them were left. Seeing the reversal of the situation, the guests who were scared away quietly slipped out again. Of course, they did not dare to get too close. They just lay at the other end of the alley, looking over here. They didn't know Yuan, nor did they know Yin Ryu. But they heard Yin Ryu claim to be the mother of the triplets. It was really strange. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that the girl was more like the mother of the triplets. She looked at the way she was protecting the children tightly, and it didn't seem like she was pretending. Could it be the legitimate mother? The passers-by imagined a big drama in the mansion. The maid from a humble background was pregnant with the master. After 10 months of pregnancy, she gave birth to 3 children. But the children were taken away by the wife. The maid was unwilling to accept it, so she took the children and ran away. As a result, she was caught by the wife. Yuan didn't know that she had accidentally become the poor maid who absconded with children in everyone's imagination. She recognized the person as Ing Shursan. She had seen Ing Shursan's strength. Even if Yin Ryu called all the guards from the Yin mansion, they would not be Ing Shursan's opponent. Yuan quietly breathed a sigh of relief and took away the arm that covered the children's eyes. Yin Ryu didn't know who the other person was. She had only met Yin Jiocha once, in Bayou Tower, and that time, Yin Jiocha was accompanied by only Uncle Wan. Yin Ryu asked coldly, Who dares to meddle in the affairs of the general's mansion? What's wrong with my young master's people? A clear and arrogant voice came from the other end of the alley. A man got off the carriage. He was wearing a silver-white cloak, tall, with a jade-like face and bright eyes. No one could match his demeanor that looked down on the world. He was too handsome to be looked at. But even with a quick glance, it was not difficult to find that this was a face that was carved out of the same mold as the triplets. Everyone. The master who slept with a maid? Why isn't he a fat man? Ing Shursan moved sideways, blocking everyone's view. Yin Ryu stared at Yin Jiocha in a daze. Such a handsome man. No wonder there were countless women who wanted to marry him despite his bad reputation. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. This man was hers. Yin Ryu collected her thoughts, lowered her eyebrows, and showed a wronged and weak look. Yura has met the young master. Yuan was stimulated by the delicate Yura and got goosebumps. Yin Jiuchao responded indifferently, and glanced at Yuan, whose face was so sour. Yin Ryu followed his gaze, and was delighted. But she said with great self-blame, I didn't know that the knight was the young master's guard. Yura was abrupt. But the guard might have misunderstood. That woman. She wanted to say that woman. But when the words came to her lips, she suddenly remembered that Yuan was the lifesaver of the three little guys. And Yin Jiuchao had seen her when he went to Bayou Tower. Yin Ryu changed her words and said, To be honest, young master, 3 children disappeared yesterday. I searched for them all night, and finally met them here. I didn't expect that the person who kidnapped the children would be Miss Yu. Kidnapped? Didn't they get separated? Yuan looked at Yin Ryu, and found that her expression didn't seem to be fake. Could it be that? Yin Jiuchao said. You mean? She kidnapped my son? When Yin Ryu heard this dangerous tone, she knew that Yuan was in big trouble. She suppressed her joy and continued to say in a low voice. Yes. Yura doesn't understand why Miss Yu did this. She obviously saved the children. And I thought she was a good person. But unexpectedly. Could it be that she had another purpose for approaching the children last time? Another purpose? Yin Jiuchao narrowed his eyes dangerously. Yuan's heart skipped a beat when she was looked at by this look. And she inexplicably had an ominous premonition. Yin Ryu struck while the iron was hot. Choking with sobs, she not only kidnapped the child, she also injured my mother. And my mother was unconscious for the whole night. Yin Jiuchao looked at Yuan and said sarcastically, You have become more capable. Very good. Very good. This gritting tone made Yin Ryu feel very excited, thinking that this village girl had offended Master Yin, and she might not survive tonight. Yin Jiuchao looked at Yuan meaningfully. Turn around and walk towards the carriage, Ingshi-san. Bring the person to this master. After that, he got on the carriage without looking back. Yin Ryu was about to follow him, but Ingshi-san blocked her way. Miss Yin, please go back. Yin Ryu really wanted to witness Yuan's fate with her own eyes, but not everyone dared to watch young Master Yin's excitement. Yin Ryu nodded gently, and turned to lead the 3 children. But the 3 children slid up to their father, and hung on his legs one by one. You must be desperate to snatch the children from young Master Yin. Yin Ryu took a deep breath, forced out an ugly smile, and left unwillingly. After Yin Jiuchao got on the carriage, he pulled his little cub down like a skewer, and threw it to Ing Lu to carry out. Yuan was brought up. Then, Ingshi-san retreated 10 feet away, with a strong desire to survive. If Yuan still couldn't figure out the truth of the incident at this moment, it would be unreasonable. She didn't expect her mother to be so bold that she kidnapped people in broad daylight. That was Yin Jiuchao's flesh and blood, the most untouchable man in the whole capital. Yuan no longer had time to think about why her mother did this. How to calm Yin Jiuchao's anger was the most important thing. First, you have to pretend to be good? Yuan lowered her head, imitated Yin Ryu's delicate appearance, stretched out her hand, and weakly pulled Yin Jiuchao's sleeve. But she accidentally pulled it to pieces. Yuan. Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao bit out a few words from his teeth. Are you still angry? No. I'm not. Yuan silently pulled back her hand, like a child who is caught doing something wrong. You are so bold that you dare to kidnap my son? Yin Jiuchao asked sinisterly. I dare not. Yuan said honestly. Yin Jiuchao said, Hee. You say you dare not. But your body is very honest. Did my son run to your house by himself? Yuan had no words to say. Yin Jiuchao said again, Do you know who Madame Yin is? Yuan said obediently, Yin Ryu's biological mother. Yin Jiuchao raised his eyebrows coldly. You knew it, and still touched her? On purpose? If my master hadn't arrived in time, would you have beaten Yin Ryu as well? Yuan couldn't refute it. She really wanted to beat Yin Ryu. Yin Jiuchao glanced at her and said, You just can't stand seeing another woman around this young master. I don't know what kind of mysterious boasting tone it was. Yuan blinked her eyes strangely. The first few sentences sounded reasonable. But what did the last sentence mean? Yin Jiuchao took a deep breath and said angrily, I've only been gone for a few days. And you can't hold back, you little jealous jar. Yuan suddenly said, This topic can't be discussed any further. She can't clear herself even if she jumps into the Yellow River. Yuan suddenly had an idea and pointed to Bao Zitang across the street. I brought my uncle to Beijing to treat his leg today. Definitely not to see you. Yin Jiuqiao narrowed his eyes. The pharmacy closest to the young master's mansion? What? Yuan looked up blankly. Yin Jiuqiao tapped the table with his jade-like fingertips, staring at her without blinking. Through the alley where mutton soup is sold. It is the wall of the young master's mansion. Do you dare to say you don't know? Yuan, I really don't know. Chapter 153 The Tenderness of Ninth Brother. Yu Feng had been standing in line outside Baoji Hall, not knowing that his sister had been in a state of shock again. There were 3 doctors in Baoji Hall, 2 of whom were out seeing patients, which was why the queue was so long. Fortunately, the doctor who stayed to see patients was the old doctor that Yu Feng and Yuan had consulted years ago. The old doctor examined the patients carefully, which made it more difficult for the team to move. Yu Feng originally estimated that it would be their turn in the afternoon, but now he was not so sure. Just when Yu Feng was ready to wait until dark, suddenly, a carriage stopped outside Baoji Hall, and 2 doctors in their 40s and 50s came down with medicine boxes on their backs. The 2 entered Baoji Hall. Yu Feng thought, could it be the 2 doctors who came to see patients? Soon, a waiter came out and shouted to everyone, Okay, come here. Dr. G is not seeing patients anymore. And Mrs. Zhang. Ahem. Dr. Zhang and Dr. Liang will continue to see patients. Huh? Aren't the doctors in your Beozatang surnamed Li and Yang? Where did these 2 doctors come from? A patient who had been to Beozatang several times spoke in confusion. The waiter cleared his throat and said, it's a new doctor, and his medical skills are not inferior to those of Dr. Li, Dr. Yang, and Dr. G. We want Dr. G. The patient tried to incite everyone. The waiter frowned and said, then you wait. Dr. G has finished seeing patients today. Come back tomorrow. Dr. Zhang and Dr. Liang are here specially to see you. The 2 doctors said they will not charge you for the consultation. Before the waiter finished speaking, everyone lined up in front of the 2 doctors' tables. Yu Feng also wanted to go, but the waiter stopped him. Dr. G can only see one last patient. Come over. Yu Feng. Should he say he was lucky? The troublemaking patient squeezed over. Me. I'm in front of him. The waiter said indifferently, go away. Yu Feng didn't have so many twists and turns in his mind. Since the waiter asked him to see Dr. G, he really went to the carriage to help his father over. The father and son were led into a separate room by the waiter. Dr. G had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Yu Feng, he recognized him. It's you, young man. Yu Feng was surprised. Dr. G. Do you remember me? Dr. G said with a pleasant face. You and your sister are here. I asked you to come after the new year. Why did you wait until today? Yu Feng said embarrassedly. I should have come earlier. Something happened at home and delayed me. Dr. G pointed to the stool opposite. Sit down. The uncle sat down. Dr. G is 60 years old this year. His hair and beard are all white. But he is energetic and still sharp. He was not originally from the capital. His uncle and the owner of Beozatang were from the same hometown. After he retired from the military camp and returned home, he asked the owner of Beozatang to invite him over. He treated the most patients in the military camp, so he is quite good at treating injuries. Seeing that his uncle was on pins and needles, he said kindly, don't be nervous. Let me see your legs. Yu Feng squatted down and rolled up his uncle's trouser legs. Dr. G first took a quick look and pinched his uncle's knee and leg bones with his skinny fingers. Does it hurt? The uncle nodded. Lie down and let me take a look. Dr. G pointed to the bed in the room. Yu Feng helped his uncle lie down. Dr. G looked very carefully, asked when his uncle was injured, what treatment he had received, and even reviewed every prescription meticulously. Yu Feng has sought medical treatment everywhere in the past 2 years, but there are very few doctors as careful as Dr. G. Yu Feng couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in his heart. Dr. G. Can my father's leg be cured? Dr. G touched his gray beard. I also took over a similar patient in the military camp, but I didn't cure him. Yu Feng's face changed. Dr. G said, but a passing miracle doctor cured it. I remember the prescription he used and his acupuncture. The only difference is that the time he was injured was shorter than your father's. Your father was injured for 2 years, and he was injured for less than a year. Yu Feng's heart, which had finally been put back in his stomach, rose to his throat again. Then, can it be cured? Dr. G said, although it cannot be said to be foolproof. It can be tried. Try. Hearing this word, the father and son's expressions dimmed. They had heard this kind of words from countless doctors. They were numb, and the final result had never surprised anyone. Then try it. Yuan walked in. Dr. G looked at her. In fact, the reason why Dr. G could recognize Yufeng was because he remembered the girl next to Yufeng. He had seen countless people in his life, but he had never seen a woman with such a calm temperament as her. If you want to say beautiful, she is beautiful. But Dr. G has long passed the age of being attracted by beauty. The reason why he can remember her so clearly is probably, she looks a little different. Dr. G. Yuan greeted politely. Dr. G nodded. Then I will prescribe the medicine. Yuan said softly, Dr. G. Please. Dr. G wrote a prescription with a stroke of his pen and calmly handed it to the brother and sister, saying, Go find the medicine boy to get the medicine. How much? Yufeng took the prescription and asked. He knew a few words, but not many, so he didn't understand what was written on the prescription. Dr. G said, 100 taels. After that, he continued to write the prescription. Yufeng's eyebrows jumped. What? 100 taels? What medicine is so expensive? Dr. G explained. There is a Tianshan snow lotus and a 200-year-old ginseng in it. Yufeng didn't understand what snow lotus was. He just felt that the price was too expensive. Doctor, you are not cheating us. Are you? Dr. G laughed angrily. If you don't believe me, you can also take the prescription to other pharmacies to get medicine. Baozatang has been open for so many years. It is impossible to do such a wicked thing. But, Yufeng wanted to say something else. But Yuan grabbed his arm. Brother, I can afford 100 taels. All the money they earned from business was invested in the workshop. But the consultation fee for treating the fat boy was exactly 100 taels of silver. The uncle opened his mouth. And Yuan interrupted him in time. Uncle, listen to me on this matter. I will give you acupuncture later, Dr. G said to the uncle, and then looked at the door. Anzi, the waiter who had entertained Yufeng in advance came in, and helped the uncle to the room specially for acupuncture. Here, Dr. G also wrote the second and third prescriptions, a total of 300 taels. Yufeng was stunned. How did it become 300 taels again? Dr. G said, one prescription can only be taken for one course of treatment. And one course of treatment is 10 days. You have to take it for at least a full month. This is a scam. Dr. G was helpless. He really didn't scam people. The miracle doctor used this prescription back then. The consultation fee charged by the miracle doctor was twice as expensive as his. What kind of healing pot is also based on money? Not to mention that the pharmacy is not opened by him. And he can't just say to lower the price. Can't you take it for 10 days to see the effect? Yufeng asked. Dr. G said, yes. But the 200 years of Tianshan snow lotus is a rare medicinal material. I don't know if you can buy it next time you come. This is also the truth. And it is definitely not to deliberately induce them to buy and sell in order to make money. Yufeng was anxious. Where do we get so much money? Even when Yuan went out, she only brought 100 taels. She thought that the 100 taels could support them to watch 3 or 5 times. But unexpectedly, she spent it all at once, and it was not enough to buy. Just when Yuan was overwhelmed, a slender jade-like hand reached out from behind her and put 3 silver bills with a face value of 100 taels on the table. Yuan turned around and felt a familiar cold fragrance. Realizing that the two were too close, she stepped aside. Dr. G looked at the visitor with a strange look. This was undoubtedly an extremely noble man. His clothes, gestures, and movements all revealed a noble aura that only the royal family could have. Not enough? Yin Jiocha said lightly. Dr. G came back to his senses, glanced at the banknotes on the table and said, That's enough. Exactly 300 taels. Little brother, take the banknotes and prescriptions to the counter to get the medicine. This was said to Yufeng. Yufeng looked at Yin Jiochao, who suddenly appeared, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Dr. G called him twice in a row, and he took the banknotes and prescriptions on the table in a daze, and went out in a daze. Dr. G looked at Yin Jiochao, then at Yuan, and suddenly felt that he was redundant. He coughed lightly and pretended to be deaf and dumb, and went out. There were only 2 of them left in the room. His powerful aura and breath were pervasive, and Yuan's eyelashes trembled. Thank you. I will return it to you. I have 10 taels of gold here. I will return part of it first, and I will find a way to get the rest. After that, Yuan opened her waist bag and took out the consultation fee of the fat ball. Here. Yin Jiuqiao didn't take it. Yuan stepped forward, took his hand, and stuffed the gold ingot into his hand. Yu Feng was halfway through getting the medicine when he realized that he had left his sister behind. He hurried back to find Yuan. But when he arrived at the door, he saw his sister pulling Yin Jiuqiao's hand. He was so scared that the medicine bag in his hand fell. Yuan heard the sound of the medicine bag falling to the ground and took her hand back. Yin Jiuqiao turned his head calmly and looked at Yu Feng, who was struck by lightning. Is there anything wrong? Yu Feng stammered, No, nothing. Who is the one who was caught? The silver notes brought by Yin Jiuqiao allowed them to get the medicine needed by the uncle in time. Dr. G gave the uncle acupuncture and massage. The pharmacy boiled the first dose of medicine for the uncle. After taking it, the uncle felt drowsy and unconscious soon. What happened to my father? Yu Feng asked worriedly. Dr. G smiled and said, The medicine is working. Don't worry. Let him sleep a little longer. Don't wake him up. He will feel much better when he wakes up. Yu Feng was skeptical. But there was no reason to give up the treatment. After all, that was 300 taels of medicine money. Yu Feng didn't know how to pay it back. Uncle was in such a state that he couldn't go back to the village. Yuan planned to stay in an inn. But Uncle Wan rushed over and took her to a villa in Yinjiuqiao. The villa was not far away, about the same distance as the gate to the young master's mansion. Originally, it was not a bad idea to go to the young master's mansion. But on the one hand, the princess was there, and Uncle Wan thought it was better not to cause trouble. On the other hand, Yuan didn't want Uncle to wake up and ask where they were. She had to hold back the shock and tell him that they were in the young master's mansion. It was a 3-story house. The gate looked inconspicuous, but it was a different world inside. The courtyard was very elegant. Bamboos were planted in the first courtyard. A shallow fish pond was built in the second courtyard, and a sycamore tree at least 100 years old stood in the third courtyard. A few words suddenly flashed through Yuan's mind. Phoenix roosts in the sycamore. Yuan was arranged in the innermost wing, and Yu Feng and his uncle were in the front row. After covering his father with a quilt, Yu Feng found Yuan. What's going on between you and young Master Yin? This doubt has been in his heart for a long time. When his sister saved Manager Chui's life from Yin Jiuqiao, he wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to start. Did he? Yu Feng was too embarrassed to speak. Brother, you worry too much. He didn't do anything to me. It's just that he misunderstood that I was going to do something to him, which is not easy to tell Yu Feng. Yu Feng believed that his sister was a very sensible person, but as a brother, he had to remind her of some things. It's best if nothing happened. This young master has a bad reputation. I'm worried that he will do something to you when he gets angry. I think we should avoid provoking him. What will he do? Yuan asked. Yu Feng blushed. What else? What else could it be? A grown man and a woman. Yu Feng couldn't say any more. Yuan secretly thought, could it be that he kissed her, hugged her, and slept with her when she was not prepared? With that guy's looks and figure, she didn't lose out. Chapter 154 Grandparents Meet? Yin Rui returned to the mansion in a good mood. After experiencing so many disasters in 2 days, she finally had a good turn of fortune, and something very gratifying happened. That woman relied on her kindness to the young master's mansion to bully the general's mansion. She really opened a dyeing factory after being given some color. Now she has fallen into the hands of the young master Yin. I don't know how miserable her death will be. Sister. As soon as Yin Ryu entered the house, a young man dressed in gorgeous brocade strode in. It was Yin Xia, the eldest young master of the Yin mansion, who had not been seen for many days. Since he was beaten by Shangwen Yin, he has been staying in the room. It sounds nice to say that he is recuperating from his injuries, but in fact, Madame Yin punished him to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. After thinking for so long, his injuries have healed and his body is almost moldy. What makes my sister so happy? He sat down beside Yin Ryu, poured a cup of tea, and drank it all. Yin Ryu said calmly, how do you know that I am happy? Yin Xia put down the cup. Oh, that's right. The northwest camp was wiped out by the Huns. Dad is still in danger, and Mom is in trouble. If my sister can still be happy, she is too conscienceless. Yin Ryu glared at him coldly, wishing to drive him out. It's so late. Why did you come to me? Yin Xia laughed. There is a lantern festival tonight, on Jilin Street. Do you want to go and see it? Yin Ryu said in a pretentious tone. Didn't you say that Dad is still in danger, and Mom is in trouble? So you are not in the mood to enjoy yourself? Ahem. Yin Xia's eyes flashed. I'm afraid you will be sad. So I want to take you out to relax? Yin Ryu said calmly, don't think I don't know what you are up to. Don't expect me to fool mom for you. If you want to go, go by yourself. How dare Yin Xia? If his mother knew that he left the house without permission, she would beat him to death. He grabbed his sister's wrist and begged bitterly, oh, my dear sister, please agree to your elder brother this time. When you were a child, your elder brother treated you the best. Your second and third brothers bullied you. And every time it was your elder brother who stood up for you. Yen Ryu pulled her hand back coldly. This trick won't work on me. If you want to leave the house, think of a way yourself. She didn't want to be criticized at this critical moment. Not to mention that she had other things to do tonight. Seeing that he couldn't persuade his sister, Yin Xia left in disappointment. However, Yuan and Yufeng stayed in the other courtyard. But Yin Jiuchao was not convenient to stay. No matter how much they quarreled. A certain young master also understood that the reputation of a girl should not be lost. His departure made Yufeng feel relieved. Although young Master Yin had never done anything to hurt his sister, the rumors about that man were too scary. There were so many eyes watching him in the village. But this was his own territory. If he really wanted to do something, how could he and his sister resist? After asking for 3 big kisses, the little boy followed his father back home obediently. The brother and sister were sorting out the medicinal materials in the uncle's room. In addition to them, there was a servant named Sanner. Sanna was specially assigned by Uncle Wan to serve as uncle. He used to be a medicine boy in Zhang Tai's house, and had some knowledge of medicine. Zhang Tai was one of the 2 doctors, who suddenly came to Beozatang in the daytime. The other one was Liang Tai. Both of them were invited by Yin Jiuchao. The medical fee waived for everyone was also paid by Yin Jiuchao himself. Yuan and Yufeng were unaware of this. There was a noisy sound not far away. Yufeng pretended to be calm while distributing the medicine bags. But he couldn't help but glance out. Yuan looked at him with amusement and asked the servant beside him, Sanner, what's going on over there? Sanner replied, to answer Miss Yu. That is Qilin Street. There is a lantern festival tonight. The lantern festival, Yuan murmured. She had been in ancient times for so long. But she had never seen the prosperous night scene of the capital. Brother, let's go and take a look. Yufeng swallowed his saliva and said seriously, you go. I'll take care of Dad. It's obvious that he wanted to go very much. It seems that the saying is true that there is a big boy living in every man's heart. Yuan laughed, looked at Sanner beside her and said, I'll be back soon. Besides, my uncle has someone to take care of him. He's much better than you and me. Sanner scratched his head and said, don't worry. I'll take good care of Mr. Yu. Yufeng wanted to say something, but was dragged out of the house by his sister. He was a man of 7 feet. But he couldn't break free from a girl's hand. It would be embarrassing if he told others about it. Walk out of the courtyard and head east. You can see a pond. Go right along the pond, and you will arrive at Qilin Street. Qilin Street is full of colorful lights. And it has become a colorful ocean. The customs of the Great Zhou dynasty are more open than those of the previous dynasty. Girls are not confined to their homes. In addition to the suave young men on the street, there are also many unmarried girls. The daughters of wealthy families are mostly surrounded by servants, and wear veils or bamboo hats. But ordinary people don't have such a particular style. So beautiful. Yuan sighed at the lanterns on both sides. Which one do you like? Yufeng couldn't bear to see his sister drooling over the lanterns. Yuan picked up a lotus lantern on a stall and said, Brother, do you want to buy one for me? The vendor immediately said, 100 coins each. What kind of lantern costs 100 coins? Yufeng's hand froze as he tried to get his purse. Yuan couldn't help laughing. This stingy brother. I really don't know who can pull a hair out of him. Great. You dare to follow me. A familiar voice came from the alley on the side. The brother and sister paused, exchanged glances, and Yuan wondered. It can't be Miss Bai. Before he finished speaking, Yufeng had already disappeared into the alley. Yuan put down the lantern and followed him. The 2 of them heard correctly. The person in the alley was indeed Bai Tang. And there was actually a man in the alley with Bai Tang. From Bai Tang's tone, it was not difficult to tell that she was being followed. Yufeng rolled up his sleeves and was about to teach the scoundrel a lesson. But he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The young man in gorgeous clothes curled up on the ground. Bai Tang grabbed a wooden stick and punched and kicked him. Do you know who I am? You dare to follow me. I think you don't want to live. What's wrong, brother? Yuan came over. Yu Feng weakly pointed at the lecher who was beaten by Bai Tang without any chance to fight back. Yuan walked over and took a look. Huh? Why does this man look familiar? I seem to have seen him somewhere. Isn't this the former patrol city envoy Yin Xie who arrested Yuan and the 3 little kids and put them in jail? After offending Shang Wenyin, he was decisively fired by Jing Xiaoyin. Yin Xie was originally a straw bag. He relied on Shang Wenyan's relationship to get a position in Jingzhou Prefecture. In fact, he can't lift anything with his hands or shoulders. He is also addicted to lust and loves to tease beautiful girls. When he first met Yuan, he also had some thoughts. But at that time, he was a new official and had 3 fires in his hands. So he didn't dare to do anything reckless. It was just a coincidence that he offended Bai Tang. Although they were neighbors, they had never met each other. How could he know that this delicate girl was the notorious Miss Bai? Bai Tang beat Yin Xie so badly that Yuan didn't recognize him as the former majestic young master of the Yin Mansion. Miss, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Yin Xie begged for mercy again and again. He sneaked out of the mansion alone, without servants and guards. And he didn't even have anyone to protect himself if something happened. Bai Tang hit him with a stick again. If you dare to follow me again, watch out for your skin. Get out of here. Yin Xie ran away in a hurry. Why are you here? Bai Tang threw down the stick, clapped his hands, and looked at the brother and sister who suddenly appeared. Yu Feng cleared his throat uncomfortably. Yuan curled her lips and said, We came to see the Lantern Festival. My eldest brother heard your voice and thought you were in trouble. So he ran faster than a rabbit. Yu Feng's heart trembled. Bai Tang said, What can happen to me? I will deal with this kind of scoundrel one by one. Yuan smiled and said, Miss Bai is also here to see the lanterns? Bai Tang muttered, Yes, but I ran into that guy. It's really disappointing. Yuan glanced at Yu Feng on the side and said, We just came and haven't started watching yet. If Miss Bai doesn't mind, let's go together. The 3 of them walked around the Lantern Festival on Qilin Street together. Bai Tang was a native of Beijing. He had seen many lantern festivals like this and didn't feel strange. But it was also a special experience to be with friends. At first, the 3 of them walked side by side, and Yuan fell behind little by little. But the 2 of them didn't even notice. Yuan was angry and amused, although she did it on purpose and didn't want to be a light bulb for the 2. Wasn't it a bit sad to see her being ignored like this? Selling lanterns, freshly made lanterns, lotus lanterns, peach lanterns, apricot lanterns, 80 cents each. Yuan was attracted by the vendors shouting. The lanterns in this shop were really good. So she decided to buy one for each of the little ones. When Yuan was choosing lanterns for the 3 little ones, a scream suddenly came from the back of the crowd. Oh! Someone fell into the water. Yuan remembered that there was indeed a pond on the way to Qilin Street. And this place was not far from the pond. When Yuan arrived, the pond was surrounded by passers-by. But no one knew how to swim. An old man found a bamboo pole and wanted the man to grab it. But the man sank straight down. In a hurry, Yuan didn't care about the cold water in early spring, and jumped into the pond and rescued the person who fell into the water. It turned out to be an old man with gray hair. Yuan pressed his chest, and the old man spit out a mouthful of water. An ant said, I saw him standing here for a long time just now. It turns out that he wanted to commit suicide. Such an old man committed suicide. It must be because of something bad that he couldn't think straight. And everyone sympathized with the old man. Unexpectedly, the old man took a breath and cursed the ant. You are the one who wants to commit suicide. Your whole family wants to commit suicide. The ant choked. You old thing. The old man spat at her. You are the old thing. The ant was so angry that she fell backwards. People just sympathized with him too much and said it casually. If it's not true, then it's not true. Why bother to say bad things? The people who originally sympathized with him dispersed in disgust. This kind of old man can die wherever he wants. I'm hungry, the wet old man said to Yuan. He was so cold that his voice was trembling. I didn't stand firmly, so I fell into the water. Yuan, oh. The old man hugged his shivering body tightly, looked at Yuan and said, Is there anything to eat? Yuan took out a few pieces of crispy candy from her purse, peeled off the sugar coating and handed it to him. Is this okay? The old man took the crispy candy and ate it up in big mouthfuls, leaving no one for Yuan. It's really disgusting. Yuan. You're welcome. What a weird old man. Yuan didn't want to pay attention to him. So she got up and left. Are you leaving just like that? The old man called Yuan. Do I still have to be responsible for you? The old man said, I live not far away. You help me back. Yuan said, what if I don't help? The old man said without hesitation, I will say that you pushed me into the water. Yuan's face darkened. Old man, it is wrong for you to do this to me. The old man probably realized that he had gone too far with his savior. He took out a purse from his pocket, poured out a wax-sealed brocade box from the purse, threw it to Yuan and said, here you go. What? Yuan peeled off the wax coat and opened it. Tianshan Snow Lotus? The Snow Lotus is bigger, fuller, and more fragrant than the one in Baozatang. If Baozatang uses the first-grade Snow Lotus, the one the old man gave her is undoubtedly the best Snow Lotus. If it is used as medicine, it will be more effective. For the sake of the Snow Lotus, Yuan decisively helped him up. Old man, where do you live? The night was as cool as water, and a carriage slowly stopped in front of a quiet mansion. The curtain was lifted, and Yen Ryu stepped down from the carriage. The vermilion door was tightly closed. She climbed the steps, raised her white wrist, and knocked on the door gently. Creak. Soon, the thick door was opened from the inside. A young servant poked his head out, seeing a girl wearing a veil and luxurious clothes. His vigilance dropped a lot. He asked in confusion, what's the matter? Yen Ryu asked gently, excuse me. Is Master Bao here? The servant frowned. Yen Ryu saw his doubts and patiently explained, it was Madame Du who told me that Master Bao settled here. The servant's expression eased a little. Yen Ryu took out Madame Du's handwritten note, which was left for her by Madame Du before she left. This was the last thing Madame Du did for her. From now on, she and Madame Du really owed each other nothing. After the servant read it, he returned the note to Yen Ryu. It is indeed from Madame Du. But my master is not here. Yen Ryu asked, can I wait for him here? As you wish, the servant said, took back his head and closed the door. Yen Ryu choked. Lizzie behind her complained, who is this? Don't you know to ask the young lady to wait inside? Yen Ryu glanced at her coldly. Don't talk nonsense. Lizzie lowered her head in disgrace. Madame Du is so difficult to invite. As Madame Du's master, naturally not everyone is qualified to see her. Although she can use the power of the general's mansion. Once it is spread out, it will not only be shameful, but also easy to be criticized. These people with special skills are often eccentric and self-righteous. It doesn't matter. Yen Ryu has plenty of patience. Old man, we have walked 2 streets. Where is your home? This voice. Yen Ryu's eyebrows jumped. She turned and looked into the night. She saw Yuan, who was wet all over, walking towards this side, with a thin old man who was also wet. Yen Ryu suspected that she was dazzled. Wasn't she dealt with by young Master Yen? How could she appear in front of her? Miss you. Miss you? Yen Ryu called out tentatively. Yuan raised her head and paused. Yen Ryu? Meeting twice in one day. Isn't it too fate for her and this woman? Yen Ryu didn't even look at the old man supported by Yuan, and said incredulously, You are not. I am not how? Yuan asked knowingly. Yen Ryu hesitated to speak, teased for a long time, and then changed the subject. I can meet you everywhere. You are really haunting. Tell me the truth. Did you hear some news from somewhere and deliberately follow me? I followed you? Come here? Yuan looked at the desolate street, which was lined with old houses on both sides. There were almost no people. She followed Yen Ryu to such a place because she was full. Yen Ryu felt that Yuan was following her. Otherwise it would not be such a coincidence. It's useless for you to follow me. Master Bao will not see you. Master Bao? Yuan touched her chin. The servant inside the house heard the movement and opened the door again. He stuck his head out and took a look, then immediately opened the door and walked out. Yen Ryu thought he was finally going to welcome her into the house, and she straightened her clothes proudly. But he walked past her, walked down the steps in 2 or 3 steps, walked in front of Yuan, and bowed to the old man supported by Yuan. Master, you are back. Chapter 155 Recognition. Master? This old man who looked insignificant to me turned out to be the owner of this house. Chef Bao? Yen Ryu was stunned. How could this happen? Isn't he the chef? Why is he so embarrassed like an old beggar? Also, how did he end up with this village girl? looking at how wet they were. Did they fall into the water? Countless doubts flashed through Yin Ryu's mind. And her brain was buzzing. She even forgot what she was doing here. And just watched Yuan supporting Chef Bao and being respectfully invited in by the servants. Miss, Lizzie reminded in a low voice. Yin Ryu suddenly came back to her senses and looked at Bao Shenchu, who stepped over the threshold. Bao Shenchu. I am Madame Du's disciple. Madame Du has left the capital, and she hopes that I can come to see you. Of course, the word disciple was fabricated. She and Madame Du were both teachers and friends. But the nominal master-disciple relationship did not exist. However, Madame Du had already left, and she couldn't bring her back to confront her. Besides, she had the handbook and Madame Du's craftsmanship, so she was not afraid of Bao Shenchu's suspicion. Why did she ask you to see me? Bao Shenchu asked. Madame Du, does she have something to say? Or do you want something from me? Yin Ryu was hesitating whether to say that she wanted to ask for a bowl of medicinal food, or to ask him to accept her as a disciple so that she could inherit his legacy in the future. When Yuan hummed and said, I don't like her. I'm leaving. Yin Ryu choked instantly. Shouldn't such words of like or not be kept in the heart and never let anyone see them? How can you say it out loud? Don't even pretend. Hey! Don't leave. The old man called Yuan, who had already walked down the stairs. Yuan happened to walk to Yin Ryu's side at this time. She glanced at Yin Ryu coldly and said angrily, Then let her go. Yin Ryu took a breath. You? Yuan looked up at the sky. The old man hurriedly said, Okay. Okay. Let her go. Let her go. Remember to tell me the story later. Did the general, or the CEO marry Siosi? Did he recognize his son? On the way here. To kill time, Yuan gave Bao Shenchu a popular science article. The domineering CEO falls in love with me. Bao Shenchu listened with relish and walked around 2 or 3 times. So Yuan was not afraid of threatening to drive Yin Ryu away. Yin Ryu was furious. She didn't expect Yuan to be so arrogant. She dared to let Bao Shenchu drive her away. Who did she think she was? Bao Shenchu's granddaughter? What's hateful is that Bao Shenchu actually stood on her side. What's this woman's ability? Why can everyone who needs to do his best to please be easily dealt with by her? Is she a born vixen? Or is it incompatible with her? Why did she ruin all my good things? Master Chef Bao. Yin Ryu put on a pitiful look. Mrs. Du. Bang. Before she finished her words, Master Chef Bao pulled Yuan into the house and decisively closed the door. Yin Ryu was turned away and was so angry that she almost had a stroke. After entering the house, Yuan covered her chest with her hands and showed an unbelievable look. This old man who had been annoying her all the way turned out to be the legendary Chef Bao. Isn't this too shocking? How could a famous chef be an old rascal? And an old rascal who fell in love with a melodramatic CEO article. Yuan felt that her worldview was shaken. She couldn't look directly at this old man who chased her and asked if the CEO had fallen in love with another woman. Yuan and Chef Bao both fell into the water. A servant took them back to the room to change clothes. There was a maid next to Chef Bao, who was the sister of the servant just now. She took Yuan to her room, took out a set of her own clean clothes and said, Miss, these clothes are all clean. You change first. Be careful not to catch a cold. Thank you. Yuan took the clothes from the maid. The maid brought another bucket of hot water. There is no big bathtub for bathing, so you can just soak your feet. Yuan said again. And the maid went to boil ginger soup. Yuan wiped her body, changed into dry clothes, and soaked her feet for a while. Her body was immediately warmed up. She noticed that this was not ordinary hot water. There were some strange medicinal herbs in it. She was quite proficient in medicinal herbs, but she had never seen these. It was rumored that Master Bao was best at medicinal food. I think he was also very proficient in medical theory. No wonder he carried a top-grade Tianshan Snow Lotus with him. Speaking of which, there was still a competition between the uncle and Master Bao. Was she a spy from the enemy camp? Master Bao didn't ask who Yuan was, so Yuan didn't introduce herself. Young lady. The maid knocked on the door gently. Can I come in? Yes, Yuan said. The maid pushed the door open and saw that Yuan had finished her bath and put on her shoes. She walked over quickly and carried the bucket out. When she crossed the threshold, the maid turned around and said, Miss, please follow me. Yuan followed the maid. The maid led Yuan to a room at the end of the corridor and said, The main room is windy. Please go inside and sit down. I've lit the heater. This was because she was worried that Yuan would freeze in the water. Yuan looked at her gratefully and stepped into the room. This was a study room, with several rows of bookshelves filled with a set of ink neatly arranged. "Miss, do you want to read?" the maid asked. "Can I read?" Yuan asked. "Yes. Please do as you please." After the maid said this, she carried the wooden bucket and left. Yuan came to a bookshelf and picked up a book in front of her, which turned out to be a medical book. Yuan flipped through several more books and found that all the books on this shelf were related to medical theory. It seems that the reason why Chef Bao can make famous medicinal food is inseparable from his daily study of medical theory. She could have made a living by cooking, but she insisted on studying medicine. Yuan flipped through the ancient medical books with great interest until she heard footsteps in the corridor. Yuan put the medical books back reluctantly. Bao Shinshu walked in with great energy. He was nearly 70 years old, but he could still maintain such a good health. Yuan did not doubt the efficacy of his medicinal food at all. "Bao Shinshu." Yuan greeted him calmly. "Yes." Bao Shinshu replied indifferently. The maid brought in ginger soup. Yuan took the ginger soup and drank it. When she returned the bowl to the maid, a book on the shelf fell down and landed at Yuan's feet. Yuan bent down and picked up the book, but a piece of yellowed paper floated out from it. "What is this?" Yuan caught the flying paper and asked. The paper looked a bit old, and the handwriting on it was blurred, but it was still recognizable enough to be a series of names. "I named my son," said Bao Shinshu. Bao Shinshu came to Yuan to continue listening to the story, but the word son made the atmosphere in the study room weird. Of course, Yuan knew about his son's disappearance. This was no secret in the world. Yuan guessed that he also knew that she knew about it, so he said it so frankly. "I wrote it the year he was born," Bao Shinshu said again. Yuan didn't know how to respond, so she put the paper back into the book and put it on the bookshelf. Yuan was about to say goodbye, and Bao Shinshu spoke again. "I wrote a lot of names, but unfortunately none of them were used." The maid left with the soup bowl. Yuan stood in the study, not knowing whether to leave or stay. She was not good at dealing with this situation. If she had known that it would bring up Bao Shinshu's sad things, she would not have flipped through the books on the shelf no matter what. "Why don't you comfort me?" Chef Bao looked at Yuan, who had nothing to do with him, and said with dissatisfaction. "Yuan, after saying so much?" It turns out that he didn't want to confide, but was just waiting for me to comfort him. Yuan didn't know what to say. "Master Bao." "Chef." Yuan racked her brains and sighed slowly. "In fact, you are not the only one who has lost a loved one in this world. My father was not born by my grandfather. He was separated from his family when he was very young. Not only did his family not want him, but there were other reasons. Anyway, my father has grown up and has 2 children, but he still doesn't know who his biological parents are? Humph! My son disappeared 2 months after he was born. My father was also picked up in his cradle. My son is born with a deficiency and was born with a weakness. My father is not in good health. I heard from my uncle that my father was often sick when he was a child and almost died. Where are the master and the girl?" The servant asked the sister in the corridor with a plate of freshly cooked snacks. The maid pointed to the study. "They are comparing their misery in there." The servant. My son must be more pitiful than your father." "Who said that?" "My father went to the war, and now he is still alive. When he left, my mother was pregnant, and he didn't even know he had a son." Chef Bao, who could not compare his misery, was done for. The servant took the opportunity to deliver the snacks, and did not dare to look at his master's angry face, and came out without touching the ground. Yuan sat on the chair, took a piece of purple jade yam cake, and ate it slowly. Chef Bao was so angry that he sat opposite him with a sullen face, and also took a piece of purple jade yam cake and bit it as if to vent his anger. The two of them were one still and one moving, one fast and one slow. Halfway through eating, they seemed to be struck by lightning at the same time, stopped the snacks in their hands, and looked at each other blankly. "How old is your father? How old is your son?" The two spoke almost at the same time. 34? 35. They answered at the same time. Yuan was used to saying the actual age, while Chef Bao liked to say the virtual age. No matter what, the years were actually right. Yuan said again, "My father was picked up in the spring." Chef Bao said, "My son was born in the first month of the lunar year." Born in the first month of the lunar year and missing when he was 2 months old. Isn't that a coincidence in spring? Yuan blinked. No, it can't be such a coincidence. Chef Bao tried to stay calm, but his body was shaking slightly. When your father was picked up. Did you find anything in the cradle? A cookbook, Yuan said. Bao Shenchu's body shook, and his eyes suddenly burst into a sharp light. His hand holding the snack began to tremble. When my son disappeared, the recipe also disappeared. Even this matched. Is Bao Shenchu's son who has been missing for many years really her father? Her father was abandoned by his family. His family has been looking for him. And they have been looking for him all over the world. And they have not stopped even if their hair has turned white. Quick! Quick! Take me to see your father. Bao Shenchu couldn't speak clearly. Yuan forced herself to calm down. Bao Shenchu. My father went to the war. Bao Shenchu was stunned, as if a basin of cold water was poured down. Yuan said slowly, but the recipe is still there. You only need to take a look at the recipe to know whether my father is your son or not. It is too early to draw a conclusion now. The most important thing is the recipe. If it matches, it will be a sure thing. After so many years of searching, Master Chef Bao has encountered people who match his conditions. But when they checked the tokens, they all found that it was not the book they lost. So Yuan was right. And it was too early to be happy. Someone has pretended to be your son. Right? Yuan asked tentatively. Master Chef Bao was silent. Not only had there been people, but there were quite a few. He met one today. He knew that it was a liar in 9 out of 10 cases. But he still left and went to the Master Chef competition. It's not that easy to fool me, Master Chef Bao said firmly. Yuan nodded. That's the best. I don't want to recognize the wrong relatives for my father. Yuan said goodbye to Master Chef Bao and returned to Qilin Street. Bai Tang and Yu Feng walked around for a while. And when they turned around, they were gone. They were so scared that they looked for them all over the street. Yuan met them in front of a dessert shop. Oh! You? Bai Tang gasped. Where did you go? Yu Feng asked reproachfully. Yuan said truthfully. I just ran into Master Bao. What? Who? Bai Tang was in the restaurant business, and was much more sensitive to this name than Yu Feng. Master Bao, Yuan said. Bai Tang said, the Master Bao of Tianxi Angla? Yuan, yeah. Bai Tang was stunned. Yuan did not treat Bai Tang as an outsider. So she told him everything about her experience of meeting Master Bao, omitting the part about meeting Yin Ryu. It was not that she could not mention it, but she was too lazy to mention it. Ah, your father is the son of Master Bao? It was the first time that Bai Tang heard that Yuan's father was not the biological son of Mr. Yu. This news was already heavy enough. But what was even more heavy was that Yuan's father's father was actually Master Bao, whom they wanted to curry favor with but couldn't. Miss Bai, who was eloquent, was so shocked that she stuttered. Yu Feng's reaction was not much better than hers, even if he knew that Uncle Sam was not the biological son of the Yu family. So what? He didn't expect that he was a member of the Bao family. Yuan said calmly, it's not possible to make a final conclusion at the moment. Everything has to wait until Master Bao sees the token. Bai Tang said, but if he is really your grandfather, you can inherit his legacy. Master Bao's legacy is something that many people would envy. This girl is so lucky. Bai Tang was a little jealous. The uncle slept until the second half of the night. Yu Feng told him about the Chef Bao. The uncle was so shocked that he couldn't sleep in the second half of the night. He even forgot to ask where he was staying and why it didn't look like an inn. At dawn, the uncle urged Yuan and Yu Feng back to the village. What? The third brother's family is here? In the old house? The aunt opened her eyes in disbelief after hearing the uncle's explanation. Are the third uncle's family still there? Yu Song raised his eyebrows. The eldest aunt slapped her son on the back of his head. The eldest aunt said, should you tell your brother and sister-in-law about this? The eldest uncle said to his wife and children, one will tell her mother. Isn't it still uncertain now? The old man will come later. Don't scare him. That's what he said. When the Chef Bao arrived at the old house of the Yu family in a carriage, the eldest aunt stopped all the business in the workshop, brewing tea, frying fruits, and making pancakes. She cut 2 or 3 pounds of braised meat and piled the table in the main hall full, just like the new year. This was naturally based on the fact that the third brother was not abandoned and that the other party had been wandering around for most of his life in order to find the third brother. However, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble. The eldest uncle did not reveal that the other party was a world-famous chef. The eldest aunt and Yusong still thought he was just an ordinary old man. The eldest aunt welcomed the chef Bao into the main hall and said to the little girl, "This is Grandpa Bao." Little Jinjin hummed and took the half-eaten fried fruit out of her mouth. "Grandpa, eat." Little Taidan also came. As soon as he entered the house, he saw a white-haired old grandfather sitting at the table. "Aunt, are there guests in our house?" He walked in front of Master Bao and said politely, "Hello, Grandpa. I'm Little Taidan." Master Bao looked at Little Jinjin, then at Little Taidan, with a stunned look on his face. When Yuan took Zhang's hand and entered the old house, the uncle happened to find the booklet. "Senior Bao. Is this it?" The mother and daughter paused, and their eyes fell on Master Bao at the same time. Master Bao took a deep breath, and with a pair of trembling old hands covered with wrinkles, he slowly opened the booklet. Chapter 156 Recognition 2. The handwriting on the booklet had long been blurred, but if it was written by himself, it would not be difficult to recognize. When Bao Shinchu flipped through the first page, he paused. Everyone looked at him nervously. Just before he took out the booklet, the Yu family did not say anything, but they all believed in their hearts that Yu Shaoqing was Bao Shinchu's long-lost son. However, when the token was really handed to Bao Shinchu, everyone's heart suddenly began to fluster. The corners of the uncle and the aunt's forehead were sweating. Yu Feng did not dare to breathe, and even the always naughty Yu Song stayed obediently. Little Taidan and the little girl did not know what happened, but the adults' reaction was so serious that they actually shut their mouths obediently. Yuan held Zhang's hand tightly. The longer Bao Shenchu looked at him, the longer the mother and daughter's eyes stayed on him. No one in the room dared to speak. It was only when Xiao Tietan's nose itched, and he sneezed suddenly that Master Bao came back to his senses, and gently closed the incomplete book. Uncle asked with a dry mouth, "How? What happened? Is it the thing you put in the swaddling clothes?" Of course, Master Bao didn't put the thing in by himself. Uncle asked this because he was too nervous to speak coherently. Last night, Yuan found out the ins and outs of Master Bao's son's disappearance. At that time, Mrs. Bao's mother was ill, and the doctor said that she might not be okay. The family took their swaddling son to see Mrs. Bao's mother for the last time. But after they arrived, Mrs. Bao's mother got better again. Mrs. Bao's mother asked her daughter and grandson to stay for a few more days. But Master Bao left first because of business. When Mrs. Bao and her son were returning to the Bao family, they encountered a flood on the way. The flood washed away a section of the bridge. Fortunately, the guards knew how to swim and rescued Mrs. Bao and her son to the shore. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. The mother and son encountered robbers. In a panic, Mrs. Bao fainted. When she woke up, her son and luggage were gone, and the priceless medicinal recipe was in the lost luggage. It is not surprising that someone took the silver and left the medicinal recipe. "Where did your father pick up your third brother?" Bao Shichu looked at his uncle and asked. The uncle said, "In Liuzhen." Liuzhen is south of the capital, 100 miles away. When Mr. Yu was a long-term worker in Liuzhen, he passed by a ravine and saw a child on the roadside. The uncle asked nervously, "Is my third brother your son?" Bao Shinshu closed his eyes, holding back the emotions rolling in his chest, and finally gave an answer after a while. "Yes." The Yu family's hearts finally settled down, and then everyone's hearts were filled with ecstasy. The third brother was not abandoned by his relatives. His relatives were found, and they were a father who loved him so much. The eldest uncle's eyes were red. The eldest aunt also turned around and secretly wiped away 2 tears. Yuan looked at Bao Shinshu in surprise. Seeing Yuan's stupid look, the aunt burst into laughter and pulled her over and said, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and call Grandpa." Little Taidan looked at them in confusion. What happened to the adults? They were crying and laughing. "And you?" The aunt patted the little Taidan on the shoulder. "Hurry up and call Grandpa." "I called him before," Little Taidan said puzzledly. The child was still young, and the aunt didn't know how to explain to him. So she had to say hurriedly, "Call him again." "Oh." Little Taidan looked at Bao Shichu obediently and called Grandpa crisply. Bao Shichu raised his skinny old hand, touched his little face, and said with a sob, "What's your name?" Little Taidan puffed up his little chest and said, "Taidan." "Good. Good." Bao Shinshu kindly stroked his face, and a trace of tears gradually appeared in his eyes. This is all one. The aunt introduced excitedly. Bao Shinchu set his eyes on Yuan. Yuan curved the corners of her lips. Grandpa. Bao Shinchu's eyes were red. The aunt pulled Jiang over again. This is the third daughter-in-law. Xiao Jiang. Bao Shinchu's eyes fell on this face that was a little like Yuan. The eldest aunt hurriedly said, Xiao Jiang is from the city. She is sensible and capable. And her temperament is impeccable. It is a blessing for the third brother to marry her. Chef Bao choked and nodded. Okay. Okay. Ouch. The eldest aunt turned her back and wiped away another tear. It's a pity that the third brother didn't come back. When he comes back, the family can be reunited. He went to the war, said Bao Shinchu in a daze. Yuan mentioned this matter when she and Bao Shinchu compared their misery. The eldest uncle, who had recovered, said, the third brother is a lucky person. And he will definitely come back safely. Except for Xiao Xinjun and Xiao Taidan, who didn't know what was going on. The rest of the people were all very happy. The eldest aunt slaughtered a chicken, which was not a pheasant raised by her family. She wanted to slaughter them. But when she entered the chicken coop, she found that both pheasants were half dead and fell to the ground. She didn't know what happened to her. She was so lively just now. But now she seemed to have chicken plague. Auntie didn't dare to kill the chicken with chicken plague. So she went to Aunt Luo's house next door and bought an old hen. Yu Feng went to the town to cut a few pounds of top ribs. Yu Feng went to the stream in the back mountain to catch 2 big fat carps. And Yuan dug a few spring bamboo shoots in the backyard. It was Uncle who cooked. Although cooking in front of the chef Bao was a bit of a show-off. We couldn't let him cook in person. Right? Uncle cooked a pot of bamboo shoots and chicken stew. A plate of steamed ginger carp. A bowl of braised pork with rock sugar. And a can of braised lotus root with cured pig's trotters. The rich aroma floated out of the kitchen. After the new year, the Yu family's dining table hadn't been so rich for a long time. Uncle also had a portion of bean sprouts mixed with cold salad and fried leeks and eggs with broad beans. In order to show her filial piety, Yuan also went into the kitchen and made winter melon meatball soup. It has been a long time since Master Bao had such a lively meal. In the morning, his wife was at the table. After his wife passed away, he was left alone. Master Bao looked at the food on the table and didn't move his chopsticks for a long time. Yuan picked up a piece of pork belly with rock sugar for him. My uncle is the best at making braised meat. This plate of pork belly is braised first and then roasted. It is not greasy at all. Please try it. The pork belly was stewed very well. And the skin was like gelatin, soft and elastic. The taste of rock sugar and salty brine was fat but not greasy, sweet but not choking. But what really makes people unforgettable is not the taste of the dish itself, but the taste of home in the taste. Master Bao wanted to cry after eating it. Try what I made too. Yuan picked up a piece of winter melon and a meatball for him. Master Bao tasted it decisively. After tasting it, he wanted to cry even more. Damn! Why is it so unpalatable? After getting to know each other, Yu Song got carried away again and talked nonsense, which made his aunt beat him up again. Yu Song ran around with his head in his hands, and his aunt chased him with a broom. And the whole yard was in chaos. The chickens with chicken plague flapped their wings to watch the fun. Cluck, 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 cluck. While beating the chickens, the aunt felt something was wrong and turned around suddenly. Huh? Are the chickens okay? The 2 pheasants rolled their eyes and were paralyzed on the ground again. Aunt? It was getting dark, and Uncle asked Bao Shinchu to stay at home for a while. It happened that after the Gua family moved out, a bright room was vacant. It was originally occupied by my third brother. After they moved to the new house, the room became vacant. Don't mind. Stay here tonight. It was his son's room. And as a father, Bao Shinchu should want to stay here. Sure enough, after hearing Uncle's words, Bao Shinchu stopped his foot that was about to cross the threshold. He looked at the room Uncle pointed to and showed a complicated look. Grandpa, you stay here? Little Taidan pulled his hand. Aunt asked Little Taidan to get closer to this grandfather. Little Taidan was an obedient child and stuck to his grandfather all afternoon. Stay here. Xiao Xinjun is Tiedon's brother's little tail. Bao Shinchu looked at the 2 innocent and lovely children, and his eyes couldn't help but soften. Grandpa is leaving. I'll come to see you another day. Before he could finish his words, the village bell was rung. The deep and simple sound came from the entrance of the village. Bao Shinchu's face froze, and he subconsciously looked towards the door and saw many villagers running over in panic. What happened? Who rang the bell so late? The aunt who was cleaning the kitchen came out with a surprised look on her face. An ominous premonition came to the hearts of the Yu family. The village didn't ring the bell easily, but ringing the bell was not a trivial matter. Oh! God damn it! Aunt Bai screamed at the entrance of the village. I'll go and take a look, Yuan said, putting down the broom. I'll go, Yufeng said. Yu Song was one step ahead of his elder brother. He rushed out like lightning, but after only a few steps, he came back with a pale face, closed the door and bolted it. Yufeng, who was about to go to see what was going on, was blocked by him. Yufeng frowned and said, What happened? Yu Song calmed down and said, Here, a large group of people came. Ouch. It was Aunt Zhang's exclamation. What are you doing? Let me go! It was Tsuewa's struggle. Woo wow. There were also the cries of children in the village. Too many to tell whose was whose. Are those bastards from Xinghua village here again? The aunt was so angry that she swore. I don't know, Yu Song said. Soon, Yuan heard the sound of horse hooves. Not just one horse, but a group. This was definitely not the bully from Xinghua village. No matter how powerful Xinghua village was, it didn't have the money to buy so many horses. Yuan took her brother and sister's hands and said, Mother, Uncle, Aunt, take Taidan, Xinjin and Grandpa into the house first. And don't come out for a while. It was too late. The door had been kicked open. Two fat and strong men rushed in with machetes and hacked around in the yard. Judging from their clothes and the sound of horse hooves, Yuan seriously suspected that they had encountered the rumored horse thieves. Horse thieves are much more difficult to deal with than bandits. Bandits rob money, but horse thieves kill people. Let my son go. Let him go. It was Tsuewa's cry. Shirtu was caught, and little Taidan clenched his fist tightly. Yuan shook his hand and pressed it down without making a sound. Yu Song quietly went to grab the shovel beside him. Yuan gave him a look, signaling him not to act rashly. Two horse thieves were easy to kill, but there was another group outside. Don't alert the snakes first. Wait for the opportunity to act. Yu Song retracted his hand angrily. You guys, come here. One of the bearded horse thieves, waving a big knife, drove the Yu family out of the old house. Another tall horse thief stayed behind, and it seemed that he was going to plunder and sweep the old house. As soon as the Yu family left the house, they saw more than a dozen horse thieves holding big knives plundering things from each household. Yu Song secretly sweated. Fortunately, he didn't do it just now. Otherwise so many horse thieves rushed in, and they would be skinned alive if they didn't die. There were also more than a dozen horse thieves at the entrance of the village, except for the paralyzed mother-in-law of the widow Lu. All the villagers were driven to the entrance of the village. When the bandits first entered the village, the hunter tried to resist, but was beaten by them. Tsuewa was also kicked. Shirtu rushed to save his mother, but was also kicked by the bandits. Seeing how brutal the bandits were, the villagers dared not struggle. The 7-year-old daughter of widow Lu burst into tears. The bandits told her to shut up, but she couldn't, and cried even harder. One of the bandits walked over with a fierce look, raised his foot, and kicked widow Lu's daughter. Widow Lu turned her back and held her daughter in her arms. However, the pain she imagined did not come. Widow Lu heard a suppressed groan, but it was Wang Motzi who stepped forward and took several kicks for them. Widow Lu's eyes were red. Soon, the Yu family was pushed into the crowd. The uncle said to Bao Shenchu apologetically, I'm sorry. I have troubled you. If I had known this, I should have let you go earlier. Bao Shenchu didn't say anything, but just stared at the horse thieves who were sweeping and looting in the village. The horse thieves were discussing where the folks should go. Kill the men and sell the women. Where are the children? Sold them too. Brother, look at the child. The horse thieves noticed Xiao Taidan at the back of the crowd. The child was really dazzling, with a clean face, beautiful facial features, and a pair of big and bright eyes, with a hint of anger flowing through them. The bandit leader's eyes lit up. Keep him, and become a bandit in the future. Brother, look at that woman. The bandit originally pointed at Jiang, but the bandit leader accidentally saw Yuan beside him. The bandit leader walked towards Yuan, and at this moment, the tall bandit who had looted the Yu family came out with a bowl of fragrant braised meat. Brother, there's meat. This was the leftover from making rock sugar pork belly. It was not braised, but only tasted like brine. But it was enough to make people salivate. The bandit leader bit a piece of braised meat. Damn! It's delicious. Is there any more? Yes. Yes. The tall bandit ran back to the old house of the Yu family and brought all the leftovers in the cupboard. The dishes were a little cold, but the taste was indescribably good. The bandit leader had lived for half his life and had never eaten such delicious food. He even forgot to look for Yuan, and called his brothers to come over and swept away the leftovers of the Yu family. The bandits have many people and big appetites, and these dishes are not enough to fill their stomachs. The bandit leader looked at the villagers and said, "Who cooked the dishes?" The uncle stepped forward. "I cooked it." Chef Bao walked out calmly. Yuan and her family were all stunned. "Uncle, Bao." Chef Bao interrupted the uncle. "There are still some ingredients at home. As long as you don't hurt my family, I will cook for you and guarantee that it will be better than before." Better than before? That would be a heavenly taste. The bandits' stomachs growled. "Who are your family members?" asked the bandit leader. Chef Bao pointed out the Yu family members one by one. The bandit leader's face turned green. The child he liked was his, and the two most beautiful women in the village were also his. How could he be a happy bandit? "Boss, eat first." Then, the confidant next to him made a smirk. The bandit leader agreed and smiled at Bao Shinchu. "Okay. I promise you, I won't hurt them. But if I'm not satisfied with the food you cook, I won't be polite." Isn't it his decision whether they are satisfied or not? Then those who should be sold will be sold. Those who should be killed will be killed. And those who should be kidnapped will be kidnapped. "Please take down my knife," Bao Shinchu said calmly. The bandit leader looked at him strangely, and Bao Shinchu pointed to the carriage that the bandits had taken for themselves. The driver had been knocked unconscious by the horse thieves and was lying on the ground. The horse thief boss hummed. Bao Shinchu walked towards the carriage. "Wait!" The horse thief boss stopped him with a machete and said to his confidant, a one-eyed horse thief behind him, "Go get it." The one-eyed horse thief jumped onto the carriage and dropped a heavy bundle. "This?" "Yes." Bao Shinchu picked up the bundle. "There is a mechanism under the seat. There are some wine and food inside. Take them down together." The horse thieves were eager to move when they heard there was wine. No wonder they couldn't find anything. It turned out to be hidden in the mechanism. The one-eyed horse thief took down the wine jar and the food on the carriage, gave the food to Bao Shinchu, and the wine jar to the horse thief boss. The bandit leader opened the wine jar, and a strong aroma of wine came to his nose. He felt drunk after just one sip. The bandit leader resisted the urge to drink it all and asked Chef Bao, "Is there only one jar?" Chef Bao said, "Only one jar." The bandit leader smacked his lips. It would be great if he had a few more jars of such fragrant wine. "I need someone to help me." Chef Bao pointed out Yuan. On the way to the old house of the Yu family, Yuan whispered to him, "I won't leave you and run away." Chef Bao said, "Who told you to run away?" Yuan said, "You really plan to cook. Shouldn't they run away first and call for reinforcements to sweep away the horse thieves in this situation?" What Yuan thought of, the horse thief boss also thought of. He was worried that the old man would play tricks or let the man run away. So he sent a few horse thieves to watch him closely. From washing vegetables, cutting vegetables to cooking, every step was under the close surveillance of the horse thieves. Chef Bao quickly cooked the dishes, but there were only 3 pitiful bowls. The horse thief in the main room said, "How can this be enough to eat?" Chef Bao said seriously, "Don't you have sheep?" "In fact, I am good at making whole sheep banquets." Before coming to Lianhua village, the horse thieves had looted other villages, and there were several fat goats among the spoils. How could the bandit leader be willing to give away his spoils? However, after tasting the green peppers and corn kernels, leek scrambled eggs and boiled cabbage made by Chef Bao, the bandit leader did not hesitate to have the sheep dragged out and slaughtered. Several vegetarian dishes can be cooked so well, and a full lamb banquet. Damn! What a heavenly taste! Yuan went to deal with the lamb. "I'll do it," said Chef Bao. Yuan glanced at him, handed him the knife, and stepped aside obediently. In terms of cooking skills, Yuan is not as good as him. But in terms of knife skills, Yuan will never admit defeat. Not to mention that he is old and may not be able to do these hard work. As soon as the thought flashed through her mind, Yuan was stunned by the scene in front of her. I saw Chef Bao cut down with a knife, and before anyone could see clearly, the sheep's skin was peeled off in one piece. The sheep's internal organs were also cut off and put into different basins. and the sheep intestines were cleaned up at a very fast speed. Yuan had never seen such neat and clean knife skills, and the bloody thing made him feel pleasing to the eye. Yuan came to watch rather than help. Chef Bao did everything. She didn't even have to wash the vegetables. More importantly, Chef Bao was old, but he didn't look tired even after doing so many heavy tasks. His face was calm and composed from beginning to end. Yuan felt that what he cooked was not food, but art. Chef Bao cooked 2 roasted whole lambs, a big pot of braised lamb, a big pot of fish and lamb, and a big portion of hot and chewy lamb ribs. The tripe, liver and hooves were made into cold dishes. The sheep intestines were filled with sheep blood and steamed into blood sausages. The sheep's heart, lungs and white radish were stewed into a pot of soup. The aroma and smell of lamb filled the whole village. If it doesn't smell, it's not lamb. But how to make the smell just right is a skill. The horse thieves never knew that the smell of mutton could be so fragrant, and they couldn't wait to taste the whole lamb feast prepared by the old man. Chapter 157 The Doting Maniac. The old house was not big enough to accommodate 20 or 30 bandits, so the whole lamb banquet was placed at the entrance of the village, and 2 golden and shiny roasted whole lambs were placed next to the ancient well. The roasted whole lamb has a crispy skin, which is the fat of the lamb. Spring is not the best season to eat roasted whole lamb. After autumn, the young ewes will be fat in autumn, and there will be a thick layer of mutton fat under the skin, so the roasted taste can reach the extreme. At present, these 2 sheep are not young ewes that have not grown up, but in the hands of Master Bao, they still roasted to the supreme taste. Roast the whole lamb 3 times and eat it 3 times. The first time you eat it is the golden and crispy skin, sprinkled with white sesame seeds, cut into strips, dipped in the secret sauce. Bite it. It is crispy and fragrant. The fat melts on the tip of the tongue, and the cold sauce and the hot skin melt into the mouth to create an extreme taste. The aroma of sesame dissolved the mutton smell, and the taste was extremely fragrant. Of course, the bandit leader was not stupid. Before starting, he asked Chef Bao and Yuan to taste it first, and then he distributed it to his brothers to make sure it was non-toxic and harmless. The villagers squatted tremblingly, smelling the aroma of the roasted whole lamb, listening to the sound of chewing the mutton fat, and drooling. Chef Bao cut the mutton fat in an orderly manner. The mutton fat should not be cut too thick, just above the mutton, and cut it together with the whole soft and greasy sheep fat. Yuan was responsible for the other roasted whole lamb. She cut it the same way as Chef Bao. Soon, the mutton fat of the 2 sheep was swept away. Chef Bao put the lamb rack back on the fire and continued to roast it. This time, we eat the mutton itself. The heat should not be too high or too low. If it is too hot, it will be hard. If it is too cold, it will be raw. Chef Bao handled it just right. The roasted mutton is tender and juicy, with a good balance of fat and lean, with a scallion and a roll. It is a first-class delicacy without sauce. Damn! The horse thief boss couldn't stop eating. After eating the first layer of skin and the second layer of meat, the third roast is the meat close to the bone. This is the part with the most meat flavor and the essence of roasted whole lamb. It has tendons and is slightly chewy. You can still feel the fragrance of lamb bones. Slurp Xiao Taidan drooled. The horse thief boss intended to kidnap Xiao Taidan and train him to be the next horse thief. Seeing that he was greedy, he waved to him. Xiao Taidan walked over happily. The Yu family didn't react for a moment, and when they tried to catch him, Xiao Taidan had already walked up to the bandit leader. Want to eat? The bandit leader asked. Xiao Taidan nodded. The bandit leader gave him a plate of meat with bones. Xiao Taidan turned around and left with the plate. He didn't want to eat alone. The bandit leader held him down. Eat here. He only feeds his little bandit with his food, and others want to share a piece. There is no way. But my sister is also very hungry, Xiao Taidan said in a depressed mood. My mother is also hungry. My uncle is also hungry. My aunt, my eldest brother, and second brother, The bandit stuffed a piece of mutton into his mouth. Xiao Taidan's mouth was stuffed full, and he said vaguely, they are all good. The bandit leader was annoyed. If you keep making noise, I will kill you. Xiao Taidan shut up obediently. The bandit leader hooked a small stool with his foot and kicked it in front of Xiao Taidan. Xiao Taidan straightened the stool and sat down honestly. When the mutton in his mouth was finished, he said, actually. The bandit leader pulled out a machete. Xiao Taidan swallowed the words in his mouth silently. He just wanted to say that the mutton was really delicious. Could he have 2 more plates? Xiao Taidan held the plate in one hand and the mutton in the other hand, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Xiao Taidan was caught, and his uncle and aunt were very anxious. They were so anxious. So his brother and sister-in-law must be more worried than him. Right? The two were about to speak to comfort Jiang, but they saw Jiang staring at the direction of the roasted whole lamb, drooling and her eyes glowing green. Sister-in-law, did you know that your son was arrested? Yuan looked at Xiao Taidan not far away, and then looked at Chef Bao next to him. Chef Bao couldn't have failed to notice that Xiao Taidan came to eat mutton, but there was nothing strange in his expression, and he continued to cut and roast the whole lamb. Yuan lowered her eyes. She didn't believe that Chef Bao would harm Xiao Taidan. So these things were non-toxic. Did the horse thieves really have such a carefree meal? The horse thief boss enjoyed the meal and took out the jar of good wine that he planned to take back and taste slowly. This jar of wine was naturally not enough for 30 people, so he only drank it with a few confidants. The aroma of the wine spread 10 miles away, suppressing the aroma of the roasted whole lamb. The roasted whole lamb is already a top delicacy, and the following dishes sounded not as good as them. But when they were really served, the bandits realized what kind of godly chef this was. And how could the dishes he made be more delicious? The braised lamb was snatched up as soon as it came up, and there was not a drop of the soup from the fish and lamb. Needless to say, the cold dishes made of lamb liver, lamb tripe and lamb feet were half gone when they were served on the table. The bandit boss was so angry that he kicked the bandit who stole the food twice. The medicine bag for reducing internal heat was put into the lamb scorpion hot pot, which was refreshing and spicy, but not dry. After the greasy fish and meat, a bowl of clear stewed heart, lung and radish soup, accompanied by scallions and tender tofu. The bandits felt that their bodies and minds were relaxed. The bandits suddenly felt reluctant to kill the old man. He was such a good cook. If they caught him and cooked for them, they would enjoy it every day, thinking of having such a rich and delicious meal every day in the future. The bandits could not sit still and wanted to go back to the mountains immediately. Boss! The one-eyed bandit came over. Leave the old man here? The bandit boss hummed with satisfaction. Leave the old man and the women and children here, and kill all the men. Yes. The one-eyed bandit drew out his machete and walked towards the villagers cowering at the entrance of the village with a sly smile. The village head stood up bravely. You don't go too far. This is under the feet of the emperor. It's okay for you to rob things. But if someone dies, the government will not sit idly by. The one-eyed horse thief said fearlessly. We dare to be horse thieves. What are we afraid of the government? Besides, if we kill you all, who will report to the government? Women are sold to brothels. Children are sold to kidnappers. And those people have plenty of ways to shut them up. 3 other horse thieves came with the one-eyed horse thief. Several of them pulled out the men in the village. Aunt Bai's husband and son were also captured. Aunt Bai took off her size 39 big sauls and said, I will fight you. Bang! The one-eyed horse thief fell down. Aunt Bai was stunned with her hand holding the big shoes. She hasn't started yet. Then, the remaining 3 horse thieves also fell down. The 4 people curled up, holding their stomachs, and rolled on the ground in pain. The villagers were stunned by this scene. What happened to these people? Why did they fall down so suddenly? Did they have a stomachache? Aunt Bai was so scared that she quickly put on her shoes and ran back to the villagers in small steps. The horse thieves fell one after another. After a brief struggle, the leader of the horse thieves also spit out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground due to exhaustion. When Xiao Taidan, who was originally held down by him to eat, saw this, he decisively spread his feet and threw himself into Yuan's arms. The thieves had black foreheads and blue nails, and they were obviously poisoned. But Xiao Taidan had a rosy face, watery eyes, even breathing, and a normal look. How could this happen? Xiao Taidan also ate what they had eaten. The only thing Xiao Taidan didn't touch were the jar of wine and the first 3 dishes of vegetarian dishes. But the thieves forced Yuan and Bao Shenchu to taste them. She and Bao Shenchu were not poisoned. Yuan was extremely sure that she didn't do anything. It could only be Bao Shenchu. Don't say that the thieves stared at them closely. Even if Yuan was helping Bao Shenchu from beginning to end, she didn't see him do anything related to poisoning. Yuan had no idea when he did it. The leader of the horse thieves looked at Master Bao and said, what did you do? Poisoning. Master Bao said calmly. Medicine can cure people, but it can also kill people. If you dare to eat the food I cook, you will have to pay the price. The leader of the horse thieves couldn't figure out how he did it. His own people clearly watched him closely, and his family had eaten all the food first. Why were they fine, while he and his brothers were poisoned? You old man. Master Bao glared at him. You are the old man. Your whole family is old men. The leader of the horse thieves vomited 3 liters of blood. Yuan began to interrogate the horse thieves. How did you think of robbing Lianhua village? Lianhua village is so poor that it has never been targeted by robbers. The bandit leader gritted his teeth and said nothing. But his silence did not mean that others would not speak. His trusted one-eyed bandit spoke up. Reply to your aunt. We heard from people in Xinghua village that someone here opened a workshop and did big business. We came to rob. The aunt scolded. It's really that group of bastards. Xinghua village was famous for its wealth. They were the first to be robbed by horse thieves. To protect themselves, Xinghua village diverted the blame, saying that Lianhua village had a bigger workshop and more beautiful women than theirs. They also showed the way to the horse thieves. Aunt Bai rolled up her sleeves and gritted her teeth and said, Hack him. I must burn them to death today. Yuan said to her, Aunt Bai, we will settle the accounts with Xinghua village later. Let's deal with these horse thieves first. That's right. These bastards are not good guys either. Aunt Bai raised her foot and kicked the one-eyed horse thief. The one-eyed horse thief screamed after being kicked. The horse thief boss felt happy in his heart. You are spineless, and you betray me. But soon, the horse thief boss couldn't laugh anymore. How to deal with him? Xuanzi asked. The village head thought for a moment and said, Let's report to the authorities. Yusong disagreed. That won't work. We threatened them with the government just now. But they are not afraid at all. Who knows? They may have colluded with the government. What if they bribed the government with money? In my opinion, we should just kill them, Xuanzi said blankly. Although they deserve to die. If we kill them, won't we be guilty of the same crime as them? If the government investigates. Yusong nodded. That's right. We won't kill them then. The horse thieves were delighted. The next second, Yusong said, Send them to the back mountain to feed the beasts. We can't kill them. The horse thieves were going to collapse. Young man, you look innocent. But how can you be so cruel? It was very troublesome to transport the 30 horse thieves up the mountain, especially since there were few able-bodied men in Lianhua village, and one person was not enough to carry them. Finally, Yuan thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. Village head, are we going to open up wasteland and plant crops? Why not keep them as laborers? In this way, we don't have to spend money to hire people outside. The village head frowned, but they have such a big appetite. Will the money we earn not be enough for them to eat? The collective silence of the horse thieves. What you should worry about is that we are so cruel and terrible that we will cut off your necks in the middle of the night. Yuan said, then give them less food. Look at how fat and strong they are. They won't starve to death even if they don't eat. That young man just let them be killed by wild beasts. But this little girl wanted them to starve to death while working. What kind of people are they? How can they be more cruel than these horse thieves? The horse thieves really want to cry. Robbery like this. It can be said that the life of a thief is quite miserable. In the end, Bao Shinshu gave the antidote to Yuan. Take it once a month. 1 pill at a time. If anyone disobeys, I will not give him the antidote, and let him die of intestinal perforation and stomach rot. Will he die quickly? Yuan asked. Bao Shinshu said, very quickly. From intestinal perforation to death. It will only take 3 to 5 months. Rotten for 3 to 5 months? The horse thieves who wanted to choose to die of poison and die with dignity all gave up resistance in disgrace. We want to go up the mountain. We want to open up wasteland. We want to farm. We don't eat. Chapter 158 End. Great victory at the border. The horse thieves were taken to the newly built cattle shed of Xuanzi's family. From now on, Xuanzi will be the supervisor of this group of horse thieves. It was late at night when the horse thieves were dealt with. The villagers were frightened for several hours and were all exhausted. Go back to the house and rest, the village head said, thinking of something. He looked at Yuan. Yuan understood, curved the corners of her lips and said, Tomorrow, the workshop will not work. Everyone rest at home. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although making money is important, they really need to relax after being frightened all night. Will it affect the business? Aunt Bai asked. She was quick and nimble, and did logistics with Aunt Luo, which was actually sweeping and cooking. She had inquired that people like her who came from the countryside and were old could only get 10 copper coins a day at most. But One was given 20. She was very grateful to the Yu family and cherished this job. Yuan smiled and said, "It won't affect you. Don't worry. And bye." This is not a polite remark. They have not signed a formal supply contract with Mr. Qin yet. They can sell as much as they produce, without any hard and fast rules. After that, everyone began to thank Yuan and her guest. After the Yu family started doing business, distinguished guests came from time to time. And the villagers also regarded Bao Shichu as a distinguished guest who came to discuss business. Not a guest. Not a guest, the eldest aunt said excitedly. Xiao Taidan and Xiao Xinjun had fallen asleep in the arms of their two brothers. She waved to them, indicating that they should take the children back to the house to avoid freezing. After the two took the younger brother and sister away, the eldest aunt said to the villagers who gathered around, "It's Lao San's father." Everyone's first reaction was, "Isn't Lao San's father also your father-in-law? He has been buried for a long time. How could we not know him?" The village head was the first to realize it, and he was dumbfounded and said, Lao San's biological father? It is no secret in the village that Yu Shaoqing is not Mr. Yu's biological son. But after so many years, Yu Lao San has never mentioned finding his parents. So everyone tacitly agreed that Yu Lao San is the son of the Yu family, and will be for the rest of his life. Ah! The village head was surprised. "What's going on?" The eldest aunt said, "It can't be explained in a few words. In short, Lao San got into an accident on the way and was separated from his family. This is a disguised explanation that Yu Shaoqing is not an abandoned baby." The eldest aunt continued, "Lao San's family has been looking for him for years. God will not let down those who work hard. Finally, they found him." Speaking of this, the eldest aunt choked up. She really loved Lao San. She was happy for Lao San to be able to recognize his biological father. This is a happy event. A great happy event. The village head was also a little excited. In the whole village, the two people he respected the most were Alwan's uncle and Alwan's biological father. The village head was a few years older than Alwan's father and watched him grow up. That man looked extraordinary. He always felt that he would do great things in the future. But he didn't expect that he was so extraordinary when he was born. He killed 30 horse thieves in a blink of an eye. This kind of ability must be a master from the world. The village head walked up to Master Bao and bowed. "Excuse me. What's your name?" "Old man?" "Bao," Master Bao said. If shopkeeper Chui came here, he would definitely guess that the other party was the world-famous Master Bao. But the village head was different. He didn't pay attention to this, so he had no way of hearing about Master Bao's reputation. He just thought this surname was very strange. "Bao? Why does someone have this surname?" The village head expressed his and the villagers' gratitude very sincerely. Just when he was talking about it, Aunt Bai behind him suddenly said, "Wang Matzi, stop right there. What's the matter with you just now?" "Huh?" "Just now, Widow Lu was bullied by horse thieves, and Wang Matzi rushed forward without saying a word and protected Widow Lu with his body. At that time, everyone was extremely frightened and thought that Wang Matzi was just doing something righteous and didn't take it seriously. But when Aunt Bai yelled at him, Wang Matzi immediately showed a guilty expression, and everyone's expressions gradually became subtle. Wang Matzi planned to leave by pretending to be deaf and dumb. Aunt Bai grabbed his arm and said, "Don't go. Speak clearly." Wang Matzi glanced at Widow Lu behind the crowd. Widow Lu's daughter had fallen asleep, and she was holding her, looking down, looking at a loss. Wang Matzi was so nervous that he didn't know how to answer. Aunt Bai said, "Are you attracted to Lu Maisie? Let me tell you, Lu Maisie's husband is gone. But she is not easy to bully. If you dare to set your sights on her, I will be the first one to punish you." Lu Widow is Shuzi's wife. When Shuzi was alive, he contracted the fish pond in the village. He knew a little about fish farming and lived a barely passable life. Later, he was arrested and sent to the army, and the fish pond was abandoned. Shuzi died in battle in the second year of his enlistment. Lu Widow's daughter just turned 1 year old. Her father-in-law was gone long ago, and her mother-in-law was not in good health. After hearing the bad news of her son's death in battle, she was too sad and her condition worsened. Now she is paralyzed in bed. The government's pension was used to treat her mother-in-law's illness, and the burden of the family fell on Lu Widow alone. She had a hard life, And there were people with ill intentions who wanted to take advantage of her. Wang Matzi hurriedly explained, I didn't bully her. You said I didn't bully her. So I didn't bully her. Aunt Bai shouted. Really, he didn't. But it was Widow Lu who spoke weakly behind the crowd. Everyone looked at her at the same time, and she blushed with embarrassment. Aunt Bai said, Sister Lu, don't be afraid. I will support you. No one dares to say a word to you. Just tell the truth. Did he harass you privately? No. Widow Lu spoke hastily, realizing that she had lost her composure, and turned her back with her daughter in her arms. Aunt Bai raised her eyebrows and said, So, you volunteered? Yes. Widow Lu nodded, and after nodding, her face changed and turned pale. What else did everyone not understand? This Widow Lu and Wang Matzi fell in love. Yuan secretly thought that Wang Matzi was serious. He didn't marry Guxianyu not because he didn't want to marry someone above his station, but because he really had a lover. And this lover was Widow Lu from the same village. No matter from which aspect, Widow Lu is much worse than Guxianyu. She has even been married and had children. She is 3 years older than Wang Matzi. Although Wang Matzi's conditions are not good, he resolutely keeps his virginity for Widow Lu when he can marry Guxianyu. This is also true love. Wang Matzi's image in Yuan's mind suddenly became taller. Although he is a bachelor, he is more responsible than most men with families. Aunt Bai chuckled, finally admitted it. Don't think I don't know that after Wang Matzi saved Guxianyu, you cried several times at home. Oh! Widow Lu was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The head of the village glared at Aunt Bai. You are a mouthful person. Do you think everyone has the same thick skin as you? Aunt Bai rolled her eyes. We are really nothing. Wang Matzi was so anxious that he stuttered. Yuan had an impression of Widow Lu. She worked in the workshop, mainly responsible for packing tofu into jars. She was a bit dull, but she was very hardworking. Her aunt had also told her secretly that Widow Lu had a hard life. So even if she really didn't do a good job, she shouldn't be fired. In recent years, many men died in the wars at the border, and women remarried to make a living. As more women remarried, they were not so criticized. Therefore, the villagers were quite accepting of the relationship between Widow Lu and Wang Matzi. Let's settle this good thing while we are here, Yuan said. Wang Matzi and Widow Lu looked at her in disbelief. She smiled slightly and looked at the chef Bao on the side. What do you think, Grandpa? But she saw that the chef Bao was looking in the direction of Widow Lu and Wang Matzi, and was in a daze. Grandpa? Yuan called him. Bao Shenchu came back to his senses, and under Yuan's puzzled gaze, he walked towards Lu Guofu and Wang Matzi. The two stared blankly at the old man who had poisoned 30 horse thieves in one go, and they were so nervous that they couldn't move. Bao Shenchu took out a handkerchief from his arms, opened it, and revealed a pair of double fish jade pendants. He gave one of the fish to Wang Matzi, and the other to Lu Guofu. The two looked at Yuan on the side. Yuan nodded. My grandfather's heart. Accept it. The two accepted it with lingering fear. The two had never seen the world, so naturally they didn't know that this was top-grade mutton fat jade. If they sold any one piece, it would be enough for them to eat for a lifetime. But since it was given by their benefactor, and it was a pair, the two should keep it well. Even Bao Shenchu agreed with their idea, and there was no more voice of opposition in the village. On the way back to the old house, the village was so quiet that it seemed to be asleep. The night wind blew on my face, bringing a chill to my bones. Yuan and Master Bao walked together. Neither of them spoke. When they were near the old house, Master Bao spoke up. Why don't you ask me why I gave them such expensive things? Oh, why did you give them such expensive things? He remained silent, thinking that he was recalling some sad past. Who knew he was waiting for her to ask? And he must have been holding it in all the way, which must have made you sick. Bao Shenchu said, that's the wedding gift between me and your grandmother. After that, he gave Yuan a look. Go ahead and ask. Yuan successfully deciphered his look and asked, this is too expensive. How could you bear to give it to me? Bao Shenchu sighed. She was also a widow before she married me. Yuan was shocked. When Bao Shenchu was young, widows remarrying was not accepted by the public. How brave was he to marry a widow? My family disagrees, and her family is unwilling to marry her. They insist that she remain faithful until death. Have you heard of the chastity archway? Yuan nodded. I cut down that archway. Yuan, You are the ancient version of a domineering CO. Mrs. Bao's groom died suddenly before the wedding. Mrs. Bao followed the local custom and married him. If nothing unexpected happened, she would be a widow for the rest of her life. It was this man who saved her. She also made this man happy. Arriving at the old house, the aunt came out to greet her. Senior, the house is ready. Taidan is also inside. He will sleep with you tonight. Chef Bao did not refuse. Before dawn, Chef Bao got up. He looked at the child who was sleeping soundly beside him, and a rare tenderness appeared in his eyes. He pulled a quilt over him and got out of bed quietly. The Yu family was all asleep. Chef Bao did not wake them up. He gently removed the bolt and left the door. He took a last look at the old house of the Yu family and walked towards the village entrance with a melancholy look. Surprisingly, he actually saw Yuan at the entrance of the village. Girl? Yuan, who was sitting on the ancient well, stood up slowly and curled her lips slightly. Want to leave without saying goodbye? You? Bao Shenchu was speechless, and said in a disappointed tone after a while, How did you know? After a pause, he changed his words. You know everything? Yuan nodded and said calmly, Isn't my father your biological son? Bao Shenchu took a deep breath and sighed slowly. How did you find out? Yuan said, Have you forgotten? I have been to your study and seen your handwriting. I asked you what it was, and you said it was the name you gave to your son. The handwriting of decades apart may change a lot, but they are all from the early years. So it is a bit unreasonable to be completely different. Master Bao laughed at himself and sighed. I was negligent. Then why didn't you expose me? Master Bao's thighs are so hard to hug. How could I bear to expose him? The truth is that Yuan was immersed in the joy of recognizing her relatives, and she didn't think about that for a while. It was only after returning to the room last night, lying on the bed and tossing and turning, that she suddenly realized, after wandering for half a lifetime, I don't know how much loneliness and deception he has suffered. Master Bao is so eager to have a home. The first time he saw the Yu family, he felt as if he had returned to the days when his wife was still alive. Even if it was only for one day, he wanted to taste what it was like to have a home again. Indeed, with his status and position, as long as he is willing, many people will rush to become his family members. But only the Yu family welcomes him not because of his status, but because he is a family member. Yuan asked, Why don't you keep it a secret? I won't expose you. Bao Shichu smiled bitterly, looking at the distant sky and said, When you have your own child, you will understand that there are some things you can't let go of, even until you die. Child. Yuan's heart seemed to be hit by something. Don't be disappointed. It's not easy. Haven't you seen me looking for so many years? I'm not disappointed. That book? Bao Shichu refers to the keepsake in the cradle. To be honest, it doesn't look like a recipe book. Your grandfather may be more famous than me. Yuan didn't care about this. Yuan handed him the bundle in her hand. Don't worry. These are freshly cooked buns. They were made by my uncle. I just heated them up. Then Chef Bao reached out to take them. Other people cook for money, but this girl cooks for her life. The carriage was waiting on the path at the entrance of the village, and Chef Bao walked towards it. Yuan looked at his lonely back, and at this moment, she finally felt that he was no longer young. His hair was white, and his back was hunched. Perhaps it would not be long before his eyes would be blind and his ears would be deaf. Even so, he would still go to find his son. Yuan opened her mouth. What about the chef competition? How about you stay? How about I help you find it? Chef Bao waved his hand without looking back. Humph. That fool's cooking skills are not good enough for me. Let him practice for a few more years. How many more years do you have? Take care, Grandpa, Yuan murmured. Chef Bao did not look back, and did not dare to look back. He wiped his wet eyes, and resolutely got on the carriage. Looking at the departing carriage, Yuan waved her hand and murmured, Take care, Grandpa. Yuan did not turn back until the carriage completely disappeared at the end of the path. The uncle limped after her with a bundle in his hand. All one. Has Mr. Bao returned to Beijing? He left something behind. Yuan suppressed her tears. Uncle. He didn't return to Beijing. He went to find his son. The uncle was shocked. Yuan opened the bundle, and there were 2 books inside. One was the notes of Master Bao, which recorded his lifelong cooking skills. He left, but left his legacy behind. Let him practice for a few more years. Practice this. Yuan's nose felt a little sour. The other book was a medical book, which was the one Yuan had opened in Master Bao's study. It seemed that not only she noticed Master Bao's handwriting, but Master Bao also noticed that she was staring at the books on his shelf. What a... Yuan choked up. After the carriage drove away, Chef Bao finally lifted the curtain and looked back. But he could no longer see the shadow of the village. Master, are you going back? No need. Chef Bao shook his head, lowered the curtain, and opened the bag Yuan gave her. There were 2 boxes in it, one of which was steaming buns, and the other was a booklet with wet handwriting. The domineering CEO falls in love with me. This girl. Chef Bao burst into tears and laughed. Chef Bao's departure became the biggest regret of the Chef God competition. The unfulfilled contest between Chef Yu and Chef Bao also became the most desired duel in everyone's mind because of the unfulfilled competition. I believe he will come back and compete with Chef Yu of Zuixianju, Master Qin said in the tea house with a smile on his face. Zuixianju, which as Chef Yu, became a hit, and there was no need to make any signature dishes to justify its reputation. The whole capital was madly saying that Chef Bao and Tianxiangla were separated because they found that Tianxiangla plagiarized other people's skills. And the person who was plagiarized was his opponent, Chef Yu. The old man realized that he was being used. So he left. Su Xiao had no words to express his grievances, and he became sick in a few days. The 8th Tianxiangla closed down before it even opened, just when the capital was in turmoil. Good news came from the border. The Huns were repelled. Chapter 159, Token of Love. Gao's mansion. Gao Yuan got up from the bed with a start. What did you say? The Huns were defeated? Qi Lin opened his eyes and nodded. Yes. The victory report has been sent to the capital. Our army won a great victory, and the Huns surrendered. Surrendered? Surrendered? It can't be a rumor. Right? Gao Yuan murmured in disbelief. Although Yuzhou is out of danger, the Huns did not surrender. They just retreated, and came back again a few years later. Qi Lin's childish face was dark, and his uncle was saying strange things again. Qi Lin pouted and said, It's nothing strange that the Huns surrendered. You forgot that Marshal Xiao went to the border. Ah. Gao Yuan suddenly realized. Yes. Xiao Xinting went to the border. It's different. Different. Qi Lin was tortured by his uncle's nonsense and lost his temper. Since you are awake, go to the flower hall as soon as possible. What happened? Gao Yuan asked. Qi Lin said. Eunuch Wang is here. He is here to see you on the order of His Majesty. Gao Yuan asked Eunuch Wang to come into the palace. He was summoned by the emperor. Gao Yuan walked into the imperial study and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I am your humble servant. Humph. The emperor sat behind the desk, reviewing the memorials indifferently. When he heard Gao Yuan's voice, he didn't even raise his eyelids. Are you finally willing to recover? Ahem. Gao Yuan cleared his throat embarrassedly. The emperor glanced at him coldly and threw down the memorial in his hand. You are so bold that you dare not report what you know. Do you think your head will not move because I rely on you? Gao Yuan hurriedly knelt down, clasped his hands, and said in fear, I dare not. I have done it. But you still dare not. If you knew that General Xiao did not escape from the camp, are you afraid that if you tell me the truth, I will not send Xiao Xinting to the border? Will your Majesty? Gao Yuan asked back. The emperor. The emperor was speechless. Xiao Xinting's achievements are greater than his master's. It is impossible to say that the emperor is not afraid of him at all. Xiao Xinting has been law-abiding all these years. But if it were not for saving the only direct bloodline of the Xiao family, the emperor would not dare to guarantee that he would be so generous to let Xiao Xinting return to the battlefield and restore his glory. Bold. The emperor hates ministers who speculate on the emperor's intentions the most, especially those who speculate correctly. Gao Yuan lowered his head and knelt very pious. The emperor got angry when he saw this head. But he couldn't kill him. Get out of here! Gao Yuan got out quickly. After Gao Yuan left, the emperor sat in the imperial study for a long time. The battle at the border had been on and off, and there had been no victory for so many years. But Xiao Xinting defeated the Xiongnu army as soon as he went into battle. The emperor was in a complicated mood. Your Majesty, concubine Xian wants to see you. Eunuch Wang reported outside the door. No, the emperor said without hesitation. Eunuch Wang rejected concubine Xian Su and brought in the soup and medicine sent by concubine Xian Su. The queen asked you not to forget to take the medicine. The emperor was seriously ill and almost died. He was slightly sober only yesterday. The emperor frowned, picked up the medicine bowl, and paused. What is the name of the person who was picked up by Xiao Jinting? There are many. Which one are you referring to? Said Eunuch Wang. The emperor thought, the one who carried the list of spies. Eunuch Wang said, it seems to be a captain. Surnamed Yu. Old Yu. In Yuzhou. In General Pang Ren's mansion. Wu San stopped Yu Shaoqing, who was practicing sword in the yard. Yu Shaoqing put away his sword and turned to look at him. Are you brothers settled? The cost of crossing the snow-capped mountains is huge. The pursuit of the Huns, the unpredictable weather, and the hidden dangers of the snow-capped mountains are all their death warrants. Fortunately, they met with Marshal Xiao in time. Even so, the brothers were injured and disabled. Wu San patted his chest and said, everything is settled. Don't worry. General Pangren was a soldier under Marshal Xiao in his early years, and we were brought into the palace by Marshal Xiao himself. General Pangren will not treat us badly. Yes. Yu Shaoqing nodded. Your leg. Wu San's leg was lame. Shot by the Huns. Fortunately, the bones were not injured, and he will recover after a while. Wu San smiled and said, it doesn't hurt anymore. Oh, I didn't expect to be so lucky this time. I really got out of the snow mountain. Old Yu. Before us, no one has left the snow mountain alive. Yu Shaoqing stared and said, it's a pity that General Xiao and those brothers are buried there. Wu San felt sad. He thought of Dainyu and the brothers who had been through life and death in the camp. Don't talk about this. Wu San forced back his tears and forced himself to think about something happy. We won the battle. Do you think the emperor will praise us? Praise? Yu Shaoqing looked confused. Wu San nodded like pounding garlic. Yes. The information you brought back at the risk of your life saved 100,000 people in Yuzhou. Marshal Xiao was able to get to the point so quickly, which was also due to the list. You have made such a great contribution. When you return to the capital, you must be made a general. If you become a general, then I will be the deputy general. The eldest sister-in-law will be the general's wife. My good little niece will be the daughter of the general's mansion. Neither of them knew that Yu Shaoqing already had a son. Xiao tied in. Yu Shaoqing didn't think so much. He just wanted to end the war, go home as soon as possible, and reunite with his wife and children. Ah! As the two talked, a woman's scream came from the pavilion not far away. What happened? The two walked out of the yard one after the other. In the pavilion, a thin Central Plains woman was kneeling on the ground, and another girl in whose clothing was holding a whip and whipping her on the back. Yu Shaoqing and Wu San had been at the border for so long that they knew some Xiongnu language. The girl said, you bumped into me and talked back. Aren't you Central Plains people very powerful? Fight back if you have the guts. The girl was obviously good at martial arts, and each whip was accompanied by a strong internal force, while the Central Plains woman was powerless. How could she be her opponent? After a while, she was beaten to pieces. It's the Xiongnu princess. Wu San recognized the girl's identity. The Xiongnu were defeated, and Xiao Jinting threatened to fight all the way to their royal court. The Xiongnu king was frightened and immediately sent envoys to negotiate. They will return to the capital with Xiao Jinting and his party. The Xiongnu envoys also lived in General Pangren's mansion, and this princess was one of them. Wu San didn't understand why the Xiongnu sent a woman here. The noble ladies of their great Zhou never left the house. The two of them couldn't let the servants of the general's mansion be beaten to death by the princess. So Wu San stepped forward to dissuade her. Unexpectedly, the princess whipped Wu San in the face without saying a word. In a flash, Yu Shaoqing raised her hand and grabbed her whip. The Xiongnu princess pulled twice, but failed to move it. Then she looked at Yu Shaoqing opposite her. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and said in fluent Chinese, who are you? Why can you grab my whip? She didn't ask why he dared, but why he could. It seems that this princess is mysteriously confident in her martial arts. Yu Shaoqing said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, my last name is Yu, and I am the captain of the Northwest camp. If the princess has vented enough, can you let this maid leave? The princess glanced at the trembling maid. I won't let her leave, Yu Shaoqing said. Then I have to report to Marshal Xiao. Xiao Jinting's name is simply a nightmare for the Xiongnu people. As expected, when the Xiongnu princess heard this, her arrogance was not as arrogant as before. She moved her eyes. Go away. Thank you, princess. Thank you, Captain Yu. The maid choked and ran away in fear. Let go. The Xiongnu princess pulled the whip. Yu Shaoqing let go of the whip and walked down the pavilion with Wu San. As soon as she took a step, A strong wind whistled in her ears. Yu Xiaoqing's eyes were cold, and she pushed Wu San down the steps and dodged sideways. The whip seemed to have eyes and followed him. Yu Xiaoqing grabbed the whip again. But this time, he didn't let it go easily. He pulled it with his bare hands. He was going to pull the whip over, but the Xiongnu princess took advantage of the force and rushed over, falling straight into his arms. Yu Xiaoqing felt like he was electrocuted and pushed her out. Ouch! The Xiongnu princess staggered and almost fell to the ground. After she stabilized her body, she turned her head breathlessly. You are the first man who dared to push me away. Yu Xiaoqing ignored her, threw away the whip in his hand, and took Wu San back to his yard. Princess. The maid walked over in a hurry. The Xiongnu princess picked up the whip on the ground, weighed the jade pendant from Yu Xiaoqing, and smiled. I like this man. Xiao Heijiang. Your token of love has been taken away by another woman. Chapter 160 Returning Home in Glory. After returning to the yard, Yu Xiaoqing realized something was wrong. He touched his chest with one hand and found that the jade stone that Jiang had given him was missing. No need to guess who did it. Yu Xiaoqing had been dealing with enemies on the battlefield and had no experience in dealing with women. He was caught off guard and fell into the trap of the Xiongnu princess. Yu Xiaoqing left the yard with a cold face. Wu San came over with a bucket of hot water. Seeing him walk past him with murderous intent, he was stunned. Old Yu. What happened? Go back to the house first. Yu Xiaoqing gave a cold order and went to the pavilion where he had just met the Xiongnu princess. The Xiongnu princess was still in the pavilion, sitting on a stone bench, looking leisurely, playing with a piece of jade-like stone in the moonlight. The totem on the stone made her feel novel, like a ball of green ghost fire. Princess, someone is coming. The maid beside her reminded. The Xiongnu princess didn't even blink. You leave first. Yes. After hesitating for a while, the maid respectfully withdrew to the outside of the garden. Yu Xiaoqing stepped onto the steps, walked into the pavilion, and looked coldly at the unruly and scheming Xiongnu girl. Give it back to me. The Xiongnu princess didn't look at him, still admiring the jade in her hand, and said proudly, I won't. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. But you have to think about it. I am the princess of the Xiongnu. You are committing a crime. Aren't you worried that your marshal will punish you? Also, I heard that there is a saying in your central plains that men and women should not touch each other. If you dare to touch me, you will have to marry me in the future. Yu Xiaoqing was not frightened by her words at all. He slapped the stone table with one hand, and the huge internal force attacked. The Xiongnu princess, who was holding the stone table, was suddenly shocked and fell backwards, and the jade in her hand also flew out by inertia. In order to stabilize her body, the Xiongnu princess didn't bother to grab the jade, and Yu Xiaoqing held the jade steadily in her palm. By the time Princess Xiongnu stood firmly beside the stone table, Yu Xiaoqing had already left the pavilion without looking back and disappeared at the end of the garden. Princess, are you okay? The maid came over worriedly. The Xiongnu princess patted her sleeves and asked unhappily, Am I not beautiful? The maid hurriedly said, Princess Mingzhu is the most beautiful girl on the grassland. If you are not beautiful, no one in the world dares to say that they are beautiful. The Xiongnu princess looked at the direction where Yu Xiaoqing disappeared and said, Then why doesn't he look at me straight? The maid thought for a while and said, It must be that the princess is too noble. He dare not desecrate your appearance. The Xiongnu princess snorted, It's better this way. Yu Xiaoqing returned to the yard. Wu Sen had already been lying near the garden and had a clear view of what was going on. When he saw Yu Xiaoqing, he immediately followed her and said, The women of the Xiongnu are so different from the women of our central plains. What the Xiongnu princess did, the noble ladies of the central plains would never do even if they were beaten to death. But, Wu San scratched his head. The Xiongnu princess is pretty. If she really likes you. Yu Xiaoqing interrupted him. What are you thinking about? My daughter is the same age as her. Wu San muttered, But I think the princess is interested in you. Yu Xiaoqing said calmly, It's just that she has a bad temper. Wu San, oh. Why don't I believe it? In Wu San's opinion, old Yu is really excellent. Loyal, strong, brave and resourceful. If he hadn't been born in a poor family and always been squeezed by others, he would have been a general long ago. What's more, old Yu is handsome. More handsome than any man he has ever seen. Wu San sighed, If I were a woman. Yu Xiaoqing closed the door. Wu San, who was turned away. Wu San, who was determined to finish his words. I will marry you. Lotus Village. White clouds. After Bao the chef left, the news that he was not Yu Shaoqing's biological father spread like wildfire. The villagers were all very sorry. It was a pity that such a good old man was not the biological father of the third child. But then again, the third child had been at the border for so many years, and there was no news. Could he have? When the villagers looked at the Yu family again, they all had sympathy in their eyes. The Yu family thought that the villagers were sympathizing with the third child for losing his father again. The Yu family didn't have anything to think about. They just felt that the old man was too lonely and helpless. And they felt sorry for him. Especially after learning that the old man left all his life's learning to his uncle. They were all silent. The aunt and Yu Song didn't know. But the uncle, Yu Feng, and Yuan knew what the treasure was. Who could have expected that the chef's mantle, which was scrambled for by all parties, would actually fall into the hands of their rural farmers? If it were spread out, it would be shocking. Any dish in the notebook can be sold at a high price of 100 taels. The first half is ordinary recipes, and the second half is medicinal food. Chef Bao is very rigorous in his concept of ingredients and cooking. After reading it, the uncle only felt that he was at a loss for not competing with Chef Bao in cooking skills. Otherwise he would have lost everything. The uncle began to carefully study the legacy left by the old man. And Yuan also read the medical book at hand. The first page of medical skills marked the acupuncture points of the human body in detail. Miss Yu. Qin Ye's hearty laughter sounded outside the door. Yuan closed the medical book, put it on the table, stood up and welcomed him into the hall. What wine brought Qin Ye here? Qin Ye laughed. It's as if I don't come here often. Yuan pointed to the chair beside the table. Qin Ye, please sit down. Qin Ye sat down. Yuan brewed a pot of tea. Her uncle and two brothers all loved tea. The tea they got from Yan Jiuchao and Uncle Wan had been finished. Now she brewed tea bought in the town. The taste was far inferior to the former. But Mr. Qin was not picky and took a few sips. Suddenly, Mr. Qin saw the medical book on the table. Is there anyone in your family studying medicine? Yuan smiled. Just take a look. Miss, you read it yourself. Mr. Qin was surprised. I have a lot of books at home. I will give you a few books later. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Yuan did not refuse. She was not the kind of person who would be shy. She would repay Mr. Qin for all the favors he gave her. Of course, this was a private relationship, and business was another matter. After drinking his fill, Master Qin took out 2 rolled-up deed papers from his wide sleeves and handed them to Yuan, saying, Miss Yu, please take a look. If there is no problem, fill in the quantity of the goods to be supplied, and we will sign and seal it. This is a contract drafted by Master Qin himself. According to Yuan's request, he gave Yuan 3 shares of the profits of Zuixinlu in Beijing, including but not limited to the current head office. If a branch is opened in Beijing in the future, Yuan will also be able to share the dividends. The requirement is that the uncle must serve as the honorary chef of Zuixianju. This is easy to do, just in name only. The second requirement is that Yuan must exclusively supply Zuixianju. Wait, it doesn't say what goods are supplied. Yuan said. Does Mr. Qin want us to sell you something else besides stinky tofu? Mr. Qin coughed lightly. The sour bamboo shoots look good to me. He has tasted the snail noodles made by Yuan. The most soulful ingredient is the sour bamboo shoots. The other ingredients are easy to match. But the sour bamboo shoots are hard to find as good as Yuan's. Yuan smiled faintly. Mr. Qin has a big appetite. Mr. Qin said seriously, I have thought of the names. Stinky tofu, fermented bean curd, and snail noodles. And they are called the 3 stinky things in Xianju. Yuan couldn't help laughing. You have a good calculation. But I don't remember that these 3 profits include sour bamboo shoots. Don't rush to refuse me. Mr. Qin gestured to the driver outside the door. The driver walked in holding a heavy metal product. Master Qin asked, Is this the jack you wanted? Yuan nodded. You made it so quickly? Master Qin said. Do you know how difficult it is to make this? The Great Zhou has strict control over iron tools. You have to register if you buy 2 more kitchen knives. I spent a lot of effort to help you get such a big iron thing. You want more than 1, right? 3? 5? At least 20. Yuan said in her heart. This is really a big trouble. Without Master Qin, she couldn't get so much iron. I'm working for you with my head tied to my belt. Master Qin said aggrievedly. Yuan laughed. Okay. Don't be pitiful. I'll sell you the sour bamboo shoots. However, I haven't started making sour bamboo shoots yet. There are a lot of things to do in the workshop. It will take until next month to slowly supply them. Master Qin agreed. I'm not in a hurry. Just don't sell it to others. As soon as the voice fell, a loud rumbling sound came from the top of the mountain. Mr. Qin jumped up. What happened? Another earthquake? Yuan curled her lips and said, It's not an earthquake. It's someone smashing rocks in the back mountain. What kind of strength can smash rocks to make such a big noise? Horse thieves? Just as the thought flashed through his mind, there was another loud noise of gongs and drums in the village. Mr. Qin jumped again. What's the noise again? Yuan smiled and said, Wang Matsu's family is having a wedding. It's a wedding. Why make such a big noise? Look at how proud you are. An old bachelor for more than 10 years? In the end, Yuan signed a contract with Mr. Qin at a price of 10 cents per caddy of stinky tofu and 100 cents per jar of fermented tofu. The daily supply was 800 caddies. As for the price and supply of sour bamboo shoots, they would be discussed after the first batch of finished products were produced. Both parties signed and sealed. Master Qin was in a good mood and accepted one of the deed sheets. He gave the other to Yuan. We are a family from now on. Come to Zuixianju more often when you have time. You are also a little boss. Little boss? She likes this name. By the way, after getting on the carriage, Master Qin thought of something and lifted the curtain again. He said to Yuan, Have many people in your village been captured and sent to the border to fight? Yuan nodded. Master Qin said, The Huns have been defeated, and the men in your village should also go back. Chapter 161 Father and Daughter Meet. So, her father is coming back too? Last time, she sent something to her father, but she didn't get a response. She didn't know if he had arrived yet. The Yu family didn't say anything, but Yuan could see that they didn't believe her father was still alive. After all, among the young men captured in the village, except for the husband of widow Lu who died in the war and Aunt Luo's son, only her father had no news. In any case, as long as she didn't see her father's iron plate, she believed that her father was still alive. After saying the last sentence, Master Qin left. Yuan didn't tell her mother and the Yu family about this news for the time being. She felt that she had to go to the capital to find out the truth of the news herself. It just so happened that Master Qin's business was settled. There were not enough jars for stinky tofu and fermented bean curd, so she went to the town to order some. Uncle, don't forget to take the medicine. Before leaving the old house, she went to the kitchen to remind the uncle. The uncle, who was studying the recipe, nodded with a red face. I won't forget. Then I'll go out for a while. Yuan said. It's time to eat soon. Where are you going? The uncle asked. Yuan evaded the question and said, I'm going to the town to buy jars. The jars at home are not enough. I plan to order another 500. Speaking of this, the uncle remembered something. The yard is not enough. Your Aunt Luo's family lent it to us. I was thinking, should we sell this batch of goods first and then expand the backyard? Their workshop includes lunch, which is cooked and eaten at Aunt Luo's house. But now it's not just a matter of eating. The 4 mills alone are almost occupying the backyard. Yuan also noticed it. But the villagers were resting today and the house was empty. So she didn't think about it for a while. It's going to be expanded. Does Uncle have any ideas? Uncle smiled and said, Your elder brother knows a lot of people. If you really want to build it, let him find people later. Okay. Uncle said again, have lunch before leaving. No. Yuan grabbed a steamed bun left over from the morning. I'll go early and come back early. Uncle wanted to say something, but Yuan had already slipped out. Uncle gasped, You are bullying me because I can't catch up with you because of my lame legs. Right? Tai Dan. Hey! Uncle! Little Tai Dan, who was squatting in the house and stealing biscuits, wiped his mouth and ran over calmly. What's the matter? Uncle cut a large piece of braised pork belly and wrapped it in oil paper. Hurry up. Send it to your sister. Oh! Xiao Taidan took the meat and ran out of the old house. Sister. Sister. Yuan, who was chewing a steamed bun, turned around and said, What's wrong? Uncle asked me to give it to you. Xiao Taidan handed the pork belly to Yuan. Are you going out again? You won't take me with you again. Little guy. Are you addicted to rushing? Yuan flicked his forehead with her fingertips. Sister is going to do business. Not to play. I want to go. Xiao Taidan said. Yuan threatened. I won't ride in a bullock cart. Can you walk? Xiao Taidan puffed up his chest and said, I can walk. I can walk. I can definitely walk. 10 miles. Little fool. It's not a hard job. It doesn't matter if Xiao Taidan is brought with him. But Yuan couldn't bear to hurt her feet. So she rented a bullock cart for him from Xuanzi's family. The bullock cart was slower than her foot. And it was past noon when she arrived at Lianhua town. There was no time to order a jar. So Yuan went directly to the car dealership to rent a horse carriage to go to the capital. Today's capital is more lively than before. There are many more patrol guards on the streets. And the restaurants are full of guests. It seems that something big is going to happen. Have you heard? The Hun surrendered. After passing a tea house, Yuan heard the sound of loud conversation coming from inside. She paused and pulled her brother to stand under the windowsill. Sister? Little Taidan raised his head in confusion. Yuan made a gesture to keep quiet. And Little Taidan shut up obediently. Did they really surrender? Of course it's fake. Marshal Xiao has already been dispatched. The title of God of War is not just boasting. Xiao Shenting, the world's great military marshal, has been a soldier for half his life and has never suffered a defeat. He is nicknamed God of War Xiao. Yuan has come to the capital several times for nothing. She has heard a little about this God of War Xiao. She heard that he is the second son of the Xiao family and married the former princess of Yin, the mother of Yin Jiuqiao. No wonder the princess asked her to take the 3 little guys to the Xiao mansion that time in Jingzhou prefecture. The voice from the second floor of the tea house continued to come. But I heard that the reason why the Xiongnu was defeated so quickly this time was because someone found out the spies in Yuo and turned the tables on the Xiongnu. No. There was a list of spies. After Marshal Xiao got the list, he used the same trick and revealed false military information to the spies, which led to the defeat of the Xiongnu army. Aren't they all the same? How can they be the same? Are pears and apricots the same? They are both fruits. The literati and poets in the tea house started arguing. And the topic went off the topic rapidly. Yuan saw that there was no need to stop. So she took Xiao Taidan away from those people. She was sure that the border was really won. But she didn't know if the people who were captured could come back immediately. Sister, I'm hungry, Xiao Taidan said, touching his fleshy belly. I gave you all the pork belly. And you're still hungry? Isn't this little guy's appetite a bit scary? Little Taidan hung his head. What do you want to eat? Noodles? Yuan asked. Little Taidan shook his head, his eyes still fixed on his shoes. But he raised his little hand and pointed weakly across the street. Osmanthus cake. Yuan was angry and amused. I think you are not hungry. But greedy. Absolutely not. Slurp. Little Taidan sipped his saliva. Yuan. Yuan took Little Taidan there. The Osmanthus cake shop is a decades-old brand. The people queuing up are almost across the street. It's no wonder that Little Taidan is greedy. The two of them waited in line for a long time. And when it was finally their turn, there was only the last piece left. How much is it? Yuan asked. 10 cents, said the proprietress. Yuan reached into her purse to get the copper coin. But suddenly, a white hand reached out domineeringly and put the copper coin on the table. I want it. Wrap it up for me. Yuan looked at the owner of the hand and found that it was an acquaintance. If she remembered correctly, this girl was Yan Ryu's personal maid. Right? She had seen her at the God of Cooking competition. I came first, Yuan said lightly. Lychee rolled her eyes at her and said arrogantly, So what? Yuan said coldly, Yuyan Mansion is short of this piece of osmanthus cake? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? The proprietress looked at Lychee, then at Yuan, and didn't know who to give the wrapped osmanthus cake to. Lychee reached out to grab it, but Yuan grabbed her hand. At this moment, Yin Ryu came over slowly. Forget it. Lychee, if Miss Yu wants it, you should give it to her. Miss Yu is right. The Yin family doesn't need a piece of osmanthus cake. But Miss Yu is different. She is a country girl, and she can't eat such good things every day. Lychee laughed sarcastically and threw the osmanthus cake back on the table. Here you go, country bumpkin. The proprietress retreated into the house tactfully. It was obvious that such a noble lady was not someone that small businessmen like them could afford to offend. Yuan glanced at the osmanthus cake that was broken into 2 pieces. This osmanthus cake was originally mine. Do I need you to give it to me? Miss Yin. Is she bored and deliberately waiting on the main road to make trouble for me? Yin Ryu narrowed her eyes. I haven't settled the account between Madame Du and Master Bao with you yet. You should be sensible, and don't humiliate yourself. Yuan was surprised. What account between Madame Du and Master Bao? Miss Yin wants to settle it with me, Yin Ryu said with disgust. If it weren't for you, would Madame Du leave for no reason? And Master Bao left the capital quietly only after seeing you. Tell me honestly, what did you do to Master Bao? Yuan was about to laugh in anger. Do you suspect that I killed someone to silence him? Are you crazy? Yin Ryu? Yin Ryu certainly would not suspect Yuan of murdering someone to silence him, because someone saw Bao Xinchu walk out of the capital. But she always felt that Bao Xinchu's departure was related to this village girl. Yuan glanced at her and said, Don't guess. Yin Ryu. Mr. Bao went to find his son. Yin Ryu asked with a noble tone. Did Bao Xinchu say anything to you that night? Yuan smiled. Given our relationship, do you think I would tell you if he really said anything? You? Yin Ryu choked. Who is sister? Xiao Taidan asked curiously. A passerby. Yuan put the copper coins back into her purse. Let's go. Sister will buy you something else to eat. Yeah. Xiao Taidan nodded sensibly. The siblings left. Yin Ryu's eyes became sharp. Lychee glanced at her. Suddenly, a hurried carriage drove over, and Lizzie pushed Xiao Taidan, who was passing by her, out without thinking. Little Taidan screamed and crashed into the speeding carriage. The horse's hoof was raised high, and it seemed that little Tiadan's intestines were about to be crushed. Yuan dodged and rushed forward, pulling little Taidan back. Then, without even looking at Lizzie, she stretched out her hand like a devil, grabbed Lizzie's head, and pulled her whole body to the middle of the road. Ah! Lizzie's leg bone was broken by the step, and she screamed miserably. Little Taidan threw himself into his sister's arms with a pale face, and his little hands tightly wrapped around his sister's waist. Yuan rubbed his little head soothingly. Yin Ryu, who was standing by, was stunned by the scene in front of her. Wasn't this woman's reaction too fast? She didn't even see how she moved. The child who was supposed to be trampled to death by the horse's hoof had been rescued, while Lychee, who was supposed to be standing next to her, was trampled half to death by the fierce horse. The incident did not end there. When the horse's hoof stepped on Lychee, the carriage body shook violently. The owner of the carriage hit his head and stopped the carriage angrily. What happened? To reply to the princess, a woman hit our carriage and was trampled by our horse. They didn't speak the Central Plains dialect, and they didn't wear the clothes of the Central Plains people. Do you mean that this princess has to apologize to that woman? I dare not. The accompanying guard put his right hand on his left shoulder and bowed his head deeply. Drag that woman out and kill her for this princess. This sentence was switched to the Central Plains dialect. Yin Ryu frowned suspiciously. The general's mansion was always well informed. She knew that the Xiongnu had been defeated and intended to negotiate with the Great Zhou. Among the accompanying envoys was Princess Mingzhu, who was deeply loved by the Xiongnu king. Could she be the woman in the carriage? Princess. Yin Ryu suddenly stepped forward and said to the carriage road with the curtains closed. It was not my maid who deliberately bumped into the princess. She was framed. Someone saw the princess carriage coming and deliberately pushed my maid out. The Xiongnu princess used the handle of the whip to open the curtain of the window, looked at Yin Ryu, and whipped her. Yin Ryu's heart trembled. But the whip did not hurt her at all, but only knocked off her veil. She was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. The Xiongnu princess was the most beautiful woman on the grassland, and Yin Ryu was also pretty. The two were on par. But Yin Ryu was too weak and lacked a heroic spirit. After a look, the Xiongnu princess still felt that she was better. The murderous aura in the Xiongnu princess's eyes faded. You said someone deliberately hit my carriage? Who was it? Yin Ryu turned around and said, it was her. Yuan? I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless person. Who deliberately hit the carriage of this princess? The princess only brought 2 guards with her. If she hadn't called herself a princess, who would have guessed who was sitting in the carriage? Speaking of which, her appearance, language, and clothing did not look like the royal family of the Central Plains. The Xiongnu princess followed Yin Ryu's gaze and looked at Yuan on the street. Just one glance, and the Xiongnu princess tightened her whip. After her family's financial situation improved, Yuan no longer wore patched clothes when she went out. But they were not silk and satin. Just a plain white-waisted luo skirt, covered with a water blue double-breasted long gown, which was also tied into a belt. Her waist was so thin that it could not be grasped. Her figure was slender. Her fingers were like slender green onions. and her white swan neck was slender and graceful. She had the simplest bun, and her black silk hung down her shoulders, which made her skin look like jade, so white that it seemed to glow. Her facial features were clear and elegant, and there was a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. But she was not aggressive. On the contrary, she had a quiet and far-reaching temperament. The Xiongnu princess had never seen such a woman who made people unable to take their eyes away. Is this really a human? Not a demon? The Xiongnu princess hated women who were more beautiful than herself. It was you who bumped into my carriage? She asked arrogantly. No. Yuan said neither humbly nor arrogantly. It was the maid who pushed my brother first. I tried to save my brother, but I couldn't stand in a hurry, so I pulled the maid. This is not a lie. But the force used when pulling the lychee was a little stronger. Yen Ryu said, Princess. Don't listen to her nonsense. Xiongnu princess said, You also shut up. I have my own decision on what to do. Yes. Yen Ryu responded respectfully. But she was very disdainful in her heart. She was just a princess of a defeated country. But she dared to show off in front of her. When she became the princess of Yen. Let's see what she can be arrogant about. Xiongnu princess looked at Yuan and said, Come here. Accept 3 whips from this princess. And this princess will spare your death. This tone of charity. As if it was an honor to let her whip a few times. Yuan met the Xiongnu princess's gaze calmly. Princess. The emperor should abide by the law. I know whether I deliberately bumped into the princess. The princess was on a private visit. How could I, a commoner, recognize that the person in the carriage was the princess? Since I didn't recognize her, how could I deliberately bump into her? The Xiongnu princess said, I don't care. You pushed the person. You bumped into me. I must teach you a lesson today. Do you stand there obediently and let me beat you? Or do my guards hold you down and beat you? You are not allowed to hit my sister. Xiao Taidan held back his fear, stepped forward, and stood in front of Yuan. The Xiongnu princess whipped him with a whip. Yuan grabbed her whip. Another one to grab her whip. Her whip is not used to the climate in the Central Plains. Right? The Xiongnu princess shook her arm with one hand, and a stream of internal force came out, which hit Yuan along the whip. Yuan felt as if a fine needle had drilled into her veins, and her heart was burning with pain. Her eyes turned cold, and she pulled hard, and actually took the whip from the Xiongnu princess's hand. The Xiongnu princess's hand holding the whip was numb. She had no doubt that if she hadn't let go early, she would have been thrown out with the whip. Damn it. When did the women in the Central Plains become so powerful? The Xiongnu princess was frustrated and angry, and said in Xiongnu language, Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take her down for me. You bad woman. How dare you bully my sister? I will fight you. Xiao Taidan used his iron head skill to hit the Xiongnu princess. It was too late for Yuan to catch him, and 2 guards blocked her way. The Xiongnu princess knew martial arts. How could this little fool hit her? Ouch. Xiao Taidan's head hit. But it was not the woman's soft belly, but a very hard thigh. Xiao Taidan fell to the ground with stars in his eyes. The man helped the dizzy Xiao Taidan up. Are you okay? Good. A nice voice. Xiao Taidan became even more dizzy. The Xiongnu princess looked at the man who arrived in time and said, Why did you come so late? There are 2 unruly people who are treacherous and offended me. I order you to kill them. His Yuan was hit on the shoulder by a guard with high martial arts skills and gasped in pain. The man's heart tightened when he heard the voice. He didn't know what happened to him. He stepped over desperately and saved the little girl from the Xiongnu guard. If Yuan heard correctly, the princess asked this man to kill them. Why did he save her? Yuan looked up in astonishment and saw a handsome face with sharp edges. Ah, Dad? Yu Shaoqing was stunned. Yuan. After 6 years of not seeing each other, both father and daughter have changed a lot. In the original owner's memory, Yu Shaoqing was a real fresh meat. But now he is almost an old man. But he is also more mature and charming, and when Yu Shaoqing left, his daughter was only 11 years old. He really couldn't believe that she had grown so big. He called himself Yuan. So it seems that she was not mistaken. This man is her father. Her father is back. Yen Ryu clenched her handkerchief. It couldn't be such a coincidence that the guard of the Xiongnu princess was actually the father of this village girl. Yu Shaoqing had made great contributions this time. He was going to be rewarded when he returned to Beijing. But before the reward, he still retained the position of 1,000 men. The Xiongnu princess asked Xiao Jinting for people on the grounds of insufficient manpower. Xiao Jinting ordered Xiao Qing to escort the Xiongnu envoys, but not limited to the Xiongnu princess. They were resting at the post station. But the Xiongnu princess couldn't sit still, so she went to Beijing in advance. Yu Xiaoqing came to find her on the order of Marshal Xiao. Who is she? The Xiongnu princess came over dissatisfied. Yu Xiaoqing's eyes showed rare tenderness. My daughter. What? The Xiongnu princess was startled. Yuan led little Taidan over. Taidan. Call daddy? Yu Xiaoqing was stunned again. Little Taidan asked strangely, what? Didn't my dad die? Hu. Yu Xiaoqing sneezed heavily. Yuan gritted her teeth secretly. Who was so big-mouthed that little Taidan heard such nonsense? Go back and chop him up. Aunt Bai, who was sleeping in the room, suddenly felt a chill on her back. How come you have a child? The Xiongnu princess said resentfully. Yu Xiaoqing said seriously, I'm married, so I have children naturally. But I didn't expect to have 2 children. Happiness came too suddenly, and he was caught off guard. He looked at Xiao Taidan excitedly and tenderly, and Xiao Taidan poured a basin of cold water on him. Don't be too happy too early. Maybe I'm not your biological child. Yu Xiaoqing, whose heart was stabbed with 10,000 knives, seeing that the Xiongnu princess treated Yu Xiaoqing differently from other guards. Yen Ryu knew that this matter might be left unresolved. She shook her sleeves coldly, asked someone to carry the fainted Lizzie onto the carriage, and went back home. What a pity! The Xiongnu princess stomped her feet and got on her own carriage. Not long after, Xiao Jinting's guards also arrived. Yu Xiaoqing negotiated with them for a few words, and they nodded, looked at the Xiongnu princess coldly, and forcibly took her away. Yu Xiaoqing turned around and looked at Yuan and Xiao Taidan in front of him. Xiao Taidan had never seen him before, so he was not close to him. His daughter had been separated from him for 6 years, so she was probably unfamiliar with him. Yu Xiaoqing, who had never been nervous even when killing enemies on the battlefield, suddenly became stuttering. Yuan. Yuan took his scarred hand and gently curled her lips. Dad. Let's go home. Chapter 162. The husband and wife met Yu Xiaoqing and watched her daughter holding her hand, and rolled a warm current in their hearts. Okay. Xiao Taiyeg spread his hand. What good? Sister, you just take a man home. Beware of the mother. Yuan bounced him. Sister, Little Taiyeg said without hesitation. The carriage really left, and he couldn't help but look at the tall and mighty horses with his eyes. Yu Xiaoqing, who was immediately wore a dark blue armor, was cold and quiet under the scorching sun, burly in his body, and strong aura. In the battle of the battlefield, it was full of tiger and wolves, and it was extremely prestigious. Yu Xiaoqing noticed his son's gaze and looked at him in the carriage. Little Taidan turned his face away and stared at the front seriously. When Yu Xiaoqing continued to look at the road, he stole a glance at Yu Xiaoqing's warhorse again. Yu Xiaoqing couldn't help laughing when little Taidan stole a glance at him for the 3rd time. He stretched out his arm and grabbed the little guy out of the window. Ouch! What are you doing? The hanging little Taidan fluttered. Yu Xiaoqing put his son on the horse's back, let his son sit in his arms, and pressed his warm little hand on the raised edge of the saddle. Little Taidan grabbed the saddle. His eyes widened into copper bells. For 6 years, he has been guarding the border and the people of the Great Zhou. This time, he can finally protect his 2 children. Yu Xiaoqing's heart is filled with relief and satisfaction. The little Taidan in his arms twisted his butt restlessly. Yu Xiaoqing laughed, holding the reins tightly with one hand and hugging his fat belly with the other hand. Hold on tight. Little Taidan, Yu Xiaoqing, go! The warhorse had formed a tacit understanding with Yu Xiaoqing, and it flew out like an arrow without the whip. Wow! Little Taidan opened his mouth in fear, and the cold wind blowing in his face blew his mouth out of shape. Stop! Stop! You are so bad! Little Taidan's screams rang all the way when Yu Xiaoqing returned from a ride with his son and returned to Yuan's carriage. Little Taidan's hair had already stood up, like a little lion king who had no desire to live. Little Taidan threw himself into his sister's arms with weak hands and feet. Woo-woo. He is so bad. Yuan curled her lips. Will you ride on Daddy's horse next time? Little Taidan buried his head firmly in Yuan's belly. Sit, he said in a whisper. People living in Lianhua village may not feel the changes around them, but after leaving for 6 years, Yu Xiaoqing still saw the difference now. The post station has moved here. When passing by the post station, Yu Xiaoqing looked at the newly built post station 2 years ago and said, It was originally in the north of the city. Yuan said, the things for Dad just passed from here. By the way, did Dad receive them? Yu Shaoqing nodded. I received them all, including the homemade pancakes, fish balls and pickles. I made those. Yuan smiled with her eyebrows curved. Yu Shaoqing. Is he praising his daughter's cooking skills against his conscience or against his conscience? Yes. It's delicious. Yuan, who was finally praised, had bright eyes. Really? Then I'll make it for my father when I get home. Yu Shaoqing almost fell off his horse. Xiao Taiyan glanced at Yuan coldly. How good are your cooking skills? Don't you know it yourself? Xiao Taiyan straightened his waist. A child with a father is so arrogant and doesn't recognize his relatives. The carriage drove into Lianhua town again. The town has changed even more. The narrow streets have become wider, and the shops that were once deserted have become crowded. Although it is not as good as the capital, the streets are also bustling with cars and people coming and going. Yuan pointed to a restaurant and said, This is Baiyulu. Tell Dad quietly that my elder brother admires the daughter of Baiyulu. Ah. Yu Shaoqing was stunned. Xiao Taiyan had a proud face. Is it okay to say such things in front of a child? He is still a baby. Okay. Dad is back. So you are showing off? I'm not. Do you admit that you are Dad? Ah, no. The siblings quarreled, and Yu Shaoqing's eyes were full of smiles. They walked slowly along the way. It was not until dusk that they finally saw the Lotus village nestled at the foot of the mountains. The closer they got to the village, the more nervous Yu Shaoqing became. After countless dreams at midnight, when this day came, they began to feel homesick again. Father, my mother, and I bought the old house of the Ding family. Yuan pointed to the new house behind the fish pond. It was called a new house, but it was not new. It was just a place that Yu Shaoqing had never lived in compared to the old house. Yu Shaoqing did not ask why they wanted to buy the Ding family's house. He looked at the direction of the new house behind the fish pond with burning eyes, and his throat seemed to be choked by something. Is your mother at home? Yes, she is, Yuan said softly. Yu Shaoqing's heartbeat accelerated. He turned over and got off the horse. On the other side, Yuan and Xiao Taiyan also got off the carriage. The coachman drove the carriage away. Yu Shaoqing led the horse and walked towards his home step by step. At this moment, Aunt Bai came out of the house, carrying 2 buckets, to fetch water from the ancient well. But she saw a man in armor, leading a tall horse. The man was strong and tall, and Yuan and her brother stood beside him. The more Aunt Bai looked, the more familiar he looked. After a while, an idea suddenly occurred to her. Oh, is it the third child? Yu Shaoqing and his brother looked at Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai had changed a lot. Her son was captured and sent to join the army. She looked haggard and aged a lot in the past 6 years. Yu Shaoqing only recognized her when Yuan called her Aunt Bai. Sister Bai. Yu Shaoqing greeted. It's really you. Aunt Bai put down her shoulder pole and bucket, trotted over in surprise, and patted Yu Shaoqing on the shoulder. I haven't heard from you for a long time. I thought you were. Yuan's eyes were chilly. Aunt Bai cleared her throat. I'm glad you're back. Why are you back? Is the war over? It's over, Yu Shaoqing said. Aunt Bai put her hands together. Amitabha. Wilyang Tinzuan. The war is finally over. Why are you the only one back? Where is my Dazhuang? Yu Shaoqing said, Dazhuang is not in the same camp as me, but he should be back soon. There is no need for so many troops at the border anymore. Many regular soldiers have returned to the countryside. Not to mention these people who were captured to make up the numbers. Who's back? Who? And Zhang heard Aunt Bai's loud voice, put down the half-cooked meal, and rushed out in a hurry. Is it my son Ernia who's back? And Zhang's son Ernia was also conscripted. Oh! It's the third brother. And Zhang looked at Yu Shaoqing in surprise and joy. I almost didn't recognize you. You said you've been away for so long. Why didn't you send a message to your family? Your family is almost worried to death. Soon, the head of the village and Xuanzi's father also came out. Yu Shaoqing was surrounded by the villagers. The villagers talked a lot and asked eagerly about the border and the situation of their sons. Yu Shaoqing told them everything he knew and patiently answered them one by one. He didn't have any heirs. The villagers didn't know what he was like and just thought he was an ordinary soldier. However, even if he was an ordinary soldier, he would be a hero in their minds if he guarded the border. The father who had just been received was snatched away by someone, And the little tied end who was isolated on the side had a dark face. Yuan smiled and pinched his little black face. It was the head of the village, who noticed the siblings waiting on the side, and hurriedly said to the villagers, "Okay. Okay. The third brother just came back. And he hasn't even entered the house yet. What's the point of blocking him here? If there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. He didn't stay for one night and then leave. Didn't you hear what the third brother said? The war is over. Yes, the war is over. The third brother is back. And their son, husband, should also come back. I'm going to fry some vegetables." Aunt Bai was the first to run away. "Sister Luo, do you still have chickens? Sell me one?" Aunt John said. "Brother is coming back. So we won't sell the wild rabbit. Keep it for him to stew soup," Suehua said to the hunter. The villagers dispersed happily. Only Xuanzi squatted pitifully beside the ancient well. Yu Shaoqing asked him, "What's wrong?" "Xuanzi?" Xuanzi wiped his tears. I'm afraid my brother won't come back." Brother Xuanzi was timid, stupid and dumb. When he was a child, he couldn't even catch a cicada. When he fought with others, he was always the one who was pressed to the ground and bullied. In the first few years, we could still receive his reply. But since the year before last, it has been. Xuanzi couldn't say the rest. The battlefield changes rapidly. Life and death in a second. Yu Shaoqing couldn't say that your brother must be alive. Aunt Bai came back again. She was so happy that she forgot about the shoulder pole and bucket. She patted Xuanzi's head. "What are you worried about?" Xuanzi cried, "Of course you are not worried. Brother Dunzi is so powerful. From childhood to adulthood, more than a dozen of us can't beat him." Aunt Bai clapped her hands. "That's right. It doesn't matter who he looks like. The village tyrant of Lianhua village. By Dunzi." On the other side, Yu Shaoqing filled 2 buckets of water and carried them back home for Aunt Bai. "Oh, I'm so embarrassed." Aunt Bai scratched her head. "Wait for my Dunzi to come back, and invite you to come over for a drink." Yu Shaoqing finally returned home. Yuan pushed open the half-closed door, and Xiao Taidan rushed in with a whoosh. And Yuan grabbed his collar. "Mother, father is back," Yuan said, looking at the woman in the hall. Zhang's back stiffened slightly, and she turned around blankly. Yu Shaoqing stood outside the door, staring at her without blinking. After 6 years, she still looked the same as in his memory, but he was already covered in dust. He clenched his fists in embarrassment and called out in a hoarse voice, "A shoe!" Zhang's eyes were red. Yu Shaoqing felt a pain in his heart, and he stepped into the house. Jiang stood up slowly. Yu Shaoqing walked up to Jiang, stroked his wife's thin face, and said with a sore throat, "A shoe? I'm back." Jiang cried out. "Finally, I don't have to eat the food cooked by a Wan anymore." Yu Shaoqing. "You won." Xiao Taidan. Chapter 163 Family Reunion. The father and daughter were hurt. Finally, Yuan went to cook with high morale. No matter what. Her father liked the dishes she cooked. Just when his daughter picked up the kitchen knife, Yu Shaoqing, who didn't care about the long-awaited reunion and wanted to spend time with his wife, rushed in like a tyrant. If you didn't know, you would think that there were enemies in the kitchen, and he went to kill them. My father must be starving, Yuan thought distressfully. I'll Wan. Yu Shaoqing took a deep breath and took the kitchen knife from Yuan's hand. I'll cook. You go to accompany your mother. Huh? Did she hear it right? Her father who went to kill the enemy actually said that he would cook? Uncle cooks because he is a cook, and he likes to study cooking skills. But he only cooks when he is there. On weekdays, it is his aunt who cooks. Dad, let me do it. You've been traveling so hard, Yuan said sympathetically. Her dad was a hero who defended his country. Could she let a hero cook? No. Your mom and I didn't give birth to you to be a cook. This kind of hard work is not something a delicate girl like you should do. Yu Shaoqing, who was usually taciturn, went all out to regain the initiative in the kitchen. Yuan saw that her dad was not being polite to her. Besides, there was nothing to be polite about. She had grown up and could help with the housework. She finally gave the stove to her dad, looking at her dad busying around in front of the stove. Yuan was moved. My father really loves me. Very much. At this time, Yu Shaoqing, who was cutting vegetables and adding firewood, had a sentence floating in his mind. Cherish life. Don't let your daughter cook. Because I didn't know Yu Shaoqing would come back. The family didn't buy vegetables. On the way back to the village, they passed by several vegetable markets. But the father and daughter were chatting, and no one thought of this. Fortunately, there were still salted fish and bacon that were not eaten during the Chinese New Year, as well as some spring bamboo shoots, wild amaranth, and the big white radish that Aunt Bai sent yesterday. Yu Shaoqing made a bowl of steamed salted fish, a pot of bacon stewed with spring bamboo shoots, a plate of stir-fried wild amaranth, and a plate of stir-fried shredded radish. It can be seen that he has been a soldier, and the portion is super large. Yuan thought that his father's hands were used to fight the enemy, not to hold a kitchen knife. Even if it was really unpalatable later, she had to give her father some face. After all, she is a good and filial daughter. Xiao Taidan went to call the uncle's family, and Yuan secretly tasted a piece of bacon left in the pot. Ma Dan, how can it be so delicious? Xiao Taidan was very fast, and soon he went to the old house to call the uncle and his party over. When the aunt was collecting clothes, she saw the villagers gathered by the ancient well from a distance. She was still wondering what happened and whether she should ask Yu Song to ask about it. Coincidentally, Xiao Taidan came to the door. When she said that Yu Shaoqing was back, the aunt thought that Xiao Taidan was teasing her. The family came to the old house of the Ding family and saw the tall and mighty warhorse tied at the door. They immediately believed it. The uncle threw away his crutches and excitedly walked into the house with his limping legs. Third brother, Yu Shaoqing, who had just taken off his armor in the house, came out. When he saw his eldest brother, his eyes were hot, and he strode forward. Big brother, third brother, big brother. The two brothers excitedly supported each other's arms. The uncle hugged his brother and choked up and could hardly speak. The third brother, who went to the war on his behalf, finally returned safely. Over the years, he worried day and night, fearing that the death he should have suffered would be substituted by his third brother. God has eyes. And the third brother is back, really back. Over the years, you have suffered. The uncle burst into tears. A grown man cried like a child, but no one in the room laughed at him. No one understood better than the Yu family what kind of torment he had been carrying in his heart over the years. He would rather die than let his brother get into trouble. Fortunately, Yu Shaoqing came back alive. Brother, your leg. Yu Shaoqing frowned and looked at his uncle's slightly trembling right leg. His uncle avoided the main point and said, I fell down. It's almost healed. It's okay. Fearing that Yu Shaoqing would ask more, he turned around and said, Xiang. His aunt wiped her tears and walked forward. Yu Shaoqing looked at his sister-in-law, who was walking towards him. It is said that the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. In his heart, he also respected the sister-in-law very much. Sister-in-law. Hey! His aunt choked and nodded. Yu Feng and Yu Song followed their parents into the house. The two stared at the man in front of them. When Yu Shaoqing left, Yu Feng was only 14, and Yu Song was 12. They were both old enough to remember things. But the third uncle in his memory seemed a little different from the third uncle in front of him. Uncle San has more of the aura of a big shot. These are the two nephews who used to follow him around. They haven't seen each other for many years, and they feel a little strange for a while. However, Yu Shaoqing's love for them has not changed at all. Yu Shaoqing's eyes unconsciously reveal a gentle smile. Is it Xiaofeng and Xiao Song? They have grown so big and taller than their biological father. The uncle glared at his son and said, What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and call someone. Yu Feng, Uncle San. Yu Song, Uncle San. Uncle San. Yu Shaoqing rubbed Yu Song's head. Do you still peek at little girls bathing? Ah! Yu Song's face flushed red. Yuan opened her eyes wide and looked over. Her innocent little virgin brother had a dark history of peeping at girls bathing? That happened when Yu Song was a child. When the children heard that a woman was bathing by the stream, they didn't know who took the lead, but they ran to peek. Yu Song didn't want to be isolated, so he followed her. It turned out that the person bathing was Wang Matzi, which blinded them. This matter could be big or small. After Yu Shaoqing found out, he blocked the few people at the entrance of the village and beat them up. The few people were beaten to doubt their lives, and they whispered privately that Yu Shaoqing had a crush on Wang Matzi. When they grew up, they realized that Uncle San was doing this for their own good. But at that time, Uncle San had already joined the army. After this commotion, the atmosphere in the house became much more relaxed. Afterwards, Xiao Taidan came over holding his sister's hand. This is Jinjin. Jinjin. Call Uncle San, said the aunt. Little Jinjin obediently called Uncle San. Yu Shaoqing smiled, so obedient. The aunt went to the old house to bring the prepared dishes over, and the whole family sat down to eat. Mom passed away 2 years ago, said the uncle sadly. Before she passed away, she was worried about you and kept repeating your name. I said you would come back soon. And you would definitely come back. The saddest thing in life is that the parents are no longer around when the child wants to take care of them. Yu Shaoqing always knew that he was not their biological son. But the two elders treated him the same as their own. After a war, he didn't even see his mother for the last time. Yu Shaoqing's eyes were slightly wet and he said, I will go to visit Mom's grave tomorrow. The aunt sniffed her sour nose and said, the third child has finally come back. You should say something happy. No more talking. Let's drink. The uncle opened the wine jar. The uncle was taking Chinese medicine and should not drink. But he was happy today and had a few drinks. Thinking of something, Yu Shaoqing said, how is the kid from the Zhao family? I remember he liked studying very much. What happened? Did he go to high school? This was of course Zhao Heng. Since Yuan broke up with Zhao Heng, the Yu family hadn't thought of such a person for a long time. When they heard Yu Shaoqing mention him, they were stunned. How should they talk to him? Yuan got engaged to the kid from the Zhao family, but then broke off the engagement. And so on and so forth. Everyone looked at Yuan. Yuan ate the food in silence. Little Taidan was still a child who spoke without restraint, saying whatever he thought. I heard from Shi too that their family moved away. They didn't want to pay back the money to my sister. So they moved out secretly in the middle of the night, while everyone in the village was asleep. No wonder I haven't seen the Zhao family in front of me for so many days. And I didn't even see them on the night when the bandits attacked the village. Did they run away? It's better to say than to sing. My elder brother will definitely pay you back. Isn't it just 300 taels? Do you think my elder brother can't pay it back? Ah! Isn't he just not able to pay it back? Yu Song sneered. I thought he was so strong. To avoid the debt of 300 taels, he actually fled overnight. The original agreement was that if they couldn't pay back the money within 3 months, they would be expelled from Lianhua village. Now, they haven't even lasted 3 months. And they have left on their own. TSK. Shameless. The aunt cursed. Shameless. Little Jinjin imitated. The eldest aunt choked, covered her daughter's mouth and said, Ahem. Jinjin. Be good. You can't say that. Yu Shaoqing looked at his daughter who was eating, and then at his wife who didn't say a word, thinking that a lot of things had happened in the past few years since he left. Some things are not easy to say in front of the children. The matter of Zhao Heng was temporarily forgotten. The eldest uncle talked about the family business, praising Yuan for her ability, and talked about the earthquake a few days ago. The villagers lost their land and worked in the Yu family's workshop. He also talked about Mr. Bao and the horse thieves, and the widow Lu and Wang Matzi. After the meal, it was late at night. Xiao Taidan and the little girl fell asleep in their mother's arms. The uncle and Yu Shaoqing were drunk and their faces were red. The third child. I'm telling you. Bang. He fell asleep with his head hanging on the table. TSK. The aunt looked at her husband with disdain, then looked at the third child who was also drunk and unconscious, and said to Jiang, sister-in-law, help the third child in. What do you want to help? I want to drink more. The uncle snorted and lay on the table again, continuing to sleep soundly. The aunt winked at her 2 sons. Yu Feng squatted down. Yu Song helped put his father on the back of the eldest brother, and sent his father back to the old house with the eldest brother. The aunt stayed to help Yuan clean up the dishes and the house, and then went back with her sleeping daughter. Jiang helped the drunken Yu Shaoqing to the bed and was about to get up. Yu Shaoqing, who was unconscious, suddenly grabbed her, and she lay on her side beside him. Yu Shaoqing opened his eyes, without a trace of drunkenness in his eyes. He looked at his wife whom he missed day and night with burning eyes. His hot big hand touched her soft waist. His Adam's apple rolled, and he said in a low and hoarse voice, Ashu, I miss you. Jiang was shy, and her little finger drew small circles on his chest. Yu Shaoqing was so aroused that he really wanted to have her right away, but he warned himself not to rush. They hadn't seen each other for so long, so he had to say some gentle words to Ashu first. Otherwise, it would be a bit too bad to do this, and that right away. Ashu. Before he finished speaking, Jiang undressed him. even the undressed Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing who was undressed. Even a cow was rare in the village. But Yuan's family had a tall and mighty horse. It's a war horse. Xiao Taidian patted his chest and showed off to his friends. I rode it yesterday. It ran so fast. Wow. The friends all showed envy. All the people who were captured in the village have returned. But there is no news about Xiao Tian's father. Therefore, the whole village thinks that Xiao Taidian has no father. But now, they really envy Xiao Taidian. Taidian, your father is really awesome, said Shirtu. Of course. Xiao Taidian puffed up his chest. Can you let us ride your father's horse? Said Gowazi, who is 1 year younger than Xiao Taidian. That won't work. Xiao Taidian stammered. Stingy. Gowazi pouted. Children's friendship is always like this. They are brothers 1 second and quarrel the next. The little guys started arguing loudly. At this time, Wu Sanchuan arrived at Lianhua village. Yu Shaoqing left in a hurry yesterday and didn't bring any luggage. He came to deliver a box to old Yu, which contained gifts that Yu Shaoqing bought for his family, because he didn't know that he had a son. There was no gift for Xiao Taidian, which made Xiao Taidian very angry. Little Taidian put his hands on his hips and stamped his feet. Do you still want me to call you Dad? Yuan pinched his little ear. Neither do my sisters. You were born too late. And Dad didn't know. Little Taidian cried sadly. Why did you give birth to me so late? Yu Shaoqing was at a loss. Dad will go to the capital to buy you too. Wu San didn't expect that after 6 years of absence. Old Yu came back with a son. The little guy looked quite like old Yu. Seeing the serious old Yu coaxing the child, Wu San wanted to laugh. Old Yu. Old Yu. You have come to this day. Wu San is Yu Shaoqing's brother in life and death. Yuan received him warmly, and Jiang also came out to greet him. However, Jiang, who was always sick, looked very ruddy today, and her face was full of satisfaction. Brother Wu. Jiang greeted gently. Wu San was stunned instantly. His sister-in-law turned out to be such a beautiful lady. No wonder Lao Yu looked down on the Xiongnu princess. 10 of the most beautiful women on the grasslands combined were not as pretty as his sister-in-law. With such a beautiful wife at home, who else can catch her eye? In the past, he thought it was his sister-in-law's blessing to marry such a good man as Lao Yu. But now, it is Lao Yu who is blessed. Wu San learned from Jiang that the meatballs, pickles and pancakes sent to the border were made by his niece. And he was immediately in awe. Little niece, the things you brought really saved the lives of the brothers. 1 meatball can cook a pot of thick soup. 1 piece of pickles can satisfy the salt intake of a group of people. And 1 pancake can't be eaten for more than 10 days. It's even better than military rations. Uncle Wu, you are polite. In fact, we still have those at home. I just made them this morning. If Uncle Wu likes them, I will go and get them for you. Yuan went to the kitchen happily. But when she brought out the freshly fried meatballs, freshly made pickles and pancakes, Wu San had already run away. Yu Shaoqing was right. After the war, the captured men came back one after another. Yu Shaoqing was the first one, and the second one was the hunter's brother. Oh, Suihua, isn't that your eldest brother? Aunt Bai, who was squatting by the well washing clothes, patted Suihua on the shoulder. Suihua looked up and said, Big brother? Shita's father. Big brother is back. The hunter's brother had 1 ear cut off by the enemy. The hunter and the eldest brother cried bitterly at the entrance of the village. Not long after, the son of the Li family also came back. He was not disabled, but his hair was bald. After that, a few more came back one after another. They've all returned. And John began to get nervous. Why hasn't Ernie returned yet? Mom. Ernie's voice suddenly rang out not far away. Aunt John was startled. And the stick she was using to beat clothes fell down. Ernie. Ernie. She ran towards her son crying. Ernie was the most healthy one. And he was assigned to the kitchen, where he was only responsible for cooking and basically didn't go to the battlefield. Ernie! Aunt John cried breathlessly. Mom. Don't cry. I'm back. Ernie's tears also fell. How can people who have not experienced this kind of pain of separation understand? Come on. Your father and your wife are waiting in the house. And Zhang pulled her son's hand, wiped her tears, and said to Aunt Bai, Sister Bai, please help me keep an eye on it. I'll be back soon. Go! Aunt Bai smiled. Wang Matza's neighbor son Dodge Wang also came back. He was disfigured, had a broken finger, and was lame. He could have retired long ago, but he insisted on staying in Yuo and finish the war. Son Dajwang's mother and wife cried together. It's good to be reunited. Xuanzi thought enviously that as long as his brother can come back, even if he is missing arms and legs, he will support him for the rest of his life. What are you doing, little brat? Xuanzi, who was squatting on the ground, was kicked in the buttocks by someone. He fell to the ground with a thud and fell on his face. Xuanzi is now a small inspector in charge of the number 30 horse thieves. Who dares to make trouble for him? Xuanzi turned his head coldly. What? Are you still not convinced? The army ruffian kicked Xuanzi again, without much force. But he kicked Xuanzi to the ground again. Xuanzi looked at the other person blankly. Big brother? Is the dark-skinned man in front of him as strong as a yak? Really the big brother who is white and clean and thinner than a little girl? Don't you recognize me? Brother Xuanzi asked in a ruffian tone. Brother, you are so awesome. Xuanzi climbed up and jumped onto his brother. After 6 years of fighting, the weakest little white-faced man in the village has grown into a man of integrity. Get down from me. No. Hit me if you dare. Xuanzi hung on his brother tightly and shamelessly lied all the way. The weakest one has returned, so my Dunzi will definitely be able to return too. Aunt Bai continued to wash clothes. Aunt Bai, you have washed this basin of clothes 3 times. Let me hang it up for you. Yuan's voice rang softly in Aunt Bai's ears. Ah. Aunt Bai came back to her senses and looked at the clothes that were about to be torn. I didn't wash them clean. Wash them again. Whose family is Bai Xiaodun? A guard on horseback suddenly came to the entrance of the village. Aunt Bai put down her clothes and ran over in a hurry, unable to hide her excitement. My family. My family. I am Dunzi's mother. Brother, is my Dunzi coming back? The guard turned over and dismounted, and solemnly saluted Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai was stunned. The guard turned around and took a bundle from the saddle, opened it, and handed it to Aunt Bai with both hands. Bai Xiaodun died heroically in the Battle of Yuzhou, and was awarded the title of first-class soldier. Please accept my condolences. Aunt Bai felt like a bolt from the blue. She took the bundle tremblingly, and because of the shaking, the pension was spilled all over the floor. But she didn't even look at it, just picked up the iron plate engraved with her son's name, and cried heartbreakingly. Yin Mansion. The army returned victorious, and Yin Songming naturally returned home. He had not set foot in the general's mansion for many years, since the Yin family was imprisoned and the men were exiled. Looking at the plaque of the general's mansion, which was as majestic as a letter, he felt a mixture of indescribable emotions. Daddy, Master, Yin Ryu and Madame Yin went out to greet him. Yin Songming looked at his beautiful daughter, then at his old wife, avoided his wife's hand, and cleared his throat. Let's all go into the mansion. Madame Yin's hand froze. Yin Ryu smiled and said, Dad has made great contributions this time. Yor congratulates Dad for his triumphant return and congratulations to Dad for repelling the enemy. Yin Songming sighed. It was not me who repelled the enemy. Yin Ryu smiled. Dad is too modest. Everyone knows that Marshal Xiao was able to successfully defeat the Huns because someone sent him important military information. This person is the real hero who guarded the 100,000 people in Yuzhou. People are saying that His Majesty is going to reward him generously. Could it be, not Dad? Not me. Yin Songming said resentfully. Who is that? Yin Ryu frowned and asked. Could it be the father of the village girl? No, definitely not. How could a mud-legged man from the countryside make such a great contribution? Yin Songming waved his hand and said. You don't know him. A captain of 1,000 men, named Yu Shaoqing. Chapter 164, entering the capital to receive the title. You? Yin Ryu frowned. She was very sensitive to this surname now. It was no exaggeration to say that she was just catching wind in shadows. Yin Songming was dejected. For a moment, he did not notice the strangeness in his daughter's expression until his daughter murmured. There can't be so many people with the surname Yu in this world. He looked at his daughter strangely. What's wrong? Yin Ryu regained consciousness and helped Yin Songming into the warm room. She knelt beside the small table with tea and snacks, and asked Yin Songming, who was also kneeling, Dad, I met the Xiongnu princess on the street that day. Ah, that difficult princess. Yin Songming was very troubled by this person. Although she came to negotiate from a defeated country, she had no consciousness of groveling. She made a mess along the way. They were a group of grown men, and it was not easy to argue with a little girl. Yu ran into her. She didn't do anything to Yu. Did she? Yin Soming asked worriedly. The maid brought the teapot over. Yin Ryu took it personally. Waved to the maid. And the maid respectfully withdrew. Yin Ryu poured a cup of tea for her father. No. Please don't worry. Father. I just saw her scolding two country people. There seemed to be a guard from the Central Plains beside her. At this point, Yin Ryu began to look at her father's expression. Sure enough, she saw her father frowning. That Central Plains guard is Yu Shaoqing. Yin Ryu felt like she was hit on the head. How could she get what she wanted? The girl's father turned out to be a great contributor to the defeat of the Huns. If she was rewarded, wouldn't it be above her father's head? If Yuan's status was more noble than Yin Ryu's from the beginning, it would be fine. But there are some people in the world who, because they have seen a person's downfall, they don't want her to get better. Yuan is a village girl, so she will be a village girl for the rest of her life, and never think of being superior to her. Daddy, is that man powerful? Yin Ryu asked. Yin Soming said, he is indeed powerful, but his background is a bit poor. In the military camp, the difference between regular troops and wild troops is very big. With Yu Shaoqing's military achievements, if he was not a captured peasant soldier, he would have been in the position of General Shao. But this time he is lucky. His Majesty personally awarded him, and his status in the future will definitely be invaluable. Yin Soming sighed repeatedly. Yin Ryu took a sip of tea without any expression and said, why would His Majesty reward him? It was obviously Daddy who made the military achievements. Huh? Yin Soming was stunned and looked at his daughter in confusion. But his daughter just sipped the tea gently and didn't look at him. You means, don't you want me to steal his military achievements? This won't work. Why won't work? Yin Ryu put down the cup and looked at Yin Soming. Let me ask Daddy. Did a third person know that General Shao entrusted the list to Yu Shaoqing? No. Yin Soming shook his head. That guy kept it a secret. We all thought he was crazy. He didn't wait for rescue at the place where he was, but took us over the snowy mountains until we met Marshal Shao. No. He didn't hand over the list when he first met Marshal Shao. He told Marshal Shao that he wanted to see General Pang Ren in Yuzhou. Marshal Shao took him to General Pang Ren's mansion, and he personally handed the list to General Pang Ren. The funny thing is that General Pang Ren turned around and presented it to Marshal Shao. Do you think this guy is a fool? He ignored Marshal Shao and finally gave the list to Marshal Shao. This is not a fool, but a military order. General Shao ordered him to bring it to Pang Ren, so he only brought it to Pang Ren, even though he knew Pang Ren would eventually hand the list over to Marshal Shao. This man is so persistent. Yin Ryu pinched her handkerchief calmly, since no third person knows about it, and General Shao is dead, and there is no evidence. Then it will be easy. What's a good way? Yin Soming asked. Yin Ryu smiled and said, General Shao took the list he had obtained with great difficulty, and fled into the snowy mountains. He was chased by the Huns, and was seriously injured. He felt that he was about to die. At this time, General Shao met Daddy. General Shao handed the list to Daddy, and asked Daddy to take it to General Pang Ren in Yuzhou. Yin Soming was dumbfounded, but he was saved by Yu Shaoqing. The last person he saw before he died was Yu Shaoqing. How do you explain this? Yin Ryu smiled and said, I said before that General Shao was about to die. In order for Daddy to successfully take the list out, he did not hesitate to use himself as bait to lead Daddy away the group of Huns. On the way to being chased, he met Yu Shaoqing again. That's all. So, General Shao gave me the list first, and I gave it to Yu Shaoqing? Yin Soming was not sure if his daughter intended to do this. Yin Ryu's eyes turned cold. It's not giving. It's stealing. He stole Daddy's list. Ah, this. Yin Soming was simply shocked by his daughter's bold plan. This is a crime of deceiving the emperor. Yin Ryu said, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Daddy, if I guess correctly, your relationship with that centurion is not very harmonious. Well, you also saw this? Yin Soming said embarrassedly. His relationship with Yu Shaoqing is more than unharmonious? After he became the guide Langjiang, he did not make things difficult for Yu Shaoqing. Yin Ryu said again, that's right. Daddy, think about it. You once suppressed him so much. Once he turned over and rode on Daddy's head. Daddy, have you ever thought about what the consequences will be? Yin Soming was silent. Experience told him that Yu Shaoqing was not the kind of person who bullied others by taking advantage of his power. But people's hearts were hidden. Yu Shaoqing did not resist in the past because he had no ability to resist. Once he gained power, would he really let go of himself, who had repeatedly made things difficult for him? What if your majesty does not believe it? This was because he was tempted by Yen Ryu's proposal. Yen Ryu said, Dad and he have different opinions. Who do you think his majesty will listen to? Yen Soming understood, looked at his daughter meaningfully, straightened his back, picked up the tea on the table and said, of course, he will believe the future father-in-law of Master Yin, who he loves the most. Yen Ryu bowed slightly and said with a smile, my daughter wishes Dad a title of nobility and a chancellor. Yen Soming laughed, my Yuri is still smart. Much better than your brothers, who only know how to do nothing. Yen Ryu smiled, Dad, go and accompany Mother tonight. Your every word and action is being watched by others. Don't let anyone catch you. Yen Soming originally planned to rest in the concubine's room. But after listening to his daughter's words, he felt that it made sense. No matter what, treating the main wife well was a gentleman's behavior, and it would be good for him if it spread out. The thought flashed through his mind, and Yen Soming suppressed his impatience and reluctantly went to visit the old and faded Madame Yin. Before dawn, Yu Shaoqing woke up. First took off the big leg that was across his waist, then took off the hand that had been on him all night, and got out of bed quietly. Wu San was waiting at the entrance of the village early. Yu Shaoqing couldn't stay at home for too long. He had to report to the army. If the emperor summoned him, he might need to go to the palace to see him. Yu Shaoqing didn't wake up his family. After washing up, he went to the kitchen to make breakfast, then took a bath and changed clothes, put on armor, led the war horse, and went out quietly. Yu Shaoqing climbed onto the horse after walking a long way out of the village. The cold armor reflected a dazzling and sharp light in the dim morning light. Seeing him on the horse, Wu San also rode his own horse neatly. Wu San understood that he did not want to wake up the villagers. To be honest, it was rare for Lao Yu to be so humble in his current position. Lao Yu, since he could ride a horse, he should be able to talk. Wu San said, have all the people in your village returned? Yu Shaoqing stared and said, a child who grew up with me did not return. By Xiaoduan's little Yu Shaoqing was 10 years old. He had just turned 17 when he was captured. Now it is the 7th year, and he is only 24. But he has been buried forever on the battlefield. Then his family must be very sad. His parents cried for a long time. It's really sad for the old to send off the young. Wu San scratched his head, secretly cursing himself for saying something wrong. Why did he bring up such a sad thing right away? He coughed lightly and changed the subject. Old Yu, I secretly inquired. You must meet the emperor today, and when the emperor sees you, he will definitely reward you well. A 4th-rank general is a must. If you are lucky, you may even be made a marquis. Wu San personally saw Yu Shaoqing enter the palace gate and walk up to the golden palace. However, he did not wait for the good news that Yu Shaoqing was made a marquis and appointed as a prime minister, but instead waited for the bad news that Yu Shaoqing committed the crime of deceiving the emperor and was thrown into the heavenly prison. Chapter 165. Ninth brother is here. What did you say? The third brother, he was taken to the prison? After hearing what Wu San said, the ant fell on the stool. Wu San had no intention of telling the Yu family the bad news. But then he thought that if old Yu didn't return to the village, the Yu family would go to the capital to ask sooner or later, and they would still hear the news by then. So it would be better to tell them the truth first. The uncle, the aunt, and the Yu Feng brothers were all sitting in the main hall of Yuan's house. Xiao Taidan took his sister out to play, and Jiang and Yuan sat opposite Wu San. I don't know if it was Wu San's illusion, but I always felt that there was murderous intent in the eyes of the eldest sister-in-law. He must have thought too much. My sister-in-law is such a delicate lady. She would only feel sad when she heard the bad news, and she would not want to kill anyone. Uncle Wu, can you please have a word with me? Yuan didn't want to talk about such a sad thing in front of her mother. Her parents had such a good relationship. Her mother must be sadder than anyone else when her father went to jail. Wu San understood, and went to the small fish pond in Lianhua village with Yuan. What happened to my father? After no one else was around, Yuan asked directly. Wu San sighed. Old Yu was supposed to be conferred a title in the palace today. He made great contributions, and His Majesty summoned him personally. Yuan was slightly stunned, My father made contributions? Yu Shaoqing talked about the situation in the army lightly, without mentioning the battle in the northwest. The men who returned from the village did say a lot, but no one expected that the protagonist of the incident would be Yu Shaoqing from their village. Why didn't your father tell you? He made great contributions. Your father was a centurion in the northwest camp. Wu San briefly told the story of the Hun's night attack on the camp. 20,000 people. Only less than 100 escaped. After entering the snow-capped mountains, we hid everywhere, and many brothers were shot to death by the Hun stray arrows. One night, Daniel found General Shao, who was seriously injured. Speaking of this, Wu San paused. Daniel was a good soldier. He sacrificed. Yuan's eyes moved slightly. Wu San cheered up and continued. Old Yu asked Dania to rescue General Shao. General Shao knew that he could not save the situation, so he gave all the medicine to the brothers. I went to treat the brothers' injuries. I didn't hear what he said to Old Yu. But the next day Old Yu began to lead the brothers to cross the snow-capped mountains. Old Yu said that we must go to Yuzhou. I thought that Old Yu was going to take the brothers to join the Yuzhou army. When I saw him handing something to General Pangren, I guessed that it might be General Shao who told him something. Sure enough, not long after, Marshal Shao spread false news and lured the Xiongnu army into Yuzhou, cheating in the urn. After the great victory, the news that Old Yu handed in the list of spies gradually spread. That mountain is called the Death Mountain Range. No one has ever left alive. Old Yu took us out. He saved not only the lives of 100,000 people in Yuzhou, but also the lives of the remaining soldiers in the northwest camp. Yuan knew her father was a hero, but she didn't expect him to be such a powerful hero. He endured what ordinary people couldn't endure, and achieved what ordinary people couldn't achieve. He was a hero among heroes. But such a hero had no heirs or baggage at all. When he returned home, he was a husband who doted on his wife, and a father who loved his children. So how did he get the crime of deceiving the emperor? It's not that he handed in a fake list and suffered a defeat. Wu San said, a shameless guide Lang Jiang insisted to your majesty that the list was stolen by Lao Yu from him. Then your majesty believed it? This is too easy to deceive. Wu San said distressfully, my little niece. You don't understand. That guide Lang Jiang has some backers, and is highly valued by your majesty. Is there no witness? Yuan asked. Wu San said, all those who escorted General Shao died. Only a boy named Zhou could prove that General Shao had never seen guide Lang Jiang. But that boy Zhou is gone. He has wandered around the world. Zhou Huai was a beggar picked up by General Shao. He worked for General Shao all his life. After they arrived in Yuzhou, Zhou Huai left. Where can they find him at the end of the world? By the time they find him, Lao Yu may have been executed. Do you still want to execute him? Yuan's eyes trembled. Wu San sighed again. This is a crime of deceiving the emperor. My niece. It's good if you don't implicate the entire clan. Once the Dali Temple gets the evidence of Old Yu's crime, Old Yu will probably die. But I think it's not so easy for Old Yu to confess. He is a man. It's not easy to confess. But it doesn't mean that he won't suffer. His father was framed and put in prison. He will not have a good ending. The jailers will definitely use any means to force his father to confess. When she thought that her father might be tortured in prison, Yuan's hands clenched into fists. What kind of person is my father? Others don't understand. But can't Marshal Shao, who has been with my father all the way, see it? Didn't he defend my father? Wu San shook his head. Marshal Shao didn't say a word because he was thinking about your father. What do you mean? Yuan was puzzled. Suehua happened to pass by the fish pond with a basin of clothes. All one. Suehua greeted with a smile. Her husband's elder brother returned safely, and the whole family was very happy. Yuan smiled and nodded. Sister Suehua. Wu San had come to the village several times. Suehua had seen him, and knew that he was Yu Shaoqing's comrade in arms. She smiled awkwardly and passed by with the clothes. Wu San continued. Marshal Zhao's achievements are greater than his master's. His Majesty has long been wary of him. When he asked to marry the Princess of Yin, do you think he got her? Wu San laughed at himself and said, he surrendered 1,000,000 soldiers and disbanded the Shao family army. Just for a woman. Also for the lives of the soldiers. Yuan nodded. I understand. The more Marshal Shao pleads for my father, the more His Majesty will want to kill my father. That's right. Wu San usually looks out of tune, but he has his own opinions on these things. Your Majesty's punishment of Old Yu is more or less a warning to others. But the most important thing is that the bastard is shameless. The emperor wanted to kill someone, and he just handed over a knife. If Yin Soming hadn't slandered old Yu for stealing military merits, even if the emperor wanted to show off to Marshal Xiao, it wouldn't be old Yu's turn. Uncle Wu, can I see my father? Yuan asked. This? Wu San scratched his head. I don't know anyone in the Dali Temple. Yuan turned and left. Where are you going? Niece? Wu San asked. To the Dali Temple. Yuan said. Wu San said anxiously, I've said I don't have any connections with the Dali Temple. Yuan's eyes were firm. Then I'll go too. I can't let my father suffer an unjust accusation. You? What can you do as a girl? Wu San regretted telling her these things. Yuan paused. I don't know what I can do. But I know I can't do nothing. I want to ask my father in person. Maybe I can get some clues from him. Hey. You? Wu San wanted to say. Can't I go and ask? But when he met those calm and stubborn eyes, he couldn't say anything to refuse. Yuan first found her aunt. Aunt, please take care of my mother. Aunt was surprised. Where are you going? Awan. I'm going to the capital. Yuan said. Don't do anything stupid. Aunt said with a pale face. Yuan shook her head calmly. I won't. Uncle Wu is with me. Wu San squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Well, if he didn't bring his little niece back safely, he would be too ashamed to see old Yu's family. The two went to the town to rent a carriage to go to the capital. Wu San was not familiar with the capital, but fortunately the driver knew the way and quickly sent the two to the Dali Temple. However, to their despair, the two of them could not even enter the Dali Temple. The guards of the Dali Temple said, Yu Shaoqing is a serious criminal. No one is allowed to visit him unless there is a decree from the emperor. Wu San still wanted to ask Marshal Xiao for mercy, but it seems that this is impossible. What's wrong? In the Qishao Palace where the Xiongnu envoys were received, the Xiongnu princess was so angry that she slapped the whip on the table. I am the Xiongnu princess. He is my guard in the Central Plains. My guard was arrested. I want him out. The person who endured her yelling was her cousin, the second prince of the Xiongnu. The second prince was the son of Xiao Yanshi, and his status was second only to the eldest brother born to the Yanshi. This was very similar to Yan Huijing. The difference is that his mother was not as smart as concubine Su Xian. But fortunately, he had a prince uncle who supported him, who was the father of the Xiongnu princess in front of him. He would do anything his cousin asked for, but he couldn't agree to this. The second prince said earnestly, Mingju. He stole other people's military merits and tried to fool the emperor. This is a crime of deceiving the emperor in the Great Zhou dynasty and is punishable by death. You can choose other guards as many as you want. The Xiongnu princess was relentless. I don't care. I want him. The second prince sank his face. Don't make trouble. The Xiongnu princess whipped the ground with a whip. I want him. I want him alive. Brother. Don't care. I will find a way myself. After that, she stood up and went out without looking back. Mingju. Mingnu. The second prince did not stop. There are more men than women in the Xiongnu royal court. And the Xiongnu princess is extremely beautiful. She is loved by her father and uncle. She has been spoiled since she was young and has a willful temper. Even the second prince often cannot control her. The second prince ordered the guards, follow the princess quickly, and don't let her get into trouble again. Yes. The two Xiongnu guards chased in the direction where the princess left. But the Xiongnu princess left the palace and planned to visit Yu Shaoqing in the Dali Temple, but unexpectedly met a familiar woman at the gate of the palace. Yu greets the princess. Yen Ryu bowed slightly. The Xiongnu princess suddenly realized, it's you. Yen Ryu smiled gently. The princess still remembers you. It's yours honor. Who should remember you? The Xiongnu princess rolled her eyes, and didn't even ask who Yen Ryu was, or what she was doing in the palace. Yen Ryu looked at her hurriedly leaving back, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of her lips. Are you going to the Dali Temple? The Xiongnu princess, who had one foot on the stirrup, suddenly stopped. Yen Ryu smiled faintly. If I were the princess, I would never touch this bad luck. Yu Shaoqing committed a capital crime, and the princess should stay away from him to avoid being implicated and causing the emperor of the Great Zhou to be unhappy. That would be troublesome. What do you think? The Xiongnu princess walked towards Yen Ryu coldly. Yen Ryu looked at her with a smile. Her father had made great contributions and was granted the title of Marquis of Wanhu. Now she was the daughter of a marquis, so she was no longer afraid of a princess of a defeated country. After all, this princess still had to beg their great Zhou. The Xiongnu princess snorted coldly, raised her hand, and whipped Yin Ryu with a whip. This time, it was not as simple as just taking off her veil. Yin Ryu hurriedly dodged sideways. Although she avoided the vital parts, the whip made a bloody cut on her forehead. The Xiongnu princess said coldly, "What does it have to do with you whether he lives or dies? If you dare to talk nonsense again, this princess will strip you of your clothes and whip you 10 times in public." Yin Ryu's nails dug into her flesh. "Princess!" The guards caught up. The Xiongnu princess rolled her eyes in disdain, had her horse brought over, and rode away. Yin Ryu touched her forehead and looked at the blood on her fingertips. "You will pay the price." Hellion Mingju. As arrogant as the Xiongnu princess was, she failed to break into the Dali Temple's prison in the end. The Dali Temple seemed to have built a copper wall, an iron wall in one day, and not even a fly could fly in. "I'm so angry! I'm so angry!" The Xiongnu princess, who had been frustrated, took out her anger on the precious flowers and plants in the garden as soon as she entered the palace, and beat the flowers to pieces with a whip. Yin Huijing was passing by on a small path not far away. He heard the noise, looked at the Xiongnu princess, and asked the accompanying eunuch, "Isn't that the Xiongnu princess? What happened?" The eunuch stepped forward to inquire about it, and reported back, "To answer your highness, the criminal thrown into the heavenly prison by your majesty today is the guard that the Xiongnu princess asked for Marshal Xiao." The Xiongnu princess was angry because she failed to save him. Yin Huijing said thoughtfully, "Is it the one who stole the spy list from Lord Yin?" The eunuch said, "It is him. I heard his surname is Yu, and he is a captain." "You?" Yin Huijing frowned. It can't be such a coincidence. After leaving the Dali Temple, Yuan and Wu San began to think about what to do. "Uncle Wu," Yuan pondered, "you go to find Zhou Huai? Bring your brothers as much as possible. Isn't it said that my father is their great benefactor? Now my father is in trouble. Please ask them to lend a hand and help my father find Zhou Huai." "What will you do if I leave?" Wu San asked worriedly. Yuan smiled bitterly. "Why are you the same as my aunt?" "Don't worry, Uncle Wu. I won't do anything stupid. I know my limits." A little girl told herself that she knew her limits. In the past, Wu San would have laughed. But now there seemed to be no way to exonerate old Yu except to find Zhou Huai as soon as possible. Even if there was little hope, he could only try his best. Wu San said solemnly, "Okay. I'll contact the brothers now. Take care of yourself. Don't do stupid things. Your father values you more than his own life. He would rather die than want you to fly into the fire for him." Yuan nodded. Wu San took a deep breath and rode away. Yuan lowered her eyes. For her father. "What's wrong with flying into the fire?" Yuan said to the driver, "Go to the Shao Grand Marshal's mansion." The driver drove the carriage to the Shao mansion. Shang Wanyin once asked her to come, but she refused to come. But now she came on her own. Yuan looked at the magnificent plaque and got off the carriage holding up her skirt. The guard at the gate saw Yuan going up the stairs and stopped her and asked, "Who is it?" Yuan stood on the steps, looked up at the guard who looked alert, and said calmly, "My father is a subordinate of Marshal Xiao. I need to see Marshal Xiao for something. Please let the guard pass on the message." The guard looked down at Yuan and said, "The master is not here. What is your father's name? When the master comes back, I will tell him that you have been here." Yuan looked at his expression for a moment, and seeing that he did not seem to be lying, she said, "Then can I wait here for him to come back?" The guard said, "Then you may have to wait. Our master accompanies his wife out of the house. It may take a day at the fastest and more than 10 days at the slowest. So long. Her father's head must have moved a long time ago. Can I ask where they went?" The guard said coldly, "How can you disclose the whereabouts of my master and his wife to outsiders casually?" Yuan pinched her fingers and looked at him with her eyes like a torch. "But I really have an urgent matter. My father is in danger. This matter is also related to your master. My father was implicated by him." The guard choked. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yuan continued to provoke him. "General Xiao Yan's last words before his death were brought to Marshal Xiao by my father. Now Marshal Xiao is keeping himself out of trouble and wants to destroy the bridge. Everyone says that Marshal Xiao is a hero. But which hero pushes his subordinates out to die while hiding behind and enjoying himself?" The guard was so angry that he drew his sword from his waist. Another guard came out of the mansion and stopped him in time, saying to Yuan, Marshal Shao is indeed not here. We don't know where he went. If you are really anxious, go find Master Shao Wu in Qinghe Street. Yuan turned and left. After walking a few steps, she heard the second guard say, Marshal Shao would never let his subordinates die. He must have some reason to ignore it. Yuan looked back with the corner of her eye, said nothing, and stepped into the carriage. Miss, it's going to rain, the driver said. Go to Qinghe Street, Yuan said. But, as soon as the driver opened his mouth, Yuan threw out a silver ingot. The driver shut up angrily and drove the carriage to Qinghe Street. Master Shao Wu's mansion was not difficult to find, but it was difficult that he was not there. Yuan took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to run away, and asked the servant, Excuse me, where did Master Shao Wu go? The servant had gone to the banquet of Madame Wei with Master Shao Wu. He had seen Yuan in the Wei mansion before, and knew that she had a good relationship with her master. So he was not afraid to tell her the truth. Madame Wei had a headache, and he went to visit her. He just left, and the young lady might have run into him half a cup of tea earlier. Thank you. Yuan pressed her swollen eyebrows and got on the carriage. Go to Madame Wei's mansion. The driver looked at the dark clouds above his head, hesitated again, and went with an embarrassed look. When the carriage was halfway, the worried thing happened. A spring thunder exploded, and then the sky seemed to be torn into a huge hole, and heavy rain poured down, hitting the carriage heavily and the ground, splashing high water mist. The street was in chaos. The driver put on a straw raincoat and continued on his way. But unexpectedly the wheel got stuck in a crack in the stone. The body of the carriage shook violently, and the wheel fell off. The carriage without a wheel suddenly lost its balance and flipped to one side. Yuan fell out of the carriage. The driver jumped down in time because he was sitting outside the carriage. But the horse ran away. He left Yuan and hurried to chase the horse. Yuan knelt on the ground, and the big raindrops hit her without mercy. Her clothes were soaked. Her hair was messed up, and there was a sharp pain in her ankle. She must have sprained it. She sat in the cold rain in a daze, and was soaked like a little drowned chicken. Suddenly, a carriage stopped behind her. A person got off the carriage. The man was tall and slender, wearing a silver-white cloak. In the dark rain, he looked like a cold white moonlight. He opened an oil-paper umbrella above her head. The hand holding the umbrella was slender and jade-like with distinct joints. Yuan was drenched, and the rain stopped. A familiar cold fragrance lingered in the fishy smell of water. She turned around slowly and raised her head. On her little face, which was frozen white by the heavy rain, I don't know if it was rain or tears, she looked very pitiful. The man's eyes moved. Yuan, who didn't feel very wronged at first, but felt too unlucky, choked up with sobs when she saw this man, Yin Jiuqiao. My father has been arrested. Chapter 166 Brother Zhou's Method. When she choked up and called out his name, Yin Jiuqiao felt that his heart was also rubbed hard. He was used to a person's fierce and powerful appearance, and suddenly saw her vulnerable side, and his heart softened. Of course, Master Yin was not a person who would be soft-hearted to anyone. Get up. I can't get up, Yuan said aggrievedly. I sprained my ankle. Her legs were numb. Yin Jiuqiao had an expression of I knew it. Yin Jiuqiao squatted down, and the clean hem of his clothes fell on the muddy ground, soaked by the cold mud. He put the umbrella handle in Yuan's hand. Take it. Yuan took it, and the residual warmth of his umbrella handle was left on the umbrella handle, warming her palms. Yin Jiuqiao picked her up horizontally. Yuan had lived 2 lives, but this was the first time she was carried like a princess. The feeling was a little indescribable, but she didn't hate it. Through the wet clothes, she could feel his strong arms with clear muscles. Ying Lu and Ying Shishan saw their young master carrying a woman back, and they all looked straight ahead, their eyes looking at the nose, their nose looking at the heart, and their faces were expressionless. But in fact, they were already furious. To be honest, before meeting Yuan, the two had once suspected that the young master was not interested in women, and that Yan Ryu was just an accident, and what he really liked was men. It's not surprising that Ying Lu and Ying Shishan were so suspicious, because the young master had no young maids around him, only young guards and servants, and each one was more handsome than the other. Any coachman picked out at random was more handsome than Panin, the top boy in Nanfeng Pavilion. As the young master's secret guards, everything they have belongs to the young master, including their pure chastity. The two of them are always worried that they will be summoned by the young master one day. Now they finally don't have to worry about the young master having improper thoughts about them. In the carriage, Yuan put away her umbrella. She was wet all over. Yin Jiuqiao hugged her, and his clothes were wet. The wet clothes stuck to him, and his muscles became clear. He was not a big guy who looked good but was useless, but full of strength, strong and tight. This wet temptation was like a walking hormone. Yuan's head was a little dizzy. Yuan turned her face away in shame. Her father was in prison, and she was in the mood to appreciate a man's figure. The carriage arrived at the young master's mansion. The rain was a little lighter, so it didn't matter if she didn't hold an umbrella. Seeing that it was his young master's carriage, the servant hurriedly opened the main gate. The carriage drove straight in, entered the second gate, and arrived at Yin Jiuqiao's yard without any obstruction. Uncle Wan heard the sound of horse hooves and waited outside with an umbrella. After the carriage stopped, he walked over in 2 or 3 steps, so fast. "Have you bought osmanthus cake?" It turned out that the 3 little guys were greedy. So Yin Jiuqiao went to buy osmanthus cake for his sons. Yin Jiuqiao went to hug Yuan beside him. "I'll walk by myself." Yuan held his hand. She was stunned just now, but now her mind was clear and her face became thinner. Yin Jiuqiao looked at the little hand in his palm. "If you want to hold it, I'll let you hold it as much as you want when we get into the house. Get out of the car now." That's not what she meant. Yuan pulled her hand back. In someone's eyes, this reaction meant that she wanted to go back to the house and hold her hand as much as she wanted. So impatient. "Yuan." Yin Jiuqiao took her up. And when Uncle Wan excitedly opened the curtain, he saw his young master carrying Miss Yu down. Uncle Wan was stunned. Yin Jiuqiao carried Yuan into the yard. The 3 little guys came out while slurping their saliva. When they saw Yuan, they instantly forgot about the sweet-scented osmanthus cake. Yin Jiuqiao carried Yuan into his own room, and the 3 little tails followed him. As soon as Yin Jiuqiao put her on the soft bed, the 3 of them pounced on her like little hungry wolves. Yin Jiuqiao picked her up quickly. The 3 little guys didn't hold Yuan, and glared at their father in dissatisfaction. Yin Jiuqiao said lightly, "It's useless to glare. Come back after you've changed your clothes." After that, he threw the 3 little guys out without any hesitation. The 3 little guys stomped their feet in resentment. Yin Jiuqiao also told Uncle Wan, "Go and ask for a doctor." "Yes." Uncle Wan glanced at Yuan's stiff left foot and went without delay. An old nanny came in with a set of dry clothes, bowed to Yin Jiuqiao, and said gently, "Young master, go change your clothes first. I will serve this girl. Her surname is Yu," Yin Jiuqiao said. The old nanny was stunned at first, then bowed respectfully, "Yes, I will remember it." Yin Jiuqiao stepped out of the wing room. Everyone went out, and suddenly turned back, frowning his handsome little eyebrows, and asked Yuan, "Your father was arrested. Who are you going to find just now?" Yuan's heart skipped a beat. When she heard his first sentence, Yuan thought he was going to ask her what her father had done and where he was arrested. But why was he concerned about who she was going to find? Yuan's intuition told her that if she told the truth and went to Wei Mansion to find Xiao Wuye, she would die miserably. Yuan said with great desire to survive, "Looking for you." "That road?" Yin Jiuqiao frowned. Yuan secretly thought it was not good. He knew that she had a good relationship with Xiao Wuye of Wei Mansion. That road was the way to Wei Mansion, which was completely different from the young master's mansion. It is no exaggeration to say that 1 step forward is Wei Mansion, and 99 steps back is the young master's mansion. It can indeed reach the young master's mansion. Yin Jiuqiao's brows relaxed, and he went out with a satisfied look. Yuan pinched a cold sweat. This is also okay?" Yin Jiuqiao really went out this time. The old nanny asked someone to prepare hot water and said to Yuan, "Miss Yu, take a hot bath first to warm your body. When the ginger soup is ready, I will send it to Miss Yu. There are no young women in the mansion, and I can't find suitable clothes. The princess occasionally comes to stay for a while. This is the princess's clothes. Miss Yu, please change first. My surname is Fong. Miss Yu, call me if you have something." Yuan soaked in the bathtub. Nanny Fong was waiting behind the screen. Yuan poked her head out. "Does your young master have no concubines?" "No." Nanny Fong smiled. "Where are the maids who share the same room with you?" "No." "Where are the maids who don't share the same room with you?" "No." Nanny Fong said with a smile. "The princess did send a few over, but the young master sent them all away." "Is that so?" Yuan shrank into the hot water with petals floating on it, leaving only her round head exposed. She was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, "Is he not capable?" Young Master Yin, who had just walked to the door. Yin Jiuchao went to the study with a sullen face. Ing Lu had already found out the news, but when he saw his young master's face, he was a little scared and didn't dare to say anything. Ahem. Young master. Ing Lu cleared his throat. I found out. Yin Jiuchao clenched his fists and said, "There will be a time when you will cry and beg for mercy." Ing Lu, should I kneel down and cry and beg for mercy now? What did you find out? Yin Jiuchao asked calmly. Ing Lu came back to his senses instantly, straightened his expression and said, to answer the young master, Miss Yu's father was taken to the Dali Temple's Tianlao, and the crime was the crime of deceiving the emperor. How did he deceive the emperor? Yin Jiuchao asked. Ing Lu replied, Yu Shaoqing snatched the military merit that should have belonged to Lord Yin, and went to the emperor to ask for credit. The emperor was furious and locked him up in the Dali Temple. Yin Jiuchao frowned suspiciously. When did the capital have a Lord Yin? Ing Lu said, Miss Yan's father was just canonized this morning. What about military merit? Yin Jiuchao said calmly. Ing Lu thought for a moment and said, It's the list of spies planted by the Xiongnu in Yuzhou. It is said that General Shao originally gave it to Lord Yin. The night before arriving in Yuzhou, Miss Yu's father stole the list from Lord Yin and gave it to General Pangren, falsely claiming that it was entrusted to him by General Shao before his death. Yin Jiuchao's index finger tapped the table twice carelessly. Ing Lu said, I think there are many doubts about this matter. Yin Jiuchao snorted disdainfully. What doubts? Someone is just killing a chicken to scare the monkey. You asking Shersan to accompany one Zongwan to the Dali Temple to save Yu Shaoqing? Ing Lu wondered. Then young master. Yin Jiuchao's eyes turned cold. Enter the palace. At night, the heavy rain stopped completely. The streets were wet, and the air was filled with the smell of soil and grass. The Xiongnu princess couldn't get into the Dali Temple, so she fell asleep in the carriage. Another carriage drove over and stopped at the door of the Dali Temple. Who is it? The guard of the Dali Temple shouted. And the next second, he changed to a flattering tone. Oh, it's Wan Zongwan. What brings you here? Uncle Wan showed the token of the Prince of Yan's mansion. I'm here to see someone. Guard, the person you want to see is not the one who was in prison today. Right? Uncle Wan smiled and said. Why? Are there many people coming to see him? The guard pointed to the carriage opposite and whispered. Look, the princess of Xiongnu is here too. But the emperor has ordered that I dare not let her in. Uncle Wan stretched out his voice and said. So, I can't get in either? This? The guard looked embarrassed. Uncle Wan narrowed his eyes and said. You are not going to torture Lord Yu. Are you? A trace of panic flashed in the guard's eyes. Get out of the way. Eunuch Wan was so powerful that the guard was so scared that he trembled and obediently got out of the way. Chapter 167, Angering Yin Ryu to Death. Uncle Wan entered the palace when he was very young. He was ugly and not favored. No noble master wanted him, so he was thrown into the cold palace. The cold palace was home to the deposed empress of Emperor Jingyang, and the two princes born to Emperor Jingyang by the deposed empress. The younger prince was the same age as him. He knew nothing at that time. The eunuchs asked him to serve the prince well, and he really served the prince with all his heart. The eunuchs in the cold palace died one after another, and he was the only one who lived with the two princes until adulthood. One day, the eldest prince found him, and said to him, 10,000 taels of wealth. I want to leave the cold palace. Can you help me? He nodded. The eldest prince handed him a packet of poison, put it in the bowl of the sixth brother. He was scared to death. Your Highness, you can't do that. The sixth prince is your brother. Even if you want to leave the cold palace, you can't harm him. The eldest prince was young, but he already had the majesty of an emperor. I told you to leave. So you leave. If you keep talking nonsense to me, I will kill you. Of course Uncle Wan didn't do it. He grew up with the sixth prince. How could he bear to poison his bowl? Uncle Wan ran to the sixth prince's room and woke up the sixth prince, who was still taking a nap, and said, Sixth prince. Sixth prince. Something bad has happened. Hurry up and pack your things and escape from the cold palace. Why should I escape? Asked the sixth prince. You. Uncle Wan couldn't say that the eldest prince wanted to poison him. So he said vaguely, I just got the news that someone wants to kill you. The sixth prince immediately threw off the quilt and ran out. But he didn't run out of the cold palace, but ran into the eldest prince's study. "Brother, someone wants to kill us. Let's run." Uncle One was standing at the door of the study at that time, and the eldest prince's face was shrouded in darkness. At that moment, Uncle One deeply felt that he and the sixth prince would not survive. However, what Uncle One didn't expect was that the eldest prince not only let him and the sixth prince live well, but after ascending the throne, he also gave himself to the sixth prince, who later became the Prince of Yen. There are some things Uncle One can't guess, but what is certain is that His Majesty treats the Prince of Yan's mansion differently. Uncle One rushed into the Dali Temple. Those guards didn't even draw their swords, and they stopped when they saw that they were from the young master's mansion. Ing Shursen thought to himself, why does he need a secret guard to help out when old man one can handle it himself? Secret guards are also very busy, right? Where are the people imprisoned? Uncle One grabbed a guard and asked. The Dali Temple's minister and junior minister were not there, so the guards did not dare to bump into the people in the young master's mansion. Otherwise, even if they had 10 heads, they would not be enough for young Master Yin to chop off. He pointed to the torture room. In the Tianzi torture room. The Dali Temple's torture rooms in this dynasty are divided into Tiandixuan. The Xuanzi room is an ordinary interrogation room with almost no torture instruments. And starting from the Dizzy torture room, there are many creepy things. The Tianzi torture room is used to torture the most vicious criminals. After entering, they are not in a hurry to ask questions, but first use a round of torture instruments. It can be said to be the most cruel and the most effective place to torture people into confessions. Uncle One's eyelids twitched. How long have you been locked up? An hour. The guard said tremblingly. Uncle One was in a bad mood. Ing Shursen rushed to the Tianzi number 1 torture chamber like lightning and kicked open the big iron door. Just as he was about to rescue the person, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Uncle One ran over in a hurry, and when he took a closer look, he was also completely dumbfounded. After Uncle One and Ing Shursen set off for the Dali Temple, Yin Jiuqiao also left the young master's mansion soon, and he took Ing Lu into the palace. He entered the palace as if he was entering his own vegetable garden, and no one dared to stop him. He went to the imperial study room unimpeded. Eunuch Wang was guarding the door of the imperial study room. When he saw him coming, he was slightly surprised. Just as he was about to shout to pass on a message, Yin Jiuqiao had already walked past him, leaving Ing Lu alone, staring at Eunuch Wang. Are you here to plead for Yu Shaoqing as well? The emperor sat behind his desk and saw Yin Jiuqiao, who came uninvited. Yin Jiuqiao glanced around and found that the imperial study was really lively today. The second prince Yin Huijing, the second prince of the Xiongnu envoy, and Gao Yuan, the chief priest of the imperial academy, all stood in front of the emperor. The emperor snorted coldly and said, no need to look. They all came to plead for Yu Shaoqing. I don't understand. What ability does a mere captain of 1,000 men have to make my son, my ministers, my envoys from friendly countries? Looking at Yin Jiuqiao, he almost bit out a few words from his teeth. And my good nephew? All came to plead for him. Among these people, 3 did not know Yu Shaoqing, and 1 knew him, but was an enemy of Yu Shaoqing on the battlefield. Are they crazy? Or is he, the emperor, crazy? Gao Yuan lowered his head. He pleaded for Yu Shaoqing because he knew that Yu Shaoqing was wronged. He was a true loyal and brave man and should not die unjustly. As for why the other 3 came, he was also curious. In addition to knowing why Yin Jiuqiao came, Yin Huijing was also very puzzled about the purpose of Gao Yuan and the second prince of the Xiongnu. The second prince of the Xiongnu was forced by the Xiongnu princess. The Xiongnu princess sent a message to him that if Yu Shaoqing was not rescued, she would stay at the gate of the Dali Temple and not leave. Young Master Yin looked at the 3 people in front of him unhappily. Your Majesty, I will leave. One person pleading for Yu Shaoqing is pleading, but a group of people pleading for Yu Shaoqing means that Yu Shaoqing will die. Gao Yuan left tactfully. The second prince also understood this truth and bowed. Father, I will leave. The second prince of the Xiongnu saw that the emperor's most trusted minister and the most respected son had backed out, and he knew that this trip was in vain. He put his right hand on his left shoulder and bowed. I have something else to do, so I won't disturb the respected emperor for now. What? You don't want to leave? The emperor looked at Yin Jiuqiao. The 3 people who walked to the door paused. wanting to hear what the rumored crazy young master would say to the emperor. However, before they could open their mouths, Uncle One came running over in a hurry. Oh no! Oh no! Something has happened. The emperor frowned. What happened? Yin Jiucha asked. Uncle One gasped and said, Yu Shaoqing is missing. When Uncle One heard that Yu Shaoqing was locked up in the Tianzi No. 1 torture chamber, he was so scared that he quickly asked Ing Shi-san to rescue him. Ing Shi-san kicked open the prison door and saw a cold, dark room. Yu Shaoqing, who was supposed to be on the torture device, was missing, and the jailers who were supposed to be executing the execution were all hung on the torture device. No one knew who hung them up, and even when they opened their eyes and found themselves hanging on the torture device, they were so scared that they almost fainted again. How do more than 100 masters in the Dali Temple do their work? Can't they even keep an eye on a prisoner? The emperor was so angry that his teeth itched. Okay. Yu Shaoqing is so brave that he dared to escape from the Tianao privately. The crime is even more serious. Uncle One whispered, to answer your majesty. It should not be that Yu Shaoqing escaped by himself. The jailer in charge of the execution said that they gave Yu Shaoqing cartilage powder, and the dosage was not small. Even a cow should have fallen down. The emperor's face turned even uglier. Do you mean someone robbed the prison? It would be fine if he pleaded for Yu Shaoqing. But he actually robbed the prison openly. Do they really take him? The emperor. Seriously? All of you. Get back here. The emperor was furious and scolded the second prince of the Xiongnu. The 3 people who had just stepped out of the door returned to the imperial study in disgrace. Did you do it? The emperor asked seriously. The 3 shook their heads like rattles. That's you? The emperor looked at Yin Jiucha. Yin Jiucha also looked at him. Your Majesty. Do you think it's possible? Of course the emperor knew it was impossible. If he wanted to take someone away, would he need to rob him? Even if he really robbed him, it would not be his style if he didn't carve a sentence, this young master was here on the wall. The emperor's fists creaked. Find them for me. Dig deep into the ground and find Yu Shaoqing and the thief who broke into the Dali Temple. There may be more than one person. Eunuch Wang reminded. The emperor thought that this was the truth. There were so many masters in the Dali Temple. How abnormal skills must one have to move freely under their noses? It must be a group of people. 100 or 80 people. Together with the traitors. They transported Yu Shaoqing, who was poisoned by cartilage powder, out. The emperor was furious. Okay. You dare to rob my death row prisoners. I don't care if there are 100 or 1,000 people. In short, send out the imperial guards and arrest them all for me. No one will be spared. Yin Jiucha came to the emperor not just for the matter of Yu Shaoqing, but suddenly such a change happened, and he had no choice but to put it aside. After leaving the imperial study, Yin Jiucha asked Ing Lu, with your and Yin Shisan skills, is it possible to come and go freely in the Dali Temple? Ing Lu thought for a while and said, it's possible to come and go freely, but it's a bit difficult not to be discovered. If you bring an unconscious person with you, it will be even more difficult. Yin Jiucha raised his eyebrows. You mean? Yin Shisan can't do it? Ing Lu said truthfully, I think it's difficult. Yin Jiucha smiled vaguely. It's getting more and more interesting. At the young master's mansion, Yuan finished her hot bath, changed into dry clothes, and received treatment from the imperial physician in the wing room. She knew nothing about the Dali Temple, but she knew that Yin Jiucha had already found a solution. In this case, she just waited for the result with peace of mind. I don't know when. She began to trust him slowly. The imperial physician's surname was Zhang. He was one of the 2 doctors that my uncle went to Beozatang to replace Dr. Ji. Yuan asked him and found out that he and Dr. Liang were both found by Yin Jiucha to let Dr. Ji free up time to concentrate on treating my uncle. It would be a lie to say that I was not moved. But, since he could invite the imperial physician, why didn't he just let the imperial physician treat his uncle? He had to go through so much trouble. That guy's brain circuit was really weird. Miss, your injury is not serious. I brought some blood activating and blood stasis removing ointment. You can apply it for 3 to 5 days, and the swelling will go down. Apply it twice a day. Dr. Zhang took a box of ointment from the medicine box and gave it to Yuan. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Yuan took the ointment and thanked him. Dr. Zhang also reminded, in addition, the girl should rest more and don't use her feet before the swelling goes down. Yuan nodded. I'll remember it. After that, Dr. Zhang explained some dietary taboos. Yuan was quite knowledgeable about health preservation and had some knowledge of these. But she still listened very carefully. Nanny Fang personally sent Dr. Zhang out. Before leaving, she placed the ginger soup cooked in the kitchen on the table next to Yuan. Miss you. Don't forget to drink it. Yuan thought it was just ginger soup. But when she picked it up, she found that it was glutinous rice balls stewed in ginger soup. There was brown sugar in the soup. The rice balls were stuffed with sesame and peanuts. The skin was soft and chewy, and the fillings were fragrant and sweet. Eating the rice balls alone might make you sick, and drinking the ginger soup alone would make you spicy. The combination was just right. Yuan was sweating all over, and the coldness in her body was dispelled. She was no longer hungry, but she was not full either. She could eat dinner after a rest. Yuan couldn't help but sigh at the rigor and ingenuity of the chef in the young master's mansion. The taste, efficacy, and quantity. Every detail was accurate to the extreme. Then what about Yin Jiuchu? Is he also a person who wants to do everything to the extreme? Bang! While thinking, the door was smashed open by the head of a little kid. It was 3 little kids hiding behind the crack of the door, peeking, and as they watched, their little heads were too heavy, and they were hit. Is it Xiao Bao? Yuan looked at the little figure rolling in. Her eyes moved, and she was about to get up to hug him. She felt a piercing pain in her ankle, and she gasped. Xiao Bao fell to the ground first, and then Dabao and Erbao also fell to the ground. The 3 of them got up quickly and threw themselves into Yuan's arms. Yuan hugged their soft little bodies. After just a few days of not seeing them, she seemed to miss them even more. Yuan rubbed their little heads. Have you eaten well these days? The 3 nodded, and as if they were afraid that Yuan would not believe them, they lifted their shirts to reveal their round bellies. Yuan knew that they were really full when she saw the little watermelon-like bellies, and a smile appeared in her eyes. So good. The 3 of them leaned forward. Kiss! Yuan was instantly touched by the cuteness, leaned down, and kissed each of them. Suddenly, the 3 saw Yuan's left leg wrapped in gauze, and their faces instantly became extremely anxious. Yuan hurriedly comforted her. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. The 3 looked at Yuan doubtfully. Suddenly, the 3rd child walked over, bent down, and gently blew. Soon, the eldest and the 2nd child also came over to blew. Of course, they couldn't blew, but it was this clumsy little action that made Yuan's heart burn. The 3 little guys stayed with Yuan until they fell asleep, and then let the nanny carry them back to their own room. As soon as the nanny left, Yen Ryu came to visit. She came to visit the 3 children, but she never expected to see Yuan here. Why are you here? Yen Ryu paused outside the wing room and looked at the woman sitting in the room in disbelief. Yuan's clothes were wet. She was wearing the princess's purple-waisted Luo skirt and a white top embroidered with silver phoenix fairy and pipa. This dress was bright and beautiful on the princess, but it had a poetic and picturesque beauty on her. She sat there quietly, looking more like a noble daughter than Yen Ryu. Yen Ryu's pupils shrank instantly. Yuan didn't even raise her eyelids when she heard Yen Ryu's words. Yen Ryu had just been irritated by the Xiongnu princess this morning, so she couldn't bear being irritated by a village girl again. Yen Ryu walked into the room coldly, came to Yuan, and looked at her indifferently. Didn't you hear me talking to you? How could you let yourself in here? Who allowed you to come in? Yen Jiuchu. Yuan raised her eyebrows. Yen Ryu took a breath. You can call the young master's name? Yuan smiled indifferently. Why? Don't you have the courage to call? Or did you call him, and he ignored you? Yen Ryu was hit in the sore spot, and she didn't care whether she had the courage to call or not. Now she couldn't see Yen Jiuchu at all. She was the child's mother, and it was natural for her to visit the child. But every time she came, Yen Jiuchu happened to be away. It's so late. Why are you still in young Master Yen's room? Yen Ryu asked angrily. Yuan held her chin with one hand, looked at her and smiled. I want to live here. Let you plot against me. I'll piss you off. You? Yen Ryu suspected that she had heard wrongly. What did this woman say? She wants to live in Master Yen's room? Could it be that Master Yen, he likes this woman? Yen Ryu was so angry that her veil was about to fall off. You approached the child again and again. And it turns out that you have such a dirty mind. You are shameless. You want to be proud? Yuan said calmly. Yen Ryu had never been insulted like this. I am the biological mother of his son. I have an engagement with him. Yuan interrupted her. Engagement? What engagement? Did he admit it? Did he say he wanted to marry you? You think you can rely on him after giving birth to a child? Are you stupid, or is he stupid? Yuan hit the nail on the head with every word. Yen Ryu's face turned green. If the young master doesn't marry me, will he marry you? Don't you look at your own identity? A country girl. Can I be worthy of the young master of Yincheng? Yuan said angrily. What if I am worthy? What if I am not worthy? Anyway, Yin Jiuqiao returned to the mansion and just arrived at the door. He heard a heartbreaking sentence. I must marry into the young master's mansion. I want to be the mother of his child. Jiugu, my wife is so impatient. Wan, I. Listen to my explanation. Chapter 168 Brave Little Black Jiang. After Yuan finished saying this, she saw a shadow projected on the ground outside the door. And her heart immediately skipped a beat. The shadow seemed to be a man. Is it Ying Lu? Ying Shisan who is back? Or Uncle Wan? It can't be Yin Jiuqiao. It must not be Yin Jiuqiao. But it was Yin Jiuqiao. When Yin Jiuqiao walked into the house and showed his incredibly handsome face, Yuan's mind was full of a sentence. It's over. It's over. It's really over. Yin Jiuqiao's face was not very good, and his cold eyes fell on Yuan's face, as if he wanted to stare a hole in her. Yen Ryu was originally mad at Yuan's words, but after seeing the expression of Master Yin, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know how this woman got a life from Master Yin last time, she wouldn't be so lucky this time. Everyone in the world knows that Master Yin is a rebellious person and hates being forced by others. Even if Master Yin really has some thoughts about this village girl, she was wiped out by her ignorant words. Who does she think she is? Can she marry into the master's mansion if she wants? She even brazenly wants to be the mother of 3 children. How ridiculous. She is the mother of 3 children. But she dare not speak so arrogantly. Country bumpkins are country bumpkins. They have never seen the world and have no brains. Men will be carried away by love and forget their own weight. People, it is important to know yourself. Once you lose self-knowledge, you will not be far from killing yourself. Yuan lowered her eyes, not daring to look at Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao withdrew his gaze from Yuan and looked at Yen Ryu beside him. Yen Ryu was flattered and lowered her head, acting shy. At the same time, she did not forget to think in her heart, how beautiful is her face. How beautiful is her veil. The Xiongnu princess whipped her with a whip, leaving a small cut. She applied a golden wound medicine, which had a faint smell of medicine, but she had incense, which should be able to cover it. While she was thinking, Yin Jiuqiao spoke slowly, come here. Yen Ryu raised her head in disbelief, wanting to confirm whether the Yin Jiuqiao mentioned was herself. But Yin Jiuqiao had already turned around and walked out with a cold aura. Yen Ryu looked at Yuan and saw that she did not move. She was secretly happy that the young master was indeed summoning her. After so much effort, the young master finally looked at her straight in the eye. Is this village girl really angry? In contrast, she understood her gentleness and kindness. Yin Ryu combed her hair and followed him out with an elegant look. Yin Jiuqiao took the man to the study. Yin Ryu was ready to serve Yin Jiuqiao. But as soon as she entered the room, she heard Yin Jiuqiao say, what did she say to you just now? Tell me in detail. Yin Jiuqiao. What? Don't you have the courage to call him? Or did he ignore you when you called him? I want to live here. You want to be shameless? Engagement? What engagement? Did he admit it? Did he say he wanted to marry you? Do you think you can rely on him after having a child? Are you stupid, or is he stupid? What if I am worthy? What if I am not worthy? What a worthy. What if I am not worthy? This audacious woman dared to say anything. Yin Jiuqiao left the study with a cold expression and walked towards the wing room where Yuan was. Looking at his angry back, Yen Ryu raised the corners of her lips coldly. That girl really said too much. She didn't even need to add fuel to the fire. This time, let's see how she can turn over. Yen Ryu went to sit in the room of the 3 little kids. The children had fallen asleep. She patiently stayed for a while, and then got up and left. On the other side, Yin Jiuqiao came to his room. Yuan was sitting obediently on the chair, with her head drooped, looking very ashamed. But there was a trace of carelessness in her black and white eyes. Yuan caught a glimpse of the figure entering the room from the corner of her eye, and she did not move her eyelids. Still sitting obediently, Yin Jiuqiao walked up to her, looked down at her, and sat down beside her coldly. You are getting more and more courageous now. Did this young master spoil you? You are so outspoken. Yuan thought to herself. God is above. The sun and the moon can testify. Those are all words deliberately made to anger Yin Ryu to death. I really don't have the slightest idea of crossing the line with you. You just... Yin Jiuchao thought of what she said, and his chest rose and fell violently with anger. So impatient. Impatient to marry him. Impatient to be the mother of his son. Look how you've been spoiled. Yin Jiuchao bit out a few words from his teeth. Unfair. More unfair than Dou-yi. Yin Jiuchao clenched his fists. Who gave you the courage to have so many unreasonable thoughts about this young master? I really don't. Yin Jiuchao closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said with regret, You still want to live in this young master's house. You are a girl. How can you be so shameless? What is called shooting yourself in the foot? This is it. Is it too late to clarify now? Yuan calmed down and mustered up the courage to say, If I tell you that some of the things I said to you are not true, what will you do? For example, what? Yin Jiuchao asked coldly. Yuan blinked and looked at him. For example, I didn't come to see you today. Yin Jiuchao's eyes became very dangerous. Then you are deceiving me. What will you do? Kill you. Yuan lowered her head aggrievedly. Then I came to see you. Yin Jiuchao snorted. I knew it. Yuan. Young master. You haven't had dinner yet. The kitchen has stewed some fried-nut porridge. Nanny Fang's voice slowly sounded outside the door. Come in. Yin Jiuchao said. Nanny Fang brought in the fried-nut porridge, put it on the table, and then went out without looking around. When she reached the end of the corridor, Uncle Wan grabbed her and said, What's wrong? Did the young master bully miss you? Nanny Fang said. Don't you understand the young master's temper? How could he not bully her? Uncle Wan was heartbroken. But he didn't have the courage to rescue Yuan. He could only return to the house silently, cover himself with a quilt silently, and complain about Yin Jiuchao to death. Yuan finally knew about Yu Shaoqing's disappearance from the prison. It was really a wave of troubles. The crime of deceiving the emperor had not been washed away, and there was another charge of escaping from prison. Of course, Yuan believed that her father was innocent, but it was useless for her to believe it. She had to find her father and let the truth come out. Can I go with you to find my father? Yuan looked at Yin Jiuchao and asked. I thought this guy would say what? You can't stay away from me for a moment. But he didn't say anything, just nodded and took her to the carriage. Is she asking for abuse? This guy suddenly became so normal. She was not used to it. Yuan was really worried about her father. If he was saved by a friend, it would be fine. But if he was an enemy, he wanted to trap her father to death. No matter what. She had to find her father before the guards. The carriage drove out of the young master's mansion and headed towards the Dali temple. Yuan guessed that Yin Jiuchao was going to the Tianlao where her father was imprisoned to look for clues to his disappearance. Yuan lifted the curtain and noticed that the guards accompanying them this time were not Ing Lu and Ing Shersan, but a group of men riding tall horses, wearing silver masks and silver cloaks. The horses also wore helmets, and together with their masters, they formed a deadly Shura atmosphere. Yuan's back was chilled. Snap! A slender jade-like hand reached out and lowered the curtain for Yuan. Yuan felt her blood flowing back. She glanced at Yin Jiuchao beside her. Yin Jiuchao closed his eyes, as if nothing had happened. She took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in her heart. Over there. They are there. A team of guards found the traces of Yu Shaoqing and the mysterious man. The man was masked, wearing a nightgown, and was accompanied by a 7-foot strong man, who could fly over the eaves and walls. His companions heard his exclamation and chased in the direction he pointed. It was a straight alley. The guards were divided into 4 groups. 2 groups of archers flew up to the eaves on both sides of the alley, and the other 2 groups blocked the front and back exits of the alley. The mysterious man and Yu Shaoqing were trapped in the alley, like a turtle in a jar. Archers, get ready. At the command of the leading guard, the archers all pulled their bowstrings and aimed their arrows at the figure in the alley. Where can you run? The leading guard said coldly. The next second, a horrific scream rang out in the alley. Princess! Listen! A Xiongnu guard tightened the reins and stopped his horse. The Xiongnu princess also stopped her horse and listened carefully. To the east. The 2 of them rode to the alley in the east, but were shocked by the scene in front of them. There were 17 or 18 archers hanging upside down on the eaves, and 70 or 80 guards lying on the ground. This is not true. who acted so quickly. It took them only half a quarter of an hour from hearing the noise to rushing over. How come this group of guards, who are considered masters, were annihilated? The guard said, terrified. Princess, there may be a lot of people coming from the other side. Let's not wade into the muddy water. The Xiongnu princess said angrily. So what if there are a lot of people? Am I afraid? Those who dare to take me away, I will make them all pay the price. A quarter of an hour later, the Xiongnu princess faced the mysterious man. She whipped him with a whip. But with a snap, the whip hit her back. Ah! She screamed, fell off her horse, fell into the pigpen beside her, and plunged into a pile of pig manure. Soon, the mysterious man faced Jun Chaman and Yan Huijing again. The mysterious man carried Yu Shaoqing and did not take the group seriously at all. The little fat ball rushed up first, opened its sharp little claws, revealed its small animal teeth that could bite through steel, and bit the mysterious man's shoulder fiercely. There was a snap, and the little fat ball was slapped into the wall by the mysterious man, and it couldn't be pulled out. Jun Chanan drew his sword and rushed up. He was the first swordsman under the second prince, with extraordinary martial arts and profound internal strength. But even he didn't get any benefits from the other party. He used all his skills, but still let the other party escape. Not only that, the precious sword he brought from his master also cracked. He clearly remembered that the opponent only tapped the back of his sword lightly. Did he destroy the treasure of the divine sword sect with just one tap? Second prince? He saw Yan Huijing walking towards him. Yan Huijing looked at the cracked sword in his hand, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. You can't even beat him? It's her, Jun Chan corrected, bending down to pick up a small embroidered bead on the ground. Woman? Such a perverted master is actually a woman. Yan Huijing simply didn't know how to express his shock. When did such a master come to Zhongyuan? Yan Huijing murmured in disbelief. Jun Chanan said, yes. I have never seen such a master in Zhongyuan. Even men rarely have such perverted skills. Perhaps only Xiao Shinting and the rumored demon leader can compare with them. Can we still catch up with him? Yan Huijing asked. Jun Chanan shook his head. We can only try our luck. Unless she accidentally bumps into you, you will never find her trace by yourself. Is it possible? Yan Jiuqiao? Yuan lifted the car curtain and looked at the little snow fox as big as a glutinous rice ball walking in front of the car. Although foxes have a very sensitive sense of smell, it is still just a baby fox. Besides, it was raining on the ground, and the smell had been washed away long ago. Yan Jiuqiao asked back, who do you think found you when you fell off the cliff? Yuan paused. That time, it seemed that the little snow fox fell down first, and then Yan Jiuqiao jumped down. So, it was the little snow fox? Yuan praised sincerely. It's really amazing. The little snow fox was so proud that it didn't look at the road, and it bumped into the pillar. Yuan. The little snow fox stumbled all the way and took Yuan and Yan Jiuqiao to a deserted mountain. The mountain road was difficult to travel, and the carriage couldn't go up, so they had to ride horses instead. Yan Jiuqiao gave Yuan a horse, and after climbing on the horse, he saw Yuan standing there motionless. You can't ride a horse? Yuan hummed softly. Yan Jiuqiao stretched out his hand to Yuan. Yuan's eyes fell on the hand that was as delicate as a jade carving. After pausing for 2 seconds, he handed his hand over. Yan Jiuqiao pulled her to sit on the horse. She sat in front of Yan Jiuqiao. Yan Jiuqiao held the reins tightly with both hands and held her in his arms with his strong arms. The saddle was so big that her back was pressed against his chest. Through the thin clothes, she could feel the heat from his chest infecting her layer by layer. Hold on tight, Yan Jiuqiao said softly. His warm breath sprayed on Yuan's ears, and his magnetic voice was so beautiful that it made people feel numb. Yan Jiuqiao. Have you ever ridden a horse with another woman? Why would this young master ride a horse with another woman? I'm just asking casually. If you haven't, then you haven't. Why are you so angry? You all won. Are you jealous? I'm not. What you all want? I'm still Chao Amon. The charming atmosphere was stirred up by the two of them, and the strong smell of gunpowder filled the surroundings. The horses walked pitifully, not daring to breathe. Suddenly, Yan Jiuqiao tightened the reins, raised his hand, and the group stopped in unison. Yuan was about to say a few words to him, but when she looked forward, she found that there was a small abandoned hut behind the lush trees. The little snow fox ran to the door of the hut, scratching the door with its little claws. Suddenly, The door creaked open, and the little snow fox was dragged in by something. The door closed. The surroundings were as quiet as before, as if nothing had happened. Wait for me here, Yin Jiocha said with a stern look. Turned over and got off the horse, leading a silver-faced guard to protect Yuan. And the remaining 8 people followed him to the small hut. Yuan looked at the group of guards from a distance, as if she was looking at a group of Shiras from H.L. The powerful aura like death enveloped the entire mountain forest, and the sleeping birds and beasts seemed to be awakened and let out trembling roars. The 8 people surrounded the small hut and pulled open a large net with a gleaming poisonous light, covering the hut tightly. Yuan had no doubt that if the people inside rushed out, they would be cut into pieces by this extremely fine net. But if the other party threw her father out first, then her father would be cut into pieces. No one can escape this big net. Not Xiao Shinting, nor the masters of the Ghost Clan. Yin Jiocha stopped at the door of the house. Come out, he said lightly. Creak. The door opened. The fox baby that was almost made into a roasted fox rolled out. It's not it. It's you, Yin Jiocha said again. After a pause, the door was opened further. Yuan was far away and couldn't see what happened in the house. She only felt that Yin Jiocha's back stiffened slightly after the door was opened. This reaction. Did she see her father? How could Yuan know that Yin Jiocha saw more than just her father? You? Yin Jiocha looked at the person in the room and gasped in shock. If he was not mistaken, this person was not. The other party blinked innocently, looked down at the embroidered shoes with a bead dropped, and said pitifully, "Don't catch me. That won't work. You broke into the prison, robbed the death row prisoners, and injured so many guards. All one is for you." Yin Jiochao, who had 100 words of negotiation in his mind. Xiao Heijiang, where is your moral integrity? Chapter 169. Ninth brother takes the blame. Father, you released from prison. Yuan sat on the horseback, waiting anxiously. What did Yin Jiocha see? First, his back stiffened, and then he froze there as if struck by thunder, and then he entered the house. Yuan could no longer see him. Is your young master okay? Yuan asked the silver-faced guard beside her. The guard neither answered nor even paid attention to her, just staring at the direction of the broken hut. Yuan felt like she was talking to a dead man, and her back felt cold. Like him, she also paid attention to the movements of the broken hut. After a while, Yin Jiocha came out, holding a man in his arms. Judging from his figure, it was Yuan's father, Yu Shaoqing. A silver-faced guard stepped forward and took Yu Shaoqing from Yin Jiochao's arms. The remaining 7 people collected the big net, followed Yin Jiochao, and walked towards Yuan. Yuan couldn't wait for them to come over, so she jumped off the horse and walked over. Dad! Yin Jiocha stopped, and the guards also stopped. Yuan checked her father's breath, touched her father's neck, and confirmed that his breathing and pulse were normal. And then she put her heart back into her stomach. But, is it her illusion? Why does it feel that Yin Jiocha's eyes are full of sympathy when he looks at her? Is it because her father suffered, so she, the daughter, was also sympathized with? Yin Jiocha cleared his throat and said, Your father took an overdose of knockout drugs, and he will be fine when he wakes up. But you will be in trouble soon. Yuan didn't decipher the meaningful look of a certain young master, and was still thinking about her father. If my mother knew my father's condition, she would be very sad. In this world, my mother loves me the most, and my father is the second. Yin Jiocha sympathized with her even more. Where is the murderer? Yuan asked. Yin Jiocha couldn't bear to look directly and said, He escaped. Yuan was slightly stunned. Escaped? Why didn't I see it? Young Master Yin said calmly, He escaped from the back door. Do you remember what the murderer looks like? Yuan asked. Yes. Young Master Yin responded very seriously. Not only remembering, but even if he turned into ashes in the future, he would be able to recognize him. I'm going to send him back to the Dali Temple now. Yes. Although Yuan was reluctant to leave her father, she also understood that her father had not yet been cleared of the crime, and it was inevitable that he would return to the Dali Temple's Tianlao. Yin Jiocha, Yuan said softly, Can you please stop forcing them to force my father to take medicine? The calm tone of voice, to the ears of a certain young master, seemed to reveal a trace of unspeakable grievance. Yin Jiocha said disdainfully, Do they dare to force the people sent in by this young master? Yuan raised her eyes and looked at him. Her eyes were as bright as autumn water. Thank you, Yin Jiochao. The eyes were so bright that they almost shone all the way to the darkest part of his heart. Yin Jiuchao's breathing stagnated, and he turned his eyes away in resistance, and said coldly, "Get on the horse." Yuan felt his suddenly cold aura and blinked in confusion. Did she say something wrong? How could he change his face so quickly? The two of them rode together to the foot of the mountain. The carriage was parked there steadily. Yin Jiuchao asked someone to put Yu Shaoqing in the carriage, and then he and Yuan also got on the carriage. The group went back to the Dali Temple. On the other side, Yin Huijing and Jun Chanan were still struggling to find Yu Shaoqing's trace. It was more like trying their luck than looking for him. The man was too fast. Even if he was carrying an unconscious man, he would throw Jun Chanan away in an instant. The only thing that was certain was that the city gate was closed, and the man must still be in the capital. Your Highness, look! While crossing an alley, Jun Chanan noticed the carriage and a group of people slowly passing by on the street. Yin Huijing tightened the reins and looked in the direction of the sound. His eyes fell on the familiar emblem on the carriage and moved slightly. The carriage of the young master's mansion? Is it Yin Jiuchao? He also came out to look for Yu Shaoqing. Given the unclear relationship between Yuan and Yin Jiuchao, it is not surprising that Yin Jiuchao would come out to look for Yu Shaoqing. What is strange is the 9 guards accompanying him, wearing silver cloaks and silver masks, exuded a death-like aura. Even the horses they sat on seemed to have trampled on the souls of the dead, which made people shudder. What kind of people are they? Yin Huijing asked with a frown. Death warriors, Jun Chanan said. Silver-faced death warriors. Yin Huijing had heard of death warriors. There were tens of thousands of guards who risked their lives for others, but not many of them could be called death warriors. Bronze-faced death warriors were extremely rare, and silver-faced ones were almost rare. As for gold-faced death warriors, they were only legendary. Silver-faced death warriors had not appeared in the Central Plains for several years. Unexpectedly, Yin Jiuchao had 9 of them around him all of a sudden. Jun Chanan said. No wonder he was able to destroy the Qianji Pavilion overnight. The question is, where did this useless young master get the death warriors? The carriage passed through the alley. Yuan looked at the curtain beside her, lifted it and looked back. Was there anyone just now? Yin Jiuchao said nonchalantly. A few passers-by. Don't bother. The carriage stopped at the gate of the Dali Temple. The guard at the gate saw the girl who had come during the day coming again, and immediately frowned. How many times have I told you? Dali Temple is not. Yin Jiuchao walked over and stood beside Yuan, and the guard's face turned pale. Not what? Yin Jiuchao asked indifferently. The guard fell to his knees on the ground, shaking like a sieve. Yuan pulled his sleeve, signaling him to stop making trouble and get down to business. The guard lowered his head and glanced at the hand that dared to pull Master Yan's sleeve with his peripheral vision. He was immediately struck by lightning. The little girl who had been scolded by him dared to touch Master Yin. How could his head still be tied to his belt? Get lost, Yin Jiuchao shouted in a low voice. The guard quickly got lost. Uncle Wan and Ying Shursan came out to take the unconscious Yu Shaoqing and sent him to a cell that had been made very comfortable. Uncle Wan said with a smile, Miss you. Don't worry. Ying Shursan and I will guard here, and will not let anyone torture Lord Yu again. Yuan bowed and said, Thank you Uncle Wan and Ying for your protection. Although Yu Shaoqing was found, it was not so easy to let go of the murderer. When he came to the emperor, he could not be fooled by a runaway. The emperor was really angry. If the guards could not find him, he planned to send out the royal death squad. After sending Yuan back to the young master's mansion, Yin Jiuchao entered the palace. The emperor went to sleep after midnight. Just as he lay down, he was woken up by eunuch Wang, who said that Yin Jiuchao had come. He was still dizzy at the moment, but Yin Jiuchao's heavy news instantly woke him up. What did you say? Did you kidnap the person? Yin Jiuchao took a deep breath. Yes. The emperor looked at him suspiciously. Who did you ask to do it? The assassin sent to me by my uncle, Yin Jiuchao said. The emperor was furious, using the people he sent to him to deal with him. He really has grown a skill. The emperor was furious and said, Then why didn't you admit it when I asked you yesterday? And you asked me? Is it possible? Yin Jiuchao had nothing to refute. Why did you do this? Can't you discuss it with me? You have to make a scene. The emperor became angrier and angrier, and even felt like he was going to kill the brat. He wanted to slap the brat to death. I'll ask you one last time. Did you really do it? Yin Jiuchao took a deep breath. Yes. The emperor's chest rose and fell violently. Sacrificial offerings. Did you steal the offerings? Yin Jiucha was puzzled. Eunuch Wang whispered, the offerings for the ancestors in the ancestral hall were stolen. The guards of the imperial ancestral hall are stricter than those of the Dali temple. There has never been any theft in all these years. It would have happened sooner or later. But it happened at this critical moment. It is impossible not to connect the two cases together. That man almost roasted and ate the little snow fox. He really looks like he would do such a thing. Yin Jiuchao's mouth twitched, and he reluctantly took the pot. It's me. The emperor turned sideways, wanting to get angry but feeling embarrassed. Is it you who shaved my nipples? What? Yin Jiuchao didn't hear those two words clearly. The emperor clenched his teeth and said, Young Master Yin was confused. The emperor's fists creaked. Leg hair. My leg hair. Yin Jiucha staggered and almost fell. That woman ate the sacrifices secretly. But she also shaved the emperor's hair? How did she get so brave? No. What was she thinking? Maybe the Dali temple found out later. She shaved more than just her leg hair. And Yin Jiuchao didn't dare to think about it anymore. He just wanted to die. At dawn, the news that Yu Shaoqing had returned to the Dali temple spread. And it was said that the murderer was found. A prisoner on death row in the Dali temple. The prisoner bribed the jailer of the Dali temple. And the two of them worked together to get Yu Shaoqing out. As for why the prisoner did this, it was said that Yu Shaoqing had done him a favor in his early years, and he took the risk to repay the favor. However, both of them were sentenced to death. If they escaped, it was luck. If they couldn't escape, it was fate. Others might believe these words, but Yin Huaijing didn't. Because, after meeting Yin Jiuchao halfway, he and Jun Chang'an followed him all the way, and saw with their own eyes that it was Yin Jiuchao who sent Yu Shaoqing to the Dali temple. After that, Yin Jiuchao entered the palace. And then the news that the murderer was captured came out. Yu Shaoqing was rescued by him. If Yu Shaoqing was really kidnapped by the prisoner, then he should have taken the prisoner back to the Dali temple. But I only saw Yu Shaoqing, not the prisoner, in the palace of concubine Xian. Yin Huaijing expressed his doubts to his mother. Concubine Su was arranging flowers. And while cutting the branches, she said, some things. It's better for you to understand them in your heart. Yin Huaijing paused. What do you mean? Mother? Concubine Su put a beautiful peony into the vase. Who in this world would be willing to let your father cover up for him? Yin Huaijing frowned. The person who kidnapped Yu Shaoqing was Yin Jiuchao? This is impossible. He went to the imperial study yesterday to ask for someone from my father. When he heard that Yu Shaoqing was missing, the shock on his face was not fake. Concubine Su smiled faintly. It's not him, but someone related to him. Yin Huaijing's eyes darkened. Robbing the prison is a capital crime. Why does my father indulge him so much? Su Xianfei picked another peony. He only has less than 2 years to live. What if your father indulges him? After all, it is because of your father that he has become a short-lived ghost. Isn't he born weak? Su Xianfei seemed reluctant to mention Yin Jiuchao's illness. So Yin Huaijing didn't know much. Su Xianfei put the peony aside and picked another one. Silly child. We are the royal family. Are there any royal heirs who are born weak? There are only those who can't be born and those who can't be raised. Yin Huaijing didn't want to say too much about the affairs of the harem. Concubine Su cut off the largest peony in the vase and inserted the peony in her hand into it. There are some things you don't need to know too clearly. You just need to remember that your father treats him differently because he feels guilty. You don't have to be jealous of him. Yin Huaijing was silent. Was it really just because of guilt? Why did he feel that it was far more than that? Young Master Yin, who always let others take the blame, took the blame for several lifetimes in just half a cup of tea in the imperial study. So it is said that if you mess around, you will pay it back sooner or later. The emperor was really angry. If it wasn't for Eunuch Wang persuading him that the young master was sick, he must have been ill and didn't know what he was doing. The emperor could barely resist the urge to pinch Yin Jiuchao to death. But the death penalty can be avoided. But the living crime cannot be escaped. Yin Jiuchao was fined 1 year's salary, confined to reflect on his mistakes for a month, and 100 strokes of the cane. Considering his physical condition, the guards took his place. Ing Shursan obediently took 100 lashes, crying and shouting, and after the beating, he slapped his butt, shook his head, and strode to the Dali temple. Although the truth of the robbery of the prison was revealed, Yu Shaoqing's guilt was still not cleared. He was still the death row prisoner who ignored General Zhao's last will, stole the list of spies, and tried to deceive the emperor. Zhou Huai was the only person who could prove that General Zhao had never been alone with Yan Songming from the time he got the list to his death. As long as it can be proved that the two have never met, then Yan Songming's claim that General Zhao entrusted the list to him will be self-defeating. However, Zhou Huai's whereabouts are strange, and it is not so easy to find him. Has there been any movement in the army these days? The emperor asked the Minister of War in the imperial study. After the soldiers returned victorious, those who retired had returned home, and those who did not retire were settled in major camps in the capital. Many of them knew Yu Shaoqing, and in their eyes, Yu Shaoqing was definitely not a fraud. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War said respectfully, to reply to your majesty. No. No. The emperor asked suspiciously. Doesn't anyone think that Yu Shaoqing was wronged? The assistant minister of the Ministry of War said, Yu Shaoqing stayed in the northwest camp the longest, and most of the people he knew were in the northwest camp. But the northwest camp was massacred overnight, and the 20 or 30 people who escaped all left the capital. It is said that they are looking for clues to prove Yu Shaoqing's innocence. The emperor did not take the 20 or 30 people seriously, and there was no movement in the army, which showed that Xiao Shinting was still law-abiding, and that this so-called Yu Shaoqing was not as frightening as he imagined. But the assistant minister of the Ministry of War paused, hesitating to speak. The emperor said, What is it? You can say it, and I will forgive you. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War is a member of the emperor's maternal clan, loyal to the emperor, and the emperor trusts him very much. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War said, Lord Yin not only killed King Wuheng, but also led the soldiers to cross the Death Ridge. He was not afraid of life and death, and sent the list to Yuzhou. He is brave and resourceful. Lord Yin is also from a general family. The emperor said impatiently, Speak human language. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War said with a stiff upper lip, It is said in the army that Lord Yin may be the next Marshal Xiao. Nonsense. The emperor punched the desk. Xiao Shinting has always been a thorn in the emperor's side. He can neither be killed nor promoted. If he is killed, there will be internal and external troubles. If he is not killed, his achievements will surpass the emperor. To put it bluntly, the emperor is just missing someone who can replace Xiao Shinting. And when this person really appears, the emperor is worried that he will become the next uncontrollable Xiao Shinting. Therefore, it is not a good thing to say that Lord Yin may be comparable to Xiao Shinting. The next day, the emperor received memorials from ministers, most of which requested the immediate execution of Yu Shaoqing and praised Yan Songming, claiming that the emperor should promote Yan Songming. The emperor laughed in anger. I have already made him a marquis. How can I promote him? Do I have to make him a general or a marshal? When everyone adds fuel to the fire, sometimes it is not the flames that are high, but an invisible knife. On the fourth day of the court session, a minister who usually kept silent stood up for the first time and said to the emperor, To whom was the list handed over? Both sides have their own opinions. There is not enough evidence to prove Yu Shaoqing's innocence, nor is there enough evidence to prove Yu Shaoqing's guilt. It seems a bit inappropriate to put people in jail based on the one-sided words of Lord Yin. In my opinion, both of them are suspected and should be arrested together. Lord Yin should also be imprisoned. Yan Songming was very angry. Putting a hero who won a battle in jail will definitely chill the hearts of the people. What you said is not without reason. The emperor showed a very embarrassed look. The Minister of War stepped forward in time. Your Majesty, why not release Yu Shaoqing first, and then arrest and execute him when there is enough evidence, so that the people will have nothing to say. Chapter 170A Family of Four. The son calls him dad. Yu Shaoqing was released by the emperor, who was willing to follow his advice. But he was not allowed to leave Lianhua town without permission, because he was under suspicion. And Yan Songming, who was also under suspicion, was not allowed to leave the capital without permission. One of the two was a hero who truly saved the people from danger. The people had no objection to the emperor's move, but only hoped that evidence could be found as soon as possible to get to the bottom of everything. The emperor handed the matter over to the second prince, who worked with the Dali Temple to thoroughly investigate the truth. After the court was dismissed, Yan Songming did not go anywhere and immediately returned to the Yin mansion. He rushed into the backyard in a hurry and caught a maid who was doing the sweeping and asked, Where is the eldest lady? The maid was startled by the master who appeared out of nowhere, and stammered, in the pavilion. Yin Ryu solved the chess game in the pavilion. This was a chess game that had been passed down for hundreds of years. It was said that no one could solve it. But she didn't believe it. Lizzie had her leg broken by the Xiongnu princess's horse. Now, the newly promoted second-class maid named Kai Qin was serving Yin Ryu. Kai Qin was not as smart as Lizzie. But she was not as noisy as Lizzie. She stood stupidly by the side. Which was just right. Sister. Yin Xia walked over and looked at Kai Qin for a while. Yin Ryu said slowly, "Don't set your sights on my maid." Yin Xia curled his lips. He was the eldest son of the mansion. What was wrong with setting his sights on a maid? This maid was also stupid. Not as capable as Lizzie. Yin Xia immediately lost interest and turned to stare at the expectant face in front of Yin Ryu and said, "Sister, are you playing chess? What's the point of playing alone? Brother will accompany you." After Yin Xia said this, he brushed the chess pieces on the chessboard. And Yin Ryu's hard work for the whole morning was gone. Yin Ryu's face immediately turned cold. "If you have nothing to do, go study. Practice swordplay. Don't mess with me." Yin Xia was so angry that he glared. "How do you talk to my elder brother? Do you know what seniority means? I see that since you have been involved with the young master's mansion, you have taken me, your brother, less seriously. Do you really think you are so great?" Yin Ryu said coldly, "I am nothing great. Then how did my brother walk out of the prison? How did the Yin family get rid of the charges? How did my father become the marquis? And how did my elder brother live to this day after committing so many crimes? You. Yin Xia was choked and speechless. This girl was right. The Yin family was able to make a comeback thanks to this sister. If it weren't for her, their family might still be in prison. His father would not be able to get promoted to a marquis, and he might not even have a full meal. Although he understood, Yin Xia was still angry at Yin Ryu for treating him like this. He stared at Yin Ryu fiercely and snorted, "Don't think I don't know your secret." Yin Ryu's eyes became fierce. "What secret?" Yin Xia's playful eyes fell on her flat belly. Yin Ryu's fingers under her wide sleeves gradually clenched. "You're..." Yin Soming broke the tension between the brother and sister, holding up his skirt, panting, and said to Kai Qin beside him, Go and pour me a pot of tea." "Yes," Kai Qin responded. The brother and sister both returned to their normal expressions. "Why are you here?" Yin Soming asked his son. Yin Xia said, "I am playing chess with my sister." Yin Soming glared at his son. "With your poor chess skills, you are not afraid of polluting your sister's eyes. Why don't you study hard? You are so old. Do you still expect me to give you an official position?" The whole family dotes on his sister, and he has less and less status at home. Yin Xia snorted in dissatisfaction and left the pavilion with his sleeves. With no one around, Yin Soming sat down with lingering fear. Something big has happened. Yu Shaoqing is out of prison." Yin Ryu paused while packing up the chessboard. "Have you found a witness? Then how is Daddy okay? If Yu Shaoqing is innocent, Yin Soming must be guilty. It is a bit unreasonable for him to appear at home intact." Yin Soming told his daughter everything that happened in the court. Yin Ryu vaguely felt that the matter was not simple. Although her father had made great contributions, he was still a novice in the court. Why did so many ministers suddenly stand up for him? If this was a coincidence, it was too coincidental. If it was not a coincidence, she couldn't figure out who did it. The second prince? Or young Master Yin? Isn't it too conspicuous to go to such great lengths for a woman? Once it is exposed, the emperor will be suspicious of him endlessly. Forget it. I don't want to think about it. Yin Ryu pressed her aching head. "What's wrong?" "You're?" Yin Soming asked worriedly. "Nothing." Yin Ryu picked up a white piece and said to Yin Soming, "A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. It seems that Daddy is feared by His Majesty." Yin Soming was stunned. Yin Ryu smiled faintly and said, "His Majesty does not want to raise another Shaoshanting. At the same time, let Daddy see clearly who is the one who truly dominates Daddy's fate. It is not the people, not the court officials, but him, the supreme monarch." Yin Soming chewed on his daughter's words carefully. Yin Ryu said again, "Father, you must keep a low profile from now on. You must not see anyone who comes to make friends." Yin Soming was stunned. Isn't this a bad thing? If it gets out, I will have a reputation of being arrogant." Yin Ryu said lightly, "It doesn't matter whether the reputation is good or not. The most important thing is that people can't afford to offend him. Father, just look at young Master Yin. and you will understand what kind of person His Majesty likes. What if you are isolated by the whole world? As long as His Majesty supports you, you will have endless wealth and glory, and endless roads to the sky. But Yin Songming understood the truth. But there was one thing that really worried him. There is a man named Zhou Huai around General Xiao. He knows that I haven't met General Xiao. Wu San went to find him. If he really finds him back, things will be out of control. Yin Ryu lowered her eyes and pinched a black piece in her hand. First, find him if you have the ability. Yu Shaoqing was temporarily released, and the Yu family was relieved. When Wu San came to the house and said that Yu Shaoqing was arrested and imprisoned, my uncle and aunt almost fainted from anxiety. Fortunately, he returned safely. I heard that the prison was tough, and few people who went in were not hungry and scolded. My third brother must have suffered a lot. Hearing the sound of horse hooves outside the door, the uncle walked over with his cane. Third brother, you have become thinner and rounder. Is it an illusion? Why did the third brother's imprisonment make his face rounder? In the military camp, he had to train soldiers and kill enemies. But in prison, he slept, ate, slept, and ate again. Uncle Wan arranged better food than during the Chinese New Year, and Yu Shaoqing was reluctant to waste it. So he ate it rounder. Didn't he? However, this rounder is only relative to Yu Shaoqing's previous thinness. Crossing the snow-capped mountains made everyone lose a layer of skin, and it took more than half a month to recover. Uncle Wan still had a way. At present, Yu Shaoqing is truly sturdy and handsome. Zhang's eyes are rolling around him. Slurped Jiang supped her saliva. Uncle is a good cook, but Yu Shaoqing's favorite is the tiger skin green pepper and chive fried egg fried by his aunt, which has a mother's taste. After the family had a happy dinner, Uncle asked Yu Song to take the two little guys to the hunter's house to find stones. Why is it me again? Yu Song said resentfully. Don't think he doesn't know that they want to talk about business in the house. He is also an adult, and he is older than Alwan. Why is he always the leader of the children? Second brother, don't make trouble. I'll give you candy. Yuan stuffed a box of crispy candies bought from the capital into Yu Song's arms, and her doting eyes looked like looking at a little puppy. Yu Song was so angry that he ate all the crispy candies, and didn't leave a piece for his younger brothers and sisters. After the children went out, Uncle talked about business. Third brother, what's going on? Yu Shaoqing grew up under the care of his uncle, and his uncle never believed that he would do something blinded by greed. Yu Shaoqing didn't know where to start. The aunt said earnestly, yes. Third brother, you have been away for a few days, and I was scared. What happened? What did the government say? The aunt didn't know what the Dali Temple was. She just thought that all places where prisoners were detained were called government offices. Yu Shaoqing hesitated for a while, but still told the whole story, but omitted the injustice he suffered in the army and the painful and cruel experience in the snow mountain. Yu Feng frowned. So it was that guide Lang Jiang who robbed third uncle of his military merits. He was made a marquis, but third uncle was wrongly imprisoned in Tianlao. Guide Lang Jiang? Why does this name sound so familiar? Yuan paused and exchanged glances with Yu Feng, and both of them felt a little nervous at the same time. Dad, what is the origin of Guide Lang Jiang? Yuan said. Yu Shaoqing said, he is the son of the old Jinbei general. Jinbei general's mansion. Isn't that Yan Ryu's father? The daughter is shameless, and the father is even more shameless. He can do such a thing as stealing military merits. He is worse than a beast. However, she may not have heard that Lord Yin was Yan Ryu's father, but Yin Jiuchao could not have known nothing about it. However, he stood by her side without hesitation. Does it mean that between Lord Yin and her father, he chose to believe her father? This cognition made Yuan suddenly happy. Yuan's eyes sparkled, and she looked at her father and said, Uncle, we went to find Zhou Huai. I believe he will find him. When he finds Zhou Huai, he can expose Lord Yan's conspiracy and clear my father's name. It was late, and the family of three went back to the house. Yu Song sent Xiao Tai back. Yuan went to the kitchen to boil a large pot of hot water. When she came out to get firewood, she saw Xiao Tai sitting on the threshold of the main room. The little figure was lonely and looked a little pitiful. Yuan walked over with dry firewood and sat down beside him. What are you daydreaming about? Xiao Tai quickly retracted his right hand behind his back. You are trying to cover up your mistake? Yuan looked at him angrily and amusedly. Don't hide it. It's just a small stone. I don't want it. Xiao Taiyan said crisply. It's not an ordinary stone. Yuan raised her eyebrows. Oh, what kind of stone is that? Xiao Taiyan didn't say anything. Yuan grabbed the stone he was hiding in his hand. Oh! Xiao Taiyan was furious and reached out to grab it. Yuan avoided his little claws and looked at it in the moonlight. Did you grind it yourself? The rough surface of the stone was scratched. It couldn't be said to be a pattern. And it didn't look good. But the child squatted on the ground and grinded it out bit by bit, which seemed to have taken some effort. Give it back to me. Xiao Taiyan snatched the small stone back. Yuan asked him, It's so beautiful. Who are you going to give it to? Xiao Taiyan turned his head away and said, It's not for you anyway. Yuan just asked casually, but he really planned to give it to someone. Yuan's eyes flashed with mischief. For Dad? No, no! Xiao Taiyan denied with red ears. That's it. That's not it. Yuan poked his little chest gently with her fingertips. It's useless to lie. What you think in your heart? Sister heard everything. Xiao Taiyan covered his little heart. Oh. How did you hear it? He confessed. Children are so easy to deceive. Yuan curved the corners of her lips mysteriously. I won't tell you. Xiao Taiyan was resentful. Yuan tapped his little shoulder. Dad is in the backyard. I don't care where he is. Little Taiyan muttered, and turned around to see that his sister had already gone to the kitchen. Little Taiyan hesitated for a while, but still stood up and went to the backyard. Yu Shaoqing was making a new chicken coop. The original chicken coop was broken, and 2 pheasants were locked in a cage. They fought for no reason and pecked each other's eggs. Yu Shaoqing wanted to finish the cage before going to bed. Little Taiyan stood at the back door of the main hall, looking at his father, who was sweating in the yard without blinking. His father was hard-working and capable. He could cook. He didn't beat people. He didn't have heirs. And most importantly, he was very handsome. Is Taiyan here? Yu Shaoqing looked up and saw his baby son, and couldn't help but smile dotingly. Little Taiyan lowered his head quickly. Yu Shaoqing slapped his head. I almost forgot. He put down the half-woven cage in his hand, walked over and picked up Little Taiyan. Little Taiyan was not someone who had never been held by someone. His elder sister would hold him, and his eldest and second brothers would hold him. But they were all different from this man. It was like he was so afraid of the dark. But now, he was not afraid at all. Yu Shaoqing carried his son back to the house, and pointed to the 2 boxes on the table. Open it, and take a look. Little Taiyan opened the box. In the box on the left was a set of pens, inkstones, paper and inkstones. And in the box on the right was a medium-sized, exquisitely crafted wooden sword. Little Tian's eyes were instantly attracted. Dad promised to buy him 2 gifts, and he really did it. Yu Shaoqing bought them on the way back to the village after being released from prison. Even though such a big thing happened, he never forgot the promise with his son. Yu Shaoqing looked at him and said, Dad doesn't know whether you like studying or martial arts. If you want to practice martial arts, Dad can teach you in person. If you want to study, Dad will send you to school. Little Taiyan lowered his head. What is this? Yu Shaoqing saw the small stone that Little Taiyan accidentally put on the table. Nothing. Little Taiyan grabbed the small stone in his hand. Yu Shaoqing smiled. Then Dad will go to work. After that, he rubbed Little Tian's head, got up and walked out of the house. Little Taiyan looked at his back and suddenly said, Can you please not get into trouble again? Yu Shaoqing turned around in confusion. His family had kept his imprisonment a secret from the 2 children. Did the little guy actually sense something was wrong? I finally have a father. If I lose him. The rest of the voice gradually faded and went into his stomach. However, this did not prevent Yu Shaoqing's eyes from lighting up. What did you call me just now? Nothing. Little Taiyan said with his back turned. Yu Shaoqing was overjoyed. He strode over, walked around to his son, squatted down, looked at his son at eye level, and said excitedly, Call me again. No. Little Taiyan said. Just once. Yu Shaoqing said. Don't. Yu Shaoqing held him in his arms, and said in a tone that was almost begging, Be good. Call me Daddy again. Who wants to call you? Little Taiyan struggled to slip out of his arms, and ran away. Everyone ran out, came back, and took away the 2 boxes of gifts on the table. At midnight, everyone fell asleep, and Yuan's nose also emitted even breathing. Little Taiyan on the side suddenly opened his eyes. slowly crawled over his sister, got out of bed, put on his shoes, and went to the room opposite. He tiptoed to the bed and stuffed the hot little stone under Yu Shaoqing's pillow. Then, he lowered his little head and gently called to the sleeping Yu Shaoqing, "Dad." Chapter 171, Marriage Arrangement. As the workshop became increasingly crowded, the idea of building a factory was officially put on the table. However, what kind of factory to build, how big it should be, and where to build it all need to be carefully discussed and considered. Early in the morning, my aunt cooked a pot of sweet potato porridge, steamed a few baskets of cornmeal buns and pickled vegetable steamed buns, and the whole family sat together for breakfast. Eating too much sweet potato will make you fart. Little Tidan looked at the sweet potato porridge in front of him and said with a pout. My aunt glared at him, "I think you don't want to eat it. You have learned to be picky." "Who said that?" Little Tidan grabbed the wooden spoon and refused to admit that he was thinking about the crispy candy in the house. Yu Shaoqing looked at his son lovingly, his eyes shining. Yuan whispered to him, "Brother was not like this before. It's because of Dad's return that he has become bolder and more hypocritical." As she spoke, she looked at her brother with amusement. He had been without a father for 6 years. It was not easy for his father to come back, so he had to be hypocritical. Yu Shaoqing was secretly very happy that his son was hypocritical. He took a steamed bun for his son. Xiao Taidan didn't look at him, but took it in his hand and took a big bite. "Why don't you talk about pickles now?" the aunt teased him. Everyone in the room laughed. "About building a house," Uncle said. "What do you think?" Yusong said. "It depends on where it is built," Uncle said coldly. "Children should not interrupt when adults are talking." Alwan, "You speak." Yusong, who was hurt 1,000 times in his heart, said. Yuan curved her lips and said, "My second brother, and I think we should first consider where to build the factory. I not only want to build a factory, but also a row of houses for employees to use as dormitories." "What dormitories?" Aunt asked, puzzled. "It's for the farmhands to live in," Yuan explained. "When it comes to farmhands, everyone understands. Aren't they talking about the horse thieves who are reclaiming wasteland in the back mountain? Although they are not good people, they work desperately every day after being poisoned by Bao Shinshu, for fear that they will not get the antidote to prolong their lives if they are not careful." Although the uncle's family didn't understand the idea of building a house for them, they didn't object. Alwan was a person with her own ideas. She must have her own reasons for doing so. Besides, they couldn't always squeeze into the cowshed of Xuanzi's family. "Then we need a bigger place," Uncle muttered, looking at Yu Shaoqing beside him. Just when he was about to ask him if he had any ideas, he saw Yu Shaoqing holding a stone and grinning. "Uncle, is it an illusion? Why do I feel that my third brother has become stupid after being in jail for a few days?" "Third brother," Uncle said seriously. Yu Shaoqing came back to his senses, looked at his eldest brother, then looked at the stone in his hand, and said with a smile, "Brother, do you think it looks good? What's so good about a broken stone? Did he really become stupid after being in jail?" Uncle was about to scold his younger brother, but his aunt pulled his arm and motioned him to look at Yuan. He looked at Yuan, who smiled and glanced at Xiao Taidan. The uncle understood. It was given by his son. No wonder he treasured it. "It looks good," the uncle said in a pretentious tone. Little Taidan buried his head in eating porridge. After several discussions, the family decided to build a factory at the foot of the mountain. The land originally belonged to Alwan and Aunt Zhang's family. Those lands were the least damaged by the earthquake. Now they are not cultivated, so they are idle anyway. It is better to use them for something else. The matter of buying land was handed over to the uncle to communicate with the head of the village and the Zhang family. The blueprint for building the house was drawn by Yuan. Yu Shaoqing looked at his daughter deeply. After 6 years of absence, his daughter could read and write. Yu Shaoqing finally learned about Alwan's experience in the past few years from his family. He was so distressed that he wished time could go back. He said that he would never let his daughter disappear or be bullied by the Zhao family. "Dad, do you think this is okay?" Yuan's voice interrupted Yu Shaoqing's thoughts. Yu Shaoqing was distracted and didn't hear his daughter say anything about whether it was okay or not. He just nodded blankly, "Okay." Except for Jiang and the 2 ignorant children. Everyone else looked at him in amazement. "Is this okay? Are you spoiling your daughter too much? She wants to build a factory with stone and blue bricks. The house she lives in at home is not so luxurious." Yu Feng was so painful that he didn't want to talk to his uncle and sister. That's it, Yuan said with a smile. Dad? You are so kind. Yu Xiaoqing. He seemed to have agreed to something extraordinary. Building a factory requires a lot of manpower, and the selection of carpenters and craftsmen is left to Yu Feng. But before that, Yu Feng and Yuan had to go to Lianhua town. Wood could be cut from the back mountain, but stone and blue bricks had to be selected and ordered. Yuan originally planned to go with her father, but Yu Feng was worried that Yuan would only buy expensive things, and that her uncle would spoil her and spend all the money he had earned with great difficulty. So he proposed to go with Yuan. Yuan nodded. Okay. Father is at home. Spend more time with my brother and mother. Little Taidan, who loves to travel, did not clamor to go to the street with his sister this time. The two took a few baskets of things and walked to the town. During the days when Yu Xiaoqing was imprisoned in the Dali Temple, Bai Tang and manager Cui got the news and came to the Yu family to visit Yuan. Qini also came. They were not sure that the captain surnamed Yu was Yuan's father, but even so, they still went to ask about the situation. Yuan remembered this friendship in her heart. The two went to Baiyu Tower first. It was not yet dinner time, and there were not many people in Baiyulu. Shopkeeper Cui was rarely idle, and he was standing behind the counter, counting on his abacus. The two came to the counter. Shopkeeper Cui felt the light dim in front of him, and when he looked up, he saw Yu Feng and Yuan. His eyes lit up. Miss you. Brother Yu. Why are you here? By the way, I heard that the Dali Temple released the people. Is your father back? Yuan's lips curved slightly and said, I am back. Thank you for your concern. Shopkeeper Cui. Please accept these 2 cans of snowflake salt. Oh, you are too polite. Snowflake salt is a good thing. I spent 50 taels to buy a can. Now this girl is giving 2 cans at once, and she is giving it away for free. This, take it, Yu Feng said. The last snowflake salt was indeed almost used up, and Shopkeeper Cui was thinking about when to buy some more from Yuan. Shopkeeper Cui accepted it embarrassedly. Is Miss Bai not here? She had a basket of eggs specially sent to Bai Tang. They were eggs laid by her own pheasants, which tasted better than other eggs. Shopkeeper Cui sighed and said, I haven't seen her for 3 days. Did something happen? Yu Feng asked. Shopkeeper Cui didn't notice his anxious expression inside. No. She is getting married soon, so it's not convenient for her to go out. Yu Feng's face changed immediately. Yuan glanced at her elder brother and asked Shopkeeper Cui, Why is it so sudden? I didn't hear her mention it last time she came to my house. It's just been decided. Shopkeeper Cui sighed again, as if he was not very satisfied with this marriage. Without waiting for Yuan to ask, he told her directly, It's Mrs. Bai's nephew. I have seen him. He is handsome and humble. That's it. You have been to the Bai mansion, and know the relationship between the young lady and Mrs. Bai. Isn't it too much to let her marry Mrs. Bai's family? Indeed. No matter how outstanding Mr. Bai is, as long as he is Mrs. Bai's nephew, Bai Tang will not have a good impression of him. How can a mother-in-law, daughter-in-law and sister-in-law live together without some grievances? Will Mrs. Bai seek justice for Bai Tang? It seems impossible. Why did Mr. Bai agree? Yuan asked. Is Mr. Bai stupid? His daughter doesn't take Mrs. Bai seriously. If she marries into the Chen family, can the Chen family give her a good life? Manager Cui said helplessly, The master is soft-hearted. What do you mean by soft-hearted? He has a new love and forgets his old love. He wants his son, but ignores his daughter. He wants Bai Tang to call him dad, but he doesn't give Bai Tang the love that a real father should give him. After leaving Baiyu Tower, Yuan saw that her elder brother looked lonely, and hurriedly said to him, Brother, don't worry. I will go to Bai mansion to see Miss Bai and hear what she has to say. Yu Feng was stunned. What are you doing at Bai mansion? Yuan said, as a matter of course, to snatch my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law is going to be married to a man named Bai. How can I not snatch her back? Yu Feng choked and blushed. Don't talk nonsense. Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, How am I talking nonsense? Don't you like Miss Bai? Yu Feng subconsciously wanted to refute, but found that he couldn't deny it at all. He couldn't say when it started, and when he realized it, he couldn't erase this person from his heart. But she was the daughter of the high and mighty Bai mansion, and he was a poor boy from the countryside, and he was not worthy of him after all. Don't mess around, Yu Feng whispered. As soon as Yuan saw his expression, She knew what he was thinking. Brother, you can't be so unconfident in yourself. How can Miss Bai be happier marrying into the Bai family than marrying into our family? This is from Bai Tang's perspective. In terms of character, her brother is impeccable. In terms of appearance, he is also rare. In terms of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, her aunt loves Miss Bai to death, not to mention the sisters-in-law. She and Xiao Zhenjin both like Bai Tang very much. As for family background, the Yu family is already on the road to making money, and it will be prosperous in a few years. Admittedly, with the status of Miss Bai's mother's family, it is still a bit of a low marriage. But sometimes things like love do not only require a good match. Well, since my brother wants to give up Miss Bai, I have nothing to say. Seeing that Yu Feng was still unwilling to make up his mind, Yuan pretended to walk back. When passing by Yu Feng gritted his teeth and grabbed her arm. You go see her. The two rented a carriage to go to the capital. Both of them remembered the way, and the carriage soon arrived at the Bai mansion. The door of Bai's house was closed tightly, and it looked a little colder than usual. Yuan said to Yu Feng, "Brother, go to the tea house, we just pass by and wait for me. It would be too conspicuous to park the carriage here." So Yu Feng thought about it and nodded. After the carriage disappeared at the end of the street, Yuan walked up the steps and knocked on the door of Bai's house. "Who is it?" A servant opened the door from the inside and looked out. It was a girl in plain clothes. Yuan finally stopped dressing like a country girl. But she was not a rich girl. The servant looked at her suspiciously. "Who are you looking for?" Yuan said, "I'm looking for Miss Bai. Please tell her that my last name is Yu." The servant waved his hand without thinking. "My lady is busy and can't see guests." "Is it inconvenient to see guests? Or is she not allowed to see guests?" The moment the servant closed the door, Yuan stretched out her hand and gently blocked it. "Miss Bai asked me to come. Just tell her that a girl named Yu is looking for her, and she will know." It would be unreasonable to refuse someone at this point. But unexpectedly, the servant didn't even look at Yuan and closed the door forcefully. Yuan took a deep breath and secretly warned herself that today was not a good day for a fight. She couldn't get through the gate. So could she not climb over the wall? Yuan came to the alley between Yin Mansion and Bai Mansion, where Yin Jiuqiao had climbed over the wall before, and climbed over with her bare hands. The last time she came to Bai Mansion was hosting a banquet. Now all the flowers, plants, lanterns and silk cloths were removed, which made the mansion look much more deserted. It was really ironic to think about everything Bai Tang had done for her father at the banquet. Yuan had never been to Bai Tang's yard, and she followed several maids before she finally found the right way. She even climbed over the mansion wall easily, so a mere courtyard wall was no problem. She climbed up the wall, and suddenly a group of women came hurriedly, and she was so shocked that she quickly put her body down. Only after the pedestrian passed by did Yuan reveal her head again, opening her calm eyes wide and watching the pedestrian's movements without blinking. The woman in the lead, dressed in jewels and precious stones, was Bai Tang's stepmother, Madame Bai. Behind her, there were 7 or 8 maids and servants, each holding a tray with a dazzling array of jewelry and wedding dresses on it. The color of the wedding dress was bright red and a bit dazzling. Madame Bai paused in front of a closed door. From Yuan's perspective, she saw her back, but Yuan inexplicably felt that she rolled her eyes. Madame Bai's gentle voice sounded, "Tang, mother is here to see you." "Who is my mother?" "My mother died a long time ago. Don't try to make friends with me here." "Who do you think you are?" As expected of the overlord of Lianhua town, her momentum is still the same as before. Yuan continued to lie on the wall and watch. She still couldn't see Madame Bai's expression, but she still felt that Madame Bai rolled her eyes even more. Mrs. Bai said softly, "Tang, it's okay for you to scold me, but don't get angry. I'm here to give you jewelry and wedding clothes. They are all made for you. You should at least come out and take a look. If you don't like them, I'll take them to have them remade." "Who wants your things? Get out. Get out." Mrs. Bai winked at a maid behind her, and the maid walked forward with a key. Yuan then noticed that Bai Tang's door was locked. Mrs. Bai pretended to let Bai Tang come out. How did he come out? The lock was opened, and the maid pushed open the door. She didn't expect Bai Tang to be standing at the door. When she saw a living person, she took several steps back in fright. Bai Tang went to Lianhua village 3 days ago. Compared with that day, Bai Tang looked much more haggard, with his hair disheveled and his eyes red and swollen. Bai Tang glared at Mrs. Bai outside the door fiercely. and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't think I don't know what you are up to. Don't you want to turn the Bai family into your Chin family? Don't dream." Mrs. Bai's tone was very aggrieved. "Tang, what are you talking about? What Bai family and Chin family? Since I married into the Bai family, I am a member of the Bai family. How can I be so ungrateful? You have to ask yourself," Bai Tang said angrily. Mrs. Bai sighed tenderly. "Tang, don't be so stubborn. I know you always look down on me and wish to drive me out of the Bai family. But no matter how you treat me, in my heart, I treat you as my own daughter." "Really?" Bai Tang snorted sarcastically. Mrs. Bai said earnestly, "You and Jor are both sick. I left Jor alone and stayed in your room without taking off my clothes. Are these all pretended?" Bai Tang asked back. "Isn't it? You did it for my father to see." Mrs. Bai said with a hurt face. "Tanger, you are too cold to say that. Forget it. Let's not talk about the past. This marriage was chosen by the master himself. And I didn't say anything." Bai Tang said coldly. "You didn't say anything. You put him together with a few ugly people and dragged him in front of my father. Don't think that if I get married, the Bai mansion will be yours." Mrs. Bai touched the corner of her lips with a handkerchief. "If you don't get married, will the Bai mansion not be mine?" Bai Tang was stunned by her sudden change of attitude. The hurt and grievance on Mrs. Bai's face had disappeared, replaced by a mocking look of almost disdain. She looked at Bai Tang as if he were a canary in a cage, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Your brother is your father's only son. Everything in the Bai family will be his sooner or later. Your mother's dowry will be carried to the Chin family with you. But who does the Chin family belong to? How have you treated me in the past few years? When you go to the Chin family, the Chin family will also take good care of you for me." Bai Tang suspected that this woman's brain was broken. How could she, who always pretended to be weak in front of him, suddenly say such arrogant and vicious words? Sure enough, she was going to get married. So this woman no longer completely ignored her? It's okay for this woman to have her eyes on the Bai family. But she even didn't let go of her mother's dowry. What right does she have? Mrs. Bai sneered. "What's the use of your mother being from a famous family? In the end, she still can't beat a lowly person like me. She deserves to die early. Don't you dare talk about my mother." Bai Tang was furious and slapped Mrs. Bai in the face. "Beast, what are you doing?" Mr. Bai's roar suddenly rang out behind the crowd. The maids and women dispersed, revealing Mr. Bai, who had been listening here for who knows how long. Mrs. Bai fell to the ground the moment she was slapped. At first glance, it seemed as if Bai Tang had used all his strength to slap her to death. "Madam!" The maids on the side hurried to help her. "Get out of the way!" Master Bai shouted, and the maids retreated to the side. Master Bai personally helped Madam Bai up. Madam Bai's eyes were weak. She looked dizzy, and there was a bloody cut at the corner of her mouth. She was bleeding, and Master Bai was even angrier. Bai Tang froze the moment she saw her father. No wonder that woman suddenly became so strange. It turned out that she was deliberately irritating her. She knew her father was coming. Maybe she was the one who brought her father here. "It's not like that. It's her," she said. "My mother." "Pa!" Before Bai Tang finished speaking, Master Bai slapped her hard with his backhand. Bai Tang was stunned. "Master, don't be angry. Don't hit Tanger," Madam Bai advised with a heartbroken face. Mr. Bai brushed her hand away. "You just spoiled her too much. Look how she bullied you. She doesn't even care about you as her stepmother." Mrs. Bai said, Yes, I spoiled Tanger. If you want to get angry, come to me. Tanger is still young. Stop pretending here," Bai Tang said tearfully. Mr. Bai raised his hand to slap her again. Mrs. Bai rushed over desperately and knelt in front of him. "Master, please stop hitting me." Mr. Bai didn't slap her after all. He turned his head to look at Bai Tang and said angrily, "Do you really think you are in a good position? You are always in the limelight and hang out with a group of men. Which young man from a noble family is willing to marry you? Don't you know what your reputation is in Lianhua town? It's your good fortune that your cousin is willing to marry you. You still lose your temper and vent your anger on your mother. How has your mother let you down? If your mother hadn't said good things for you, you wouldn't even be able to marry into the Chin family." More heartbreaking than this slap was Mr. Bai's words. Bai Tang has been trying to be a daughter that his father is proud of. But she didn't expect that everything she endured with gritted teeth was so unbearable in her father's eyes. "Put the things in for her," Master Bai shouted. And the maids and servants filed in and placed the tray neatly on the table. Bai Tang entered the room in a daze and glanced at the scissors on the dressing table. The door closed behind her, and tears fell with a click. Chapter 172 Tearing the White Lotus with Hands. After the door closed, Mr. Bai and Mrs. Bai left, and the maids and servants also filed out. The noisy courtyard quieted down. Yuan climbed over the courtyard wall and walked towards Bai Tang's room. This time the door was not locked from the outside, but Yuan pushed it and it didn't open. The door bolt was inserted. Yuan knocked on the door gently, but there was no response from inside the house. She didn't dare to make too much noise, for fear of alarming Mrs. Bai and her group, who had not walked far. Yuan walked around the corridor and walked to the windowsill of this room. She reached out and pulled open the window. Then she saw Bai Tang sitting in front of the dressing table, holding a pair of scissors in one hand and grabbing her long hair in the other. The scissors were already open, and all it took was a click, and the black hair would be gone. "What are you doing?" Yuan pushed with one hand and jumped into the room. Bai Tang was completely desperate. Without even looking at who entered the room, he scissored down. In a flash, Yuan pulled out the hairpin on her head and inserted it into the scissors. Bai Tang then looked at the person in anger, but found that it was Yuan. Her tearful face froze. "Miss you? It's me." Yuan took the scissors from her hand and put them on the makeup box on the dressing table. "What do you want to do? Shave your head and become a monk in the temple?" "A nun," Bai Tang corrected. Yuan said. "Aren't they all the same?" Bai Tang was about to speak, but Yuan interrupted her and said, "To put it nicely, it means to always be with the green lamp and the ancient Buddha. And to put it in a pure and simple way, to put it bluntly, it means to be a coward and avoid the world. I don't know if others are like this, but you must be." Bai Tang was choked and speechless. Yuan said, "I have always felt that you are different from other women, but now it seems that there is no difference." Bai Tang was so angry that he couldn't cry. Did you come here to mock me?" Yuan said frankly, "I am not mocking. I am telling the truth. Although I am an outsider, I still want to say, Miss Bai, your father is really a piece of shit. Your stepmother is even worse. You shaved your head and became a nun in the temple, and they are the ones who benefit. And your half-brother? Yuan also has a younger brother. When she traveled here, if Xiao Taidan had not been so obedient and so attached to her, she thought that she probably would not be a good sister who treats her younger brother well. In matters of love, regardless of age and generation, they are equal. There is no blind demand and no blind giving. It does not mean that you and I have the same blood, so I must spoil you to the sky." Mrs. Bai raised her son to be a stranger who has no feelings for Bai Tang. How can Bai Tang like him? How can she give him the family property? Bai Tang said aggrievedly, "Let them have it. Anyway, everyone wants to die. I live at home, which is an eyesore to them. Are you giving up on yourself?" Yuan moved a stool and sat down beside her. "How is your father?" Bai Tang asked. Yuan handed her a handkerchief. "It's already this time. And you still have the mood to worry about my father. He is out of prison, and we are just waiting to find a witness to prove his innocence." "That's good." Bai Tang took the handkerchief and wiped his tears, then said, "Is your father good to you?" Answering this question honestly would hurt Bai Tang's heart, and lying would hurt Yuan's heart. Yuan simply changed the subject. "Don't talk about my father. Let's talk about you. I want to ask you, do you still want to cancel this marriage?" Bai Tang muttered, "I thought you came to ask me if I want to marry your brother? It was shopkeeper Cui who told you that I was getting married, right?" Yuan hummed, "We went to Bayou Tower. It was you who sent you salt and eggs. But you were not there. Speaking of which, you can see through my eldest brother's thoughts." Bai Tang pouted, "That idiot. Do you think you can hide it well?" Yuan thought about Yu Feng's embarrassing look, and it was indeed a blind man who could see it. Yuan laughed and said, "What happens between you and my brother is your business. Whether you marry him or not, I will help you cancel this marriage." Bai Tang was touched and looked at Yuan with tears in his eyes and said, "Although you always like to kill me, I find that you are actually quite good." Yuan touched her chin and said, "I think so too. I am really good." "Really?" Bai Tang. After making sure that Bai Tang would not do anything stupid again, Yuan went to the Bai mansion and told Yu Feng about Bai Tang's situation. When Yu Feng heard that Mr. Bai slapped Bai Tang in order to protect Mrs. Bai, he was so angry that his veins jumped. "How can there be such a father?" Yuan deliberately asked. "Are you still confident in marrying Miss Bai to the Chen family?" Yu Feng originally felt that he was of low status and unworthy of the daughter of the Bai family. He still felt that he was unworthy. But the Qin family was even less worthy. His sister was right. The relationship between Bai Tang and Mrs. Bai was like fire and water. Bai Tang would never have a good life if she married into Mrs. Bai's mother's family. He couldn't watch her jump into the fire pit. Yu Feng stood up and said, "I'll go back and tell my parents." Yuan stopped him. "Miss Bai didn't say she wanted to marry you." Yu Feng choked. "Aw, this." Yuan couldn't help but curl her lips. "I was joking. I didn't ask her what she thought. You can ask her in person in the future." Yu Feng's face flushed. Yuan said, "Let's settle the marriage of the Qin family first." Yuan went to the nearest pharmacy, bought some herbs, asked the pharmacist to boil them for her, and made them into pills. She took them back to the Bai mansion and gave them to Bai Tang. "What is this?" Bai Tang asked, looking at the medicine bottle on the table. Yuan pulled out the cork, poured out a black pearl-sized pill, and said to Bai Tang, "The main ingredients are Houtuinia cordata, Panax noto ginseng and senna leaves, and some auxiliary ingredients. You will suffer a little after eating, but it will not harm your body. I have already determined the dosage." "You still know this?" Bai Tang asked. "It's written in the medical book that Grandpa Bao gave me," Yuan said. "You still have a Grandpa Bao?" Bai Tang didn't know that the chef Bao and Yuan had recognized each other. Yuan looked at the yard outside the door where several servants might rush in at any time. "This is a long story. You take the medicine first." Bai Tang picked up the black pill. "Have you given it to anyone else before?" "No. You are the first one. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you touched?" "Bai Tang. Shouldn't I worry about whether it will kill her?" Bai Tang finally swallowed the pill. During dinner, Bai Tang began to be a little listless. The maid who served the meal thought that she was so angry with the master and the lady, and didn't take it to heart. Until the night, Bai Tang began to groan uncomfortably. The maid on duty came over with her clothes. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" My head hurts," Bai Tang said weakly. The maid touched her forehead and retracted her hand in fear. "It's so hot." Bai Tang was sick. First, she felt tired and sleepy. Then she had a headache and backache, and a high fever. Mrs. Bai invited a doctor to come to her house, because she was going to marry Chen's son. She was really selfless in treating Bai Tang. After the doctor examined her, he diagnosed her with acute cold and prescribed several wind-dispersing and heat-removing medicines. However, Bai Tang took the medicine and not only did not get better, but became more serious. Even if Mr. Bai favored his son, Bai Tang was his biological daughter. He couldn't really sit back and watch. He looked at Mrs. Bai coldly and said, "What kind of doctor did you invite? He can't even cure a cold. Did you ask someone to take good care of her?" "What do you mean by this?" "Master? Did I deliberately ask someone to take care of her? Or did I deliberately feed her medicine?" "Master, how have I treated Tanger all these years? Don't you understand in your heart?" Mrs. Bai cried with a face full of grievance. Mr. Bai's heart softened, and he said, "I don't mean to blame you. That's it. Let's change another doctor. Let Steward Ding go." Steward Ding was Bai Tang's confidant. After Mrs. Bai took over the household, she transferred him to the warehouse. Mrs. Bai was unwilling to use him again, but it was not good to offend the master at this critical moment. So she asked the maid to bring a message to Steward Ding. Steward Ding invited Dr. Li, who was familiar with him. Dr. Li was a skilled doctor, and he was a doctor who specialized in treating aristocratic families. If it weren't for Bai Tang's mother's status, Steward Ding would not have invited him to the Bai mansion. When Dr. Li was treating Bai Tang's condition worsened again. Li Dafeng rolled up Bai Tang's sleeves and found that Bai Tang's arm had a light red block. Dr. Li said it was not good. "Why is it not good? Is Tanger suffering from a terminal illness?" Mr. Bai asked worriedly. Dr. Li stood up, asked someone to fetch water, and washed his hands carefully with soap. Then he said solemnly, "I dare not make a conclusion for the time being. If these red spots do not spread tomorrow morning, I am just being too worried. Otherwise, what if it is not?" Mrs. Bai asked anxiously. No one wanted Bai Tang to get sick at this critical moment more than she did. Dr. Li said, "I will come back tomorrow morning." But he could not wait until tomorrow morning. In the middle of the night, Steward Ding knocked on the door of Dr. Li's house. Steward Ding said anxiously, "Dr. Li, my young lady is getting worse. Go and have a look." Dr. Li took the medicine box and went there without stopping. The light red patches on Bai Tang's arm spread. At first, they only appeared on her forearm. In the middle of the night, when the maid wiped her sweat, she found that the same patches appeared on her upper arm, cheek, and even legs. The speed of the patches worsened was alarming. When Dr. Lee arrived, uneven red rashes had appeared around. Something bad has happened. Dr. Lee's heart sank. What happened to my young lady? Asked Steward Ding. Dr. Lee said helplessly, She has smallpox. Smallpox is an incurable disease. It not only kills people, but is also contagious. There was once a village that kindly took in a beggar with smallpox, and the whole village died of the disease. If Bai Tang also had smallpox, the consequences can be imagined. The Chen family came to the door the next day. The one who came was Mrs. Bai's sister-in-law. Mrs. Chen? What did the eldest sister-in-law say? Break off the engagement? Mrs. Bai looked at the woman who ruined her career with a disagreement and disbelief. To explain why Mrs. Bai's life was so tense, it was due to Sue's hand. Before her death, Sue asked Mr. Bai to sign a document, saying that if Bai Tang was alive, her dowry would belong to Bai Tang. If Bai Tang died, the dowry would be returned to the Sue family in full. Sue had expected that Mr. Bai would remarry, and was worried that the remarriage would be bad for her daughter. So she would rather be a bad person and force Mr. Bai to sign the document. Mr. Bai never thought of coveting Sue's dowry. He originally thought that it was right for Sue's things to be left to Bai Tang. However, Sue's behavior showed that she did not trust him as a father. Couldn't he protect his daughter? She had to force him in this way. The couple's last days were not very happy. It is unknown what kind of mood Sue was in when she died. But the thing that cannot be erased is that Sue's decisiveness allowed Bai Tang to grow up safely. Sister-in-law, don't say anything. I know everything. Bai Tang has smallpox. You still want to hide it from me, right? Do you want to kill our whole family? Mrs. Bai repeatedly asked the servants to keep silent. And even she herself didn't understand why the news reached the Chen family so quickly. She suppressed her doubts and said to Madam Chen, Sister-in-law, I am not hiding this from you. But that maid may not be really sick. Mrs. Chen frowned. Do you mean she is pretending to be sick? Mrs. Bai said. She was trying to kill herself before, but she suddenly got sick. How could it be so coincidental? Mrs. Chen retorted. Then you should pretend to be sick for me. The red rash all over the body. The high fever that would not go away. The face that looked like a haggard face. Which one of these can be faked? I went to see her. The girl was only one breath away from death. If not, how could Madam Chen be willing to cancel this marriage? Although she didn't know how Bai Tang did it. Madam Bai firmly believed that she was pretending to be sick. Sister-in-law, give me a few more days. I will definitely find a way to expose the girl's conspiracy. Mrs. Chen waved her sleeves and left. Mrs. Bai went to Bai Tang's room. You guys leave. Yes. The servant who took care of Bai Tang went out. Mrs. Bai came to the bed, looked coldly at Bai Tang who was dying of pain, and asked gently, Tang, are you really sick? Bai Tang cursed Yuan countless times in her heart. What kind of ghost medicine? It really killed her. Bai Tang opened her eyes weakly, and pulled the corners of her lips weakly. Mother, what do you think? Mrs. Bai's pupil shrank. You are really pretending to be sick. Bai Tang said intermittently. So what? You expose me. See if anyone believes you. Bai Tang. Wait. Don't think you don't have to get married like this. Mrs. Bai ate the room angrily. This girl is the most reckless. When did she become more cunning? Mrs. Bai called her trusted maid and mother-in-law. You should keep a close eye on the young lady these days to see if there are any strange people around her. Yes, madam. The two agreed. Mrs. Bai thought for a moment and said, Also, let the people in the outer courtyard keep a close eye on Manager Ding. After 2 days of watching, they didn't find anything unusual. The Chen family came to urge them again. Mrs. Bai finally couldn't sit still anymore and left the Bai mansion on the pretext of going back to visit her mother. Yuan and Yufeng watched the Bai mansion for several days, and finally waited for Mrs. Bai to come out. When Mrs. Bai's carriage reached Xuanwu Street, a maid got off. In the carriage behind, brother. Follow her, and see what she is going to do. Yufeng nodded and left. Yuan followed Mrs. Bai. The carriage stopped in front of a high-end tea house. At this time, Mrs. Bai had changed her clothes, put on a cloak, a white curtain, and a long veil covering her face. If Yuan hadn't been staring at her, she would not have recognized that this woman was Mrs. Bai. Mrs. Bai entered the tea house. Yuan followed her. Mrs. Bai looked familiar with the place. like a regular customer. Hey, where are you from? The waiter of the tea house called Yuan. This high-end tea house is not a place that a commoner like Yuan can afford. Yuan's expression did not change. And she said in a dignified manner, I came here with my wife. What's the matter? Do you want to see my wife? Yuan's momentum frightened the waiter. And the waiter hurriedly bowed. Excuse me, young lady. Please. After being interrupted by the waiter, Mrs. Bai lost her way. Yuan had to try her luck in each room. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to hear Mrs. Bai's voice outside the most secluded room at the end. The cooked duck flew away. I'm really angry. The voice was so delicate that Yuan got goosebumps. Standing at the door was too conspicuous, and it was easy for passers-by to ask about it. The room next door was empty, but the wall was too thick, so she couldn't hear anything. Yuan pushed open the window and was surprised to find a window opposite, which was only an arm's length away from the window of Mrs. Bai's room. It seemed to be an opposite. I wonder if there was an owner in this room. Yuan jumped over in a panic. The room was large, spacious, and magnificent. In Yuan's opinion, it could be regarded as an ancient version of the presidential suite. Yuan lay on the windowsill of the presidential suite, her upper body leaning out, her soft waist bent into an incredible arc, so that she could finally stick to Mrs. Bai's window. Yuan poked a small hole in the window paper. Yuan swore that she just wanted to know how Mrs. Bai was going to expose Bai Tang. And she definitely didn't mean to stumble into such a shocking secret. In the room with a faint incense burning, Mrs. Bai was lying in a man's arms in a disheveled state. The man was tall and had huge things. Yuan was sure that this was definitely not Mr. Bai, who had entered middle age and was fat. Chapter 173 Tearing the White Lotus with Hands, Part 2. This is really... Yuan didn't know how she finished reading it. Young master, how come you have time to come here today? Outside the corridor, the innkeeper carefully led the way for Yin Jiuqiao, stopped in front of the most luxurious room, and respectfully opened the door for Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao stepped in, but as soon as his feet landed, he brushed his sleeves and closed the door, locking all the people who were planning to come in outside. Ying Lu and Ying Shersan were very skilled in martial arts and retreated in time. But the innkeeper was hit by the door that suddenly closed, and his nose was covered with blood. Yuan lay on the windowsill facing the door, with her back to the door. Yin Jiuqiao recognized her at a glance. Not for anything else, but because no one in the world had the courage to mess around in his room except this woman. If she had been a step slower just now, she would have been seen by other men. Yin Jiuqiao took a deep breath and walked forward with a cold face. Yuan was so absorbed in watching that she didn't notice someone coming into the room until Yin Jiuqiao lifted her up from the windowsill like a chicken. She glared at him with her almond eyes and said, Yin Jiuqiao? The next second, she pouted and said aggrievedly, Too ugly. How could it be so ugly? Yin Jiuqiao. Will yours be so ugly too? After figuring out what she meant by so ugly, Yin Jiuqiao was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. As a girl, peeping in broad daylight, does she still have any shame? Yuan turned her head away, thinking of something, and looked at him again and said, By the way, Yin Jiuqiao, weren't you punished to reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors? Why did you come out? Yin Jiuqiao said coldly, Don't interrupt me. If I hadn't come out, I wouldn't have known you were like this. Can't you just hold it in? What? The more Yuan listened, the more she felt something was wrong. Yin Jiuqiao was so angry that his chest was heaving violently. No matter how lonely you are in your room, you shouldn't come to my room. Wait, this room belongs to Yin Jiuqiao? She should have guessed it long ago. The one who can afford this presidential suite is either Yin Jiuqiao or the prince in the palace. But she was too miserable. She just followed a lady named Bai. But she ended up in Yin Jiuqiao's territory. I swear to God, she really didn't come to find Yin Jiuqiao. This time, Yuan was determined not to take the blame. She decided to tell Yin Jiuqiao the whole story of how she helped Bai Tang. But when she saw Yin Jiuqiao's eyes that said if you want to die, just try it, she couldn't say anything. No matter what. Backbone is not as important as brains. Right? Yin Jiuqiao said coldly, Put away all your little thoughts. I will not be fooled by you. I am not as shameless as you. Yin Jiuqiao. What tricks are you trying to play? Yuan's eyes swept down to him. Yin Jiuqiao froze for a moment. Mrs. Bai spent an hour or two with her lover, and her anger at Bai Tang had mostly subsided. However, when she thought about having to face the troublesome father and daughter again, A flash of impatience flashed across her face. What? Are you still bothered by that girl? What's there to bother about? Just get rid of her, said the man. Mrs. Bai said coquettishly. I don't know what that girl came up with. She actually pretended to have smallpox. And the doctors couldn't tell the difference. You can bribe a few doctors. Just say she doesn't have smallpox, and she can be cured by taking care of herself, said the man nonchalantly. Mrs. Bai snorted. You said it so easily. Do you think she has no mother and no father? The man smiled and said, Hasn't her father always been on your side? Mrs. Bai snorted. He is on my side. But after all, she is his biological child. At this time, no matter how much I do, it will be useless. I can bribe 10 doctors, but there are 100 or 1,000 doctors in the capital. Can I bribe them all? The man said. You made the girl angry and confused? The doctor diagnosed that the girl had smallpox. But smallpox is fatal. She didn't die in a month, 2 months, or a year. Is this still smallpox? Mrs. Bai sat up straight. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? The man said again, just keep the Chen family stable. It's just an act. Sooner or later, it will be exposed. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, she must have taken medicine to make herself have smallpox symptoms. It's nothing in the short term, but in the long run, she will really die. She won't be stupid enough to kill herself. It depends on her and you, who loses patience first. Mrs. Bai returned to the Bai mansion in a good mood. She went to Bai Tang's room. The servants in the room were wearing veils and gloves, and they were trembling with fear. But Mrs. Bai knew that she was pretending to be sick. She walked forward without any hesitation, took the medicine bowl on the table, sat down beside the bed and said, You have smallpox. And as a mother, I am very sad. I believe you have also heard that the Chen family came to cancel the engagement. You really have to thank me, your mother, for keeping the Chen family stable for you. Bai Tang paused. Mrs. Bai continued. The Chen family said that you should take good care of your illness. When you recover, they will let your cousin come to marry you. If you are sick for 1 year, your cousin will wait for you for 1 year. If you are sick for 2 years, your cousin will wait for you for 2 years. If you are sick for a lifetime, your cousin will first marry a few concubines and have a few illegitimate children. I think the master will have nothing to say. As soon as Mrs. Bai left, Bai Tang threw the medicine bowl hard on the ground. That night, Bai Tang was angry for most of the night, smashed everything in the room, and beat the maid who served her. Mrs. Bai was right. The medicine that Yuan gave Bai Tang was non-toxic in the short term, but it could not exceed half a month. Otherwise it would cause great damage to the internal organs. The reason why the Chen family came to the door the next day was that Bai Tang asked Steward Ding to spread the news to the Chen family. But Steward Ding only took action that time, and he has been honest since then. So Mrs. Bai did not catch any handle on him. But there is no need to catch anyone's handle now. Mrs. Bai just needs to wait patiently until Bai Tang can no longer pretend. Madam. On the third day, the maid in Bai Tang's room came over. Miss wants to see you. Madam Bai put down the hairpin she was choosing halfway and got up to go to Bai Tang's room. Bai Tang sat quietly at the head of the bed. His face was haggard and he was as if he had withered. There was a bowl of unfinished medicine on the table. Madam Bai asked indifferently, Why don't you take the medicine again? If the master knows, he will blame me for letting the servants neglect you. What do you want to do to make the Chen family cancel the engagement? Bai Tang asked weakly. You go out. Yes. The maids withdrew respectfully. Madam Bai came to the bed and picked up the bowl of cooled medicine. What's wrong with the Chen family? Bai Tang said, I just ask you. If I am willing to give you half of my mother's dowry, are you willing to persuade my father to cancel the Chen family's engagement? Madam Bai just smiled and said nothing. Bai Tang said, 60%. Mrs. Bai did not speak. 70%. 80%. 80%. 80% should be fine. I will not compete with him for my brother's property. As long as you can cancel the Chen family's marriage. I. Bai Tang lowered his head. Mrs. Bai said gently, You drink the medicine first. Your health is important. Bai Tang said anxiously, Why don't you agree? Is what I give you more than what the Chen family promised? Or do you want to poison me to death? How can I poison you to death? Mrs. Bai drank a mouthful of the medicine carelessly. Look, isn't it non-toxic? Go away. I don't want to see you. Bai Tang turned over and lay down, his back to Mrs. Bai, pulling the quilt over his head. Mrs. Bai curled her lips, put down the medicine bowl, and went out. After making sure that the people had gone far away, Bai Tang stood up, pulled open the curtain beside the cabinet, and said, "How do you know she won't agree?" "What if she agrees?" Yuan said, "Silly child. Although your mother's dowry is large, the most is the property of the Bai mansion. Even if your father only gives you a small half, it is enough to make people jealous. When you marry into the Chen family, all these will be hers." "This vicious woman," Bai Tang cursed. "Did she drink the medicine?" Yuan asked. Bai Tang said, "She only drank a small sip. Will it be not enough?" Yuan smiled. "I increased the dosage tenfold according to the medical book of Grandpa Bao. A small sip is enough for her to drink a pot. The rest depends on you." Bai Tang puffed up her chest. "I am good at this kind of thing. Don't worry." Yuan climbed out of the Bai mansion. "Are you okay?" Yu Feng caught her outside the wall of the mansion. Yuan shook her head and said with a smile, "I'm fine. I'll be busy soon. Big brother, get ready." "Yes." Yu Feng nodded resolutely. As soon as Yuan left, Bai Tang asked the maid to call Master Bai over. Master Bai was mad at Bai Tang before, but he felt sorry for Bai Tang's illness now. Master Bai put on gloves, covered his mouth and nose with cotton cloth, sat at the head of Bai Tang's bed, and said, "You called Dad over so late. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Bai Tang shook her head weakly. Her eyes turned red. "Dad." The choked voice of Dad made Mr. Bai's heart ache. He could not remember when his daughter looked at him with such a weak look. He almost forgot that Bai Tang was once a delicate and soft little girl who loved to cry in his arms. "Am I dying?" Bai Tang asked tearfully. Mr. Bai said distressfully, "No. Tanger will not die. Dad will ask the best doctor in Beijing to treat you and will definitely cure you." Bai Tang shook her head. Tears rolled in her eyes. "Useless, Dad. Smallpox can't be cured." Mr. Bai's eyes were hot. "Dad will definitely cure you." "Dad, I'm sorry. I was too ignorant in the past. I always made you angry. I didn't realize until I was about to die that Dad was the person who loved me the most in the world," Bai Tang said, tears rolling down. Mr. Bai was stimulated and felt uncomfortable. "Master," Hong Xing, the maidservant beside Madame Bai, came over. Master Bai wiped the tears from his eyes, turned his head with a serious face, and said, "What's the matter?" Hong Xing was frightened by the master's appearance. "Has the master cried? The young lady died?" "I'm asking you a question," Master Bai said sternly. Hong Xing hurriedly lowered her head. "Madam, please go over." Master Bai looked at Bai Tang on the bed. Bai Tang did not get angry when she heard Madame Bai's name as usual. She just looked at Master Bai reluctantly, as if she was looking at the most important person in her life. Maybe my daughter really can't make it, Master Bai thought with heartache. Go and tell Madam that we can talk about it tomorrow. I'll stay here with Tanger tonight. As a father, he should at least send his daughter off for the last time. Yes. Hong Xing unexpectedly left the room and conveyed Master Bai's words in full. Mrs. Bai seemed to be enduring great pain. Her face flushed a little. Did the master really say that we have to stay with the young lady tonight? Hong Xing nodded. Yes. The young lady looks like she is not well. In the past, Mrs. Bai should have guessed that Bai Tang would not die so easily. But tonight, for some reason, she was restless and could not calm down. Mrs. Bai took a deep breath and suppressed the heat in her body. I'll go out for a while and get a doctor for the young lady. As soon as Mrs. Bai left, Yu Feng caught up with her. Half an hour later, Yuan climbed into Bai Tang's yard, groped under the windowsill, and gestured to Bai Tang. Bai Tang grabbed Master Bai's hand and said, Dad, I want to eat the Tang Yuan from Zhong Chui Lu. Master Bai believed that Bai Tang was going to die, so he naturally would not refuse her request. Okay. Dad will ask someone to buy it. Bai Tang sobbed and said, I want to eat with Dad. This may be the last meal that your daughter will eat with you. How could Master Bai refuse her? He immediately ordered someone to prepare a carriage and took Bai Tang to Zhong Chui Lu. Along the way, Bai Tang was greedily enjoying the scenery along the way. In Bai Tang's words, this might be the last time I see the prosperity of the capital. Zhong Cui Tower and the Haiyan Tea House are on the same street. When passing by the tea house, Bai Tang said in surprise, Dad, I seem to see my mother just now. This mother made Mr. Bai very happy. Mr. Bai said gently, You must have seen it wrong. How could your mother be here? Bai Tang said seriously, Really? I saw my mother go in. Mr. Bai frowned. Didn't Chin go to ask a doctor for Tang? Why did she ask him to the tea house? Did Tanger see it wrong? Or, Mr. Bai's heart was inexplicably filled with displeasure. Tanger was so sick. But she didn't go to ask a doctor for Tanger, but came to this kind of place. What kind of thing was it that was worth her ignoring Tanger's illness? Mr. Bai got off the carriage and walked towards the tea house. There was no one in the lobby on the first floor. So Mr. Bai went up to the second floor. He walked around outside the wing room, but did not see Mrs. Bai. Tanger has a high fever, and everyone is confused. So of course she is dazzled. Mr. Bai laughed at himself, and was about to turn around and go downstairs, when a sweet laugh came from the room behind him. Huan Lang is so bad. This voice. Mr. Bai's eyebrows jumped. The man smiled softly. Am I bad? Or is Xiao Fengxian bad? Chen Fengxian. Mrs. Bai's name. Mr. Bai felt a bolt of lightning flash over his head, and the blood in his body froze. He took 2 steps forward in disbelief, staring at the closed door. Who is better? Me or your master? Why are you comparing yourself to him? He is old and useless. How can he compare to Huan Lang? Why don't you leave him and follow me? Didn't I already follow you? Master Bai was so angry that his veins bulged, and he kicked the door open. Chapter 174 ending. The moment the door was kicked open, Mrs. Bai froze, and so did the man lying on top of her. The sight of the two of them twisted together naked made Mr. Bai feel sick. Mrs. Bai saw her husband, and was so scared that she pushed the man away. She tried to pull the quilt over her body covered with scars, but she forgot that the quilt had been kicked off the bed by the two of them. She fell off the bed, grabbed the messy clothes on the ground, and covered herself with them. The man had never seen Mr. Bai, and thought that the desperate man had entered the wrong room. He was about to shout at him, but Mr. Bai strode forward and kicked him over. Then, Mr. Bai slapped him in the face. Bitch! This slap was much more severe than the one he gave Bai Tang. Bai Tang was his daughter after all, and his father taught her a lesson just to teach her a lesson, not to really beat her to death. But the slap that Mrs. Bai received showed that Mr. Bai really wanted to kill her. No man would tolerate his woman doing such a dirty and lowly thing. Mrs. Bai was slapped and hit against the bedpost. Her forehead was broken, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. However, she did not even have the courage to resist, and knelt on the ground trembling. Master! Master! He is Mr. Bai? The adulterer was dumbfounded. Mr. Bai had never felt so angry before. He treated his wife wholeheartedly, and was afraid that she would be wronged. His second wife, who had never even been a maid, was hanging out with other men under the pretext of seeking medical treatment when his daughter was terminally ill. If it wasn't for Tanger seeing you, I would still be kept in the dark by you. Mrs. Bai was so frightened that she forgot to question why she was seen by Bai Tang. She cried and crawled to Mr. Bai's feet and hugged Mr. Bai's feet. Master, listen to my explanation. Explanation? Mrs. Bai herself said this without any confidence. She was caught in bed by her husband. Could it be that she was forced? But tonight, she was indeed more concerned about this matter than before, and she didn't know what was wrong. A bold idea flashed through the adulterer's mind. He ignored the fact that he was still naked and rushed over to close the door and bolt it. Mr. Bai frowned and said, "What are you going to do?" Mrs. Bai also looked at him in astonishment. The adulterer pulled out a gleaming dagger from his clothes and looked at Mr. Bai with ill intentions. Mrs. Bai's face changed. Huan Lang, what are you doing? The adulterer looked at Mr. Bai coldly and said, "Didn't you always want to get rid of him? Now is a great opportunity. As long as he dies, you can marry the girl to the Chen family, and the entire Bai mansion will be ours." Mrs. Bai was stunned. For a moment, she was moved by Huan Lang's words. But soon, she came back to her senses. No, Huan Lang, killing people will pay with your life. But the adulterer didn't listen to her. No matter what her fate was, he would not escape death. Instead of doing this, it would be better to give it a try and kill this man. Then he would have a chance to survive and get the entire Bai mansion's property. The adulterer raised his knife and stabbed Mr. Bai fiercely. The knife was so fast and fierce that Mr. Bai had no time to avoid it. He was about to die at the hands of the adulterer. But suddenly, the closed door was kicked open by someone from outside. A tall figure rushed in and pounced on the adulterer like a wolf, knocking him to the ground. The adulterer felt pain and dropped the knife in his hand. The man did not give the adulterer room to react. He punched him in the face like snowflakes. The adulterer was beaten black and blue. and his eyes were full of stars. After confirming that the adulterer was only half dead, the man stood up. At this time, he punched too hard and his joints were bleeding. Mr. Bai looked at the young man who saved his life in shock. The young man had a pair of righteous eyes, but he didn't know what was going on, and his face was covered with charcoal ash. Could it be the kitchen errand boy? Mr. Bai asked. Yu Feng pretended to be calm and said, I was passing by and heard someone inside saying they wanted to kill someone. Mr. Bai was relieved and clasped his fists. Thank you for your help, little brother. May I ask your name and where you live? I will definitely come to thank you someday. No need. Yu Feng turned around and fled away. Mr. Bai tried to ask the tea house about the whereabouts of this benefactor, but was told that there was no such person in the tea house, and he was probably a guest of the tea house. Mr. Bai couldn't go from room to look for him. If he didn't leave his name, he naturally didn't want to be disturbed. Mr. Bai had to keep his gratitude in his heart. Family disgrace should not be made public. Mr. Bai did not report the affair between Mrs. Bai and the outsider to the police. But this did not mean that he would let the two go. After all, he had lived to this age and managed such a huge industry. It was impossible for him to have no means. Mrs. Bai and the adulterer were taken back to the Bai mansion and locked up in different courtyards. A woman did such a thing behind his back, so don't expect him to care about the relationship between husband and wife. As for the adulterer, it was even worse. The adulterer was beaten by the guards in turn. He fainted several times, but he was still hanging on to his life. Finally, the adulterer couldn't stand it anymore. Stop beating. Please stop beating. Can't I tell you everything? It turned out that the adulterer was a martial artist in a certain opera troupe. He was not outstanding in appearance and his stage skills were not first class. But he was young and strong. So he caught Mrs. Bai's eye. Over the years, Mrs. Bai gave him a lot of money. He left the original troupe and formed his own troupe. But it soon went bankrupt due to poor management. He then opened a tea shop, which also closed down soon after. But he was not worried about his livelihood. He knew that as long as he could make Mrs. Bai happy in bed, Mrs. Bai would be willing to give him any money he wanted. The two had been together for 5 or 6 years. Mrs. Bai spent more than 100,000 taels of silver on him and bought him a house in the capital. When Master Bai thought that Mrs. Bai actually used his own money to support the wild man outside, Master Bai's blood boiled. Master Bai asked someone to check the internal accounts, and he almost vomited blood. Get out of my way. When Master Bai was so angry that he was about to collapse, Master Bai came over. Master Bai is 5 years old this year, and he is cute. The servants say that the young master looks like the master, and he is a copy of the master. Master Bai also thought so before, but when he looked at him again tonight, it seems that they are not so similar. Dad, where is Mom? Where did Mom go? Those servants stopped me from coming in just now. Dad, punish them, Master Bai said innocently. Dad, why don't you say anything? Dad, punish them. Dad, I miss Mom. Where is Mom? Take me to see her. The son who was once the most beloved has now become a thorn in Mr. Bai's heart. Is he really his? Or that adulterer's? Take the young master out. At Mr. Bai's command, the maids and old women entered the room and grabbed the young Master Bai's arm. Let me go! I want Mom. I want Mom. The young Master Bai was taken away by the maids and old women. Mr. Bai sat down on the chair dejectedly. He seemed to have aged several decades overnight. Tanger had repeatedly opposed Chen, and he always blamed Tanger for being ignorant. Now it seems that he is not as clear-headed as Tanger. He had wronged Tanger for so many years for a woman who had betrayed him long ago. Master. Steward Ding walked in slowly. Madam's last batch of accounts have been checked. Do you want to take a look? Don't call her Madam anymore. Yes. It was too late tonight, and the city gates were closed. Fortunately, Yuan had booked an inn in advance. On the way back to the inn, Yuan opened the medical bag she carried with her and bandaged Yufeng's wound. Do you need to be so cruel? Brother, are you saving your future father-in-law with your life? Don't talk nonsense, Yufeng said seriously. If people hear it, it will ruin Miss Bai's reputation. Yuan smiled. Although this time was to expose Madame Bai, he had calculated Master Bai after all. Based on Yuan's understanding of her brother, he would not do such a frame-up. But for Bai Tang, he risked everything. He did not agree with every step, but he did it seriously. Yuan thought, this is probably love. unlike the mutual support of uncle and aunt, and also different from the infatuated watch of father and mother. The eldest brother protects by Tang in his own way. Yufeng suddenly said, "You didn't eat dinner. You must be hungry." "No. I have been fed with your dog food." Young master's mansion. Yin Jiucha also had dinner. But he was full. But he was not fed with anyone's dog food. But was full of anger from Yuan. From being angry at her for not being able to bear loneliness. To being angry at her for seeing other men naked. To the end. What kept turning over and over in his mind was the sentence, "Too ugly. Why is it so ugly?" Yin Jiuchao. "Will yours be so ugly too?" I was so angry at the time that I didn't think carefully about what he said. Now I'm soaking in the bathtub and thinking about it. Is that girl worried that he's ugly? Young Master Yin, who has been beautiful since childhood, has never been questioned like this. But to be honest, he has never seen this thing on others. And he doesn't know if his is ugly. Young Master Yin put his arms on the ground behind him. And his slender fingertips gently tapped a few times. Shadow 6. Shadow 6 flashed into the bathtub. Young Master. What do you want? Take off your pants. Chapter 175. Lu felt like he was hit on the head. And he was stunned. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. But as a secret guard trained as a scout, he knew his hearing ability. And he could even hear the wings of a mosquito. So the young master was serious and really asked him to take off his pants. Lu looked around at the illusions. The shower room filled with water vapor. The pool with floating petals. The faint but soft pearl light. Everything looked too much like a place full of romance. Is this day finally here? Ever since the young master had missed you. Lu thought that the young master had given up his covetousness for these big men. But it turned out that he was wrong. The young master had never forgotten the idea of taking them for himself from the beginning to the end. What are you standing there for? Do you want me to take it off for you? Yin Jiucha frowned his handsome brows in dissatisfaction. It was getting more and more outrageous. As a secret guard of the young master's mansion, his reaction was so slow. It seemed that his virginity could not be preserved. Of course, he was not a woman, and he would not seek death for such a thing. Even his life belonged to the young master. If the young master wanted to take his chastity, then take it. Lu endured the humiliation and covered his belt. Wait. Yin Jiucha stopped him. Lu was delighted. The young master had stopped at the brink of death. Did he know that there was nothing good about men? Yin Jiucha said, "Go and call Shursen as well." Lu went berserk in an instant. Am I not enough to satisfy you? Forget it. Yin Jiucha waved his hand. Lu calmed down in a second and knew that Shursen, the little devil, was nothing to worry about. Yin Jiucha continued, "Call them all. The maids don't need to come." "Known it. Do you want to call Uncle Wan too?" Lu asked with a trembling body. Yin Jiucha raised his eyebrows. "Oh, he doesn't need to come either." Lu counted on his fingers. Even if Uncle Wan was excluded, there were still dozens of people. Lu fainted on the spot. The most famous brothel in the capital is located on Chang'an Street. Not only is it the largest building, with the most girls and the best talents, but even the servants inside are also first class. However, not everyone can enter Ningxiang Pavilion. It is not enough to have money, but you have to be liked by the girls. Every evening, the girls stood on the second floor railings in colorful clothes, with fragrant fans covering their faces and graceful appearances. A group of men who wanted to enter the pavilion crowded in front of the gate, shouting I. The girls laughed and pointed at him charmingly with their slender fingertips. If he was chosen, there would be a turtle slave to welcome him in. If he was not chosen, he could not force his way in. Ningxiang Pavilion had some skills to be able to do it safely until now. After Jun Chang'an came to the crowd, he raised his head calmly, and a clean and warm smile appeared on his jade-like face. The girls exclaimed, "Oh, such a handsome man is qualified to enter Ningxiang Pavilion." Jun Chang'an brought his guards and entered Ningxiang Pavilion led by turtle slaves. As for what room to book after entering the pavilion, it is entirely up to the guest. Jun Chang'an asked for the most expensive room in Ningxiang Pavilion. There was no other way. Who told him that his guard was too picky and could not get used to staying in an ordinary room? The madam of Ningxiang Pavilion, named Jin Yang, was also a prostitute. No one knew her age, but she looked like a charming woman. Jin Yang personally brought hot tea and snacks into the room of Jun Chang'an and his partner, and said with a smile, "What is your name, sir?" It seems that this is your first time in our Ningxiang pavilion. As she spoke, her eyes began to turn around Jun Chang'an's guard. The guard wore a bamboo hat, and his clothes seemed plain. But his overall style was not inferior to the handsome Jun Chang'an next to him. She walked towards the guard. Jun Chang'an blocked her way in time. You have nothing to do here. Jin Yang's eyes flashed. What kind of girl do you want? Sir? Jun Chang'an said, wait until I see one I like. Every night, girls compete on the stage in the lobby of Ningxiang Pavilion. If a customer likes a girl, the one who pays the highest price can invite the girl to the room for a gathering. Jin Yang couldn't find any fault with Jun Chang'an's words. Although she was curious about the other party's identity, she could only leave with regret. Jun Chang'an closed the door and said to the guard, Your Highness was frightened. Yin Huijing took off his hat, sat down at the round table, picked up the teapot and poured 2 cups of hot tea. You sit down too. Jun Chang'an sat down. Yin Huijing didn't come to Ningxiang Pavilion to have fun, but to make an appointment here. Does that know-it-all really know everything in the world? Yin Huijing asked, half believingly. Jun Chang'an nodded and said, It is said that it is. It is said that? Yin Huijing looked at Jun Chang'an. Jun Chang'an said, I don't deal with him much. I heard about his deeds from the Jianghu, but I think he will not disappoint the second prince. Yin Huijing took a sip of the top-quality pre-rain Longjing tea. If he is really so powerful, why didn't you ask him where your brother was captured by the ghost tribe? Jun Chang'an was silent. After a long while, he said lightly, I can't afford that price. Jianghu know-it-alls don't deliver news for free. If you want to ask anything, you have to exchange it with something he thinks is of equal value. What price? I'll pay for you, Yin Huijing said. Jun Chang'an paused. It's not silver. Your Highness, don't ask. I will solve this matter myself. Yin Huijing glanced at him. You promised me to be my bodyguard for 10 years. I don't want anything to happen to you before the 10-year period is up. Jun Chang'an lowered his eyes and said, I know my limits. Your Highness, please rest assured. Having said this, Yin Huijing couldn't ask any more questions. He just hoped that Bai Xiaosheng was not being mysterious and really knew the news of the world. As for the price, what is the price of a Zhou Huai? It's not something that he, a prince, can't afford. Swish. A flying knife shot into the windowsill and nailed a note to the wall with famous calligraphy and paintings. Yin Huijing's face darkened. Jun Chang'an walked forward, pulled out his flying knife, took out the note, and after reading it, he said to Yin Huijing, Something happened to Bai Xiaosheng, so he can't come tonight. He asked us to go to Songhua Pavilion outside the city at noon tomorrow. Yin Huijing's face darkened slightly. Jun Chang'an knew that he was unhappy, but it was not his fault that he was angry. He was the prince of a country, and he was the only one who didn't come. How could others stand him up? No matter how famous Bai Xiaosheng was, in the eyes of these sons and grandsons of the dragon, he was just a rough man in the world. Your Highness, Jun Chang'an explained for Bai Xiaosheng. Based on my understanding of Bai Xiaosheng, he doesn't ignore your Highness. He is afraid that he is really stuck with something important. I will go to meet him tomorrow. Your Highness, please wait for my news in the mansion. Yin Huijing said. No, I will go with you. After all, he not only wants to find out Zhou Huai's whereabouts, but also one thing. He hopes Bai Xiaosheng can help him. Jun Chang'an thought for a while and said, Okay, if he doesn't come tomorrow, your Highness doesn't take action, I will teach him a lesson. Yin Huijing didn't respond, just said, Go back to the mansion. Yes. Jun Chang'an took the bamboo hat on the table and handed it to him. Yin Huijing put on his bamboo hat and strode to the door. Just as he was waiting for Jun Chang'an to open the door for him, he heard Jun Chang'an say, Your Highness, you are my guard. I will not open the door for you. Yin Huijing's mouth twitched, and he resigned himself to opening the door. Jun Chang'an smiled secretly. The two went downstairs together. When they passed the lobby, they heard a commotion in the corner. Yin Huijing subconsciously stopped and looked towards the corner. In a small compartment with a peach-colored lantern hanging on it, a man in brocade clothes was holding a wine pot and was drunk. A bunch of unruly young men surrounded him, as if listening to what he was saying. Who is that? Yin Huijing asked. Jun Chang'an looked at him carefully and said, The eldest son of the Yin family. The eldest son of Lord Yin. Yin Huijing had no interest in the Yin family, because he knew very well that the Yin family was tied to the young master's mansion, and he could not pull them on his boat no matter what. Just as he was about to leave, Yin Xie, who was drunk, sneered and said, "You don't believe it? Why don't you go and ask, when did my eldest son Yin tell a lie? I will tell you another secret. That fierce woman, she can't have children." The young masters around took a breath of cold air. A woman who can't have children. Is she still a woman? Her life is ruined. No one dares to marry her. After talking for a long time, "Who is that woman?" asked a young master. Yes. Who is she?" another young master asked. Yin Huijing's steps stopped again. "You want to know who she is?" Yin Xie smiled evilly. "She is." Chapter 176, Visiting Little Milkbag. Everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to know who this woman was who dared to bully Master Yan's brother-in-law, but couldn't even have a child. Yin Xie was really drunk and confused. He even talked about gossip about this kind of woman. He was not like a man at all. Jun Chanan watched the show with interest. Yin Huijing shouldn't care about such rumors. But somehow, he also wanted to know the name. "Come here. I'll whisper to you. She is." With Jun Chanan and Yin Huijing's hearing ability, Yin Xie's voice was low enough for them to hear clearly. However, just when he was about to say it, a team of guards suddenly rushed in from outside the door, pushed away the young masters surrounding Yin Xie, grabbed Yin Xie's arm, and pulled him out without question. "Hey! What are you doing? You dare to break into my Ningxiang pavilion? I think you are going to die." Jin Yang waved her handkerchief and stood up with a furious look. "Yin Hao's people. What? Do you want to settle accounts?" The leading guard glanced at her coldly, and Jin Yang's heart skipped a beat. She had heard of Yin Hao. Not only did he win the battle at the border, he was a big celebrity in front of the emperor and a hero in the eyes of the people. Most importantly, his daughter gave birth to 3 children for Master Yin. The emperor praised the Yin family so much, and he was probably going to be Master Yin's father-in-law. Jin Yang dared to offend others, but she could not afford to offend the young master. Fortunately, the guards left in a hurry after catching Yin Xie. Jin Yang pretended to chase them away a few times, pretending that she had scared the group away. The excitement was gone, and the young masters dispersed. "Let's go, Your Highness," Jun Chanan said. Yin Huijing nodded lightly and followed Jun Chanan into the carriage parked in the alley. The carriage of the Yin mansion was not far away, and a woman's cry could be vaguely heard from inside. Jun Chanan said, "It's Miss Yin." Yin Huijing glanced at the carriage of the Yin mansion and said expressionlessly, "Go back to the mansion." But after Yin Xie was caught and put on the carriage, he saw his sister at a glance. His mind was not very clear at this moment, and his reaction was slow. After a while, he did not feel any guilt. Yin Ryu ordered the guards outside the carriage. "You go to the alley entrance and guard it. No one is allowed to approach." "Yes." The guards responded and left. There was only one carriage of Yin Huijing parked in the alley. After it left, there were no more idle people waiting. Yin Ryu looked coldly at her brother, who was drunk and unconscious, and poured a glass of cold water over him. Yin Xie was startled, half sober, and sat up straight with anger. "Yin Ryu, what are you doing?" Yin Ryu put the cup back on the table heavily. "What am I doing? I should be the one asking this question to my brother. Are you so bold? Who told you to talk nonsense outside?" Yin Xie finally realized what he had said in Ningxiang Pavilion. It is said that alcohol makes cowards brave. This is true. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to do such a thing. But when he was drunk, he was not afraid of even the King of Heaven. Didn't I tell you the name?" Yin Xie muttered guiltily. Yin Ryu was furious at his stubbornness. "Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you are my elder brother? Do you think I can't do anything to you? Don't forget who gave you your wealth and glory today. I can give it out, and I can take it back." Yin Xie didn't like to hear this. "Don't be unhappy." Yin Ryu stopped Yin Xie in time, and said in a cold voice, "I have worked so hard to support the Yin family. If you dare to talk nonsense to me again, you will be the first to die." Yin Xie shuddered in fear. After leading Mr. Bai to see Mrs. Bai's true identity, Yuan has been busy with the business of the workshop. Every day, she goes up the mountain with Yu Shaoqing to dig bamboo shoots. She is so busy that she hasn't been to Beijing for several days. Shopkeeper Cui sent someone to bring the news that Mr. Bai had cancelled the Chen family's engagement. He didn't say much about Mrs. Bai and Bai Tang's brother, but it's not hard to guess that their situation is not good. Mrs. Bai did such a thing It's hard not to doubt whether the child is Mr. Bai's biological child. The truth is not important. What Mr. Bai believes is the most important. Shopkeeper Chui asked me to ask the young lady. When will the young lady's smallpox be cured? Said the waiter. Yuan curved her lips and said, Mr. Bai invited a doctor and burned incense and prayed to Buddha. I think it won't take long for God to be moved. All one. Not long after Shopkeeper Chui's waiter left, the village head came to the door. Yuan was selecting spring bamboo shoots dug from the back mountain and putting them in different baskets according to size and age. When she heard the voice of the village head, she put down her work, wiped her hands with cotton cloth, and went to the main hall. Villa head. Why are you here? Please sit down. The village head sat down in the main hall. Yuan poured a bowl of tea. The village head saw the jars and food boxes on the table and wondered, are you going to deliver goods again? The village knew that Yuan was doing business with a big restaurant in the capital. The restaurant's carriage came to pick up goods every day. But occasionally, Yuan would deliver some goods in person. Today, she was not only delivering goods to Mr. Qin. Yuan hadn't seen the little ones for several days and missed them. She asked her uncle to make some snacks and planned to send them to the little ones later. But it was not good to let the village head know about this. Yes, I made some sour bamboo shoots. I don't know if they are satisfied. I will send them to them to try first, Yuan said with a smile. Ah, the head of the village was in a trance for a moment. Just a few months ago, Awan was a dull and honest girl. But now she has become so versatile. The illness really made this girl smart. I wonder if the Zhao family boy will regret his decision when he knows that Awan has become so capable. But it doesn't matter. The Zhao family has already fled overnight, and they can't enjoy Awan's goodness at all. What does the head of the village want to talk to me about? Yuan asked. How is your father's case? The head of the village asked. Yuan said, Uncle, we went to find someone. When he finds the person, he can clear my father's name. The head of the village sighed and said, I finally came back alive. But something like this happened. We all believe in Lao San's character, and hope that Lao San can clear his name as soon as possible. Yuan curled her lips. The head of the village said again, I came here today to ask for something. You are being polite. Just tell me what you want. I will do my best as long as I can do it. Yuan had a good impression of the head of the village. Even though he had valued Zhao Heng so much, he was not biased toward Zhao Heng in dealing with her and the Zhao family. He might not be a very capable official, but he was an upright and kind person. The village head laughed awkwardly twice. You have helped the villagers so much. I am embarrassed to speak again. Yuan smiled. You speak? Village head. The village head sighed. Isn't it your brother Ernu and his friends? Now that there is no war, they have nothing to do, and there is no land to plant. I just want to ask you, is the workshop still short of people? The workshop is not short of people for the time being. The jack that Qin Yi helped to customize arrived. Using the jack to press tofu has greatly saved time costs. Everyone's skills are more familiar than before, and the work efficiency has increased sharply. It can fully cope with the orders for tofu and the next sour bamboo shoots. However, Yuan said again, we plan to build dormitories and factories, which requires a lot of manpower. And I want to find someone to buy a large number of spring bamboo shoots. There are many spring bamboo shoots in the back mountain. But if we really supply them to Zhuxianju, I am afraid that they will not be enough to dig. The village head could understand the meaning of collecting spring bamboo shoots. But what are dormitories and factories? Yuan explained it briefly. And the village head suddenly realized, you girl, you have this spare money. We have to build it even if we don't have money. Otherwise we can't do business. Aunt Luo's firewood room next door was full of their goods. Yuan continued. If Ernu and his friends don't mind, they can come and help build the house first. The big workers are 80 cents a day, and the small workers are 50 cents. This? So much. The village head was stunned. This salary was twice as high as that of Xinghua village. You, don't lose money. Although we are from the same village, don't give what you shouldn't give. It's not easy for your Yu family to have what they have today. Yuan laughed. I don't give such high wages for nothing. I have higher requirements. I won't hire those who can't meet the requirements. The village head nodded repeatedly. It should be. It should be. With such a high salary, it would be enough to go to the city to pick people. Not to mention picking people in the village. The village head happily left Yuan's house and went to each family to deliver the news. Here, Yuan also sorted the spring bamboo shoots and went to the town with sour bamboo shoots and snacks. She didn't call Yufeng. Yufeng and Yusong went to the village to look at stone and blue bricks. Yuan went to the young master's house first, but was told that the little guy was not there, and Yin Xiucha took him out. Yuan's face was dark after finding nothing. It was really amazing that she was so closed-door and contemplative. Chapter 177. The woman that night was her. Yuan thought to herself, I am not here to see you. I want you to catch me every time. But I can't touch you when I really come to see you. Yuan went to Zuixianju regretfully. Zuixianju, which beat Taixianglu in the chef competition and led the way, really made the right move. Not only did it make a name for itself, but it also earned a good reputation. In addition to its unique signature dishes, Zuixianju is full every day. In less than half a year, it will surpass Taixianglu's business. Yuan went to see Mr. Qin earlier, and she went to Mr. Qin's mansion. This was her first time to Zuixianju, and the business was better than expected. Miss, are you here to eat or have a meal? A clever waiter came up, and did not look down on Yuan because of her simple clothes. Before Yuan could speak, someone patted the back of the waiter's head. It was Mr. Qin, who came out in a hurry. Master Qin glared at him and said, What girl? Open your eyes wide. This is the second in command. Ah! Second? Second in command? Master Qin told his subordinates about the little boss of Zuixianju. But they only heard of her name, but never saw her. They didn't expect her to be such a young and beautiful girl. The waiter hurriedly apologized. And Yuan said with a slight curve in her lips, It's okay. You go and greet the guests. Yes. Yes. The waiter went excitedly. Master Qin's eyes fell on the jar that Yuan was holding. And he said generously, Isn't this sour bamboo shoots? It is sour bamboo shoots. Yuan was amused by Master Qin's reaction. If she didn't know, she would think that her jar was filled with gold. Master Qin is a businessman, with good ingredients in his hands. There are 100 ways to make gold. I was just saying, if you don't make your pickled bamboo shoots, I'll come to your house to look for you. Master Qin took the jar decisively, and led Yuan to the kitchen. On the way, he did not forget to ask about Yu Shaoqing's situation. How is your father's business? Do you need my help? If you need me, please don't be polite to me. Don't think that I'm just starting out in the capital. I'm in the Jianhua area. He made a gesture of a boss. Yuan smiled. Thank you, Master Qin, for your concern. If I really have to trouble you, I won't be polite to you. That's good. While the two were talking, they had arrived at the kitchen of Zuixianju. 2 large oil pans were frying black stinky tofu. The stench filled most of the yard. The old masters were used to it, but the newcomers suffered. They were almost crying because of the odor. But the stinky tofu business was so good that the oil pans were always boiling from morning to night. Master Qin called several chefs over. This is our Zuixianju's second in command. Miss Yu, who makes the stinky tofu. Everyone thought that the second in command was a middle-aged fat man, just like the young man before. But this time, they were even more surprised than seeing Miss Du. Everyone greeted her. This is Master Zhang. This is Master Wang. Master Qin introduced the chefs one by one, then gave them the sour bamboo shoots and ran out without looking back. As expected, there was a shrill wail from the chefs behind him, and Master Qin covered his heart. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Sour bamboo shoots are like stinky tofu. Although they smell bad, they taste very fragrant. Put them into rice noodles cooked in snail soup together with peanuts, bean curd and sour beans, and then drizzle a spoonful of white vinegar. The taste is sour, spicy and refreshing, which is indescribable. People in Beijing eat more noodles than rice noodles, and most of them are not authentic. The method of making rice noodles was taught to them by their uncle. Scarcity makes things valuable. Yuan can almost conclude that snail noodles will be very popular. Sour bamboo shoots are the soul of snail noodles. But snail soup is also very important. A bowl of top-quality snail soup is made with fresh snail meat, pork bones and spices. Since inheriting Grandpa Bao's legacy, my uncle has improved the snail soup by adding a few medicinal herbs, making the soup taste richer. Yuan tasted half a bowl and felt that the chefs had good skills. Of course, the sour bamboo shoots pickled by herself are even better. How come I am so gifted? Yuan thought in amazement. At first, Master Qin disdained to eat it, but later he brought over the half bowl that Yuan had not touched, and ate it all up without even a drop of soup. Master Qin touched his round belly, leaned on his head, and said sourly, "This is the taste." "Very good. The price is negotiable. When will the supply be delivered?" Yuan thought for a while and said, "There are not many bamboo shoots on hand. Not enough to supply Zuixianju. If you are greedy, I will give you 2 jars to eat first. And I won't charge you." The little boy at home has been greedy for Yuan's family's things for a long time. So it's just right to take them back to him, so that he won't always complain that his uncle doesn't love him. Mr. Qin smiled cheerfully and said, "Then I won't be polite." The two talked for a while, and Mr. Qin asked Yuan if she needed to look over the account book. Yuan said that she trusted Mr. Qin and refused to admit that she couldn't understand the account book. "I have something else to do, so I'll go back first." Yuan stood up and said goodbye. Mr. Qin sent her downstairs. Just as they walked into the lobby, a guest who had paid the bill turned to leave. But when he crossed the threshold, he fell to the ground. Perhaps because he didn't look at the road or something. And then curled up and couldn't get up. "Oh! Someone's dead!" someone shouted. And the guests of Zuixianju put down their chopsticks in fear. Mr. Qin's face darkened, and the shopkeeper and the waiter hurried forward to help the man up. He was a tea merchant in his 50s, with a bag containing several boxes of high-quality tea leaves, all of which were spilled on the ground. He covered his stomach with a painful expression, and looked nauseous and wanted to vomit. Anyone who saw him would think that he had a stomachache. Yuan didn't think so. She studied the medical book left to her by Grandpa Bao every night, and happened to see a similar case. So she didn't know what his pulse was like. Master Qin said to the dumbfounded clerks, "What are you doing? Go and get a doctor." One of the clerks went quickly. The tea merchant was helped into the hall, and a clerk brought a chair. The shopkeeper asked him to sit down, and he leaned weakly on the chair. Yuan walked up and said to the tea merchant, "Stretch out your hand." The tea merchant was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at Yuan weakly and strangely. He was in so much pain that he didn't even have the strength to speak. Yuan didn't expect him to cooperate with her. She grabbed his hand and took his pulse with 3 fingers. Seeing a little girl pretending to be a doctor, everyone became more curious. Master Qin whispered in Yuan's ear, "You're pretending to be a doctor." Yuan glanced at Master Qin indifferently. Once she started practicing medicine, Yuan didn't recognize her relatives. Master Qin was stunned by Yuan's sudden serious aura. As recorded in the medical book, the left guan pulse was floating, the middle pulse was sinking, and all 3 pulses were stringy. Yuan looked at the tea merchant's tongue again. The tongue was red. The tongue coating was rough and slightly yellow, combined with his symptoms of rib pain and jaundice. It was most likely acute cholecystitis with damp heat syndrome. "Bring another stool," Yuan ordered. The waiters looked at Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin pondered for a moment, waved his hand, and the waiters brought the stools. "Just pretend. Don't really kill anyone. The doctor will be here soon," Mr. Qin whispered in Yuan's ear. In his opinion, Yuan had an idea to stop the gossips. How could she really treat patients? Yuan didn't have time to explain, and put the tea merchant flat on the stool. The stool was not long enough, so she pointed to the waiter next to her, "Move the chair over." The waiter moved the chair over as he said, and put the tea merchant's feet on the chair. Upper abdomen, directly below the nipple, in front of the 7th intercostal space. On the midline, 4 inches away, the location of the sun and moon point flashed through Yuan's mind, and she pressed it with the thenar of her right hand, below the thumb. After a while, the tea merchant no longer felt sick or wretched, and the pain in his ribs was not as severe as before. "Hey! Look! He's fine." The speaker was the scholar who had just accused Zuixianju of killing people. The tea merchant's condition was indeed much better. At least, he could speak. He looked at Yuan beside him and said sincerely, "Thank you." "Young lady," Yuan said, "you have an emergency. I am just temporarily relieving you. You still need to continue treatment in the later stage." "What emergency? Did you really have a stomachache?" "Yes. You smell that their food is so stinky. Don't let it go bad and sell it." The person who said this was obviously someone who wanted to add insult to injury. Coincidentally, the doctor arrived at this time. After the doctor diagnosed the tea merchant, he promptly dispelled the rumor for Zuixianju. "It's a liver and gallbladder disease, not a stomach upset." A group of grown men, but they are not as knowledgeable as a little girl. Yuan took appropriate emergency measures. Otherwise the tea merchant would have fainted from the pain. Everyone praised her, and the tea merchant thanked her again and again. I can't tell. Mr. Chin looked Yuan up and down. Miss Yu is so secretive. Yuan smiled and said nothing, embarrassed to tell him that this was her first time to see a doctor. The tea merchant left with the doctor, and a storm was resolved. Suburban Songhua Pavilion. Yin Huijing met the rumored Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng was dressed like a scholar and looked like he was only in his early 20s. But Yin Huijing knew that this was not his original appearance. Bai Xiaosheng never showed his true face to anyone, and never showed the same face to anyone. Therefore, he had another name in the martial arts world, Bai Xiaosheng, the thousand-faced true man. Jun Chanan leaned on the pavilion pillar calmly, watching the movements around them for the two of them. Bai Xiaosheng and Yin Huijing sat opposite each other on a stone bench in the pavilion, with fine wine and snacks on the table. Yin Huijing was a prince, so he would naturally not lower his status for a martial arts man. Bai Xiaosheng smiled and personally poured a glass of wine for Yin Huijing. Second prince. Please. Yin Huijing got straight to the point. Today I met you, sir, because I have two things to ask you. Bai Xiaosheng smiled and said, Brother Jun, didn't you tell the second prince that Bai Xiaosheng only answers one question, and only once? If the prince has asked a question, as long as I have answered it, I will not tell others if they ask again. Yin Huijing frowned. He wanted to ask about Zhou Huai's whereabouts, and also wanted to find out about the woman from that year. Bai Xiaosheng poured himself a glass of wine and tasted it carefully. The wine in the palace is delicious, but it's not as strong as the wine in the martial arts world. Have you made up your mind, Your Highness? Yin Huijing clenched his palm and said sternly, I want to know where the woman who saved my life in Shuzhou 2 years ago is now. Bai Xiaosheng smiled happily and stretched out a finger. A blood Ganoderma. Blood Ganoderma is a holy medicine for healing wounds. It is rare in the world. It happens that there is one in the second prince's mansion. Although the price is high, it is not something Yin Huijing cannot afford. Yin Huijing agreed. Chang'an, go back to the mansion and get the blood Ganoderma. Jun Chang'an hesitated. Your Highness, Yin Huijing said, it's useless for me to keep the blood Ganoderma, so I'll give it to Bai Xiaosheng. Jun Chang'an looked at Bai Xiaosheng with a complicated expression and went away. Jun Chang'an moved quickly. In just half an hour, there was a blood Ganoderma on the table. Bai Xiaosheng curled his lips with satisfaction and said to Yin Huijing, the person your highness is asking about is far away and close at hand. I can only sigh that we don't know each other when we meet, and we don't recognize each other when we know each other. Yin Huijing's pupil shrank. It's her. Bai Xiaosheng smiled and said, it seems that your highness knows the answer, so Bai Xiaosheng will take his leave. Yin Huijing felt that something hit his heart hard. How could it be her? She is obviously pregnant and is about to give birth. Where is her child? Where is the child? Bai Xiaosheng smiled unchanged. This is the second question. Bai Xiaosheng stood up calmly and bowed to Yin Huijing. Goodbye. See you later. After that, he took the blood Ganoderma and left. Your Highness, you shouldn't have given him the blood Ganoderma. Bai Xiaosheng is extremely cunning. Anyone who wants to ask him questions will pay a price that they can't afford. Your Highness may need that blood Ganoderma in the future. Yin Huijing didn't care about Jun Chang'an's words at all. He was still immersed in great shock and couldn't extricate himself. It's her. Chang'an. It's really her. Yes. It's Miss Yu. Combined with Yin Huijing's reaction, Jun Chang'an also guessed it. Because he didn't care, he was not too shocked. Jun Chang'an said in a normal tone, Your Highness, do you want to see that old nanny? In order to confirm whether Yuan was the pregnant woman back then, Yin Huijing asked Jun Chang'an to find the old nanny who delivered babies for the ladies in the palace back then. The old nanny had a very sharp eye and could tell whether a woman had given birth with just one look. Yin Huijing looked far away and said, No need. It's already confirmed to be her. But what happened to her? She was from Lianhua village. Why did she go to Shuzhou back then? She dressed like a rich girl, and there was a decent nanny by her side. She was obviously about to give birth. But 2 years later, where was the child? Was it not born? Or did it die? Who is the father of the child? Yin Jiuchao. On the busy street, Yuan saw Yin Jiuchao walking his baby. This man really has a face that makes people jealous. Even in a huge crowd, he can be recognized at a glance. The three little guys were originally walking listlessly with their heads drooping. When they heard the familiar voice, their eyes suddenly brightened up. They raised their heads, left their father behind, and ran over. Yuan jumped off the carriage. bent down, and caught the little guy who jumped into her arms. Yuan pinched their little faces. You didn't eat well again. Look at you. You've lost weight again. The three of them lowered their heads guiltily. Seeing them like this, Yuan felt a little soft-hearted. She rubbed their little heads and said, I really can't do anything about you. Forget it. It just so happens that I haven't eaten anything either. Are you hungry? The three nodded. How hungry? Yuan joked. The three rolled up their shirts, revealing their bare bellies. They were so hungry that they were all deflated. Yuan couldn't help laughing, and put down the clothes of the little guy. She looked at Yan Jiuqiao, who was not far away. Seeing that he didn't come over as usual, she blinked in confusion, explained to the driver, and walked over with the little guys. The little guys jumped 3 times. Very happy, Yan Jiuqiao snorted. When he was taken away by him, he pretended to be dead. Once in her hands, he jumped up and down. Whose biological child is it? When Yuan saw the children, her empty heart was instantly filled. Her joy was beyond words. And even her eyebrows were smiling. Yan Jiuqiao, I just went to the young master's house. You were not here, and I thought I wouldn't see you today. What did you go to the young master's house for? To see you? Mainly to see the children. And to see you by the way. Yan Jiuqiao glanced at the kids calmly. I think you are here to see them. Shouldn't this guy say, you can't stand the loneliness if you don't see me for a day? It's not enough to follow me to the inn, but you also come to my house in the name of visiting the children. Yuan was about to speak, but the young master had already thrown his sleeves and got on the carriage. Yuan felt bitter. He really came to see you and the children. Why don't you believe it? Yuan carried the 3 little guys onto the carriage, opened the bag she carried with her, and took out a small food box, which contained osmanthus cake, almond pastry, and several pig buns she made by herself. When the little guys saw the pig buns, their mouths watered. Yuan smiled. Eat it. The little guys didn't rush to eat it themselves, but picked up a pig bun and handed it to Yuan in unison. Yuan then remembered that she had said she hadn't eaten anything, and the little guys remembered it. So they gave her their favorite pig buns? Yuan felt warm in her heart. I don't like pig buns. I like almond pastry. The 3 little guys took the almond pastry to her instead. And when they saw her take it with a smile, they grabbed the pig bun in their hands and ate it in big mouthfuls. There was only 1 pig bun left, and Yuan gave it to Yan Jiuqiao. I won't eat it, young Master Yan said with a look of disgust. It's delicious. No. Yuan stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 178. A family of 5. Snacks can only fill your stomach. You still have to eat the main meal. There happened to be a glutinous rice dumpling stall nearby. Yuan couldn't say that she was obsessed with sweets, but she had been craving for them for some reason in recent days. Yan Jiuqiao, let's go eat glutinous rice dumplings? She turned her head and looked at Yan Jiuqiao. Yan Jiuqiao sneered in disdain. It's so dirty. I won't eat it. But Yuan had already jumped off the carriage with 3 little kids. Yan Jiuqiao. She's really spoiled. She dared to ignore this young master. The young master who was ignored had a dark face and got off the carriage. This street is connected to Chang'an Avenue, the most prosperous street in the capital. But there are few shops, so the flow of people is not large. The glutinous rice dumpling stall is at the entrance of an alley on the right side of the street. There are 2 small tables on the street, and the remaining 1 in the alley. The tables on the street were already occupied, considering that the extremely noble young master might not be willing to share a table with others. Yuan took the little baby to a small table in the alley. The table was small, and the stools were even smaller. It was just right for her and the little babies to sit there. But it was unfair to Yan Jiuqiao, a 7-foot man. He looked a little funny, and even aggrieved when he bent over. Yuan couldn't help but want to laugh. And at the same time, she felt that such a time was somewhat beautiful. Sir, madam, are you going to eat tang yuan or dumplings? The stall owner came over and asked. She had never seen such a good-looking family, and couldn't help but take a few more glances, secretly sighing that they were really a talented couple. No wonder all the children born were so cute. Yuan was about to say that you misunderstood, but Yan Jiuqiao said calmly, dumplings. Sir, you have chosen the right one. Our dumplings are the best. We have sesame filling, peanut filling, red bean paste filling, lotus seed paste filling, and 5-nut filling. Which one do you want? 1 bowl of each. Big bowl or small bowl? Big bowl. Small bowl for children. That's fine. Do you want rice wine? Or pure soup? Rice wine. The two of them came and went. And Yuan couldn't get a word in. The aroma of scallion pancakes came from the alley across the street. So Yuan simply got up to buy scallion pancakes. In the past, Ing Lu and Ing Shursen would make these. But today they are not here. Yuan came to the stall selling scallion pancakes. The scallion pancakes sold by this stall were doing very well. They used vegetable oil and were much more expensive than other scallion pancakes, costing 6 cents each. You know, the price in town was only 2 cents. The scallion pancakes were big enough. Yuan estimated the appetite of 5 people and bought 3 in total. Yuan walked back with the scallion pancakes wrapped in brown paper. Just after walking 2 steps, she ran into an old friend she hadn't seen for many days. Mr. Su? Yuan looked at the man in front of her in surprise. Yin Huijing saw her at the other end of the alley. At that time, the carriage happened to pass by. He stopped the carriage and walked towards this side. However, Yuan didn't know all this and thought he was also here to buy scallion pancakes. I bought the last one in this pot. Mr. Su wants it, but I'm afraid he will have to wait a little longer, Yuan said. Yin Huijing stared at her deeply. Although he had suspected that she was the one who sent him to the temple, he was still speechless after he was really sure. Mr. Su? What's wrong with you? Are you coming to see me? Yuan felt that his expression seemed a little wrong. Yin Huijing resisted the urge to take her back to the mansion and said in a low voice, You don't remember anything, right? Mr. Su? What do you mean I don't remember? She did not inherit much of her past memories, but only her family knew about this. Yin Huijing thought a lot along the way, and was still unsure whether to tell her the truth. It seemed that she had forgotten not only him, but also the past in Shuzhou. Should he find out clearly before telling her? Or tell her and let her find out with him? Mr. Su? This man was a little inexplicable today. Yin Huijing took a deep breath and decided to tell her, However, before he could finish his words, a hurried peddler pushed a cart and rushed over from behind. Make way. Make way. Make way. The peddler pushed too fast and couldn't even stop himself. Seeing that he was about to hit Yuan, Yin Huijing stretched out his hand, intending to pull Yuan to his side. But unexpectedly, a slender arm hugged Yuan's shoulders faster than she did, and Yuan fell into a strong chest, with a familiar cold fragrance floating on her clothes. Yuan did not resist, and just lay in his arms obediently until the peddler's cart passed by. Yin Huijing's pupils shrank. Yuan straightened up, looked at Yin Jiuchao whose back was rubbed by the cart, and asked, Are you okay? No problem. Yin Jiuchao let her go, turned to look at Yin Huijing beside him, and said lightly, Second Prince? Long time no see. Prince? Yuan's eyes paused. Yin Huijing never expected that his identity would be revealed by Yin Jiuchao. He had planned to tell her in person. So it was you who rescued me from the ice cellar in Tianxiang Tower that day. Yuan bowed to Yin Huijing distantly. I didn't know your identity before, and I'm sorry for offending you. Please forgive me. Your Highness. Is she drawing a line between herself and him? Yin Huijing clenched his fists and looked coldly at Yin Jiuchao beside him. Yin Jiuchao raised his eyebrows and pulled Yuan's wrist. Nothing. We'll leave first. Don't disturb the second prince. Yin Huijing's eyes fell on Yuan's wrist. Seeing that she didn't shake Yin Jiuchao's hand away, a flame suddenly rose in his heart. Yin Jiuchao, weren't you punished by your father to reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors? Yin Jiuchao didn't even raise his eyelids. Oh, if you have the guts, go to His Majesty and complain about me. With Yin Jiuchao's character, even a fool could guess that he would not reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors obediently. As long as he didn't make too much trouble, the emperor would turn a blind eye. If someone really dared to tell the emperor about Yin Jiuchao's going out, it would not be picking on Yin Jiuchao, but offending the emperor. Let's go! Yuan pulled his sleeve, signaling him not to argue with the second prince. After all, the second prince had helped her twice. Even if he concealed his identity, she had no right to blame him. The two returned to the alley, where they sold glutinous rice balls. Jun Chanan came over. Your Highness. She's not angry at all. Yin Huijing murmured. Isn't this a good thing? Jun Chanan said. You don't understand. Because he didn't care. He didn't get angry. Yin Huijing looked at the two people sitting in the alley again, and the 3 chubby little guys beside them. He thought more than once that if her child was born, it should be the same size as Yin Jiuchao's flesh and blood. Yuan divided the scallion pancakes. One for the 3 small buns, one for the big bun, and one for herself. A mouthful of salty and fragrant scallion pancakes, and a mouthful of sweet rice wine. The taste was incredibly good. The 3 little kids were sweating profusely while eating. Yuan took out a handkerchief to wipe their sweat. Her eyes full of doting. She looked at the children. And Yin Jiuqiao looked at her. With a tenderness in his eyes that Yin Huijing had never seen before. This scene was so warm that it hurt Yin Huijing's eyes a little. An absurd thought suddenly flashed through Yin Huijing's mind. Chang'an. Why do I feel? What does your highness feel? Jun Chang'an asked. Yin Huijing did not continue, but changed the subject and asked, where is that old nanny? Jun Chang'an said, Madame Hui? She was just sent out of the city. Yin Huijing looked at Yuan and the 3 children beside her. His eyes tightened. Bring her back. This old servant kowtows to his highness. May your highness live 1,000 years. 1,000 years. 1,000 years. In the courtyard of the second prince's mansion, an old nanny over 50 years old knelt on the cold bluestone slab and performed the kneeling ceremony devoutly to Yin Huijing, who was standing in the corridor. Are you Madame Hui? Yin Huijing said. Madame Hui said, I am a humble servant, not worthy of your highness. Yin Huijing's eyes fell on her. I heard that you were expelled from the palace because you committed a crime. Yin Huijing wanted to use her, so he naturally couldn't help but check her background. As for the ability of this madam, no one could match her. She was not from a prominent family, but an orphan who was sold into the palace for 2 taels of silver. She was first assigned to Yongxiang to serve those women who had been out of favor for many years. Later, she followed a female doctor and did odd jobs under the female doctor. She didn't learn other skills, but she could read people's bellies, whether it was a prince or a princess. She was more accurate than the imperial physician. She was also assigned to Chushio Palace to supervise the new girls. Girls had to be examined before entering the palace, and only those who were perfect would be kept. This madam had done many examinations and gained experience. With Madame Hui's ability, she should have been very successful in the palace. But she was addicted to gambling, and happened to meet the queen's harem rectification. So she had one hand crippled, and was expelled from the palace. Do you know why the prince called you here? Yin Huijing asked condescendingly. Madame Hui did not answer him, but fell to the ground and said loyally, I am willing to go through fire and water for the prince, and I will do anything. Yin Huijing's expression remained unchanged. I heard that you can tell whether the other party has given birth by just looking at her appearance and body. Is this true? Really? Really? Madame Hui straightened her body slightly. When I was young, one look was enough. Now I am old and my eyes are blurry. I have to look at her 3 times. Yin Huijing said calmly, Don't say 3 times. I can let you look at her 30 times. But you must look at her carefully, and don't make any mistakes. Madame Hui was confident. May I ask? Your Highness, who do you want me to look at? Miss. Have you rested? Outside Yin Ryu's boudoir in the Yin mansion. A little maid on duty knocked gently on the door. Yin Ryu had just laid down. She knew the rules she had set. If it was not an important matter that she had to deal with, she would not be bothered to come to her at this time. Kai-chin, go and take a look, she ordered. Yes. Kai-chin, who was sleeping in the outer room, put on her coat and opened the door. What's the matter? The maid said. An eunuch came outside and left a letter, asking me to hand it to the young lady in person. I know. You go and have a rest. Kai-chin closed the door, lit the oil lamp, and handed the letter to Yin Ryu. Yin Ryu did not dare to neglect the letter from the palace. She got up and opened it. After reading it, she frowned suspiciously. Su Xianfei? She summoned me to the palace to appreciate the flowers tomorrow? In the alley, the glutinous rice balls and scallion pancakes were finally eaten. The 3 little kids ate so much that their stomachs were fat and round, and they kept burping. Yuan also seemed to be full. She didn't eat so much on weekdays, but the little guys ate so well that she couldn't help eating more. Yin Jiuqiao beside her also seemed to have eaten a lot. She blinked and said, Is it delicious? Yin Jiuqiao hummed lightly, not telling her that he couldn't taste it at all. Yuan stretched a little lazily. It's getting late. I should go home. The little kids looked at her reluctantly, with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Yuan couldn't bear to leave them. But if she didn't go back, her family would be worried. After all, she had a history of missing. If she didn't return all night, her father would definitely come out to look for her. which would be against the imperial decree. It was not realistic to let Yin Jiuqiao take the little bun back to live in Lianhua village. He was punished for house arrest for pleading for her father. It was okay for him to sneak out of the house occasionally, but it was too much to really move out. When will the city gate be closed? She calculated how long she could stay with the little guy. Yin Jiuqiao snorted disdainfully. It will close at any time I tell it to. Yuan. Is it great to have power? It is really great to have power. The rented carriage returned to the town early, and Yuan and Xiao Naibao got on Yin Jiuqiao's carriage together. Dabao and Erbao lay in Yuan's arms, and Xiao Bao was held in his father's arms. Xiao Bao felt wrong. What did he do wrong? The little guys were full and fell asleep in their father's and Yuan's arms after the carriage was bumpy for a while. The carriage slowly drove out of the capital and headed for Lianhua village. The children were all asleep, and Yuan asked about what had been on her mind all night. Yin Jiuqiao. Why are you unhappy today? Because of the bird. Yin Jiuqiao opened the food box and took out a small pear. Do you want a pear? Yuan shook her head. I don't like pears. Yin Jiuqiao took out another pear that was 2 or 3 times bigger. What about this one? Isn't it still a pear? Yuan looked at him strangely, not understanding what he was doing, and said, I can't even eat the small one. So of course I don't like the big one. He knew it. The despised Master Yin was so heartbroken that he didn't want to talk. Chapter 179, Finding Out the Truth. Yuan didn't understand why Yin Jiuqiao was unhappy until he left. It seemed to be related to her, but she couldn't remember what she had done to offend him. Yuan was in a good mood after seeing the little guy, and she slept happily, but it was still very hot. So hot that her whole body was burning, and she woke up 3 or 2 times in her dreams. Yuan got up before dawn and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. But Yu Shaoqing was busy at the stove early. She used to be the busiest person in the family, but since Dad came back, he became the busiest person. Good morning, Dad, she greeted with a smile. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Yu Shaoqing asked in a refreshed manner, as if last night was another sweet night, and he and his wife spent a night together. By the way, was it someone from Zuixinlu who sent you back last night? Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Did you see it, Dad? No. Yu Shaoqing smiled and put away the kitchen knife that had cut the bamboo shoots. I heard the sound of horse hooves. Not the inferior horses from the carriage shop. Of course not. The horses used by young Master Yin are all top-quality BMWs. The carriage only went to the entrance of the village, but his father could hear the difference from such a distance. Yuan was terrified when he thought about it, and decided to be more cautious in the future. Uncle Wan had a good excuse for his father being taken care of by the young master's mansion. That is, Yuan had saved 3 young masters from the robbers, and the young master's mansion should be grateful and repay the favor. The Yu family also believed this, except for Yu Feng, who was deeply aware of the situation. Yu Shaoqing had heard about the relationship between Yin Songming and the young master's mansion in the military camp. He was not biased towards his future father-in-law and turned to take care of an outsider. This showed that the young master had a righteous heart and excellent character. But for some reason, Yu Shaoqing couldn't like him. He always felt that this young master, whom he had never met, would compete with him for something. After breakfast, Yu Shaoqing took Yu Song to the back mountain to look at wood. Since they were going to build a house, wood was indispensable. Pine and fir were both very suitable. There was a large area of red pine forest on the top of the mountain, which was enough for them to build a factory and dormitory. Yuan went to the back mountain to dig bamboo shoots, and Yu Feng also came. On the way to the back mountain, Yuan asked about the situation of stone and blue bricks. Yu Feng said, the blue bricks in the village are still not very good. I will go to the town to have a look later. Thinking of something, Yuan asked. By the way, big brother, did the headman tell you about Brother Ernie and the others? Yes. Let them come to build the house first, and if there are other tasks in the future, we will assign them. Yu Feng thought for a while and said, since there are enough people, you don't have to come to dig bamboo shoots in person in the future. Yuan said, it's not enough, big brother. It's not enough to just dig bamboo shoots. We have to find someone to go outside to collect bamboo shoots. Yu Feng took a breath. Do you need so many bamboo shoots? Yeah. Yuan nodded. Zuixiange's business is very good, and I'm afraid there won't be enough sour bamboo shoots to sell. A few months ago, their family was barely able to make ends meet, but now they have become such a big business. Yu Feng found it unbelievable, but was more surprised. He said to Yuan, "Leave this to me. I'll go find someone later." Maybe because they walked so much and got used to it, they didn't feel far. Before the brother and sister had finished talking, they arrived at the bamboo forest. The two dug 2 baskets of bamboo shoots and picked a bundle of red raspberries. They went down the mountain near lunch. When they returned to the village, they found someone in the house. It was old Suedo, who hadn't been seen for a long time. Old Suedo was holding a small dog that was born not long ago. The dog was not in good spirits and had a big belly. "Alwan, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you for a long time. This is the dog of Grandma Wang next door. It has been having diarrhea for several days. Please help take a look." Old Suedo came up with the small dog. Yuan did not forget how she met the second prince. It was this seemingly inconspicuous local doctor who claimed that the other party was her friend and brought the other party to her home. She had seen that Mr. Su was not a simple person, but she did not expect him to be so extraordinary. He was actually the second prince of the current dynasty, the son of concubine Su. No wonder he claimed to be surnamed Su. It turned out that he used his mother's surname. So, she guessed that he was a member of the Su family. And she was half right. To be able to be friends with the prince of a country, old Chui must not be a real local doctor. I wonder what kind of background he has. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. Yuan suppressed the idea of interrogating old Chui and examined the local dog. Diarrhea and bloating were minor problems. A little attention to feeding would be enough. The dog's joints were swollen and deformed, and the unstable walking was the real problem. Yuan prescribed a prescription: hawthorn 4 chien, fresh white radish half a chien, fresh orange peel 6 chien, boiled in water and taken twice a day. More days, 10 days or half a month. Yuan collected 20 cents from old Chui for the consultation fee. After old Chui left, Yuan suddenly remembered what happened to the second prince yesterday. Yin Jiuchu should have heard that it was not the first time that she met the second prince. But he did not ask how she knew the second prince. Is he not curious? Or does he not care? In the young master's mansion, in Yin Jiuchu's spacious study, Ing Lu stood opposite him with a gloomy face. Ever since something unspeakable happened in the young master's mansion, Ing Lu could no longer look directly at the relationship between himself and his master. Ing Lu even looked out the window when he answered. "Have you found out everything I asked you to find out?" Yin Jiuchu asked casually, flipping through the geography of the great Zhou dynasty that was covered with ink by 3 little kids. "I found it," Ing Lu said, looking out the window. Yin Jiuchu didn't care about his little nurse. "Tell me about it." Ing Lu said, "The second prince went to Miss Yu to treat his pet. He met her once in the village, and then met her twice because of the Tianxiang Tower incident. The second prince saved Miss Yu both times. One time, Chef Yang hired killers to kill people, and the killers were sent to the government office by Jun Chang'an himself. This is not difficult to find. The other time was during the competition at Tianxiang Tower, and a colleague locked Yuan in an ice cellar. This matter also caused a lot of uproar, so it was not difficult to find. What I want to tell you, young master, is that the second prince personally carried Miss Yu upstairs at Tianxiang Tower. Ing Lu, whose man's self-esteem was greatly hurt, finally seized the opportunity to make things difficult for his young master. Yin Jiuchu's heart was indeed blocked, and he regretted letting Yin Huijing go so easily last night. How did Yin Huijing know that she knew medical skills? The young master was finally not blinded by jealousy and remembered to deal with business. Ing Lu said, "The second prince's mansion used to have an aide, who was said to be a miracle doctor named Chui. He left the second prince's mansion, and now lives near Lotus Village. He happened to know Miss Yu." Yin Jiuchu was not interested in the origin of miraculous Dr. Chui. After all, no matter how powerful the miracle doctor was, he could not cure his illness, so the man named Chui did not approach Miss Yu on purpose? It shouldn't be, Ing Lu speculated. Yin Jiuchu raised his eyebrows lightly. Yin Huijing is not either. Ing Lu paused. "Young master, are you doubting the second prince?" Yin Jiuchu threw the book back on the table indifferently. "Humph. Who knows what he is thinking? That girl is stupid and foolish. Who knows what day she will fall into his trap? Do you really think everyone is as good as this young master? Ing Lu, don't you think you are the one who should be guarded against the most?" Yin Jiuchu narrowed his eyes and said, "I always feel that this guy is hiding something. Keep an eye on Yin Huijing for this young master, and sooner or later he will show his fox tail." At dawn, Yin Ryu got up. Today is the day to enter the palace to meet concubine Su Xian, although she doesn't know what concubine Su Xian is up to. As a court lady, there is no reason for her not to go. Perhaps the queen wants to win over the general's mansion. Mother Lin speculated while combing Yin Ryu's hair. Yin Ryu pouted and said, "What is there to worry about? Concubine Xian? Among so many princes, His Majesty values her son the most." Mother Lin rolled up her long hair. "You can't say that. After all, the queen is still here. Although the eldest prince is not favored, he still occupies the title of the eldest son, which is not comparable to the second prince." "That's true." Yin Ryu looked at herself in the bronze mirror, picked up a simple and elegant white jade hairpin from her makeup box, and handed it to Mother Lin. "She probably wants to win over the young master's mansion." Mother Lin said proudly. "Yes. The young master's mansion is the future husband's family of the young lady. If you win over the young lady, isn't it the same as winning over the young master Yin? And behind the young master Yin, there is the entire Yin Wang mansion and Xiao Shiting Xiao mansion. It is no exaggeration to say that whoever Yin Chiocha stands on the side of will have a winning situation." Yin Ryu smiled faintly. "I'm not that stupid." Mother Lin was puzzled. Yin Ryu raised her chin proudly. "The young master doesn't like those princes. Before he expresses his opinion, I won't let anyone win him over." After dressing up properly, Yin Ryu took Mother Lin and Kai Qin into the palace. The place to enjoy the flowers was in the imperial garden. When she got there, Yin Ryu realized that she might have thought too much. Concubine Su didn't just invite herself, but clearly invited half of the noble ladies in the capital. The imperial garden was full of warblers and swallows, colorful and beautiful, more colorful than the flowers. Yin Ryu knew what these noble ladies were up to without having to guess. The second prince was already old, and the 3-year mourning period for the queen mother had expired. It was time to choose a new prince consort. She was different from them. She had already been taken, and she was simply here to enjoy the flowers. "Miss Yin, do you still remember me?" A noble lady in pink came towards Yin Ryu. Yin Ryu certainly remembered her. She was the daughter of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and the second daughter of the Wei family. Before the incident in the Yin mansion, the two had had some dealings, but they were not close friends. Yin Ryu smiled appropriately. "Miss Wei, it's been a long time since we last met. Are you okay? You really remember me?" Miss Wei excitedly held Yin Ryu's hand. "What did I tell you? You should believe it now." Yin Ryu was no longer the poor daughter who could only sit in the corner and look up at these noble ladies. Now she had become a rich woman, and only others could curry favor with her. The daughter of the prime minister's mansion also came. But who could surpass her? Yin Ryu soon became the center of attention among the noble ladies. Everyone surrounded her and tried their best to flatter and please her. This was not because of concubine Su's instruction, but because her current status was too dazzling, and it was impossible not to flatter her. "Miss Yin, my birthday is in the second half of the month. Can you honor me by coming to my house?" "Miss Yin, my birthday is coming soon. Why are you only talking about your birthdays?" "Miss Yin, when is your birthday?" Faced with the questions of the girls, Yin Ryu patiently answered them all. She always kept a dignified and decent smile on her face, and she didn't notice that behind the gauze curtain not far away, there were several eyes staring at her. "Why did you invite this old woman back? She was driven out by the queen. If people know that I brought her back to the palace, they will definitely accuse me of being disrespectful." Behind Madame Hui, Concubine Su held her son's hand and complained in a low voice. Concubine Su was in charge of the 6 palaces. She was not afraid of the queen, but she could not let herself break the rules and make His Majesty dislike her. Yin Huijing said, "Don't worry, Mother. Just let her confirm one thing, and then I will send her away from Beijing." Madame Hui looked at Yin Ryu, who was bathed in spring breeze, without blinking. Concubine Su also took a look. "What? Do you suspect that those children are not hers?" Yin Huijing told his mother what he had seen in Ningxiang Pavilion. True words come out after drinking, and what Yin Xia said should be true. If she can't give birth, those children must have been brought from somewhere else. She is really brave. Concubine Su smiled meaningfully. Madame Hui turned around and bowed solemnly to the mother and son. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have read it." Su Xianfei's eyes turned serious. "How is it? Did she give birth?" Chapter 180 Yin Ryu's Secret. "She gave birth," Madame Hui said. Concubine Su and Yin Huijing's faces changed slightly. Concubine Su frowned and said, "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Madame Hui said firmly, "I dare to guarantee it with my life. Generally, women will have different body shapes after giving birth. Only a very few women can recover like a young girl. This can be hidden from others, but not from me. My eyes have never made mistakes in judging women." If someone else said this, Concubine Su might not believe it. But it was Madame Hui. This was a person who committed a taboo in the hands of the queen, but was still able to leave the palace alive. Even the queen was reluctant to kill her. Her ability can be seen. "My son?" Concubine Su looked at Yin Huijing beside her. Yin Huijing's eyebrows were twisted into a river shape. How could this be? "I clearly heard Yin Xia say that she couldn't have children." Su Xianfei said. The young marquis of the Yin family didn't mention the name, so it might not be Yin Ryu. "Really?" Yin Huijing thought. Su Xianfei looked at the woman in the flowers and sighed. "I thought I could find a handle to control this girl. But in the end it was all in vain." Su Xianfei has always been very careful in doing things. Most of the noble ladies in the capital came to this flower viewing banquet. Yen Ryu's father was a hero who defeated the Huns. It was reasonable for Yen Ryu to be among the invited guests. Therefore, no one suspected that Su Xianfei had an extra purpose for her. As for the appearance of Yen Huijing, it was even more natural. The 3-year mourning period for the queen mother was over, and he should also find a suitable prince's wife for himself. During this time, Concubine Su took her son to the imperial garden, greeted the noble ladies, gave them many gifts, and then left with her son amidst the noble ladies kneeling. The noble ladies speculated who caught the eye of Concubine Su and the second prince. Judging from the rewards, the daughter of the prime minister's family was the most generous, followed by the imperial envoy and the Taiwanese families. It seemed that at least one of these 3 daughters would marry into the second prince's mansion. Yin Ryu was not interested in the second prince's marriage at all. After Concubine Su and the second prince left, she also went back home. In the Yin mansion, Yin Xia had Madame Yin pull him out of the quilt early. Yin Ryu caught him sneaking out of the mansion. Yin Ryu asked Madame Yin to keep a close eye on him and not let him go out and cause trouble again. Yin Xia was blocked in the study by Madame Yin, and he was listlessly flipping through the articles left by the teacher. "Mother, I've been reading for half a day. Can I take a break?" Yin Xia asked resentfully. Madame Yin glared at him and said, "It's only been less than half an hour. How can you be worse than the aunt's illegitimate son?" Yin Soming has 3 sons. The eldest and second sons were born from Madame Yin's belly, but the third son was born from a humble aunt. That child has no future, but he is smarter than his 2 legitimate brothers. Can I be the same as him? Yin Soming put down the article in his hand, leaned in front of Madame Yin, hugged her arm and said, "I was born by my mother, and my mother loves me. You?" Madame Yin was so happy with her son's flattery that she was overjoyed. "Okay. I'll let you take a break." "Okay." Yin Xia snorted. "I knew my mother was the best. Much better than that damn girl." "What did you say about your sister?" Madame Yin frowned. Yin Xia choked, almost forgetting that he was no longer the most beloved child in his mother's mind. He felt jealous, and became more and more jealous of his sister. Suddenly, his eyes rolled and he whispered, "Mom, do you remember that a Taoist priest came to our house and said that my sister would have no children in this life?" That was not long after Yen Ryu was born. At that time, only Madame Yin and Yin Soming were in the room. Yin Xia was only 5 years old and didn't know anything yet, so Madame Yin didn't avoid him. Unexpectedly, her son remembered the words without saying a word. How could he not remember Confucius's book? Mrs. Yin glared at her son angrily. "What nonsense are you talking about? Can you take the words of a sorcerer seriously? It's just a scam. Doesn't your sister have children now? And 3. Such a cute little thing." Madame Yin felt her heart melt when she thought about it. Yin Xia pouted. Who knows if she gave birth to the child herself? "You?" Madame Yin raised her fist and wanted to hit him. Just at this moment, the maid came in with a fruit basket. "Madam, the fruits you asked for have been picked." Yin Xia hugged his head and looked at Madame Yin defensively. Madame Yin sighed helplessly, took the basket, handed it to Yin Xia and said, "You don't always be hard on your sister. She doesn't allow you to go out and cause trouble for your own good. She will be back from the palace soon. You send these fruits to her. Coax her. Give her a gift. Apologize. You are a brother. What's wrong with pampering her? So many people pamper her. What else do I need?" Yin Xia said he didn't want to go. Madame Yin forced the basket into his hand. If you keep on dawdling, I don't think you'll ever leave the mansion again. He is the eldest young master of the Yin mansion. But he is not as tough as a maid. Don't think he doesn't know that the servants laugh at him. Yin Xia reluctantly took the basket and sent it to Yin Ryu. Yin Ryu didn't come back. So he went to her study to wait for her. Yin Ryu read a lot of books. And all the books were old. Unlike Yin Xia and his brothers in the mansion, who used the bookshelves for decoration, Yin Xia was impatient and flipped through the shelves casually. He accidentally touched the vase on the shelf. He thought the vase would fall, which scared him a lot. But the vase just turned to the right, and the bookshelf suddenly moved to the side, revealing a bare wall. And in the wall, there was an inconspicuous landscape painting. Yin Xia casually lifted up the landscape painting, and behind it was a small square hole. Inside the hole were two porcelain jars, one large and one small. Both were white. The small one was as big as a fist, and the large one was only as big as a medicine jar. What is that? Yin Xia picked up one of the small jars curiously, opened it, and saw that it was gray. White gray. He sniffed it, and it smelled like burnt wood. He dipped his finger in it again, and tried to put it in his mouth to taste it. What are you doing? Yin Ryu's voice suddenly appeared behind him, and he staggered and almost fell down holding the jar. Yin Ryu's face changed, and she took 2 steps forward, snatched the jar from his hand, and then slapped him. This was not enough. After putting the jar away, Yin Ryu pulled out the sword in the study and pointed it at Yin Xia's heart. Yin Xia fell to the ground. Mother! Save me! Madame Yin was worried about her son, worried that he would piss off her sister again, and had been wandering around. When she heard his cry for help, she hurried into the yard and walked to the study. She saw her daughter stabbing her son with a sword, and she was so scared that she almost fainted. You're... No! Madame Yin rushed over and grabbed Yin Ryu's wrist holding the sword. Yin Ryu was so angry that she was shaking all over, and the bloodshot eyes were swelling, as if she wanted to eat the person in front of her alive. Yin Xia had never seen her look so scary before, and she stuttered, Mother! Mother! Save me! He is your brother, Madame Yin said anxiously. Yin Ryu clenched the hilt of the sword, her eyes like torches. Get out! Get out! Yin Xia rolled and crawled. Mother! You go out too. I want to be alone. She looked so scary, and Madame Yin didn't dare to provoke her, and went out with lingering fear. She caught up with the frightened Yin Xia. What on earth did you do? You made your sister so angry. Why is it my fault again? Mother! You really can't blame me this time. You are too biased. When something happens, you think I am reckless. But I didn't. I just looked at her things. Yin Xia looked aggrieved and told Madame Yin about the 2 jars. Isn't it just 2 jars of ashes? Let me see what's wrong. It looks like someone's ashes. How can you talk like that? How could your sister hide such an unlucky thing? No wonder Yin Ryu wanted to kill him. Madame Yin wanted to beat him to death for his foul mouth. Madame Yin didn't ask Yin Ryu what it was. In her opinion, it didn't matter what it was. Who doesn't have a secret collection? Her daughter has always been sensible, and knows her own limits in everything she does. She doesn't have to stare at her like she stares at her 2 useless sons. Yin Xia couldn't let it go for a long time. His mother sided with Yin Ryu, and didn't think about Yin Ryu's expression. She thought Yin Ryu was trying to scare him, but he understood that she really wanted to kill him. He became more and more curious about what was hidden in the jar. Chapter 181 discovered. Xiao Mansion. Shang Wenyan had Xiao Yan's house cleaned up, and placed an urn containing Xiao Yan's relics next to the tablet on the table. Xiao Yan was buried in the snowy mountains, and it was impossible to find his body. Even his burial was made into a cenotaph. Xiao Yan was only 2 years older than Yin Jiuqi. When Shang Wenyan married into the Xiao family, he was still a child. Although his parents were still alive, they were not at peace in the harem. He grew up with Shang Wenyan. It can't be said that she transferred her maternal love for Yin Jiuqi to him. But people are human. The child she raised for so many years was gone overnight. Shang Wenyan was very sad. But Xiao Shenting must be even sadder. Xiao Shenting had no children in his life. He really treated Xiao Yan as his son. What's more, Xiao Yan was the last legitimate son of the Xiao family. According to the ancestral precepts of the Xiao family, that the legitimate son is passed down. The Xiao family will be left without descendants after Xiao Yan's death. Madam. Nanny Fong came over gently and bowed behind Shang Wenyan. Shang Wenyan came back to her senses and put Xiao Yan's urn straight. Are you back? Yes. The master is back. He is in the study. Madam. Do you want to go over? Nanny Fong said. Shang Wenyan paused and shook her head. No. I will stay in the West Wing tonight. Nanny Fong hesitated to speak. Since Xiao Yan's accident, Madam has not slept with the master for many days. Although it is reasonable to be restrained during the mourning period. They are husband and wife after all. How can they sleep in separate rooms every day? Have you prepared all the meals I asked you to prepare? Shang Wenyan asked. Nanny Fong said helplessly, yes. The marinated venison and the stewed venison bone soup were all eaten by the master. Madam, are you really not going back to your room to rest? You have given the master so much supplements. But you don't sleep with him. Aren't you afraid that the master will get angry and have a nosebleed at night? Shang Wenyan waved her hand. Okay. You can go down and rest too. Nanny Fong wanted to ask again. But when she saw Shang Wenyan's expression, she couldn't bear it. She vaguely guessed what the lady was thinking. Madam, forgive me for being blunt. Is it really appropriate for you to do this? Shang Wenyan lowered her eyes and said, it doesn't matter whether it is appropriate or not. As long as I can leave a descendant for the Xiao family. Nanny Fong sighed and went back to the room. Shang Wenyan also went to the West Wing. Before closing the door, she glanced at the study room with flickering candlelight from a distance. Xiao Xinting was handling official business in the study. He had handed over his military power long ago and only held an idle position in the court. He didn't have much to do. But he had to deal with some post-war matters during the Yuvo campaign. Master, it's 3 o'clock, said the maid on duty. Xiao Xinting pressed his sore eyebrows. Where is the lady? The maid said, she has gone to bed. In the West Wing again? Xiao Xinting asked. The maid said, yes. Xiao Xinting sighed and got up to go to the West Wing. If she doesn't come to find him, he can always go to find her. It was late at night. Everyone had gone to bed. And the yard was quiet. Xiao Xinting didn't dare to wake Shang Wenyan up. And gently pushed open the door and walked over without making a sound. The moonlight was faint, falling on the exquisite and unique body behind the curtain. Maybe it was because the venison was too aphrodisiac. Or because he had been holding it in for a while. Xiao Xinting felt his heart was burning. He opened the curtain, lay on the bed, and gently hugged her from behind. Suddenly, Xiao Xinting felt something was wrong. He took his arm away, stood under the bed, and shouted, Who are you? Marshal Xiao was so decisive that thousands of troops would be silenced with a shout. Let alone a weak woman. The woman on the bed fell down, shaking like a sieve, and said, It's the servant. Xue Xiang? Xiao Xinting recognized her voice. Xue Xiang was Shang Wenyan's newly bought maid. Shang Wenyan often took her with her, even to the temple to pray. Xiao Xinting didn't take it to heart. But she climbed into his bed the next moment. Xiao Xinting's face turned cold. Madam asked you to lie here? This is Shang Wenyan's room. If Shang Wenyan didn't acquiesce, which maid would dare to lie there? Xue Xiang nodded tremblingly. Xiao Xinting rushed out of the door in anger. Tonight, it was not only Xiao Xinting and Shang Wenyan who couldn't sleep, but also Yin Xie from Yin Mansion. Yin Xie forgot the pain after the scar healed. During the day, he was almost killed by Yin Ryu because he touched her things. But at night, he was so bold that he wanted to take the 2 jars. He thought about it. Yin Ryu was going to marry into the young master's house. She had high standards. If she was so nervous, it must be a priceless treasure. It happened that he was short of money recently. So he stole Yin Ryu's treasure and sold it to solve the urgent problem. Yin Xie kept his word. After everyone fell asleep, he quietly climbed into his sister's yard. He grew up in the Yin mansion. So this little thing was not difficult for him. He came to Yin Ryu's study room with ease, and found the place where he touched the mechanism during the day. After opening it, the jar was gone. Oh! It moved? Yin Xie sneered disdainfully. He was not as good as Yin Ryu in reading. But this kind of trick, 10 Yin Ryu together, could not beat him. Yin Xie searched the room for a while, and found another mechanism. It was an inconspicuous ink stone on the desk. Gently twisting the ink stone would open a secret compartment on the desk. TSK. What did I say? Yin Xie smiled triumphantly. Took out the jar in the secret compartment. Restored the mechanism. Pretended that nothing had happened. And swaggered out of the study. fearing that something unexpected might happen. He did not take the jar back to his yard, but hid it in the grass in the garden. Before dawn the next day, he went to Madame Yen's yard, found an excuse to buy a gift for his sister to apologize, and took the jar out of the house. He planned to call a bunch of friends to let them open their eyes. But he never expected that he would meet the girl who was beaten up last time when he failed to tease her after getting off the carriage. In a sense, Bai Tang, like Yin Xie, is a person who can't stay idle at home. Bai Tang pretended to be sick so much that she was almost moldy. Finally, her father went out to visit famous doctors for her, and she sneaked out. However, she didn't expect to run into this scoundrel. "Is it you?" Bai Tang's eyes widened. When Yin Xie saw her, he felt a dull pain in his buttocks. Is it easy for him to go out of the house? How come he was bumped into by this woman? Today, it was another day without guards. Yin Xie ran away. Bai Tang's eyes turned cold. "You dare to run? I said if you dare to appear in front of me again, I will beat you to death." Bai Tang chased after him at full speed. Yin Xie was carrying a bundle with 2 heavy jars in it. He wanted to run fast, but was worried that the jars would break into each other. In this moment of distraction, Bai Tang caught up with him. Bai Tang reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Yin Xie took a big step and finally escaped Bai Tang's clutches. However, he escaped, but Bai Tang dragged the bundle away. Yin Xie ran for several steps before he realized that the bag was gone. He hurried back. Bai Tang picked up the stick on the ground. Yin Xie paused. He should just run for his life. "You little brat. You run fast." Bai Tang threw away the stick, picked up the bag he accidentally pulled down, and raised his eyebrows strangely. "What is it? It's so heavy." "Miss Bai?" A carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley, and Yuan jumped out of the carriage. "Miss you?" Bai Tang smiled in surprise and walked towards her. "What a coincidence. I can meet you here too." "It's not a coincidence. It's obviously Yu Feng's intention. If he wants to buy stone, he should buy stone. He has to take a long way and pass by the Bai mansion." Yuan saw through it but didn't say it. She said to Bai Tang, "We are going to build a house. My brother and I are here to buy stone." The blue bricks were ordered in the town. After choosing the stone, the one with the best cost performance is this one in Beijing. Bai Tang said, "Is your elder brother in the carriage?" Ahem. Yu Feng cleared his throat and pretended to be calm as he got off the carriage. "Miss Bai?" Bai Tang thought, "I won't eat you. Why are you so shy?" "Idiot." Thinking of something, Yuan said, "I just saw you holding a stick." "What happened?" Bai Tang asked. "Do you remember that lecture last time?" "Yin Xie?" Yuan nodded. "Ah, I have some impression. Did Miss Bai run into him?" Yu Feng's face darkened. Bai Tang regretted. "We did run into him. But unfortunately, he got away again. He's not good at fighting, but he's fast on his feet. Like a rat." Yu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that he got away. I was really worried that she would catch him and beat him to death. This is what I stole from that guy. Look what's inside." Bai Tang squatted down, put the bundle on the ground, opened it, and saw 2 small white porcelain jars. Bai Tang took off the lid of the jar, looked carefully, and frowned. "What is it?" Yu Feng also looked over, but he couldn't tell what it was. Bai Tang handed the jar to Yuan. Yuan looked at it and smelled it, and said, "It's ashes." "Ah!" Bai Tang jumped 3 feet away with a chill. Why would that guy have something like this on him? Bai Tang hurriedly took a towel to wipe his hands. Even in Yuan's previous life, she had many taboos about things related to the dead. So it's no wonder that Bai Tang reacted like this. Yu Feng is a grown man after all. No matter what he thinks in his heart, he is still calm on the surface. Are both jars full of ashes? Why are there so few? Aunt Luo's son next door died on the battlefield, and someone brought back his ashes. He has seen it, and it is much more than this. The 2 jars in front of him combined are not as many as the ashes of Aunt Luo's son alone. Yuan shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe only part of it was packed. I thought it was something good. If I had known it was ashes, I wouldn't have robbed it." Bai Tang stamped her feet anxiously. She finally managed to rob, but she got a jar of ashes. She really wasn't destined to be a bandit. On the other hand, Yin Xie was getting more and more scared. If he sold the treasure and Yen Ryu found it later, he could redeem it. But if it was robbed by a girl who didn't know where she came from, would Yin Ryu kill him in anger? Either way, he would die. But his intuition told him that it would be much worse to fall into Yin Ryu's hands than the girl's hands. So Yin Xia ran back in disgrace. Yuan recognized him. But he didn't dare to look up. So he didn't recognize Yuan. And it was even more impossible for him to recognize Yufeng. The two had never met at all. He mustered up his courage and said, You return the things to me. How much silver? I will have someone give it to you later. Bai Tang might have bid a high price for other things. But it was ashes. And Bai Tang would not make money from the dead. Bai Tang said unhappily, Who wants your silver? Isn't it just 2 jars of ashes? Give it back to you. Yin Xia was a little relieved when he heard that the other party returned the things to him so easily. But when he thought about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. What did she say? Ashes? Yin Xia is the first son of Madame Yin and Yin Songming. When he was born, General Yin was still alive, and the Yin family was still glorious. Yin Xia was not so unruly at the beginning. When the old general was alive, he was still smart and motivated. But since he had a younger sister, everything changed. This younger sister is smarter than him, more motivated than him, and more pleasing to his parents than him. But the old general never liked his younger sister very much. He once asked his grandfather, My sister is so cute. Why doesn't Grandpa hug her? The old general's expression was very complicated at that time. He always thought that his grandfather hated his sister because of the sorcerer's words that his sister would be childless in her life. But perhaps the sorcerer said something else to his grandfather. But he and his parents didn't know it. The sorcerer once predicted that his grandfather would not live past 60. And his grandfather really passed away the night before his 60th birthday. The sorcerer also predicted that the Yin family would have a prison disaster. And they really went to prison together. The sorcerer's predictions all came true. Why do you say that Yin Ryu's childlessness is false? The Yin family was all buried in the ground. So where did the 2 jars of ashes come from? Yin Xia seemed to have suddenly opened up his 8 extraordinary meridians at this time. And some thoughts suddenly became clear in his mind. Yin Ryu, if you want your things back, go to Ning'an Temple today at twilight hour. Yin Xia put a written letter into Yin Ryu's boudoir. Unfortunately, today was the day Yin Ryu went to visit Xiao Naibao at the young master's residence. Kai Qin was illiterate and thought it was paper for wrapping snacks. She put it and several pastries on the table into the food box. An hour later, the food box arrived at the young master's residence. Applause should be given here. Chapter 182 Brother 9 becomes suspicious. After entering the young master's mansion, Yin Ryu went directly to Yin Jiuchu's courtyard. She had never been to the young master's mansion before, and she didn't know that it was once dead. It was not until the 3 little guys came and plucked the piglet's hair every day and went up to the room to expose the secrets that there was a trace of life. Yin Ryu likes quietness, and she could hear Uncle Wan's wailing from a distance, which made her feel noisy. She took a deep breath, calmed down her emotions, showed an elegant and decent smile, and stepped into the young master's mansion. Coming here, she naturally didn't need to cover up her appearance. She was dressed in a white dress, beautiful like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world, and her every frown and smile revealed an otherworldly aura. However, all this seemed nothing to the servants of the young master's mansion. After everyone saluted her without looking away, they went to work on their own matters. Yin Ryu could feel the respect of these people. But this respect did not come from her inner submission, but simply because she was the biological mother of 3 young princes. Sometimes a man's greatest love for his child is not to spoil him, but to give his mother a decent respect. Even though Yin Jiuchao had no feelings for her, he never let the children fall into an embarrassing situation because of her. If she came with a certain purpose in the early days, then now, she really wanted to marry this man. He is a person worth entrusting your life to. Yin Ryu murmured. Mother Lin didn't hear clearly. What did the young lady say? Yin Ryu showed a touching smile on her face. Young master. He is not as bad as the rumors say. He is worthy of any woman's entrustment for life. Mother Lin looked at her young lady with some surprise. Could it be that the young lady was really moved? Mother Lin. A beautiful vision flashed in Yin Ryu's eyes. I want to marry him. This. Mother Lin was embarrassed. It seemed that the young lady really took the initiative to fall in love with young Master Yin. This was not a bad thing. But it was not so easy to marry into the young master's mansion. Originally, she brought 3 children with her, and thought she had a sure win. But after some contact, She found that this young master was simply unyielding. Not to mention the relationship between her young lady and the young master. Even if there was no such relationship, with her appearance, intelligence, temperament, and background, which one would not be the best candidate for the future princess of Yin? Even the daughter of the prime minister, the daughter of the general, and the daughter of the censorate, who were favored by concubine Su, were not as outstanding as her young lady. I won't lose to a village girl, Yin Ryu said firmly. As they talked, the two entered the courtyard. The three little guys ran around in the yard, ruining the flowers horribly. Uncle One chased after them, and was almost out of breath. Yin Ryu, who had made up her mind a second ago, was suddenly stunned when she saw the three lively little guys. Her thoughts drifted away uncontrollably. Little Naibao didn't know Yin Ryu was here yet, and was running around in the flowers, holding either a rolling pin or a corn cob, fighting fiercely. Why were they so lively? Why do some children not survive? Yin Ryu clenched her handkerchief. Uncle One was not well, and limped back to the house. The three little guys stopped going into the flowers and laid down by the fish pond, reaching out to catch the fish in the pond. The water in the pond was very shallow. But in such a cold day, if they really fell in, they would definitely get a serious illness, and might not be able to get up for life. Miss, Mother Lin's voice interrupted Yin Ryu's thoughts. When she came to her senses, she saw that she had grabbed a child in her hand. The child was lifted up by her, and could be thrown into the pond at any time. The child looked at her blankly. Mother Lin snatched the child away. Yin Ryu felt cold on her feet, and stumbled back a few steps. What happened to her just now? What was she thinking? Was she crazy? Dabao and Erbao also ran over, raised their heads, and looked at Yin Ryu with their big eyes blinking. Yin Ryu took Xiao Bao, who was almost thrown into the pond by her, into her arms, stroked his head, and said with sobs, "I'm sorry. Mother didn't mean it. Mother didn't." Mother Lin said to her, "Miss, you are too tired today, so you should come to visit the young master another day." Xiao Bao struggled twice, broke out of her arms, ran behind his two brothers, opened his black and white eyes wide, and looked at her in fear. Yin Ryu wanted to explain anxiously, but was pulled away by Mother Lin. After Kaichin put the snacks she brought into the young master's room, she also left. When Uncle One drank a sip of water and came to the yard with his old waist, Yin Ryu was gone. He didn't know what happened, and the three little guys couldn't speak. He shook his head and took the little guys back to the house to eat. How could the three little guys listen to him? They didn't feed him a mouthful of food, but broke several jades. Uncle One was desperate. Go ahead and beat them. It's your father's anyway. The tablecloth was also pulled off by the little guys, and the tea sets and snacks on the table were scattered all over the floor. Uncle One noticed a piece of paper with words floating out. He was about to pick it up to take a look, but Dabao stepped on the paper after stepping on the taro paste cake. The paper was stuck to Dabao's feet, and Dabao ran out again. Uncle One didn't care to chase the paper. The house was so messy that if his young master saw it, he would be crazy. Uncle One hurriedly cleaned it up. The three little guys ran out of the yard, and the nanny chased them out, but they were lost in a short while. Dabao took the lead and left his two younger brothers far behind. Just as he was about to run away, Dabao suddenly bumped into someone and hit his forehead hard on the other person's thigh. Yin Jiocho looked down at his son, who bumped into him like this. Dabao rubbed his little head and looked up at his father. Perhaps he sensed that Yin Jiocho was going to get angry. Dabao suddenly stretched out his black little hand and hugged Yin Jiocho's thigh. Yin Jiocho, who suddenly had 5 finger marks on his leg. What stuck on the shoes? Yin Jiocho asked uncomfortably. Ing Shursen picked up the young master, took off the paper that looked like it was covered with shit but exuded the fragrance of taro paste, and said calmly, "Paper?" Yin Jiocho felt disgusted at the first glance, and only glanced at it with his peripheral vision, but unexpectedly found that there were words on it. Although most of it was covered with taro paste, it was still vaguely recognizable. Yin Ryu, I want your things back. Today at Taro time. Ningen Temple. The information on the note gave people an inexplicable feeling of ill intention. Has Miss Yin been entangled by some villain? Ing Shursen asked in confusion. The note clearly had a threatening tone, no matter how much they disliked Miss Yin in their hearts. Miss Yin was the mother of 3 young masters after all. If she was really entangled by some villain, they still couldn't sit idly by. The question is, How did this note end up in the young master's mansion? Did Yin Ryu put it there on purpose? Or was it someone else? If it was the former, Yin Ryu had run into a big problem that she couldn't solve, and had to resort to this method to ask the young master's mansion for help. If it was the latter, then this was not a note threatening Yin Ryu at all, but a conspiracy to lure Yin Jioch into a trap. Young master, I'll go to the Yin mansion and ask Miss Yin about the truth. If she's really in trouble, it won't be too late for us to take action. Ing Shisan's caution was not without reason. If this was a trap for Yin Jiochao, he would never let Yin Jiocha fall into it. Yin Jiocha said, "No need. Go to Ning'an Temple." "Young master." Ing Shisan was shocked. Yin Jiocha said arrogantly, "It has been a long time since anyone dared to attack this young master. This young master wants to see who is so brave now." Ing Shisan wanted to persuade his young master to be careful, but he knew that the young master was just a person who wanted to kill himself. The more dangerous it was, the more he wanted to go. Ing Shisan had no choice but to accompany the young master to Ning'an Temple. Of course, for the sake of safety, he called Ing Lu. Ing Lu reluctantly left the house. "Why did you call me? Isn't it enough for you to protect the young master?" Ing Shisan said helplessly, "Okay. What's the big deal? What if you can't get through it?" Ing Lu said with a sour face. "Huh?" Ing Shisan patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "I think you are doing well this way." "What about me?" Ing Lu asked unhappily. Ing Shisan thought for a moment and said fearlessly, "Little bird." Ing Lu. Ing Shisan went with a handsome face and came back with a bruised face. Yin Jiocha glanced at him and got on the carriage without asking who beat him up. Ning'an Temple is in the capital, but it is very far from the young master's mansion, and there are several sections of rugged mountain roads to go. Fortunately, Ing Shisan's driving skills are good, and he successfully stopped the carriage at the foot of the mountain before the evening hour. Ning'an Temple is located halfway up the mountain. The three of them climbed the steps and walked for a full cup of tea before finally arriving at the temple. Ing Shisan first walked around the temple, but did not find any suspicious people. Nor did he see Miss Yin. This is strange. If Yin Ryu asked them for help, she should at least show up and meet them. Otherwise, how would they know what happened to her? And if it was a trap for Yin Jiochao, they should have laid a net here. "Young master." Ing Shisan told Yin Jiochao the result of his investigation. Yin Jiochao raised his eyebrows. "Is it possible that someone is playing a trick on me? Young master and Ing Lu will go back first. I will stay and wait." "Maybe." Ing Shisan was only halfway through his words when Yin Xie sneaked up the mountain with a big bag in his arms. Yin Xie. In the Yin mansion, Yin Ryu found that the things she hid in the desk were missing. Her first reaction was Yin Xie. Except Yin Xie. She couldn't think of anyone else who was so bored as to touch her 2 jars of ashes. The maids were all scared when they heard her call Yin Xie by his name. Smashing things to vent anger was nothing, but such disrespect to her brother would be criticized if it got out. "Didn't you see Yin Xie?" Yin Ryu's eyes were red, as if she wanted to swallow them. The servants were shuddering. Yin Ryu came out of Yin Xie's yard and went to Madame Yin and Yin Songming's yard. After that, she searched the whole mansion, but there was no trace of Yin Xie. Yin Xie didn't know that Yin Ryu had gone crazy. He left a note. Yin Ryu would recognize his handwriting. Based on his understanding of Yin Ryu, Yin Ryu would definitely come to Ning'an Temple. But what puzzled Yin Xie was that he had been waiting in the Zen room for half a day. But why didn't the little monk report to him that a young and beautiful lady had come? He gave the little monk half a tael of silver. Yin Xie didn't sleep well last night because he stole treasures. He felt sleepy and fell asleep at the head of the bed soon. Ing Shisan quietly entered the house, pressed Yin Xie's acupuncture points, took away the bag that Yin Xie was holding tightly in his arms, and returned to the meditation room next door. Yin Xie had been targeted since he entered the temple. Yin Xie's anti-reconnaissance methods could not be hidden from the eyes of the 3 people. Yin Xie first asked for the meditation room, and then bribed the young monk. And once the young noble lady came, he would pass on the news to him. It goes without saying who the noble lady was. I didn't expect Yin Xie to be such a worthless person, even daring to threaten his own sister. But then again, for Yin Xie, a useless prodigal son, does their young master need to take action? What does Yin Ryu think? It's not like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. It's not like Miss Yu, whose father was imprisoned and beheaded. Ing Shisan frowned in disdain and gave the bag to the young master. "Open it." Yin Jiucha said. Ing Shursan paused. Yes, young master. Ing Shursan opened the bundle and saw 2 sealed jars. Without saying a word, he twisted the lids off. Young master. It's ashes. Ing Shursan twisted it and said, Ashes? Yin Jiuzhou frowned his handsome little brows. Human ashes? Ing Lu asked. He was a scout and was good at gathering information. But he was not as experienced as Ing Shursan in killing people and performing autopsies. Ing Shursan nodded. How do you know? Ing Lu asked. Ing Shursan said, human ashes smell different from animal ashes. What's the difference? Ing Lu was puzzled. Ing Shursan thought for a while. I can't tell. But you can recognize it naturally after smelling it more. So how many corpses' ashes did Ing Shursan smell to develop this perverted skill? Ing Lu couldn't help but shudder. Ing Shursan poked the dagger into the urn again. There's something, he said, picking out the things at the bottom of the urn with the dagger. And after wiping it with a handkerchief, he found that it was actually 2 longevity locks made of gold. Longevity locks are something that only infants wear. There are gold locks, silver locks and copper locks. Some are bought before birth, and some are forged after birth. Most of them are worn by children during the 3rd day of the 3rd month of the lunar year to ensure that the children live a long life and have no worries. Of course, not everyone would wear such things. The 3 young masters did not wear them. Ing Lu took the longevity lock, so it contains the ashes of children. 2 urns, 2 longevity locks. Why does Miss Yin have such things? Ing Lu asked suspiciously. Judging from the information revealed on Yin Xia's note, these things belong to Yin Ryu alone and have nothing to do with Yin Xia himself. In this way, it can be ruled out that they are from 2 children of the Yin family. But this is strange, isn't it? Why did Yin Ryu keep the ashes of the children outside? Who entrusted it to her? Or did she have some unknown relationship with these 2 children? Young master, do you want to arrest Yin Xia for questioning? Ing Shursan said. Yin Jiuchao tapped the table lightly with his jade-like fingertips. Don't alert the enemy yet. Put the things back to him. Yes. Ing Shursan packed the longevity lock and the urn, put them back in Yin Xia's arms, and untied his sleeping point. As soon as Ing Shursan returned to the Zen room, Yin Ryu rushed into the temple with the guards. It turned out that although Yin Ryu did not receive the note, she saw the ink that Yin Xia accidentally wrote on the next piece of white paper in his study. It was not very obvious, and only a row of Ding Nu 2 was seen. Yin Ryu guessed that it was Ning'an Temple. Hearing Yin Xia's screams from next door, Ing Shursan covered his chest. Fortunately, the young master was smart. Yin Ryu came too quickly. Even if they really caught Yin Xia, they would not have time to ask anything. What should we do now? Young master? Ing Shursan asked. Yin Jiuchou seemed not to hear the noise next door. He picked up the pen and drew 2 longevity locks. Front, back and bottom. Not missing any pattern. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu were shocked. How could you remember them so clearly after just 2 glances? You put your mind on studying. What do you care about those top scorers? Yin Jiuchou handed the drawings to the 2 and ordered, go and check where and when these 2 longevity locks were forged. And who bought them? Yes. Ing Lu took the drawings. That night, Ing Lu and Ing Shursan went to major jewelry stores in the capital. They inquired for a day and a night, and finally found the craftsman who knew the 2 longevity locks in a shop opened by an outsider at the time of Su on the 2nd day. Chapter 183 Verification. This is an inconspicuous shop. If it wasn't just across from a big jewelry store, Ing Lu and Ying Shursan might not have noticed it at all. Even if they noticed it, they wouldn't have held out much hope. Who knew? They actually ran into the right person. These 2 longevity locks, the craftsman said with a distinct foreign accent. I made them before. Look at the one on the right. I improved the pattern on the corner. Whether he improved it or not, Ing Lu and Ying Shursan didn't know. But Ing Lu only showed him the front pattern and asked him to draw the back. He drew it exactly. And he was undoubtedly the craftsman who made these 2 longevity locks. These styles are from a few years ago. They are no longer for sale. Do you want to make these 2 longevity locks? We have a better style, inlaid with jade. The craftsman, who has been promoted to half the boss, said patiently. We are not buying locks. We are asking for information, Ing Lu said. When he heard that he was not buying locks, the craftsman's face was not very good. But if your information is accurate, Ing Lu took out a gold ingot from his arms. The craftsman's eyes suddenly brightened up, and he reached out to take the gold. Ing Lu stretched out his tone in a warning tone, and brought the gold in front of him. The craftsman's hand was empty. He coughed lightly, and said, "Little brother, if you have anything to say, just ask." Ing Lu asked, "It's about these 2 longevity locks. When did you start making this kind of longevity locks? And how long have you been selling them?" The craftsman replied, "These 2 locks are not the style of the capital, but the Gongcheng 2 or 3 years ago. They are the exclusive styles of our shop. When I left, the shop no longer sold this kind of longevity lock." "When did you leave?" Ing Lu asked. "About 2 years ago," the craftsman said. Ing Lu paused and said, "Do you remember that among the customers who bought this longevity lock, there was a very beautiful young pregnant woman?" "This?" The craftsman scratched his head. "I can't remember it clearly. Excuse me." Ing Lu gave the gold to the craftsman and left the shop with Yingshisen. "What do you think?" Ing Lu asked. In the shop, Yingshisen didn't say anything. But that didn't mean he didn't have any ideas. Yingshisen said vaguely. The young master favored Miss Yin in Shuzhou. And Miss Yin also gave birth to the child in Shuzhou and raised it until she returned to Beijing. During this period, Miss Yin had been to other places, such as Luqing near Shuzhou, where she met Lady Du. "What do you want to say?" Ing Lu cut off his long and stinky foreshadowing. Ing Shursen said, "The lock was bought from Gongcheng. The 2 children were probably born in Gongcheng. I wonder how the ashes ended up in Yin Ruyu's hands after their death." Ing Lu frowned and said, 2 or 3 years ago, Yin Ryu was still in Shuzhou to take care of her baby. Right? It's impossible that she traveled thousands of miles to Gongcheng by herself. Ing Shursan sighed. Who knows what happened? Forget it. Let's report it to the young master. The 2 returned to the young master's mansion and told him everything they had learned. Ing Lu Dao, both children should have been born in Gongcheng. I wonder who the children's parents are and what their relationship is with Miss Yin. Since Yin Xia dared to use the children's ashes to threaten Yin Ryu, it shows that the ashes are very precious to Yin Ryu. So the person who entrusted the ashes to Yin Ryu must be an extremely important person in her life. Miss Yin grew up in the capital. After the Yin family got into trouble, she immediately fled to Shuzhou. I haven't heard that she has been to Gongcheng? How could she know someone in Gongcheng? Or, did someone she knew before move to Gongcheng? Yin Jiucha said lightly. Have you ever thought that maybe she has been to Gongcheng herself? Ing Lu took a breath and said weakly, This is impossible. Judging from the time, Miss Yin was pregnant and giving birth in Shuzhou at that time. Yin Jiucha's eyes were deep and said, Is it possible? Just ask her and you will know? Young master, Lord Yin wants to see you. Outside the study, Uncle Wan's panting voice sounded. Uncle Wan, who was tortured by the 3 little guys to the point of doubting his life, desperately needed an indefinite long vacation. Go ahead. Let him in. Yin Jiucho sent Ing Lu and Ing Shursan to look after the little baby. And Yin Songming was led to the flower hall of the young master's mansion by the servants. Master Yin, did you come here for military merit? Yin Jiucho asked straight to the point while sitting on a chair. Yin Songming, who was standing at the bottom of the chair, smiled brightly. How could it be? Regarding military merit, I believe that His Majesty will make a fair decision. If young Master Yin is worried that I will be upset because you helped Yu Shaoqing, there is no need to worry. I heard from Yu that Yu Shaoqing's daughter is the savior of several children. It is reasonable for young Master Yin to take care of her. I won't have any thoughts. Yin Jiuchao didn't even blink. Seeing that the young master treated him indifferently, Yin Songming felt a little uncomfortable. He mustered up the courage to come to the young master's mansion today. Of course, for military merit. But he couldn't say it out loud. All kinds of people were looking for Zhou Huai. And he suspected that young Master Yin also helped. But young Master Yin revealed his motives as soon as he opened his mouth. He was guilty and denied it without thinking. Now he regretted it a little. But he had already denied it. And it would be hypocritical to bring it up again. Yin Songming was quite depressed after suffering a loss without saying anything. Of course, he didn't think Yin Jiuchao did it on purpose. How could a little playboy who couldn't even read books have the ability to see through his mind? It was just an accident. I came to see my little grandson, Yin Songming said with a shy smile. This reason must be impeccable. Find an excuse to stay first, and ask him when the time is right. The servant outside the flower hall said, the young master was taken out of the mansion by the shadow guard. Seeing that the sentence "It's really unfortunate that Lord Yin made a wasted trip" was about to jump out of Yin Jiuchao's mouth, Yin Songming said in time, I also came to visit the young master on behalf of you. Half an hour later, Yin Songming happily left the young master's mansion. Master, where are we going? Asked the coachman. Yin Songming smiled and said, Of course I'm going back home. Come on. I have good news for you. But after Yin Xie caught Yin Ryu with 2 jars of ashes, he asked Yin Ryu to close the door and give him a severe lesson. Madame Yin didn't know what happened. She was so anxious that the door didn't open even when she called. Madam, save me! Yin Xie screamed. It's no use for you to yell. Yin Ryu slashed at him with a sword again. Yin Xie ran away with his head in his arms. And the chair behind him was split in half. That was the Yin family's ancestral sword, which could cut iron like mud. It was originally passed down to his father. But his father didn't give it to him, the eldest son, but gave it to a maid instead. He was so angry that he was really angry. Yin Ryu, what the hell are you crazy about? Aren't they just 2 jars of ashes? I'll take them to see what's wrong. Yin Xie was anxious and spoke without restraint. Yin Ryu was stunned. What did you say? Yin Xie wanted to slap himself twice. But he had already said it. And he couldn't take it back. He simply straightened his back and said, What? Did I say something wrong? Do you think you hit it well? Humph. I have discovered all your secrets. I advise you to be polite to me. Otherwise, I will ruin your reputation. This was naturally said in anger. Yin Ryu was his sister. He could be jealous of her. But he would not really kill her. At most, he would blackmail her for some money. Yin Ryu was not so considerate of her brother's hard work. Her face immediately turned cold. She did not ask him how he found out. She stepped forward step by step and looked at him sternly. Who else knows about this? That little girl who she didn't know. Yin Xie had made a fool of himself once, and would not make it again. He turned his face away and muttered, Do you think I am a big mouth and would say such things casually? My parents have kept it a secret for you. Yin Ryu raised the sword. So if I just kill you, I can guarantee that the secret will not be leaked. Yin Xie's eyes suddenly widened. You're... Yin Songming walked into the yard as if he was in the spring breeze. Madame Yin was relieved. Oh, Master, you are back just in time. Go and see her. I don't know what she has done to her brother. Yin Songming's arrival saved Yin Xie's life. Yin Xie ran out in fear and moved into Madame Yin's yard without saying a word. Yin Ryu was so angry that she threw away her sword. Yin Songming looked at the mess on the ground and wondered what the bad boy had done to make you, who was always calm, so angry? Okay. Don't be angry with your elder brother. Daddy has good news for you. Yin Songming took his daughter to the study and waved his hand to let the maid clean up the room. What good news does Daddy have? Yin Ryu asked, suppressing her anger. Yin Songming raised his eyebrows and smiled. Young Master Yin asked you to go boating tonight. Yin Ryu's first reaction was happiness. But her second reaction was suspicion. Why would he suddenly ask me to go boating? It was difficult to see him on weekdays. Don't think she didn't know that he was actually avoiding her. Yin Songming smiled proudly. This is all thanks to your father. Yin Songming exaggerated the story of how he had come to the young master's mansion for his daughter's lifelong happiness. The general meaning was that as a father, he used his eloquent tongue to speak well of his daughter, praising Yin Ryu to the sky and the earth. And young Master Yin was moved. Yin Ryu still couldn't believe it. Dad, are you sure he asked me to go boating? Not for something else? The discovery of the urn by Yin Xie made her sensitive. She always felt that Yin Jiuqiao, who always ignored people, suddenly asked to see her, which was a bit unusual. Alas, you child, why don't you believe in your father's ability? He really didn't care about you. But that was because he didn't know how good you were. Your father. I have put my old face on the line. Yin Songming praised his daughter without any reservation. People are willing to believe what they want to believe. If Yin Ryu was not tempted, she might have thought twice before going ahead. But she couldn't wait to see Yin Jiuqiao. If you don't go, I'll be rejected, Yin Songming said calmly. Don't. Yin Ryu grabbed his arm. A hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. My daughter will go. In the west of the capital, on the green lake, the lights are dim, and the sound of the pipa is loud. A luxurious pleasure boat slowly docked at the shore. This is the largest pleasure boat on the lake, attracting passers-by to look at it, under the envious gaze of everyone. Yin Ryu combed her hair and brushed the moon, stepping on the boat with lotus steps. She wore a crescent-shaped white water-sleeve fairy skirt. The skirt dragged on the ground, and was blown up by the night wind. She was light but not frivolous, beautiful but not gaudy, and pure and beautiful, like a fairy in the moon. The people around her exclaimed in amazement. Yin Ryu raised her lips. She was born beautiful. And after dressing up, she was even more beautiful than ever. I wonder if Master Yin would be amazed and surprised to see her like this. Yin Ryu stroked the veil on her face. The wounds from the Xiongnu princess had healed, and she had regained her former beauty. Miss Yin, be careful with your feet, the waiter on the pleasure boat said. Yin Ryu nodded elegantly and nobly. The waiter took Yin Ryu to the vacant deck on the first floor. There, Yin Ryu finally saw Master Ryu, the unparalleled Yin Jiuqiu. He didn't have to do anything deliberately. Just a seemingly thin back could become the most beautiful scenery on this green lake. Yin Ryu felt her heart skip a beat. The servants left one after another, and the huge pleasure boat was so quiet that it seemed as if only the two of them were left. Yin Ryu stepped forward and bowed slightly. Young Master Yin. Yin Jiuqiu glanced at her, and then looked at the vast expanse of blue water. Although it was just such a small action, it made Yin Ryu completely relieved. The young master had never looked at her straight in the eyes before, but today he finally looked at her. It seemed that he really wanted to invite her to go boating. Yin Ryu stood beside Yin Jiuqiu and said softly, Daddy came to visit suddenly, and I am sorry for offending young Master Yin. I hope young Master Yin will not be offended. No problem, Yin Jiuqiu said. Yin Ryu looked forward to seeing him every day, but when she really saw him, she didn't know what to say to him. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Yin Ryu pinched her handkerchief uncomfortably and said something to make conversation. How is the young master these days? Very good, Yin Jiuqiu said. Why didn't you ask her if she was okay? Yin Ryu lowered her eyes, thought for a while, and asked with a smile, why did the young master suddenly think of inviting you out for a boat trip? Don't you like it? Yin Jiuqiu asked back. Yin Ryu was stunned and said quickly, the young master invited you. Of course she likes it. You have been in Shuzhou for the past few years. What do you think of Shuzhou? Yin Jiuqiu asked. Shuzhou is the hometown of Concubine Su. The young master asked her this because he knew that Concubine Su invited her to the palace to appreciate flowers. So he deliberately spied on her relationship with Concubine Su? She was upright and had nothing to fear. So she said calmly, although Shuzhou is good, I miss my home in the capital every day. Have you been to other places besides Shuzhou? Yin Jiuqiu asked again. Did this dispel his doubts about her? Yin Ryu whispered, Luqing, Anqing, Jincheng are all near Shuzhou. I am a woman with 3 children, and I can't walk far. She acted very cleverly. Coincidentally, at this time, a servant set up a small table and a mat on the open deck. Yin Ryu said to Yin Jiuqiu, young master, the wind is strong by the boat. Go there and sit down. Yes. Yin Jiuqiu walked over and sat on the mat. Yin Ryu knelt down opposite him. After the servants placed tea and snacks, they tactfully left. Yin Ryu stretched out her fair wrist, picked up the wine pot, and poured a glass of wine for Yin Jiuqiu and herself. I toast to the young master. She raised the wine glass, untied her veil, covered her face with her sleeves, and drank it all elegantly. Yin Jiuqiu took a sip and frowned. What kind of wine is this? Yin Ryu's face was slightly rouge. It's a 10-year-old Huadiao. Yin Jiuqiu showed a hint of surprise. You know this? Yin Ryu was proud, but she didn't show it on her face. She smiled modestly. I only know a little bit, and I'm sorry to show off in front of the young master. Yin Jiuqiu hummed, and asked someone to bring another pot of wine, and asked Yin Ryu, what kind of wine is this? Yin Ryu smelled it. 5-year-old Huadiao. What about this? Yin Jiuqiu pointed to the third pot of wine presented by the servant. Yin Ryu still just smelled it. This is the plum wine brewed this year, just out of the wine cellar. If you like it, I will brew a jar myself and send it to you. No need. Yin Jiuqiu refused, waved his hand, and asked someone to take the wine away. He looked at the green balls on the table, took one and tasted it. What a strange taste. I have never eaten it before. Yin Ryu rarely had the opportunity to show her talent in front of Yin Jiuqiu, and said whatever she thought of. This is wucha cake, made of oolong tea and flour, a specialty of Gongcheng. In Gongcheng, almost every household can make wucha cake. Yin Jiuqiu said. You sound like you've been to Gongcheng. Yin Ryu's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Yin Jiuqiu and saw that he had put down the black tea cake in his hand and turned to eat other snacks. It seems that he just said it casually. Yin Ryu took a sip of the wine glass. But nothing came out. Then she remembered that she had already drunk all the wine in the glass. She put down the wine glass calmly and raised her hand to take the wine pot. But a slender jade-like hand reached out before her. Yin Jiuchao personally poured her a glass of wine, and she drank it flattered. Half a minute later, Yin Ryu fell unconscious on the table. Young master. Ing Shursen came over. She keeps saying she has never been to Gongcheng. But she is very knowledgeable about the customs of Gongcheng. She is probably lying. Why would she lie? Yes, why would she lie? What happened in Gongcheng that he couldn't know about? Yin Jiuchu's slender jade-like fingers tapped the table lightly a few times. Go back to the young master's mansion and ask Uncle Wan to find an experienced nanny. Ing Shursen was puzzled. What does the young master want a nanny to do? Yin Jiuchao's eyes were stern and he said, Physical examination. Chapter 184 The Wrong Little Milk Bag. After the spring came, the sky gradually darkened, and the children became more and more happy. Yuan planned to peel the last few bamboo shoots in the basket and then call Xiao Tide home for dinner. While peeling, a drop of cold water dripped on the back of her hand. She was suddenly stunned and looked blankly for a long time, not understanding why she was staring at a drop of rain. A few more drops of rain fell, and Yuan came back to her senses. She hurriedly brought a basket of peeled bamboo shoots into the kitchen. When she was about to cross the threshold, a bamboo shoot fell and hit the bucket with a thud. Yuan held the basket in one hand, bent down, and used the other hand to pick up the bamboo shoots in the bucket. Unexpectedly, when picking up the bamboo shoots, her body tilted too much, and the basket tilted, and the bamboo shoots on it fell all over the floor. Yuan was a little flustered to pick them up. After picking bamboo shoots, she hurried to collect the clothes on the clothesline. After collecting the last piece, heavy rain fell. Yuan stood at the entrance of the main room, looking at the rain outside with lingering fear. Fortunately, I was quick. After saying that, Yuan frowned. Is it an illusion? I always feel that this scene is somewhat familiar, as if I have experienced it before. The crackling raindrops fell on the glass like eaves, making a crisp sound. Yin Ryu moved her body and suddenly sat up with a start. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the familiar curtains and bed. For a moment, she didn't know where she was. Lychee, she called out in a hoarse voice. It was Kai-Chin who responded. She took off a plain thin coat, lifted the curtain, and gently asked Yin Ryu, Miss, are you awake? Yin Ryu's eyes fell on Sai-Chin's face. She was in a trance for a long time before memories came to her from the depths of her mind. Lizzie's leg was broken by the Xiongnu princess horse, so she promoted Kai-Chin to be her personal maid. Last night, Master Yin invited her to go boating. She dressed up carefully and drank with Master Yin. Wait, drinking with Master Yin? Yin Ryu's heart sank. Wasn't I on the pleasure boat? How come? I'm back home? Kai-Chin said, the young lady was drunk last night. I originally planned to let the young lady rest in the wing room of the pleasure boat, but it was windy and rainy, and the pleasure boat was not safe. So the young master sent the young lady to the carriage and sent her back to the mansion. Yin Ryu did not remember what happened after drinking 2 glasses of wine. She was not good at drinking, and she couldn't resist the young master's hospitality last night and drank 1 more glass. Now she regrets it. She got on the boat alone, without a maid, and I don't know if she lost her composure after getting drunk, or if she said something she shouldn't have said. You said the young master asked me to send him to the carriage. Did he send him personally? Did Yin Jiuchao hug her? Kai-Chin shook her head. It was the steward Wan and a maid from the young master's mansion. The maid looked unfamiliar to Kai-Chin. She had never seen her before. But the young master's mansion was so big, it was impossible for her to meet everyone. Kai-Chin thought it was nothing, so she didn't single her out to talk to Yin Ryu. Yin Ryu didn't take it to heart when Kai-Chin said she was the young master's maid. But why did she suddenly feel flustered? It was still dark in the young master's study. Yin Jiuchao sat behind the desk. Ing Lu and Ing Shursen stood beside him like sculptures. And in the open space in front of him, a respectable old maid knelt. Old slave. Ko. Kowtows to the young master. Madame Ko kowtowed. On the boat, in order to avoid being seen, Madame Ko only regarded herself as the young master's maid, and did not formally kowtow to Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao said calmly, forget the formalities. Just tell me what you found. Yes. Naniko said. That girl has given birth. This answer was expected. Yin Ryu certainly had given birth. Otherwise, where did the three young masters come from? Ing Lu and Ing Shursan didn't quite understand the purpose of the young master inviting the nanny to check the body. The young master didn't say, and they didn't dare to ask. The study was not lit. Only the faint candlelight came from the lanterns in the corridor. Yin Jiuchao's face was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to see his expression. This young master knows. Yin Jiuchao's voice was low and cold. This young master is asking, how many times has she given birth? Ing Shursan and Ing Lu were stunned. This question was strange. What does it mean to have given birth several times? Twice, Naniko said. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu's expressions became even more strange. If one child is counted as one time, then the three little princes should be 3 times. But if one pregnancy is counted as one time, then there is only one time. Where does the saying of 2 times come from? Yin Jiuchao did not interrupt Naniko and motioned her to continue. Naniko is a very experienced midwife. She was also a female doctor in her early years. She does not follow Nani Hui's way of observing people with the naked eye. She pays more attention to real diagnosis. And those who have been examined by her have never made mistakes. Naniko said, judging from the degree of recovery of that girl, her first childbirth should have been at least 3 years ago. After a woman gives birth, the birth canal, cervix and abdominal muscles will be different from when she was a girl. Although the recovery situation varies from person to person, as powerful as Naniko, she can still give a relatively accurate judgment based on her own situation. Ing Lu and Ing Shursan frowned. That's not right. The young master was born 2 years ago. The second birth was 2 years ago. Madame Ko continued. Ing Lu and Ing Shursan looked at each other. Madame's words sounded scary. Could it be that Yen Ryu had experienced a man before sleeping with their young master? The two suddenly began to sympathize with their young master. He had kept his virginity for so many years. But in the end, he was taken away by a woman who was not perfect. Ing Lu decided that from this moment on, he would no longer mind the bird by incident, because the young master was too pitiful. Yin Jiuchao knew that they had misunderstood the two people as soon as he saw their expressions. After Madame Ko left, he spoke coldly. This young master is sick. But he is not so sick that he can't even tell this. The woman who was with him that night was a virgin. He was sure of this. So, if Yen Ryu had given birth 3 years ago, then it can only be said that the woman who had been obsessed with him for one night was not Yen Ryu at all. It can't be said that he was not shocked. But he was not too shocked. After all, when he saw the 2 urns and the 2 longevity locks, he had some guesses in this regard. How did the young master suspect this? Ing Shursan asked. The 2 longevity locks are different, Yin Jiuchao said. Ing Shursan didn't come to his senses. But Ing Lu suddenly realized that the 3 little princes were triplets. And they had the same food, clothing and daily expenses. If it was really a gift for 1 baby and 2 treasures, then the 2 longevity locks should also be of the same style. Ing Lu couldn't help but admire his young master. He was worthy of being a father. He even grasped this kind of psychology accurately. If it were him, how could he go into the details of whether the 2 longevity locks looked different? But at that time, the young master should not have completely suspected Yen Ryu until Yen Ryu showed her feet on the pleasure boat. She tried hard to cover up the fact that she had been to Gongcheng, which made it hard for people not to wonder if she had done something shameful in Gongcheng. Combined with the 2 children who died in infancy, all the inferences came into being. Ing Lu was ashamed. He had never been a father, so he was not as sensitive as the young master in such matters. Fortunately, the young master made a prompt decision. Otherwise they would have been kept in the dark. That woman is too bold, Ing Shursan said coldly. Dare to pretend to be the mother of the young master. Don't you know how to write the word death? Thinking of something, Ing Shursan said again, wait, is the young master still your biological child? The heavy rain was rustling, and the window was whistling. Yin Jiuchao inadvertently moved the inkstone that was used as a paperweight away, and the paper on the desk was blown all over the room by the cold wind that suddenly poured in. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu grabbed the flying pieces of paper, and when they looked up, they saw 3 young masters standing at the door in a daze. It was still dark. They should be fast asleep at this hour. Why did he suddenly come to the study? Didn't they hear what I said just now? They were still young. They wouldn't understand it even if they heard it. Ing Shursan wanted to slap himself twice. Was he crazy? How could he say such a thing? The 3 of them were wearing thin pajamas and standing barefoot on the cold floor. The cold wind made them shiver a little. Their eyes were wide open, and a trace of uneasiness flashed in their eyes. "Come here," Yin Jiocha said. The three of them stepped over the threshold with their short legs, walked around the desk, came to Yin Jiocha, raised their little heads, and looked at him aggrievedly. Yin Jiocha stroked the little faces of the three people. "Are you having a nightmare?" The three of them lowered their heads. Yin Jiocha had discovered that they would have nightmares whenever it rained heavily. But the aggrieved look at the moment seemed not just because of nightmares. Yin Jiocha raised their little heads again, and saw that the three of them had red eyes, and tears were rolling in their eye sockets. Yin Jiocha took a breath of cold air with heartache. "Ing Shur-san. I know. I will punish myself with 100 strokes of a cane." Ing Shur-san went to the yard to receive the punishment silently. Yin Jiocha held the three tearful little guys on his lap. They looked so brave on weekdays. But were they so sensitive and fragile in their hearts? Did Ing Shur-san take his words seriously? The three wiped their tears with their little hands. They didn't want to be not their father's biological children. And they didn't want to become wild children without a father again. Chapter 185. It was half an hour later that the three little guys fell asleep. The three of them lay in Yin Jiocha's arms, their little heads resting on his arms and chest, their little hands tugging at his clothes, and their eyelashes still shone with crystal tears. "Young master." Uncle One stepped into the house. "It's almost dawn. Take the young master back to the house. And you should go and rest for a while. After a night of tiredness. They are not made of iron. So it's time to rest." Yin Jiocha said nothing, took the three little guys back to his room, and put them on the soft bed. He used to sleep on a hard bed. But the three little ones loved soft beds. Although they didn't come to his side often, he always prepared one. The three little guys suddenly left their father's arms, and rolled around uncomfortably until the three brothers clung to each other tightly. And then, they curled up and fell asleep. Yin Jiocha hadn't seen too many children, and wondered if other people's children also had this extremely insecure sleeping posture. "Young master?" Uncle One reminded him to take a rest. Yin Jiocha's eyes fell on the three sleeping little guys, and he said lightly, "They are naughty and mischievous. And skinny. I thought it was the mother, and the 4 children who suffered." Uncle One understood what he meant. He used to think so. But now it seems that it is not the mother, and the 4 children who suffered, but the 3 little sons. It would be a lie to say that they grew up well with a woman who is not their biological mother. They refused to speak at the age of 2. If he had not heard them laugh like pigs in the Yu family, he would almost think they were born dumb. Why is all this happening? Who knows what kind of suffering they have suffered? They are all taken back. They will not suffer any more in the future. Uncle One said comfortingly. "I am a dying man," Yin Jiocha said. Uncle One's eyes widened. Could he not pour cold water on him at this time? He is already old. It is not easy. Right? Besides, who would curse him like this? Uncle One suppressed his anger and said earnestly, "What are you talking about?" "Young master." 25. There are still 2 years. But they can't even wait for these 2 years. Yin Jiocha interrupted Uncle One. Uncle One was speechless. He knew about this the night before the princess married into the Xiao family. If Xiao Jinting hadn't risked his life to find a pill to protect the heart meridian, the young master would have died at the age of 8. Not to mention 25. The young master endured things that he shouldn't have endured at his age. And so did the king of Yin. Yin Jiocha continued, "I don't care who plots against me. Over the years, how many people have hoped that I would die? When have I not lived in calculations?" Uncle One was even more speechless. At the age of 8, poison was found in the food. At the age of 9, poisonous insects crawled out of the bedding. At the age of 10, 11, there were shocks every year. After the age of 17, the young master grew up, and this situation became less common. Yin Jiocha said, "But I can't die. At least not so easily. I can only be an eyesore for 1 day. If I'm not happy, no one else can be happy." "Young master." Uncle One felt pain in his heart. "I used to think so." Yin Jiocha's tone faded, and he glanced at the 3 sleeping little buns. "Not now." Uncle One's eyes lit up. "You finally figured it out. Decided to cheer up. Treat the disease well. And live well?" Yin Jiocha said, "If I die, I have to drag everyone to die with me." Uncle One's mouth was frozen. Yin Jiocha tucked the 3 little guys in. His eyes flashed with the tenderness of a loving father. But his expression was almost crazy. "If they all die, the capital will be clean. Yin Jiuqiu has 2 powerful secret guards around him. This matter is not a secret in the capital. After all, young Master Yan's evil deeds are all open and above board. So his secret guards can't be really dark. But on this day, the secret guard named Ying Lu disobeyed young Master Yin, and was punished by young Master Yin with hundreds of boards. I'm afraid he will have to spend the next month in the room. Ying Lu couldn't have been beaten up. He went to Gongcheng secretly. He wanted to find out what happened to Yin Ryu 3 years ago, and from whom she got Yin Jiuqiu's 3 children. It's impossible to say that they didn't check Yin Ryu. But that was in Shuzhou, which had been carefully cleaned up. What they found was what others wanted them to know. Now, Gongcheng has entered their field of vision. Gongcheng should have been cleaned up as well. But it won't be as thorough as Shuzhou. After all, no one expected Yin Jiuqiu to find Gongcheng. As long as they don't alert the enemy, Ying Lu may be able to find a loophole in Gongcheng. Young Master. After lunch, Ying Shisan came to the study. Yin Jiuqiu was looking at the Kongming lock toys made by the craftsman for the 3 little kids. When he heard Ying Shisan's voice, he hummed lightly. What's the matter? Ying Shisan thought it was a bit funny for a grown man like the young master to play with such a small toy. He cleared his throat and said, Ying Lu has already left. As for Miss Yin, the young master, do you need to comfort her? What do you want to comfort her for? Yin Jiuqiu asked casually. Ying Shisan said, we can't let her find out that the young master is suspicious of her. The young master should at least use some beauty tricks to coax her first. Yin Jiuqiu glanced at Ying Shisan lightly. It would be suspicious if this young master paid attention to her. Ying Shisan choked up. Yes. How could he forget the nature of his young master? If he really showed his courtesy to a woman for no reason, that would scare people to death. The meeting with Miss Yin yesterday was obtained by Yin Songming using his 18 martial arts and eloquence. The young master happened to return home, and it was not good to offend their grandfather in front of his son. If he still rushed to give face to Yin Ryu today, it would be a bit unreasonable. But why did he always feel that the young master didn't pay attention to Yin Ryu because of this? The young master was actually too lazy to pay attention. He should have pretended to be a grandson. But he was still a king. He was so arrogant. No one else could be so arrogant. Yin Jiuqiu suddenly pointed to the 2 wine jars on the table. Send these wines to the Yin mansion. Didn't you say you don't care about Yin Ryu? Ying Shisan asked with a dark face. Yin Jiuqiu snorted lightly. Who said it was sent to her? Ying Shisan was stunned. Then who was it sent to? Master. Master. A servant came to Madame Yan's yard with an excited look. But he was a man. So the gatekeeper stopped him. The servant said unhappily, why are you stopping me? Call the eldest master out. The shadow guard of the young master's mansion has come. He sent 2 jars of wine to our eldest master. Yin Xia hid in his mother's yard for fear that Yin Ryu would assassinate him. At this moment, he heard the servant's words and rushed over in confusion. What did you say? The young master's mansion sent me wine? The servant said proudly, yes. Master. The shadow guard personally sent it. How could the servant have the chance to recognize Ying Shisan? It was Ying Shisan who introduced himself. Ying. Guarding? Master Yan's personal guard? Both guards have the last name Ying. No matter which one. They are all Master Yan's confidants. How could Yin Jiuqiu's confidant send him wine? Guarding. Didn't he say anything? Yin Xia asked with some stammering. The servant's eyes lit up and said, he did. He said Master Yin asked him to send it. Master Yin asked someone to send wine to my elder brother. The news quickly reached Yin Ryu's yard. Yin Ryu had a hangover and drank the sobering soup. But she was still a little dizzy. After asking this question, her head hurt again. Kaichin said truthfully. Li Hua said so. Li Hua is a maid in Madame Yan's yard. And she is from the same hometown as Kaichin. Do you know what kind of wine was sent? Yin Ryu asked. Kaichin shook her head. Never mind. It's not important. Yin Ryu rubbed her aching head and muttered. Why did the young master send wine to my elder brother? Hasn't he always looked down on my elder brother? Mother Lin said, maybe last night. The young master was attracted to the young lady? Yin Ryu said thoughtfully, you mean? He fell in love with me and started to please my family. Then, he should start with my parents. Her father visited him last night. So this gift should be returned to her father. Yin Ryu frowned and said, no matter how I think about it, I feel that this matter is strange. Mother Lin smiled and said, Miss, you worry too much. The young master lost his father when he was young, and his mother remarried. There is no adult around to teach him. How can he know how to be polite? The fact that he can send a gift shows that he has a heart. As for who it is given to, you don't have to care. Yin Ryu knew that what Mother Lin said made sense. But she just couldn't be happy. On the contrary, she became more and more uneasy. Do you think that I said something after I was drunk last night? And he suspected. Mississippi Mother Lin winked in time. Yin Ryu glanced at the servants in the room and swallowed the words that were about to come to her throat. Chapter 186 Three Little Angels. Gao Mansion. Gao Yuan, who had been ill for many days, returned to the Imperial College again. The official duties and schoolwork that had been left behind piled up like a mountain, and Gao Yuan had to deal with them at home. Today the weather was good, and Gao Yuan moved the table under the peach tree in the garden. The peach blossoms were in bloom, bright and beautiful. Gao Yuan knelt on the mat and picked up a pen to correct the essays of the new students' exams. Young people nowadays really don't like to study anymore. Much worse than we did back then. Gao Yuan shook his head while marking. The housekeeper at the side said, when the master entered the Imperial College, he entered entirely on his own merits. Now, many students are stuffed in by others. They are all from his own family. So there is no big taboo. Gao Yuan did not blame the housekeeper for speaking without restraint, but picked up an article at hand. There are also good ones stuffed in. This one is well written, elegant and majestic, with a combination of oblique and upright, thick and thin, without any rebellion. And the writing is bright and clear, and it can be regarded as a top-notch work. Let me take a look. The housekeeper walked forward curiously. Gao Yuan only uses talents, and being able to work as a housekeeper under him. His literary talent is worthy of the weight of a jurin. Gao Yuan handed the article to the housekeeper. After reading it, the housekeeper praised it repeatedly. It's wonderful. It's really wonderful. But it's still a little inferior to the master's literary talent in those days. Of course. Don't you see who my uncle is? 100 years ago, or 100 years later, there is no one more talented than my uncle. It was Qi Lin who showed up with a food box. The housekeeper wanted to see who wrote the article, but was interrupted by Qi Lin and put the article back on the table. Okay. Go and do your own thing, Gao Yuan said to the housekeeper with a smile. After the housekeeper brought Qi Lin a cushion, he smiled and left. Qi Lin knelt down opposite Gao Yuan, put the food box on the grass beside him, opened the lid, and a sweet and light peach blossom fragrance floated out. Uncle, take a break and have some peach blossom cakes, freshly made in the kitchen, Qi Lin said, placing a plate of exquisite pastries on the table. The milky white cakes were inlaid with 5 fresh peach blossom petals, which made people feel fresh and pleasant. Uncle, I'm not hungry, Gao Yuan said. You've been marking papers for the whole morning. Aren't you hungry? Qi Lin muttered, and handed a piece of peach blossom cake to his uncle's mouth. Gao Yuan smiled helplessly, put down his pen, and took the osmanthus cake. Seeing Gao Yuan take a bite, Qi Lin also took a piece and ate it. Uncle, don't talk while eating. Don't talk while sleeping. Qi Lin pouted and swallowed a large piece of osmanthus cake in one gulp, almost choking himself to death. Now you can talk. What do you want to say? Gao Yuan only tasted 2 bites and felt it was too sweet, so he put the cake down. Qi Lin's eyes widened. Uncle, please tell me about your dream again. Gao Yuan always said some inexplicable things. Qi Lin heard it so many times that he couldn't help but pay attention to it. So Gao Yuan told him that he had some strange dreams during the period when he was sick. Gao Yuan paused with his pen in hand. Dreams are just dreams. What's there to say? When I don't want to listen, you talk nonsense. And when I want to listen, you stop talking. Why is that? Qi Lin muttered dissatisfiedly. Gao Yuan laughed. It's my fault, isn't it? Qi Lin looked at him resentfully. Gao Yuan smiled helplessly. What do you want to know? Yin Jiuqiao. The more the uncle asked Qi Lin not to provoke him, the more curious Qi Lin was about him. During this period, he had been asking about Yin Jiuqiao's news, but he was not a professional spy. After asking around, he only knew a little more than others. In the uncle's dream, Yin Jiuqiao's child was lost. Did he find it in the end? Gao Yuan shook his head. No. Yin Jiuqiao only lived to the age of 25, and then suddenly disappeared. He guessed that Yin Jiuqiao died in a deserted place, and he never saw his son until his death. Ah? Isn't that kid quite pitiful? Qi Lin lifted his cheeks with pity. Pitiable? Gao Yuan's eyes turned cold. Are they the three big devils who slaughtered the capital? Look! The little mute is here. Outside the young master's mansion. A group of children aged 7, 8 or 9 blocked the three little kids in a dirty alley. The little kids got rid of the servants and slipped out through the dog hole. Behind this alley is a noisy alley, separated by a wall. This side is the residence of the young master's mansion and the various dignitaries, while the other side is where the lowly servants live. These children were born in such a place. The three little guys would occasionally slip out. At first, they were watched from a distance, and then somehow, a child discovered them. What are your names? Which mansion do your parents work in? You are so old but still can't speak. Are you dumb? The children laughed. Since then, the three little guys have become the little mutes in their mouths. The three of them wore fine clothes, and any bead was enough to feed the servants of the street for a whole year. But the children didn't know that in their eyes. The three were little mutes, and mutes were easy to bully. An 8-year-old boy said unhappily, "Little mutes, why are you here again? Didn't I tell you that only people from Zhang Mansion and Lu Mansion can come here? Your parents are not from these two mansions. They don't have parents." "Right. I haven't even seen their parents. Wild children that no one wants." The 8-year-old boy smiled mischievously. His eyes fell on the pastry in the hands of the three people. "Give it to me." The three people didn't give it to him. The boy said fiercely, "If you dare not give it to me, I will beat you to death." The three people looked at him stubbornly. "Beat me." The boy gave an order, and the naughty children surrounded him and pushed the little guy to the corner. The boy reached out to push and grab something. But suddenly, a cold voice rang out at the entrance of the alley. "What are you doing?" The boy and his companions were startled and turned to look at the person coming. They saw a young girl walking towards them with a cold expression. Yuan stopped in front of him, looked down at him, stretched out a hand, and poked the boy's chest. "You are the one who wanted to rob them?" The boy was frightened by the other party's momentum, and swallowed his saliva guiltily. I didn't rob them. I didn't rob them. I heard everything you said. Do you know who they are?" Yuan grabbed the boy's arm and dragged him out of the alley mercilessly. Seeing that the situation was not good, his companions wanted to run away. Yuan said coldly, "Whoever dares to run, I will break his legs." The children dared not run. Yuan grabbed the boy's shoulder and pointed at the wall of the young master's mansion. "Do you see this mansion? Lu Mansion, Zhang Mansion. They are not even worthy of carrying shoes for the people in this mansion. Their father is the owner of this mansion. They are the young masters of the mansion. If you dare to bully them again, the guards in the mansion will come out and beat you to death." Verbal threats were not enough. Yuan picked up a brick from the ground and smashed it on the wall with a snap. The boy burst into tears immediately. Everyone trembled 3 times and looked at Yuan in horror. "Do you still dare to rob them?" "No. I don't dare." "Do you still scold the little mute?" "No." Yuan walked towards them step by step, and said cruelly, "I am their mother. If I see you bullying my son again, I will smash all your heads." The naughty children cried collectively. After making sure that these naughty children really learned their lesson and dared not bully the little kids again, Yuan mercifully let them go. Yuan was originally accompanying her uncle to Beijing for a follow-up visit. Her uncle's injury had improved slightly. Dr. Ji was very happy and kept her uncle in the pharmacy for the second treatment. With Yufeng guarding him, Yuan could not help much. So she came to the young master's mansion. Fortunately, she came. Otherwise the 3 little kids would be bullied by the group of people. The clothes of the 3 little guys were stained by the corner of the wall. Yuan patted their clothes and wiped the sweat from their foreheads with a handkerchief. "Why did you come out by yourself? Where is the nanny?" The 3 of them lowered their heads guiltily, not daring to tell Yuan that they had gotten rid of the nanny and sneaked out through the dog hole. The 3 of them couldn't speak, and Yuan knew that she couldn't ask anything. She rubbed their little heads and said, "Okay. It's okay. I'll take you back to the mansion. Don't run out by yourself in the future. Okay? There are a lot of bad guys outside. The naughty kids are considered light. It will be troublesome if they run into kidnappers like last time." But the 3 of them didn't follow Yuan obediently. Yuan looked at them strangely. "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" The 3 of them hesitated for a while, took Yuan's hand, took her through the alley, and turned right into an abandoned courtyard. Yuan saw an abandoned kitten in the courtyard. The kitten's leg was broken somehow, and it was limping and dirty. So, was it for this cat? Gao Yuan would never have expected that the great devil who killed countless people in his previous life, was now squatting on the ground patiently, feeding an ugly stray cat with the food he had desperately protected. They were not born as demons. They were once angels. Chapter 187. The Ninth Brother, Who Makes People Furious. Yuan sent the 3 little kids back to the young master's mansion, and took the sick cat with her. The nurses were all terrified. The young master was always naughty, and could always get rid of the servants, causing the servants to search everywhere. But every time they could find him safely in the end. So no one suspected that the young master had actually left the mansion. And from what Miss Yu said, it seemed that this was not the first time. Fortunately, nothing happened. But what if something happened? The nurses were so scared that their legs went weak. The dog hole was blocked. And Yuan made 3 rules with the little kids. They were not allowed to leave the mansion without permission in the future, and she would take them wherever they wanted to go. After receiving 3 big kisses, the little kid shyly agreed. Yin Jiuqiao was not in the young master's mansion today. He went to court, as a person who didn't even have an idle position in the court. It was really strange for him to appear in the Golden Palace without hesitation. The noisy court suddenly became quiet when Yin Jiuqiao stepped into the threshold. Everyone looked at Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao ignored the court official's stares and walked to the front row in a cool manner. He glanced at the Minister of Rights holding the tablet and said, "Make way." The Minister of Rights, who was halfway through his speech, made way to the sign in a daze. After giving way, the Minister of Rights came to his senses. Why did he give way? The 4th prince whispered to the 5th prince beside him. Didn't the father punish this guy to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors? How dare he run out? The 5th prince's biological mother, concubine Yu, was good friends with concubine Jin. So the 2 princes were also close. But the 5th prince was not favored, and he was not as confident as his 4th brother. He whispered, "Say less. Be careful that the father hears." Humph! The 4th prince rolled his eyes. The 3rd prince and Yin Huijing were in the same faction. He pouted at Yin Huijing and motioned him to look at Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Huijing frowned unhappily. The only person who didn't care why Yin Jiuqiao came to the Golden Palace was probably the 1st prince. The queen had lost power, and concubine Su was making trouble for him everywhere. He was having a hard time and began to feel a little desperate. "Don't pay attention to me. You guys continue," Yin Jiuqiao said calmly. "Everyone, don't pay attention to you. Why are you standing there? Are you occupying the toilet without taking a shit? The emperor has a headache." Ahem. The Minister of Rights, who is the emperor's intimate little cotton jacket, decisively continued the previous memorial after observing his words and expressions with great precision. It was about the marriage between the Xiongnu and the Great Zhou. Since ancient times, marriage has been the most commonly used method to stabilize diplomatic relations between 2 countries. However, since the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty, it was the first time that the Xiongnu sent Princess Mingju for marriage. The Minister of Rights recommended 3 candidates who matched the emperor in terms of age and status, namely the Prince of Liangwang Mansion, the Prince of Jingwang Mansion, and the 2nd son of Liwang Mansion. The 3 princes were all half-brothers of the emperor. They were not powerful when they were princes. Because of this, they did not participate in the fight for the throne, and thus avoided the bad luck of being killed by the emperor. Yin Jiuqiao hummed and said, "They are all sons of the prince, including me, the young master. Why don't you mention me?" The Minister of Rights stumbled and almost fell. Ministerly, Yin Jiuqiao stretched out his voice, as if forcing him to explain. A layer of cold sweat broke out on the Minister of Rights' forehead, and he thought, if we really talk about status, you are the most suitable. But who dares to push you into the fire pit of the Xiongnu? Isn't it obvious that you don't understand the face of His Majesty? I don't want this black gauze hat on my head. Yin Jiuqiao asked himself and answered, I understand. It must be that my status is not noble enough. I heard that the princess of the Xiongnu is the most beloved niece of the Xiongnu Khan. The princesses of the Xiongnu are not as good as her. It is really unfair to promise her to the son of a prince. The Minister of Rights. It's rare for the little playboy to be so humble. But why does it feel a little wrong? Sure enough, he heard Yin Jiuqiao say, at least she should be paired with a prince. The harem exploded. What? The Xiongnu princess wants to choose her husband from the princes? Concubine Su was shocked by the eunuch's words. The eunuch nodded and said, Yes, my lady. Concubine Su frowned. Marrying the Xiongnu princess sounds like a pie in the sky. But if you think about it carefully, It may not be a blessing for the prince. Princess Mingju is of noble status, so she cannot be married to the prince. She must be the main wife. The child born by the main wife is the legitimate son. If this legitimate son is born in the prince's mansion, it's fine. If he is born in the prince's mansion, he is qualified to compete for the throne. No emperor would be willing to hand over the country to a descendant with impure blood. On the contrary, whoever marries the Xiongnu princess will basically have no chance of becoming the prince. Concubine Su wondered, who came up with this bad idea? The young eunuch said, young Master Yin. Concubine Su was so angry that she said, Your Majesty agreed? The young eunuch said nothing. Concubine Su laughed at herself. Yes, Your Majesty is going to agree. Isn't he? How could he miss such an opportunity to clear obstacles for Yin Jiuqiu? Your Majesty. The head nani came over, supported Concubine Su, who was very angry, and said to the young eunuch, You leave first. Yes. The young eunuch left. Concubine Su brushed the porcelain on the table to the ground. The head nani said, It may not be the second prince. Don't worry about it. Concubine Su's chest was choked. The eldest and third princes already have a wife, and the fourth and fifth princes have already asked for marriage in front of His Majesty. Apart from the prince? Which prince is the right age? Is it the 14-year-old sixth prince? Or the 12-year-old seventh prince? Don't say it's the 5-year-old eighth prince. The head nani said, The marriage of the fourth and fifth princes was only mentioned by Concubine Jin to His Majesty, and the decree has not been issued yet. What if the prince is chosen? Concubine Su asked anxiously. The head nani consoled her. No, madam. The second prince is the prince that His Majesty loves the most. His Majesty will not treat him as an abandoned child. Su Xianfei gradually calmed down. Madam, you said that Yin Jiuqiu, is he really not His Majesty's flesh and blood? It doesn't matter. Madam, said the head nanny. Concubine Su said calmly, Yes. He is dying. It doesn't matter what happens to him. Your Majesty will not pass the throne to a person who can't live, but he still has 3 sons. The head nani did not respond to Concubine Su's words, but seemed to recall something and said, Your Majesty treats Prince Yin very well. I heard that Your Majesty planned to exchange his life for Prince Yan's. Concubine Su laughed sarcastically, but Prince Yin took the lead and ended his life. Speaking of which, when the late emperor was alive, he wanted to sentence Prince Yin to death. Right? The head nani nodded. That's right. Everyone who knew about it was executed, and I was lucky enough to hide under the bed and escape. Concubine Su took a sip of tea slowly. Why did the late emperor sentence Prince Yin to death? Didn't he love Prince Yin very much? I don't know about this, said the head nanny. Concubine Su put down her teacup and said, So the late emperor didn't die of illness, but was poisoned by Your Majesty, the filial son who was beside his bed? My Majesty, be careful. There are ears on the other side of the wall, the head nani said solemnly. Concubine Su smiled sarcastically, lowered her voice slightly and said, Your Majesty is willing to kill his father for a younger brother. Your Majesty really has deep feelings for the Prince of Yin. Concubine Su was not the only one who was worried about the selection of princes for marriage. As Concubine Su said, the marriage between the fourth and fifth princes had not yet been announced, and there was still a possibility of regret. The fourth prince was so angry that he made a scene in front of Concubine Jin, and threatened to kill Yin Jiuqiu. Although the fifth prince didn't have the courage to make a scene, he closed the door and worried for a long time. The most depressed person was probably the emperor. He would not favor any son, and he would not want a hun as a daughter-in-law. But the emperor thought of Yin Jiuqiu's eloquent speech in the Golden Palace. Dozens of ministers who had read the books of sages were so choked by him that they couldn't refute a word. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the emperor would not have known that Yin Jiuqiu, who was usually a nobody, could be so eloquent. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wang brought over the cold tea. The emperor waved his hand. I want to be quiet. After successfully making everyone angry, Yin Jiuqiu returned home with a satisfied look on his face. The palace was in an uproar, and Yin Ryu's life was not easy. Since Yin Jiuqiu sent 2 jars of wine to Yin Xie, Yin Ryu fell into deep suspicion. She thought about that night again and again. The more she thought about it, the more strange it seemed. She was not a good drinker, but she should not have passed out after 2 or 3 cups. Was she really drunk? Or was the wine tampered with? And by coincidence, she found out another thing. On the day when Yin Xie went to Ning'an Temple with Yern, Yin Jiuqiao also went to Ning'an Temple. Where did the note she didn't find go? Why did Yin Jiuqiao appear in Ning'an Temple so coincidentally? Did Yin Xie really not make any deal with Yin Jiuqiao? Miss Yin. Miss Yin. Miss Yin. The voice in her ear brought Yin Ryu back to her senses. Yin Ryu looked at the unfamiliar scenery, and was in a trance for half a day before she remembered that she was in Zhang Gulao's mansion. Today was his granddaughter's birthday banquet, and she was invited to attend the banquet. The one who called her just now was also a daughter who came to the banquet. Her surname was Yang. Miss Yang asked anxiously, Miss Yin, are you okay? Yin Ryu looked at her, then looked at herself. And then she realized that she had come to the pond without knowing when. And she was holding a servant's child in her hand. The child was about 3 or 4 years old. A little girl, with a big slap mark on her face. And her eyes were red. But she didn't cry or make a fuss. Miss Yang looked at the child and said, what happened? Miss Yin? Did this child offend you? Yin Ryu asked gently, do you think I hit her? I don't mean that. Miss Yin, don't misunderstand. Miss Yang hurriedly said. Yin Ryu smiled gently and said, it's not me. She was bullied by someone. I brought her to the river to wash her face. Is that so? Miss Yang was stunned. Yin Ryu squatted down and gently wiped the little girl's face with a handkerchief. Don't be afraid. No one will bully you anymore. Wash your face, and I'll take you to eat candy. The little girl's eyes were full of fear. Yin Ryu saved a servant's child, coaxed her, washed her face, fed her candy, and handed her over to her parents. Such a friendly image instantly captured the favor of the guests. For a time, the reputation of the Yin family's daughter being kind, respectful, frugal, and virtuous spread. Originally, everyone thought that Yin Ryu was not worthy of Yin Jiuqiao. But now they think that the crazy young master is really unworthy of Yin Ryu. After all, such a pure and innocent woman must have been forced to commit herself to others. For the sake of the child in her belly, she couldn't even ask for death. She gave birth to the child at all costs, and raised it with great difficulty. The hardships were really hard for her as a girl. Miss Yin, take care. Next time, please come to my house again. Miss Zhang personally sent Yin Ryu to the door, and waved goodbye to her reluctantly. I will. Thank you for your hospitality. Yin Ryu got on the carriage gracefully. Miss Yin is really as her name suggests. Yes, it's not enough that she is beautiful, but she is also so talented. Miss Zhang, did your grandfather praise her? Yes. Miss Zhang nodded. Her chess skills are better than my grandfather's. But she didn't beat my grandfather. Grandpa said that it's rare for a young generation to cultivate a mentality like her. When she played the guqin just now, I also felt that she gave in to me. Miss Sun, who had a guqin competition with Yin Ryu, said, she is obviously capable, but she never competes with them for the first place. Who would like such a friend? Only Miss Yang on the side did not speak. She thought, was she dazzled by the river? How could Miss Yin, who is so well educated and sensible, bully an innocent child and drag the child to the river as if she was going to drown him? Miss Yin is not crazy. Right? It must be. She was dazzled. Chapter 188 Black-hearted little Black Jiang. The marriage soon reached the ears of the Xiongnu princess. No one had told her about this before she came. She thought that the second prince of the Xiongnu had acted on his own initiative. So she went to the second prince and had a big quarrel. What are your intentions? You want to sell out your country for glory. Right? This is not selling out your country for glory. The second prince corrected her. The Xiongnu princess choked. That's selling my sister for fame. You tricked me here, and sold me to the people of the Great Zhou. If my father knew about it, he would definitely settle accounts with you. The second prince was not so vicious, and did not break her glass heart in front of her. If he had not been instructed by the Xiongnu king and his uncle, he would not have dared to set his sights on Princess Mingzhu, even if he had the courage of heaven. This girl didn't think about it. There are so many princesses and princesses. Why only she came to the Central Plains? Is it really because she wanted to come? The second prince sighed and said, my father and uncle said that they would promote peace talks at all costs. I understand your difficulties, but there is nothing we can do. Do you think that only you can marry a husband of the Great Zhou, and I don't have to marry a wife of the Great Zhou? The Xiongnu princess was stunned. They also forced you to marry a wife. The second prince cleared his throat. In fact, he had taken a fancy to a daughter of a noble family. and the great Zhou Emperor agreed to let him marry her as a concubine. The reaction of the second prince was seen as a tacit agreement by the Xiongnu princess. She waved the whip in her hand and said angrily, "No! I will go to the great Zhou Emperor to seek justice. How can we brothers and sisters be involved? This cannot be judged, as it will be exposed." The second prince hurriedly pulled her and said to her, "You also know the situation of the Xiongnu. After so many years of war, the treasury has long been empty. Every winter, the number of herdsmen and cattle and sheep that starve to death can be as many as a small town. The great Zhou Emperor said that as long as we accept the conditions of the peace talks, he will send us a large amount of supplies every year, and our herdsmen will no longer starve to death, and the cattle and sheep will also live. It's not me who starved to death." The Xiongnu princess stamped her feet and muttered, but she finally sat down. The second prince struck while the iron was hot and said, "And I heard a good news. You don't have to marry the prince's son. You will marry the prince of the great Zhou. The prince's wife and the prince's wife. Only one word difference. But the status and honor are completely different. Whether she can win the throne is not a question for the time being. As long as she marries into the prince's mansion, it will be much better than originally expected." The Xiongnu princess thought about it, and still felt that she couldn't marry. She didn't like the prince of the great Zhou, and she would definitely not be happy if she married him. If she got angry, she would whip him, which would be troublesome. She heard that the men of the great Zhou couldn't be beaten. If she really wanted to marry, she had to marry a man who could beat her. The Xiongnu princess thought of Yu Shaoqing. Don't even think about it. The second prince guessed her little trick. The Xiongnu princess was angry, glared at her cousin, and went out coldly. The Xiongnu princess left the palace in a rage, and she rode a horse and strolled on the street. She was gorgeous and dressed in gorgeous clothes. She appeared in front of people in such a high profile that attracted many sidelong glances from passers-by. She didn't even look at those people and walked forward on her own. However, she ran into Yan Ryu, whom she hadn't seen for several days, in a tea house. Princess Xiongnu still hasn't realized that the woman who calls herself Yer is the daughter of the Yin family. She only remembers that she had offended her, so she didn't have a good face for Yan Ryu. Yan Ryu also saw her and stepped forward to pay a salute. "You pay your respects to the princess." "What Yer? I'm still a stone." Princess Xiongnu was angry, and Yan Ryu happened to hit her gun. It would be strange if she could talk well. Yan Ryu was scolded, but she didn't get angry. She smiled gently and said, "The snacks in this tea house are very good. Princess, would you please come down and try them?" Princess Xiongnu was busy arguing with her cousin and forgot to eat lunch. She was really hungry. She got off the horse, threw the reins to a waiter who came up to her, and walked into the tea house. She asked for a superior room, and just as she sat down, Yan Ryu also came in. "Who asked you to come in?" the Xiongnu princess said unhappily. Yan Ryu knelt down opposite her, picked up a teapot that came in with a small 2-in-1 stove, and slowly brewed tea. "I think the princess seems to be worried. What does it have to do with you?" The Xiongnu princess looked disgusted, but when she saw Yan Ryu's tea-making skills, she couldn't help but feel surprised. She had heard that the Central Plains people had a profound tea ceremony, but she didn't know that a woman could make tea so elegantly. Yan Ryu seemed to be unaware that the other party was amazed by her, and said in a normal tone, "If the princess wants to find someone to talk to, Yer will definitely listen attentively. If the princess doesn't want to say anything, then drink tea." The Xiongnu princess turned her face away. She couldn't get used to the tea from the Central Plains, which was bitter. She didn't know what was so good about it. Yan Ryu glanced at her with a smile, and told the waiter beside her something. The waiter whispered, "What a coincidence. We have one at home." The waiter went out and brought a small pot of goat's milk. The Xiongnu princess drooled when she smelled the goat's milk. People in the Central Plains dislike goat's milk because it was smelly, but she grew up eating it. For her, no delicacies from the mountains and seas could compare to a bowl of salty milk tea on the grassland. Yan Ryu poured the cooked milk tea into a bowl and placed it in front of the Xiongnu princess. The Xiongnu princess couldn't refuse the taste of her hometown. She took a sip from the bowl, and a sour feeling of homesickness surged into her heart. She missed her father and her mother. "I don't want to marry the prince of your great Zhou," she said with red eyes. Yan Ryu said calmly, "Princess, why do you have to wrong yourself? If you don't want to get married, just find a way to refuse." "You said it lightly. How to refuse?" the Xiongnu princess said angrily. Yin Ryu lowered her eyes and said, Princess, has a lover? The Xiongnu princess did not deny it, but muttered unhappily, but he has already started a family. So what? In Xiongnu, can men only marry one wife? Yin Ryu looked at her with a smile. The Xiongnu princess said with a bitter face, that's not true. But as a princess, why should I share a husband with another woman? Yin Ryu said calmly, then let him divorce his wife and marry again. The princess is a rich woman, and it is his good fortune that she likes him. As long as the princess and him have done it, the prince of our great Zhou will not force the princess to marry. The Xiongnu princess thought what she said made sense, and after drinking her fill, she went to find Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing had a criminal record in the Dali Temple, so it was not difficult to find out where he lived. She also hired a driver to lead the way, and arrived at Lianhua village in just half an hour. The village was very poor, and horses were rare, let alone women riding horses. When the Xiongnu princess appeared at the entrance of the village in a red dress and riding a tall horse, everyone in the village was stunned. Where is Yu Shaoqing? The Xiongnu princess asked Aunt Zhang, who was washing clothes by the ancient well, in a Central Plains dialect with a hint of accent. Aunt Zhang pointed blankly in the direction of the old house of the Yu family. Go! The Xiongnu princess rode away. The wives and old women gathered around. Who is this? A girl from the city? How can you ride a horse? I'm here to see the third child. What's the relationship with the third child? The Xiongnu princess could no longer hear the villagers' discussions. She galloped all the way to the old house of the Yu family, got off the horse, and threw the reins to Yu Song, who heard the noise and ran out to watch the fun. Yu Song looked at the reins that were suddenly put around his neck. Today, the workshop was resting. It was rare for the Yu family not to rush to work. They sat in the house to eat lunch. When they heard the sound of horse hooves, they thought it was Wu San who came back. But it turned out to be a young and beautiful girl. The girl was not dressed in the Central Plains style. She wore leather boots, a felt hat, and a red dress, looking bright and beautiful. Yu Shaoqing and Yuan recognized her. Yu Shaoqing's face darkened, and Yuan also hid her smile and looked at her indifferently. What are you doing in my house? The Yu family was stunned. Yuan knew her. The Xiongnu princess did not answer Yuan's words, but pointed at Yu Shaoqing with a whip in her hand and said, Come out. I want to make it a done deal with you. Puff! The Yu family collectively spit out their food. They didn't hear it wrong. This little girl who was about the same age as Yuan. The first sentence she said when she came to the door was that she wanted to do that with the third brother. Third uncle? Is this really a girl? Which girl can say such a thing? No. They should be curious. Who is this girl? Why did she like their third brother, third uncle? Everyone looked at Yu Shaoqing and Jiang. The love rival came to the door, and Jiang should be the most upset. Ashu, I have nothing to do with her. Yu Shaoqing was also worried that his wife would misunderstand. It doesn't matter now. It will happen in the future, the Xiongnu princess said shamelessly. After that, she glanced at the woman next to Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing was busy explaining to her. She must be Yu Shaoqing's wife. She thought she was an old and ugly peasant woman. But when she saw her appearance, the Xiongnu princess was stunned for a moment. How can there be such a beautiful woman? She looks like a fairy in the painting. My daughter is so old now. Shouldn't she be a middle-aged woman? Yu Shaoqing protected his wife behind him and said to the Xiongnu princess, Princess, please leave immediately, and don't disturb the lives of me and my family. I will pretend that I have never heard what you said just now. The Yu family was stunned. This girl is a princess? Are the princesses now so unruly? They actually like married women and enter their houses in broad daylight. The Xiongnu princess said coquettishly, You haven't heard it. Then I will say it again. The princess's brain circuit is not on the same line as normal people. Yuan looked at her and said, My father doesn't like you and doesn't want to marry you. Don't you understand? The Yu family took a breath. Yuan, she is a princess. You should be more polite. Who said your father doesn't like me? The Xiongnu princess refuted. Princess, I only have my wife in my heart. I will not marry any other woman except my wife. Please give up this idea. To be honest, Yu Shaoqing was also confused. How could he know that the other party really liked him? Obviously, he was old enough to be her father. Princess Xiongnu's father was in his 50s. So in her heart, Yu Shaoqing was actually very young. I don't care. You have to marry me today. I don't want to marry the prince of your great Zhou. Yuan paused, Are you trying to escape marriage? Or do you really want to marry my father? What's the difference? Princess Xiongnu snorted. Yuan said, there is a big difference. If you want to escape the marriage, I will help you find a way. If you want to marry my father, I will help my father find a way. The Xiongnu princess thought seriously and said, then you should help your father find a way. Yuan. This princess is really a fool. I don't know how she came up with the idea of forcing her family to marry. Doesn't she know what crime her father is carrying? At this critical juncture, if he is related to the Xiongnu, even if Zhou Hui comes back, he may not be able to clear his grievances? At that time, stealing military merits will be a small matter, and treason will be a serious crime. Princess. Just as Yuan was thinking about analyzing the relationship with her, Jiang spoke up. The Xiongnu princess looked at Jiang and asked jealously. What? Jiang covered her mouth with a handkerchief and coughed twice. We people in the Central Plains are all about reason. You want to marry my husband. But I have something to say to you alone. If you still don't change your mind after listening to it, then I am willing to accept you into the family. Does this mean sharing a husband? The Xiongnu princess's eyes swept over Jiang several times. It seemed that sharing a husband with such a woman was not a loss for her. A Shu. Yu Shaoqing disagreed. The Xiongnu princess had a bad temper and knew martial arts. If a Shu angered her, the consequences would be disastrous. A mother. Yuan also disagreed. Sister-in-law. Don't get involved. Let the third brother solve it. The eldest aunt was also afraid that the sick Jiang would be bullied by the domineering and fierce princess. Jiang Shizi said with a smile, don't worry. I will talk to the princess. I will never beat her to death. Chapter 189. So happy. Jiang finally went into the house with the Xiongnu princess. Everyone disagreed at first. But then, they thought that Jiang was a city girl, had seen the world, had studied, and knew more than them, and would definitely be able to persuade the unruly princess with emotion and reason. Everyone went outside to wait. Only Xiao Taidian shamelessly hung on the door to listen to the women's private conversation. Dong dong dong. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Xiao Taidian was confused. Is my mother's reasoning too loud? After half a minute, the door opened. The Xiongnu princess came out with panda eyes, chicken coop hair, bruised face, and a deathly pale face. She opened her mouth, but before she spoke, she spat out a mouthful of dregs. Little Taidian jumped up. Oh my god! Ghost! Little Taidian waved his claws and ran away. The Yu family took a closer look and gasped. Oh my god! What happened? This ragged little beggar? Or the bright and beautiful princess just now? Princess. Princess. The uncle called her tentatively. But the Xiongnu princess walked past him stupidly. Uncle. Aunt. Everyone. Fortunately, Jiang was intact. Not even a strand of hair was broken. Jiang said sadly, I advise her not to think too much. She thought too much and snatched a man from her. She just won't listen. The Yu family suddenly realized and automatically imagined a touching scene of the princess repenting of her mistakes. Jiang appealed to her emotions and reasoned with her, and finally made the confused princess wake up. After realizing her mistakes, the princess was ashamed and hit the wall on the spot. Jiang advised her not to think too much, but she just wouldn't listen. Alas! By the way, which princess is she? The uncle asked in confusion. He had worked in the capital for a few years and had gained some experience, but he had never heard of the princess of that family being so arrogant and domineering. The princess of the Xiongnu, Yuan said to her uncle. After saying that, she realized that her mother had just said we people in the Central Plains only talk about reason. She didn't think so at the time, but now that she thought about it, her mother clearly said so because she had drawn a clear line between the country and the Xiongnu princess. Right? I don't know how her mother saw it. We had dinner at home. Yu Shaoqing cooked a dish of mushrooms and rapeseed, a bowl of small potatoes with sauce, a plate of cold bean curd, and a pot of mixed mushroom soup. Xiao Taidian clamored for eggs, so Yu Shaoqing fried him some scrambled eggs with green peppers. Why are they all vegetarian? Yuan asked in confusion, looking at the food on the table. Yu Shaoqing coughed lightly. Your mother has eaten too much meat recently, and she has a little internal heat. Yuan, is she overthinking? Why does this meat feel different from what she understands as meat? Slurp Xiao Taidian held a bowl and drank a mouthful of the hot mixed mushroom soup. During those years at the border, Yu Shaoqing was on the edge of a knife every day. He never dreamed that he would come back alive one day. Looking at his gentle wife, and then at his well-behaved and sensible daughter and son, Yu Shaoqing felt very happy. Little Taiyan is also happy. He is still young and can't say anything good about anyone. But since his father came home, the older kids don't dare to bully him. Yuan also never thought that she would be able to live a happy life with her parents around her after traveling to another world. She enjoys it very much and cherishes the time in front of her. Suddenly, she thought of Yan Jiuqiao and the 3 little kids. Somehow, she felt lonely for them. After nightfall, the family fell asleep. But Yuan lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The appearance of the little guys and Yan Jiuqiao lingered in her mind. It seemed that after so long, she had not given them anything except food. After all, she owed Yan Jiuqiao a lot of favors, and it was right to return the gifts. The thought flashed through her mind, and Yuan lifted the quilt and got out of bed. She decided to make a few pairs of shoes for Yan Jiuqiao and the little ones. She wanted to make clothes, but they were too complicated and her needlework skills were a bit behind. Yuan did it right away. She immediately found paper and pen, estimated the size, and drew 2 sets of shoe patterns. One for Yan Jiuqiao and one for the little ones. After taking down the shoe patterns, she dug out the cotton cloth at the bottom of the box and cut them out according to the shoe patterns. Later, she would stack these cotton cloths together, wrap them with white cloth to make a sling, and then stack them layer by layer and sew them tightly, which is commonly known as making shoe soles. If you want the soles to be strong enough, you have to work hard on the sling. Generally, you will brush a layer of paste on it. When the paste dries, the sling will become hard. The sling can be air-dried, but she was in a hurry to make it, so she lit a brazier to dry it. She had never made shoes in her previous life. She learned these when she was helping her aunt. She didn't know if she had learned them correctly. Xiao Taiyan was sleeping soundly on the bed. Seeing that he was sleeping soundly, Yuan turned up the light. Other people only made 3 or 5 layers of soles, but Yuan made more than 10 layers in one go. They were so thick that she still felt it was not enough, so she quietly added another layer. It is said that making soles is a laborious job, but Yuan had enough strength. Before midnight, she had made 4 pairs of soles, 1 big and 3 small, neatly placed on the chair. Yuan looked at them and felt a little satisfied. She really didn't know what she was satisfied with. That it was time to make the upper. Yuan picked a piece of black tulle cotton fabric for Yan Jiuqiao. The texture was somewhat similar to the khaki fabric in her previous life. This kind of fabric was more resistant to dirt and wear, and not easy to wear out. The children's soles were made of spliced pieces of cloth, so the pattern made in this way was more beautiful than the single-color ones. Yuan was making shoes. Before she knew it, it was midnight. She rubbed her sore eyes and suddenly heard a movement at the entrance of the village. The movement was not loud. Her house was the farthest from the entrance of the village. Normally, she could not hear it, but she had become much more alert recently. The sound gradually approached her house. She slowly pulled out the dagger under her pillow and covered the half-made shoes on the chair with cotton cloth. She turned off the oil lamp on the table. Click! The window frame was pried open, and a green figure flashed in. In a flash, Yuan waved the dagger and stabbed the other party fiercely. The moment the other party opened the window, he smelled the smell of the oil lamp. He knew that the other party had just turned off the oil lamp. It seemed that he knew he was coming, although he didn't know how the other party noticed it. He reacted immediately. However, he never expected that with his skills. The other party actually succeeded in sneak attacking. A strand of black hair was cut off, and a very small wound was left on the neck. This wound is nothing to a martial artist, but if it was left by a village girl on the world's #1 swordsman, people would have to take it seriously. It's me! Yu Zigui lowered his voice, but it was not difficult to hear the hidden shame and anger. Yuan guessed it was him. Who else could have sneaked into her window in the middle of the night except this cheap guest? Are you here to see if I'm dead? Yuan asked indifferently. There was no light in the room, but the cool moonlight shone through the window lattice. Yu Zigui's eyes fell on her cold face, and he choked up and said, "After you fell off the cliff, I immediately went to the bottom of the cliff to look for you. Before I found you, my senior brother showed up. He was also looking for the brocade bag. I was afraid that he would suspect you, so I led him away." These words were touching, but Yuan was not moved at all. You don't have to explain so much to me. I don't care whether you have looked for me or done anything for me. After all this is thanks to you. Yuzigwe couldn't refute. Yuan has been very busy these days. If it weren't for Yuzigwe, she would have almost forgotten what Bai Tang returned to her last time. She also said that she showed it to Yan Jiuqiao. But she was busy and forgot it. Are you here for that iron ball again? Yuan asked indifferently. Iron ball? Yuzigwe's pupil shrank. The thing is really in your hand. It's just a broken ball. There's no point for Yuan to keep it. So she just flipped it out of the glove box and threw it to him. Seeing that the treasure that he regarded as his life was actually placed in a glove box, Yuzigwe's mouth twitched fiercely. Why didn't you admit it before? Yuzigwe questioned. Is it your business? Yuan was too lazy to explain to him that the thing fell into Baiyu Tower. Anyway, this guy was stubborn and he wouldn't believe anything. Yuzigwe put on a pair of silver gloves and took the iron ball out of the brocade bag. Yuan sneered. Is this ball poisonous? And wearing gloves? As soon as the thought flashed through her mind, Yuan heard a click, and the iron ball actually opened. Can this thing be opened? Bai Tang and I have been studying it for so long, but we haven't found any cracks. Yuzigwe's face darkened. Where is the thing inside? Yuan said strangely. What? I didn't move it. Then why is it empty? Yuzigwe asked. Yuan asked back. How do I know? You don't suspect that I took the thing inside? I didn't even open it. Yuzigwe frowned and said, It's not good for you to take that thing. I advise you to hand it over quickly. Otherwise, once my senior brother knows, I can't protect you. Yuan was so angry that she lost her temper. Who asked you to protect it? I said I didn't take it. Believe it or not, this man is really sick. At first, he suspected that she hid his brocade bag. And now he suspects that she stole the things in the brocade bag. If she really stole something, would she return the brocade bag iron ball to him without feeling guilty? Yuzigwe said coldly, Do you think I will believe you? You lied to me once, and you want to lie to me a second time? I really didn't know you put the brocade bag on me at first. Yuan resisted the urge to drag Bai Tang into it. I found this brocade bag in the corner when I was cleaning the house a few days ago. Believe it or not, I really didn't touch the things inside. You really didn't touch it? Yuzigwe looked at her doubtfully. Yuan met his gaze without dodging. If you say you didn't touch it, then you didn't touch it. Indeed, Bai Tang was there. But it was not good for Yuzigwe to know this. Can I ask what it is? Yuan said. Yuzigwe said, You better not know. Yuan, what if you find something again one day? How do you know if it's what you want? Yuzigwe walked to the window. Yuan saw that he was about to leave, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost dawn, and if she continued to entangle with him, she might not be able to finish making shoes. However, her sigh of relief was not what Yuzigwe saw. Are you really guilty? Yuzigwe narrowed his eyes and stopped at the window. It's been a few days since we last met, and your martial arts seem to have improved a lot. That's called close combat. Thank you. Yuzigwe suddenly turned around and walked towards Yuan step by step. What are you going to do? Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of vigilance. Yuzigwe looked at her without blinking. Do you sleep well every night? Yuan asked puzzledly. What's your business? Yuzigwe did not answer her, but reached out to grab Yuan's wrist. If Yuan attacked him by surprise, she might have a chance of winning. But if they really confronted each other, it would not be so easy to succeed. Before Yuan's dagger could be thrust out, it was bounced away by his internal energy. Just as he was about to succeed, the door was broken open and a sword light flashed over. Yuzigwe drew his sword to block, but was knocked back several steps by the huge force. He looked at the man who appeared in time, and then looked at the house behind the man. He didn't know what he was thinking. His eyes tightened, and he jumped out of the window and left with Qigong. Dad. Yuan walked towards Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing held his daughter's arm, looked at her and said, Are you okay? Yuan shook her head. I'm fine. Yu Shaoqing was relieved, seeing that she looked clear-headed and her clothes were neat. She didn't look like she had just woken up. He asked, Have you been awake all this time? I ate too much for dinner, and I can't sleep, Yuan said calmly. Yu Shaoqing nodded and asked, Who is he? Yuan briefly told her father about her encounter with Yuzigwe, omitting the part where Yan Jiuqiao was involved. She only said that on the way to rescue the little girl, she met a swordsman who put the brocade bag in her backpack and then pestered her to ask for the brocade bag. Miss Bai sent the brocade bag to me, and I realized that it was left in Bayou Tower. But when I returned the brocade bag to him just now, he wrongly accused me of taking the things inside. Yuan felt that this man was simply inexplicable. Yu Shaoqing looked at the direction where Yu Zigui left. His eyes turned cold. And then he looked at his daughter and said, if he dares to come again, Dad will definitely catch him. Yeah. Yuan nodded with a smile. It feels so good to have family protection. Yu Shaoqing caressed his daughter's temples lovingly. Dad is guarding outside. You go to sleep. Yuan lay down obediently. Yu Shaoqing left the house. But when he closed the door for his daughter, he caught a glimpse of a basket beside the bed. The basket was covered with a piece of cloth, but it was not very tight, revealing a pair of cloth shoes for an adult man, which were newly made and not yet finished. He is the only man in the family. His daughter didn't sleep in the middle of the night, so she was making shoes for him? Yu Shaoqing was so happy. Then he found that the shoes were worn on the feet of the ninth brother. Chapter 190. Setting the feast. Ninth brother shows affection. The next day, Yu Shaoqing went to his daughter's room and found that the shoes were no longer in the basket. Little girl, did you hide the shoes? Yu Shaoqing, who was upright, could not resist the urge to do so, and secretly searched in his daughter's room. Finally, he found a bundle of the right size in the closet. He opened the bundle and saw that it was an exquisite mahogany box. And inside the box were the shoes that his daughter had made in the middle of the night, wrapped in light-colored silk cloth. Just looking at it, one could feel the daughter's carefulness. It was wrapped so tightly and exquisitely, like a gift. Yu Shaoqing's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration. Yes, he almost forgot that his birthday was in the second half of the month. This must be a birthday gift carefully prepared by his daughter for him. He had never mentioned this to his daughter, but his daughter still found out about it. Yu Shaoqing was so moved by his daughter's filial piety that he almost cried. Since his daughter was going to give him a surprise, he would just pretend not to know. Yu Shaoqing was moved and excited to put his shoes back and waited patiently for his birthday. However, he did not wait for his birthday in the second half of the month, but waited for the banquet in the middle of the month. March 16th is an auspicious day, and the groundbreaking ceremony of the Yu family's new workshop and dormitory is scheduled on that day. Yuan has always known that building a house in the countryside requires drinking Shengliang wine. One is to thank relatives and friends, and the other is to reward craftsmen. However, Lianhua village does not drink Shengliang wine. It only sets up a one-day buffet when breaking ground, inviting all relatives, friends and villagers to have fun together. Lianhua village is poor, and no one has built a house in the village for a long time. The last time was when Xuanzi's family built a cowshed, but they could not set up a banquet. As for who to invite to the banquet, the Yu family sat down and held a family meeting. Little Jinjin couldn't sit still, so she pulled her brother Tainan out. Jian was sleepy, so she went back to her room to rest. Yu Song also wanted to run away, but was stopped by his aunt's shout. Of course, everyone in the village will come, said the uncle. Some familiar people from the neighboring village must also be invited. The uncle's tone was a little hesitant, as if he was hesitating about something. Yu Shaoqing said, brother, you may as well speak directly. The uncle opened his mouth. It's your sister-in-law's relatives. The Guo family and the Luo family? Yu Shaoqing said. He had heard a little about the Guo family's visit from his family. He knew that Guo Xianqiao bullied Taidan, and Yuan beat Guo Xianqiao. In the end, it was all because the children were ignorant. But then the incident of Wang Matzi and Guo Xianyu happened. At the time, it was just a coincidence. Afterwards, the Yu family thought about it carefully and figured out something was wrong. Guo Xianyu was wearing Yuan's clothes when she fell into the water. When Du Jinhua called for help, she did not go to the direction of the Guo family's old house, but went to Wan Gongzi's house next door to Yuan. This was seen by Shida's children, but they were far away and did not hear Du Jinhua shouting Awan fell into the water when she called for help. But this did not affect the Yu family's judgment. After combining Du Jinhua's reaction by the river, the Yu family guessed that Guo Xianyu's fall into the water was not simple. Maybe she wanted Wan Gongzi to save the beauty in the name of Yuan. However, Wan Gongzi did not fall for it. Wang Matzi was kind-hearted and saved her by mistake. It is not important whether this was Du Jinhua's idea or Guo Xianyu's own. What is important is that they actually used the name of Awan. There are some things that the Yu family did not say, but they had their own plans in their hearts. Wan Gongzi saved Awan during the earthquake. Maybe he was interested in Awan. He was also a scholar. And he was better than Xiao Heng. If all one could marry him, it would be a good marriage. Du Jinhua and her daughter must have discovered this. So they dared to pretend to be all one and rely on Wan Gongzi. To put it bluntly, they were trying to steal all one's marriage. This is worse than pigs and dogs. So this time, the Yu family did not want to invite the Gua family. What about Mr. Wan? Yu Shaoqing's focus was different from that of his elder brother and elder sister-in-law. The uncle was stunned for a moment, as if he also felt that his brother's focus seemed a little distorted. But he still answered seriously, I heard that something happened at home. So he went home. For some reason, Yu Shaoqing couldn't like this talented, excellent Mr. Wan who had rescued his daughter. This feeling was exactly the same as that of the young Master Yin, who had taken care of him in the Dali Temple. I think, Yu Song started. Why are you interrupting when the adults are talking? The ant glared at him. Yu Song shut his mouth depressedly. Since he was not an adult, why did he leave him here? Then I'll leave. Yu Song stood up and said. The eldest ant said again, do you think you are a 3-year-old child? You act wild all day long. Yu Song felt bitter. He was neither an adult nor a child. What was he? Finally, the Yu family decided to send a message to the Gua family. I don't think they have the face to come. The eldest ant snorted. Yes. After Wang Mox's incident, they still ran to Lianhua village. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Wang Mozi was afraid that Gua Xianyu would rely on him. So he hurriedly married Lu the widow home. The Gua family sent a message. So the Luo family naturally couldn't be left behind. Although that family was not as weird as the Gua family. They also looked down on the Yu family. It was up to them whether to come or not. The Yu family would not force them. Originally, the brothers under Yu Shaoqing should have been invited. But they all followed Wu San out of the capital to find Zhou Huai. On the 16th, the Yu family got up at 4 in the morning and began to prepare for the feast. Although the Yu family was poor, they had contacts with people from other villages. So they invited many people. In order to avoid insufficient food, the Yu family bought 2 300-gene pigs. The hunter came to help kill the pigs. And Xuanzi and Yu Feng helped the hunter. The 3 men used all their strength to press the fat pig on the stool. The hunter chopped the pig with a knife and bled it. The 3 men were exhausted. Yuan also came. She grabbed another pig and threw it on the stool with a whoosh. Yu Shaoqing looked at the 3 exhausted men and then at his daughter, who easily lifted a pig. I always feel that something is wrong. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Suihua from the hunter's family, Aunt Luo from the next door, Aunt Zhang and Aunt Bai from the village head also came to help. Aunt Bai finally came out of the shadow of her son's death. She figured it out. Although she lost Dunzi, she still had Mao An and area. Even for the sake of these 2 children, she had to cheer up again. The banquet was not opened until noon. And the breakfast was just pig-killing dishes and steamed buns. Yu Feng and brother Xuanzi went to the market before dawn to buy green vegetables. And bought some peanuts and candies. The candies sold in the shop were not as delicious as those made by the uncle. But the uncle was too busy. So he could only settle for the next best thing. Those who came to the banquet would pay a share of money. The old scholar from the next village was invited by Yu Feng to help be the accountant for a day. After the chinchur, guests came one after another. First from their own village, and also from the neighboring Li village and Wujia village. The eldest aunt was in front to receive the guests. Yu Shaoqing had not been home for 6 or 7 years, and many faces were unfamiliar to him. The eldest aunt led him to introduce them one by one. Uncle Wu. This is the 3rd child. You drank his wine when he got married. Have you forgotten? The 3rd child? The 3rd child is back? Uncle Wu was deaf and blurry, and his voice was louder than Aunt Bai. It's the 3rd child. The eldest aunt yelled into his ear. Yu Shaoqing was already the father of 2 children. But the eldest sister-in-law took care of him, as if he was her own child. The kitchen was also very busy. The eldest uncle was the chef. Yu Feng was cooking. Yuan was killing fish and cutting vegetables. And Aunt Bai and Aunt Zhang were doing logistics. The kitchen of the Yu family was not enough. So Aunt Lua's family was also used. The dining tables were all borrowed from various families, and placed in the dojo in front of the door. Although they were of different sizes and new and old, they were in large numbers. At a glance, they were quite spectacular. At noon, we had stir-fried cabbage with pork skin, braised pork belly, braised large intestine with scallions, stewed Christian carp with spring bamboo shoots, and pork offal soup. In the countryside, such a feast is considered very sumptuous. Not to mention that there is more meat than vegetables. full of oil and water. After a mouthful of hot soup, I was so satisfied that my eyes were about to squint. The wine was made in Shungli village. It was a top-grade sorghum wine. Crystal clear and mellow. Fragrant but not choking. Bitter but not astringent. And sweet aftertaste. It was paired with peanuts that were fried and sprinkled with snowflake salt. It was so delicious that the group of men couldn't put down their glasses. The Yu family was in the stinky tofu business, so this dish was naturally indispensable on the table. The people in the village had long been accustomed to its smell. They didn't change their faces when it was served, but it made the guests from the neighboring village suffer. "What's this?" Uncle Wu muttered. "You're serving it to people when it's already stinky. There's nothing to eat." Aunt smiled and said, "Uncle Wu, try it. If it's not tasty, I'll pack you a piece of braised pork to take back." Uncle Wu's family was not having a good time either. For the braised pork, Uncle Wu risked everything and stuffed a piece of stinky tofu into his mouth. Then, Uncle Wu didn't want the braised pork anymore. Soon after, shopkeeper Cui also came. He came in a horse-drawn carriage. Most people in the countryside used ox-drawn carriages, while those with a little more money used donkey and mule-drawn carriages. Only people in the city could ride horse-drawn carriages. Therefore, when shopkeeper Cui's carriage stopped outside the Yu family compound, all the guests from Li village and Wu village were surprised. They didn't see it wrong. Did they? It was a carriage. There were guests riding in a carriage. From the city. Right. The people in Lotus village were calm. What was a carriage with one horse? They had seen carriages with two horses. Sister-in-law. Shopkeeper Cui got off the carriage with a smile on his face. "Oh, it's shopkeeper Cui." Andy didn't expect him to come, and was pleasantly surprised. She hurried to the kitchen to call Yuan. "Shopkeeper Cui." Yuan greeted with a smile. Yesterday, she went to the young master's mansion in the capital. When she passed by Bayou Tower, she mentioned the house building to shopkeeper Cui, but she forgot to tell her family after returning home. Shopkeeper Cui bowed and smiled. "I smelled the smell of your stinky tofu when I was in town. Is there any left?" Yuan curved her lips and said, "As long as shopkeeper Cui doesn't mind, I'll make sure you have enough for today." Shopkeeper Cui raised his eyebrows and smiled. "But I won't be polite." "Eh? That's?" Shopkeeper Cui noticed Yu Shaoqing, who was talking to the guests from Li village. Yu Shaoqing was tall and had an extraordinary temperament. When he stood there, he stood out like a crane among chickens. It was hard for people not to notice his presence. "That's my father." Yuan walked up, called Yu Shaoqing over, and introduced him to him. "Father, this is shopkeeper Cui of Baiyulu. Our family's business has been taken care of by Miss Bai and shopkeeper Cui. When it comes to Miss Bai, what else does Yu Shaoqing not understand? He has to greet his nephew's Yu family." Soon, Master Qin also arrived. He was the owner of Zuixianju and the vice leader of Jiangzhou Merchant Alliance. He rode in a carriage that was more stylish than that of shopkeeper Cui. When two majestic southwestern horses appeared at the Yu family with their heads held high, the people in the neighboring village were simply stunned. What kind of shit luck did the Yu family have? How did they get to know so many wealthy families? Master Qin got off the carriage with a strong aura. However, it was not Master Qin who really amazed everyone, but the handsome young man who jumped off the carriage right after Master Qin. He looked only 15 or 16 years old, and was as handsome as jade. When had they ever seen such a beautiful young man? Looking at Qin Zishu, they even forgot to eat. "Young master. Where is the young master?" Uncle Wan hurried into the yard of the young master's mansion. Nani Fan said, "The young master is out. Manager Wan is so anxious." "What happened?" Uncle Wan patted his head and said, "I am really old and confused. Today is Miss Yu's house. I forgot to tell the young master." "The young master? Did the young master say where he went?" Nani Fong thought for a while and said, "It seems that he went to the Golden Palace." Yin Jiuqiao went to the Golden Palace again. Everyone simply didn't know why he came. The first time he came, he beat the Minister of Humorous. The second time he came, he disrupted the marriage with the Xiongnu. The third time, God knows what kind of trouble he will make this time. Everyone, including the Emperor, looked at him with a headache. Unfortunately, the person he interrupted was the Minister of Rights, who was in the process of discussing the marriage. The Minister of Rights felt bitter. Why was it always me who was unlucky? But I don't know if it was everyone's illusion. I always felt that Yin Jiuqiao was taller than before. Could it be that at his age, He could still grow taller? Yin Jiucha said lightly, ministerly. Why are you staring at my shoes? The Minister of Rights was stunned. I didn't. Yin Jiuchao, still looking? The Minister of Rights? Yin Jiuchao, it's not yours even if you look at it again. The Minister of Rights.